Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
He leaned over the shining halo of her blonde hair, reflected in the soft glow of the new moon. Oh, no, not that. Holliday, my boy, why did you ever decide to write fiction for a living? You know, you could have gone into something interesting, like being a truck driver, with the open road in front of you and a motorcycle cop in back. Hey, Susie, where you been?
Don't you remember, Mr. Holliday? I went down to Star-Times office.
Oh, so you did. Tell me, what's new in Box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, what now, Mr. Holliday? What's new in Box 13? Yesterday, a man wanted to sell me a horse for $1,000 and a ranch to go around the horse for 25 times that much. The day before, my ad for adventure brought me a reply from a golf professional who simply wanted to drive golf balls off the tip of my nose.
Mr. Holliday.
Was that Susie?
I said that when a nice young man like you runs an ad, he should get a whole box full of answers.
Oh, well, thank you, Susie.
He should get bushel baskets full.
Well, thanks again.
The place should be loaded with letters.
All right. Now, what did I get?
One postcard. And from a kid at that.
A kid? You mean a child?
Sure, uh-huh.
Here, let me see it. A postcard from a youngster. It's probably a gag. Some small girl selling 10-cent packages of flower seeds for 50 cents. Sell 5,000 packages, and she gets absolutely free a St. Bernard dog. Well, let's see what really is on this postcard. I wrote to you, care of Box 13, because I thought you wanted it that way. I got to see you right away on a very important matter. I am still doing business at the old stand. Signed, Johnny Moran. Johnny Moran? Why, he's a little boy who sells newspapers on the corner. Hey, Susie, get Johnny Moran up here right away.
Oh, I can't do that, Mr. Holliday.
Why can't you do it?
Because he's here already.
Oh, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Johnny, how are you, my boy? Why didn't you just come up and see me instead of writing a postcard first?
Well, I like to do things sort of businesslike. Besides, it was fun to answer an ad for Adventure Wanted. Would you really do anything, Mr. Holliday?
Sit down, Johnny, and tell me what your trouble is.
Well, I kind of wanted to see you alone. Sort of private-like.
Oh, that man-to-man stuff, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, where would you like to talk?
Well, I thought maybe you'd come down to the corner with me. I'll buy you a drink.
A drink? You interest me strangely, Johnny. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, Susie, you'll excuse us, won't you?
Well, I don't know. You better be careful, Mr. Holliday.
Careful?
I don't want Johnny teaching you bad habits.
Johnny Moran is a very nice boy. Can't be more than 12, but he certainly seems to know his way around. Yes, Holliday, if you were ordering a small boy, this is just the model you would choose. But this drinking business...
I'm worried about you, Mr. Holliday. You sure that lemon Coke is enough?
Lemon Cokes are always enough for me, Johnny. Especially when I spike them with an ice cube. Say, how's your banana split?
Well, this one's got a little too much chocolate. I like the last one better.
Better finish it, my boy. You want to talk business, remember?
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought you might have read about it in the newspapers. Of course, you could have missed it. It was way back on page 5.
What was on page 5?
Well, here, I got a clipping of the story. Read it.
Police announced they had recovered a portion of the jewelry stolen in last Tuesday's raid on Maury Jewelry Company. Held under suspicion of grand theft is John Moran. John Moran. Johnny, that's your father.
Yes, and he didn't do it, Mr. Holliday. I know he didn't.
Just a second. A part of the loot was found in Moran's apartment.
I don't care what they put in the newspapers, Mr. Holliday. He didn't do it. That's why I came to see you.
What about your mother, Johnny?
Oh, she died when I was a baby. Pop and I lived together. But he didn't do it, Mr. Holliday. Only they won't believe me.
Oh, you've been down to the police?
Sure, I went there right away. I even offered them my $18 for bail. And you know what?
What?
The old DA just patted me on the head and told me to go home. But I'll bet you could go down and talk to that district attorney and make him let my father out. You can do anything.
Well, not quite anything, Johnny.
Yeah, but this would be easy for a guy like you. Besides, you're not afraid of anything. Not even a policeman.
Well, that's very flattering, Johnny, but I don't know what I can do.
Oh, you'll think of something, Mr. Holliday. You're a writer. You're smart.
Oh, but listen, my boy,
I'll bet you get my father out of jail in time for dinner.
Okay, Holliday. The boy says you can get his father out of jail in time for dinner. But what day? The story in the paper makes it look like they caught John Moran cold. You don't find stolen jewelry in a man's apartment if he didn't do the stealing. But there's a small boy waiting with all the faith in the world. So, Holliday, do something.
The district attorney will see you now, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks.
Holliday. Haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, I know. I've been pretty busy.
Huh, busy, huh? Well, then what brings a promising young author down to City Hall?
Because he's a promising young author who made a promise. And I hope he didn't make a mistake.
Hey, what in the world are you talking about?
About a man named John Moran. You've got him locked up in your nice new jail.
Yes, and from what we've got on him, he's going to stay there for a while.
His son thinks Moran is innocent, Clark.
Yeah. I feel sorry for that boy. He came down and talked to me, but what could I do for him?
You've got the goods on Moran, then?
Absolutely. The police found some of the stolen stuff in his apartment.
Well, what's Moran's story?
A woman who works in the same building with Moran asked him to stop in at the jewelry store and pick up her watch. While he was there, the stick-up artist walked in and held up the place.
And that makes Moran guilty?
Don't be in a hurry. The stick-up artist used him as a shield when he beat it. Moran claims the man forced him to drive the getaway car out into the country.
Well, that still doesn't make him guilty. I think you've got the wrong person.
This is where Moran's story went wrong. He walked into police headquarters and told it, but it sounded too good to be true. They detained him while a detective went over and searched his apartment.
Oh?
The detective found part of the loot. Moran couldn't explain where it came from. Well, to our office, it looks like he pulled a clever gag. We think he's in with the hold-up men.
What about the woman, the one who sent Moran after the watch?
Grace Willard? We don't have a thing on her. She's in the clear.
I see.
So, Holliday, you better forget about playing Don Quixote. Day of fighting windmills is over. Go home. Forget about Johnny Moran.
Sure, Holliday, just forget all about John Moran. Write Benita the story and take it out of the typewriter. But how are you going to write the dialogue for a man who has to tell a small boy that his father hasn't got a chance? And describe the look in that boy's eyes.
I don't care what that old district attorney said. My father isn't a crook.
And your father should have been able to explain the stolen jewelry they found at your place.
I'll bet he could, too. They just wouldn't listen to him.
Oh, now, Johnny, if your father's innocent, they'll let him go.
So you won't help me either.
But I'm trying, my boy. What else can I do?
Nothing, I guess. See you later, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Johnny, listen to me.
I'm kind of busy right now. I got to earn a lot of dough, I guess.
Johnny.
Because lawyers come pretty expensive, I heard.
Oh, look, kid.
You better go home, Mr. Holliday. I should have handled it personally in the first place.
Small boys have that knack, don't they? They can just vanish into thin air when they want to. You're quite a character, Holliday. Go home and write this on your typewriter. Write about the small boy who wanted you to get his father out of jail. and you didn't quite make the grade. Hello?
Mr. Holliday, this is Johnny. I'm up at the place where we live.
Yeah, Johnny.
There's something funny going on.
What are you talking about?
I'm afraid to go into our place. There's a man in there.
You know him?
He's going through the place, though. And he's looking for something.
Johnny, listen. Run outside, find a policeman. I'll be right over.
I gotta get out of here.
Johnny, do what I said.
He just walked out the door. He saw me.
Get over to Moran's place fast, Holiday. You've got no time for fooling. He's not outside. Maybe he's upstairs. Oh, Johnny! Johnny! Where could that boy have gone to? Grace Willard. The woman who sent Moran up to the watch. If she knows Moran, she knows his boy.
Yes?
Oh, Miss Willard?
Yes.
Well, I'm Dan Holliday. Would you know where little Johnny Moran is?
Come in. Now, what's this about Johnny?
Well, he phoned me a few minutes ago from his place. There was a man going through it. He saw Johnny making the call.
Johnny's disappeared.
Yes.
You phoned the police? Do you think he's been hurt?
Well, the police knew nothing about it. I don't know what happened to the boy. That's why I came over here. I figured that if you knew his father, you knew Johnny, you know.
Poor Mr. Moran. I feel so badly about him. You know, if I hadn't asked him to get my watch, this never would have happened.
But that doesn't make it your fault, Miss Willard.
Oh, I feel terrible about it just the same. And now, Johnny disappearing.
He hasn't been here at all?
No. Let me think of it. Oh, by the way, I was just having some coffee. Would you care to join me?
Grace Willard is a very nice person. Really worried about the boy. Perhaps she'll come back with an idea.
Here's your coffee, Mr. Holliday. Now we'll talk.
Well, thanks.
Did Johnny recognize the man?
No, he didn't have time to say.
Well, perhaps he found a policeman on the street. He might have gone back to the house.
Well, maybe I ought to call back.
Johnny's a cute little fellow. Johnny has a father who's in jail. Johnny's quite concerned about his father and would like to set him free.
Grace Willard is stalling Holiday. Waiting for something.
I don't know if Johnny will get his wish or not. You see, his father looks very guilty to the police.
Holiday, you idiot. That coffee was doped. The oldest gag in the world, and you swallowed it.
You look sleepy, Mr. Holliday. Are you feeling all right?
She looks like a reflection in one of those amusement park mirrors. She's long and skinny. No, she's short and fat. Holiday, get up on your feet.
How do you feel, Mr. Holliday? Are you all right? Answer me.
Get on your feet, I said. Walk, Holiday. Walk. Walk this thing off before it's too late.
You look very tired, Mr. Holliday. Let me get you a pillow.
Come on, Holiday. One big
How do you
effort.
feel, Mr. Holliday?
I can't make it.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Oh, take it easy, Holiday. Take it easy. Turn slowly now. Maybe your head still is connected to the top of your neck. That's better. Better. What am I saying? Where am I? An alley. Oh, fine. Dan Holliday, author, found lying in an alley between yesterday's newspapers and tomorrow's trash. What you need right this minute is a quick change of fast bath and a little chat with that district attorney.
I've got a man going up to the Willard woman's place right this minute, Holliday.
Thanks, Clark.
This ties her up with the Moran case.
Sure, else why would she give me knockout drops and have me dumped in an alley?
I'll bet anything she's disappeared. But why just knock you out? Why not dispose of you permanently?
I don't know, unless she was trying to kill time. Enough time to get something done.
Well, you can't do anything now. If she's disappeared, she won't stay lost for long. My men will bring her in.
Don't let her give him any coffee. She'll be out again.
Pardon me. District Attorney's Office, Clark speaking. Yes? Where? When? How is he? Thanks.
I'll see you later, Clark. I want to go over and see Johnny Moran.
I don't think you'll find him at home, Holliday.
Why not?
That was the hospital who just called. Johnny Moran was brought in a while ago, the victim of a hit-and-run driver.
And on top of that phone call about Johnny Moran is another one. Grace Willard checked out of the Wharton Hotel an hour ago. So, Mr. Holliday, they got you out of the way long enough to get to little Johnny. A small boy in a hospital. Me with an aching head and an aching feeling that something is very, very wrong. I think this is it, room 809. Johnny?
Oh, Mr. Holliday.
How do you feel, kid?
Kind of banged up.
Yeah, I know. The nurse said you weren't to do too much talking. So just let me ask a couple of questions.
It wasn't an accident, Mr. Holliday. He did it on purpose.
You sure about that, Johnny?
Yeah. I was walking down a side street. He had to swing way over to the wrong side to hit me.
Johnny, did he look like the same man who was in your place?
I didn't get a good look at him. He was bent down way behind the wheel.
Well, could you give me just a hint? Was he tall, short, thin, fat?
All I know is...
Yes? Johnny. Johnny. Johnny passed out and won't be permitted to talk for a while. Well, that puts it up to you, Holliday. Come on, you're an author. You write hundreds of situations like this one. Think. The boarding house where Johnny lives. Maybe the landlady saw the man. I certainly hope so.
Johnny Moran? Yes, I saw him come home, but it was quite some time ago.
Oh, did you see him leave?
Yes, he went upstairs. I heard him on the telephone, then he came running down.
Who was the man chasing him?
Chasing him? There was no one chasing him.
Are you sure of that?
Well, of course I've been here all the time. Oh, poor little fella. Don't know what's going to happen to him, what with his father and all.
This doesn't make sense.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. You see, Johnny called me, told me there was a strange man in his place. The man saw him, he hung up the phone and disappeared.
But I saw no man.
Are you sure?
Only Joe Coakley, but he's one of my roomers. That is, he was.
Was? When did he move?
Today, just after Johnny left.
Was he upstairs while Johnny was there?
Why, yes. Yes, he was.
Was he a friend of John Moran's?
Oh, no, he never spoke to anyone. Stayed in his room all day and went out at night.
Oh, one of those night flyers, huh? Could I see the room he occupied? This is Coakley's room, but it's empty. Well, Holliday, it looks like you're on the wrong track. Or are you? A stub from a dance hall ticket. I'd better talk to Johnny about this. Johnny, the man who came out of your room, was he about my height? Did he have grayish hair? Did he wear a brown suit?
Yeah, that's the man, Mr. Holliday.
How come you never saw him before? He lived right across the hall from you.
That guy? He only went out at night after I was in bed.
Oh? I'll see you later, Johnny.
Hey, where are you going?
Tonight I'm going dancing. a very nice place, Holiday. Admission 60 cents, which includes an evening of dancing. And from the looks of the customers, they're trying to get their money's worth.
Like to dance, fella?
Who, me?
You ain't not twins, are you?
No, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm a very bad dancer.
Oh, you let me be the judge of that. Come on, kid. You look good to me.
Oh, wait a second. Say, isn't that Joe Coakley over there?
Oh, you know Joe?
Yeah, and the girl with him.
That's his girlfriend, Grace Willard.
Oh, thanks. I'll see you later.
Hey, where you going?
This is it, Holiday. Only what are you going to do? They're leaving, and if you stop to make a phone call, you'll lose them. And I wouldn't like to lose that man. He's the one who hits small boys with big automobiles. They're going into that apartment house. This begins to look like the final chapter. Now to make a fast telephone call to an old friend, then better to get to the payoff. This is a very nice door. You can hear quite distinctly through it. Well, Holiday, here's where you cease to be a wallflower and become the life of the party.
Joe! Holiday.
Put up your hands, fella.
Sure.
Close that door, Grace.
Well, here we are. Aren't we?
Any replies, Joe? What are we going to do?
You finish packing that junk. We'll figure out something.
We can't let him stay alive.
Finish the packing, I said.
Too bad I didn't use poison in that coffee I gave him.
Quiet.
I noticed you were packing. Going away someplace?
What do you think? And get away from that bag, Holiday.
Oh, that's the stuff that was stolen from the store, huh?
None of your business.
Oh, going away together? You and Miss Willard?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. You pull that go down and pick up my watch routine in a lot of cities, huh, Joe?
Make him be quiet, Joe.
Hey, Joe, who was the girl who worked with you before you met Grace? You know, the one who lived in Cleveland, or was it Chicago? I always forget. Come on, Joe. What happened to her?
Shut up, you.
What happened to her, Joe? Or the girl before?
How do you know there was another girl, Holiday?
Well, Miss Willard, you don't think you're the only one, do you?
You're crazy.
Yeah? Ask him where he was last night.
Don't pay any attention to him, Grace.
He wasn't with you. Know where he was?
How do you know he wasn't with me?
The stub of a dance hall ticket I found in the other room. It calls for only one admission.
You shut up, I said.
Just a minute, Joe. Were you down there last night? Were you dancing with that blonde again?
Suppose I was. So what?
You've got a lot of nerve. You had me set up this whole deal. Had me find John Moran to play sucker for us. Had me frame the business of picking up my watch. I timed it out perfect for you. What do? You go dancing with a blonde.
Grace, be quiet. This fellow's up to something.
Me? Now, what would I be up to?
What about that other girl he talked about? What happened to her, Joe?
Why don't you tell her, Joe?
Cut it out, will you?
Did she plant stolen jewelry in a sucker's room like I did to Moran?
Grace, listen.
Yeah. I'm listening. Go on, explain.
Holiday, where are you going?
Just opening the door. You see, I'd like the district attorney to hear the rest of your explanation, too. Well, this is the last chapter to a story I was afraid might have an unhappy ending. But Johnny Moran's father is free. The district attorney has Grace Willard. Joe Coakley and the stolen jewelry. And Johnny? Johnny is out of the hospital.
Mr. Holliday.
What did you say, Johnny?
I said you might have been killed going up to the apartment like that.
No, I was safe for the DA just outside the door.
Gosh, and you figured it all out by yourself.
No, you helped, too, when you telephoned me. And I hate to mention this, kid, but did you bring the $18 with you?
Sure I did. I pay off, you know. Here.
Oh, thanks, kid. I was just a little worried.
I was going to pay before, Mr. Holliday, but I didn't think you needed money that bad.
I needed it to put with this check. Here. There was a $500 reward for recovering the jewelry, and it's going to a bank account for you.
$500? Gee, Gosh, I guess I'm rich.
Johnny, what are you going to do with all that money?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is take you out and buy you a drink. How about an Idiot's Delight?
A what?
Idiot's Delight. It's got a pint of ice cream, 3 bananas, some oranges, and 7 flavors.
Well, Johnny, I don't know.
Mr. Holliday, I just heard that Johnny got out of the house. Oh, there you are, Johnny. How do you feel?
I feel swell, Susie. I just invited Mr. Holliday out to have a drink.
He can't go out, Johnny. He's got some very important work to do.
Well, gee whiz.
Thanks a lot, Susie.
Thanks? What are you thanking me for?
You don't know it, but you just saved me from a horrible fate.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Original music was composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A police officer is shot down on the front steps of his home. There's no apparent motive for the shooting. The assailant escapes in a blue sedan. Your job, get him.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Sunday, May 23rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was off duty reporting back in on an emergency call. It was 5 minutes past 3 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. How is he?
He's dead.
Oh? Went kind of fast, huh?
I just got the call a couple of minutes ago. He died in the wet hospital.
Friday, Ben, let's go. Thad Brown's office.
All right.
How did it happen, Skipper?
Haven't got all the details. Guy used a shotgun, point blank. Fillmore didn't have a chance.
Chief of the detective's office, he got crime lab? Yeah, out there now. Right.
Chief Ron Egan?
Down the hall with Captain White, intelligence office. Said to have you wait.
Okay, we'll be inside.
Right.
You want to fill us in, Skipper?
Not much to tell. Fillmore was working the day watch out of robbery. He left work at 6 o'clock last night, drove home.
Yeah?
He had dinner, then he and his wife went to a show. He got home about 11:30, went to bed.
Yeah?
About 1:30 this morning, the front doorbell rang and Fillmore answered it. His wife said she heard him open the door, and there was a gunshot. She ran to the front door in time to see a guy jump in a car and drive away. Fillmore was lying on the porch, chest ripped open.
You say the guy used a shotgun?
Yeah.
No other information on the car he used?
Blue sedan, that's all the wife could tell us. She didn't get the license number. Said it looked like a new model car.
No physical evidence.
Haven't found anything yet.
Here's the boss.
Chief?
Elliot, you brief Friday and Romero?
Told him much as I know.
Any idea what the guy's motive was?
Revenge.
Any leads?
Just one. Then White Intelligence came up with it. A guy by the name of Jake Carver.
Carver? Not familiar.
He got out of Folsom 3 days ago. Served 7 years armed robbery.
Yeah.
Fillmore was the man who got Carver and sent him up. The time he was sentenced, Carver swore up and down he'd get Fillmore when he got out. Hot-headed punk.
Where do we look for Carver?
Already checked where he's supposed to be staying. Not there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a list of guys he used to run with before he went to Folsom.
Thanks.
Let's see, Joe.
Here it is. Ralph Danton, Ernie Travis, Jaime Flores.
Carver been seen around town since he got out?
Once that we know of, in a bar out on Sunset Boulevard. Flores was with him.
Well, how about Travis and Danton? They still around?
Let's see. Travis went east 2 years ago. Danton's around. Still runs with Flores. That's where you start.
Flores?
Yeah.
Okay. Any reason?
2. Flores' sister used to go with Carver.
Yeah.
Flores owns a blue sedan.
3:20 a.m. We checked Jaime Flores' last known address, the old 76 Hotel down on South Alameda. Flores had moved. His forwarding address was his mother's house, 1232 Alabama Street out in Boyle Heights. His mother told us Jaime was living on County View Avenue in Highland Park. 4:30 a.m. We located the address.
No garage here. Wonder where Jaime keeps his car.
Not parked on the street.
Yeah? What do you want?
Police officers.
Oh.
Like to talk to Jaime Flores?
Jaime? It's late. We're in bed.
It's important. We'd like to talk to him.
All right. Wait. I'll go get him up. Jaime. Come on, get up. Come on, Jaime. Cops at the door want to talk to you.
What did you say?
They want to talk to you.
Okay, baby. Yeah, officers. What can I do for you?
You Jaime Flores?
That's right.
We're looking for Jake Carver. You know where he is?
I wish I did. I'm through with that guy.
Why? What's the matter?
He borrowed my car the day before yesterday. Said he'd only be gone a couple hours. I'm still waiting.
You own a blue sedan, is that right?
Yeah, 48 Chevy. Why, did he crack it up?
Couldn't tell you. Do you have any idea where we can look for Carver?
If I did, I'd be looking myself.
Do you know if Carver's got a gun?
Why, had Punk pull a job?
Does he have a gun?
In the trunk of the car. I use it on hunting trips.
What kind?
Shotgun.
4:45 a.m. We got out a broadcast and an APB on Jake Carver, containing a complete description of the car and its license number. Roadblocks were set up on all main roads leading out of the city, and police details at the airports, bus depots, and the railroad terminals were alerted. All of the people whom Carver was known to have run with before he was sent to Folsom Penitentiary were rounded up and brought in for questioning. While Captain Elliott from Homicide supervised the interrogation, Ben went across the street to check with a coroner at the morgue. I contacted Lee Jones at the crime lab. 6 a.m. We met in Chief of Detectives Thad Brown's office.
Crime lab find anything?
Single footprint, that's all. Jones found it in one of the flower beds in front of Fillmore's home.
Is it tie-in?
Size 10. That's Carver's size.
Well, that'll help.
Is there any indication Carver might still be in the city?
No, there was a good 3 hours between the time Fillmore was shot and the roadblocks went up.
What about Carver's pals? Did they help any?
Well, Flores is the only one who admits seeing him since he got out.
What about Flores' sister, Dorothy?
She lives out in Long Beach, and Cenas and Burton are bringing her in now.
That guy, Flores, did you question him again, Elliot?
Yeah.
You satisfied with everything he told you that he knows?
That's right. He doesn't seem to be too close to Carver. No record of any correspondence with him while he was in Folsom.
How about the coroner's report now?
Shotgun, close range, hit him hard.
Well, his mugshots of Carver, they out?
Photocopy's still working on it. Turning out 2,000.
Excuse me. Brown speaking. Albert. Right. They got Dorothy Flores in the interrogation room. You want to talk to her, Elliot?
Ben, you and Joe talk to her. Tell Cenas and Burton to check in here. I got another angle I want them to start on.
Right, let's go, Joe. He must be as mad as a hatter. 3 days out of Folsom and he kills a cop.
Yeah, if it was him.
You got any other ideas?
We need more than a footprint. We got to find the gun, and we got to prove that he used it.
Hi. You two going to take over?
Yeah, Lloyd. You and Gil check in at the chief's office. The captain wants to see you.
Okay. You want the policewoman to stand by?
It's fine.
Let's go, Gil. See you guys later.
All right.
Come on. You're Dorothy Flores?
Yeah,
You know why you're here?
Jake Carver. That's what they told me.
That's right. You know where he is?
No.
Have you seen Carver in the past 3 days?
Look, I don't want any part of the guy. He's nothing to me. He never was.
You used to go around with him, didn't you?
7 years ago, before he went to Folsom.
Mm-hmm. What happened to your eye, Miss Flores? Those bruises there on your arm.
Oh, we had a party. I fell and bumped myself.
Looks like a pretty new black eye. Did you have the party last night?
I told you, Jake's nothing to me. He's a crazy hothead. I don't want any part of him.
Was he around to see you last night?
I used to go with him, that's all. I don't care what happened to him.
You saw him last night, huh?
I didn't.
This is on a murder rap, Miss Flores.
I didn't want to see him. He came to my room. He forced his way in. I didn't want any part of him.
When was it?
Early this morning.
What time?
About 2 o'clock, maybe 10 after. He wanted money, acted like a crazy man. I told him I didn't have any money. He slugged me. That's how I got this mouse.
What do you want the money for?
He said he got the cop who set him up. He had to get out of town. He took my purse. $48 in it.
Was he driving your brother's car?
Yeah. I didn't want any part of him. I got nothing in this.
Did he tell you where he was headed?
Mexico. He's got friends across the border. Tijuana.
All right. Stay with her, Ben.
And get a stenographer, too, will you?
Yeah.
Righty.
The Flores girl, Skipper. Carver saw her this morning. Admitted shooting Fillmore. She says he's headed south for Tijuana.
Maybe he stopped off on the way.
How do you mean?
The drugstore in San Pedro just held up. Owner was shot and killed.
Yeah?
The guy was driving a blue sedan.
An immediate alert was teletyped to the coastal town south of Los Angeles in the vicinity of San Pedro. The San Diego police were alerted, as were the Mexican authorities in Tijuana and other designated points of entry along the California-Mexico border. 7:50 a.m. Ben and I, together with Lloyd Barton and Al Shambra of Homicide, drove down to San Pedro and checked in with Lieutenant Maxwell at San Pedro Homicide.
What kind of a gun did the guy use, Lieutenant?
I checked the body. Looks like it could have been a .45.
No chance it might have been a shotgun?
No, not that kind of a wound.
Who saw the guy make his getaway?
My wife did. We live right across the street from the drugstore. Wife heard the shooting, ran to the window. She says it was a blue sedan.
She didn't see the license plate?
No. I got a look at the car before it disappeared. It looked like a Chevy to me.
There's been no sign of it since the roadblocks went up?
Not yet. It's pretty hard to understand.
How do you mean?
Take a look at the map here. Here's Palos Verdes and Clifton to the west. Roadblocks there.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Here's the roadblock to the north, just this side of Harbor City. Another one northeast, near Wilmington.
Yeah?
This one here, outside of Long Beach.
Had 4 roads to pick from.
They're all blocked off, huh?
No turnoffs, no detours. All the roads are under patrol.
You think he got south beyond Long Beach before the roadblocks went up?
Not a chance.
Yeah, it's hard to figure.
He could be hiding out somewhere along the way.
Excuse me, this is Lieutenant Maxwell. Where? Okay, be right there.
Anything?
I found the car off the Coast Highway, blue Chevy sedan.
How about Carver?
Bloodstains in the front seat. That's all they found.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to an actual police case. Here, step by step, are the reasons why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers from coast to coast.
Step 1.
The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality.
Step 2.
Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Step 3.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree
it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that golden yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So enjoy king-size Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
8:45 a.m. We found the blue Chevrolet sedan. It was lying overturned in a ditch just off a dead-end road on the edge of a grove of eucalyptus trees. Oil was still dripping from the crankcase. There were bloodstains on the upholstery in the front seat. In the glove compartment, we found 2 empty shotgun shells. Ben marked them with his initials for evidence and wrapped them in a handkerchief. The fingerprint men were called. We fanned out and started a search of the general area.
See if we can't pick up a trail in this eucalyptus grove here. Sure has got me beat.
What's that?
The car all smashed up back there, blood all over. The guy must have been hurt. How'd he get this far away from the car?
What makes you think he did get far?
Either that or he's hiding right under our nose.
Yeah.
No sign of a trail through here?
No, there's nothing. There's a clearing up ahead. Come on, let's cut through this brush here. Ben, come here.
Yeah.
Take a look. The trunk of this tree.
Brown smears on it. The blood?
Maybe. Look, higher up on the trunk there's the same thing. Wait a minute.
Up in the tree. Can you see anything up there?
No, the branches are pretty thick. Trees go pretty high up. Good 60 feet up there.
Come here, Joe.
Yeah?
Follow my hand. Oh, no, just over to the left where I'm pointing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, cover, Ben.
You all right, Joe?
Yeah. Can you see him?
Yeah, up near the top.
Right. What is it? Stay off, Burton. Don't come in the clearing. He's up in one of the trees.
Throw that gun down, then come down yourself.
All right, Ben.
Get him, Joe.
It's Carver.
Shotgun's over there. You alive?
Yeah.
It's a hard tree to climb. Wonder how he got up there.
I don't know. But this was the only way to get him down. We called an ambulance and had Jake Carver taken back to Los Angeles to the county hospital, the prison ward. We took the shotgun and the empty shells and booked them as evidence with the property clerk. The wrecked blue sedan was impounded. 2 counts of murder were filed against Carver with the district attorney. There was still one important piece of evidence missing, the .45 pistol used in the robbery and murder of the San Pedro druggist. A month passed. While Carver recuperated in the prison ward of the county hospital, we were busy building a case for his conviction. We still had only enough evidence to convict him for one of the murders. Another 2 months went by. On August 30th, Jake Carver was brought to trial for the shotgun murder of police officer Robert Fillmore. 10 days later, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to a life term in Folsom Penitentiary. Knowing that we didn't have enough evidence to convict his client for the murder of the druggist, Carver's lawyer demanded an immediate trial on the second charge. Wednesday, September 12th, 10 a.m. I was called at the chief of detective's office.
Friday? Sit down.
Thank you.
Elliot and I have been talking about this Jake Carver thing.
They set the trial date yet?
Starts next Tuesday. Bringing Carver down from Folsom tomorrow.
It's bum luck. We're not going to convict him on the evidence we've got. We don't even have the gun.
We've got to get a conviction. He beat the death rap for killing Fillmore. If he gets over this one, that means he's still eligible for parole.
Yeah.
So he serves 10 years, maybe. Good behavior. He gets out and he's ready to start in all over again.
Yeah, if we could just sew him up for killing that druggist, we could put him away for good.
I don't know how, Skipper. It's a pretty good bet that no jury will convict him unless we find that gun.
We got another out. Just one.
What's that?
If we can get Carver to admit he killed that druggist.
It's a neat trick.
When you and Ben got him last May, did he see you at all? You think he could recognize you again?
Well, couldn't have gotten a very good look from where he was up in that tree. Ben did all the testifying at the trial. I wasn't even there. No, he wouldn't know me. Why?
When they bring Carver down from Folsom tomorrow, they'll put him in county jail while he's waiting trial.
Yeah.
Chief figures if we could plant you in the same cell with him, there's a chance he might talk, if you play it right.
Well, I don't know. He's no beginner.
Neither are you. If you carve enough of the right bait at the right time, there's a chance he'll put his foot in it.
Maybe. All right, will you set it up with the county jail?
Yeah, and remember, he's a killer. Don't take any chances.
Suppose he gets wise.
Well, then we'll know you tried.
The following day at 2 p.m., I was booked at Central Jail as Joe Ramus, a robbery suspect. Ramus was the actual name of an eastern thief whom we knew was not acquainted with Jake Carver. After being mugged and fingerprinted, transportation officers took me to the 12th floor of the Hall of Justice where I was booked into the county jail. After that, I was taken down to a cell block on the 10th floor known as the high power tank, where prisoners charged with major crimes are held. During the day, the individual cells are left open, and the prisoners are allowed to visit with one another. I was taken back and shown the cell I was assigned to. Jake Carver was already there. He was playing two-handed poker with another inmate on the lower bunk.
Here you are, Ramos. This cell here. You can take the top bunk.
All right.
How many cards you want?
Make it 2, Jake.
Hey, move, will you? I want to get in my bunk.
Come on, make your bet.
Says 2 cigarettes.
You're 2, bunk you 6.
I said I'd like to get in my bunk.
Go on, Sam. Play the game.
Okay, we'll see you.
Maybe you didn't hear me, Sam. I said I want to get in my bunk.
I heard you, Mac. I don't like shoving around like this.
All right, now, sit down. What's your complaint?
Didn't they tell you when you came through the door? They bury you in the hole for beefing in here.
Then as long as I'm in here with you, let's get it straight right now. Don't bother me. And while you're at it, keep your rum-dum pals out of here, you understand?
I don't think I do.
You'll be around quite a while, smart guy. I won't forget this.
Oh, yeah.
Shout time. Come on, here it is. What are you doing down there, Dobbins?
Nothing. I always sit on the floor.
Get back to your cell. Ciao.
Yeah. See you, Jake.
What's this junk they feed you?
Boiled beef, boiled potatoes. It's a habit with them here.
Junk. Can you buy from the outside?
Candy. Sometimes pie. Guy comes around in the morning. Who are you?
Joe Ramos.
Ramos, huh? Chicago?
I've been there.
So have I. I'm Jake Carver. Hiya.
All right.
What are you up for?
Talk to my lawyer.
You got a smart mouth.
You got a big one. You take care of your own worries, huh? I'll take care of mine.
I ain't got any worries. I got it made. Hey, you want that piece of bread?
I don't want any of it. Take it.
Tell the truth, I never had it so good. No witnesses, no evidence. They can't touch me.
Sure. That's why you're in here. 3 days passed. By playing the part of the tough gunman from Chicago, I succeeded in getting close to Carver. Because of the close confinement, I was with him almost constantly, but he still refused to confide. In a roundabout way, I pressed him as much as I could for the answer without making him suspicious. No results. 8:55 p.m. Sunday, 2 days before the trial opened. Sam, Jake Carver, and I were playing blackjack in the aisle just outside our cell.
All right, Sam, hit me.
There you are.
Okay, I'm good.
Ramos?
I'll stand.
18. Pay 19.
That's all for me.
Me too. I'm going to hit the sack.
Yeah, just when I start to come back.
Always crying.
Hey, Ramos, seems to me I remember you. Haven't I seen you around City Hall?
Sure. I live there.
All right, it's time. Lock up.
No, seems to me I remember.
Ramos? What's he talking about?
I don't know. I got a headache. It's killing me.
Yeah? Well, let me crack your neck. It'll help it.
No, it's no good. You got any of them brown pills?
Come on, I'll crack your neck. Loosen up those nerves. Always helps me.
Yeah?
Yeah, here, let me show you. Come on, turn around.
Take it easy.
Just relax. Let yourself go.
Yeah?
Well, I'll get my hands around the back of your neck. Come on, relax. Well, this won't hurt you.
All right.
You got to be careful with this, though. You could break a guy's neck, you know.
Take it easy, huh?
What's the matter? Come on, relax.
All right.
Let me get a better grip on your neck.
Take it easy, huh?
All right, now. Yeah. All there is to it. How's that?
Oh, that's not bad. Feels a little better. That works okay.
Sure. Hey, I noticed you had a visitor today. One of the boys from the East?
No. A friend of mine out here. He just got in town. The coppers are trying to pin a killing on him.
No? Who is he?
Max Wesley. A good man. Tried to say he pulled a job down in San Pedro.
Pedro, huh? What kind of job?
Stick up. Drugstore a couple months ago.
Yeah? That's what they got me on, you know?
It's funny. Oh, I think I'll get some shut-eye.
What about this job they're trying to hang on him? He tell you?
I don't remember. The guy who ran the store was shot up, I think. Died. Max wasn't even in town when it happened.
Happened in May? Last May?
I don't know. I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
Hard bed.
They didn't have nothing on Max, huh? They let him go.
Oh, not yet. He's out on bail.
I mean, no evidence on him, no gun, huh?
Yeah, they got a gun. I think that's what Max said.
Where'd they find it, he say?
I don't know where they found it. Go to sleep, will you?
He mentioned anything else about Pedro, like San Pedro Hills?
Yeah. Well, maybe that's where they found it. I think Max said that.
Oh. That couldn't be. All right. That isn't either. Hey, Ramos, it wasn't the Harbor drugstore, was it?
What's eating you anyway? Will you go to sleep?
Look, Ramos, I gotta know. It's important.
What are you talking about? I gotta get some sleep.
Will you listen a minute? I ditched a gun down there in the San Pedro Hills.
All right, what are you worrying about? They don't send you up for hiding guns?
Listen, I'm hot on that job. They got me on one murder rap. If they tag me in another one, it's for keeps.
What do you want me to do? Talk to the governor?
Are you sure this guy Max said that they found a gun?
Now, look, Carver. Max said they found a gun in the San Pedro Hills. Now, you get on down in your bunk and let's talk about it in the morning, huh?
What kind? Did he say what kind?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Was it a 45?
Something like that, yeah. 45, I guess that was it. Now, get... Listen. Got that jailer barking down here.
Quiet down in there.
All right. You go to sleep now?
Can't be. It's not the same one. They couldn't have found it. They haven't talked to me. Ramos.
Huh?
When did they find the gun? Did Max tell you that?
Oh.
When did they find the gun? When?
I don't know.
He didn't say where?
San Pedro Hills.
Ramos, I gotta know. Wasn't by a covert, was it? On the hill road?
I don't know. I'll ask Max the next time I see him. Is that where you ditched yours?
They couldn't have found it. Nobody could have. It was this covert, see, back on the road.
Yeah.
There was a piece of cement broken off the bottom edge of the covert, kind of a hollowed-out space inside. I pushed the dirt all around it. You gotta ask Max.
Mm-hmm.
Ask him where they found that gun.
Yeah, I'll see him Wednesday. I'll ask him.
You gotta find out. They could put me away for good.
What are you worrying about? They haven't paired you up yet with the gun they found?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Maybe they didn't figure it. Maybe they forgot.
Maybe.
Yeah. Cops are dumb. They forget. That's what everybody says, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what everybody says.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 18th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The murder gun, a .45 caliber automatic pistol, was recovered from the San Pedro Hills, and Jacob John Carva was brought to trial. He was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. The jury again refused to recommend the death penalty. Carva is now serving a life term in the state penitentiary without possibility of parole. You have just heard Dragnet, authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Dragnet wishes to thank the editors of Radio Best magazine for their considerate appraisal of this program. For those of you who may be interested, a novelized version of Dragnet appears in the April issue of Radio Best.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Tomorrow, hear Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman in the Halls of Ivy on NBC.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Stranger Than Fiction, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's twisting you like a tornado and you want out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, writing this letter is a hideous necessity. But a rival has come into my life, or I should say, this woman has come back into my life, and in such a way as to cause me the kind of humiliation I will not tolerate. You may have read my husband's best-selling novel, The Awakening. Everyone else seemed to have. Well, I must know whether this particular woman is or is not the heroine of this tale of passion.
This should be an easy enough assignment for you. Please call me at my home so we can arrange an immediate appointment at your office. Sincerely, Victoria Beasley.
Now, Brooksy, that's what I call a world-shaking problem.
Well, you wouldn't make so light of it, my lad, if you'd read Samuel Beasley's book. It was banned in Boston.
Oh.
One critic called it an emotional hotfoot, 700 pages long.
Well, I must get to this cultural milestone as soon as I finish the Rover Boys in the Indian country. Right now, I'm going to call Mrs. Beasley. Okay, Mrs. Beasley, I'll just sit here and wait until you stop prancing up and down.
Mr. Valentine, you don't seem to appreciate the position my husband's placed me in with this book.
Here, Mrs. Beasley, have a chair.
Nobody's made you look ridiculous. Friends don't snicker and whisper behind their hands every time you pass.
Look, please,
So
lady.
you can sit there with that superior smirk on your face.
Well, if I'm smirking, it's because I'm trying not to laugh out loud.
I didn't come here to...
With someone like you, Mrs. B, I've got to say what I mean to make a dent. Oh, Brooksy, you read the society columns.
Oh, sure. A girl's got to be improving her savoir-faire, you know.
All right. Now, how is Victoria Beasley usually described, this time without the routine?
Really now, Mr. Valentine.
Well, without the routine. Victoria Beasley, glacial beauty, wondrous wit, soul of poise.
Please.
Evoked an almost audible gasp of admiration when she arrived at the Duchess's party, late as usual.
I'm leaving.
Now, wait a minute. Won't you admit this does call for a laugh? A woman with all those assets getting green-eyed over a fictional gal her husband dreamt up in a novel?
Sam is a broker, not a writer.
Oh, say that about Samuel Beasley on a quiz program, and the man will come up with, too bad, better luck next time.
I cured him of all his literary pretensions 10 years ago when he married me. Lord knows where he found time to write this book. He did it out of sheer malice.
You mean you thought you had a colorless milquetoast character for a spouse, and now he's the pop of a bestseller, stealing all the limelight from you?
No. That's not it at all.
Then what is it?
The Diana in Sam's book actually exists. Everything that happened between her and the hero actually happened. Almost every critic said it has the ring of truth.
Oh, well, that doesn't mean that
The whole situation. A community like our own, Deer Lake Park. The description of Diana. The cold, distant wife who didn't know what was going on.
The glacial beauty, huh? You sound as though you knew the heroine.
I think I do. And that's where I need your help, Mr. Valentine.
Well, look, haven't I tried to explain
So many
that-
things are so very clear now. For instance, every Thursday for the last year, Sam's received a telephone call at 5:30. He's always made a point of answering it himself.
Well, does it have to be another woman? It could have been his bookie. They're very punctual, too.
Once I reached the phone before he did. The party hung up. I'm sure it was a woman. The woman.
You recognize the perfume, no doubt.
Let me finish. Every Thursday night he's made an excuse to go into town and never once mentioned what he did.
Well, of course, you keep Sam informed of all your moves.
That's aside from the point. Your commentary doesn't interest me. I just want you to find out if Diana in Sam's book is or isn't Peggy Wilkinson.
And who's that lady?
Her family has the estate next to ours at Deer Lake Park. She's always loved Sam. Probably would have married him if I hadn't come along.
You mean except for the last year, Peggy's been content to forget, if not forgive.
Peggy's the kind of girl who's willing to wait things out. She makes a career being naive, wholesome, and athletic.
And you think she's the Diana in The Awakening?
You may have seen Miss Wilkinson in the Sunday supplements. She's always carrying not one, but 6 tennis rackets.
Say, tell me, Mrs. Beasley, what's it going to do for your pride to find out if all this is true? Or is it a little feminine mayhem you have in mind?
What I have in mind is none of your business. Question is, are you interested in a flat fee?
Oh, excuse me, will you? Valentine. Oh, yeah, Riley. Oh, what's on your mind, Lieutenant? What? Hey, look, start from the beginning, will you? And this time, stop for the red lights. Huh? Oh, now, wait, I can't answer that. Looks like I'm going to take the case, so I might be violating the confidence of my client. Okay, stop yelling, will you? We'll be right out there. Mrs. Beasley?
Yes?
Do you know a man named Michael Waldron?
I do.
And you left my telephone number in case he wanted to get in touch with you?
That's right. We were supposed to have lunch in town together today. How do you know? Who was that on the phone?
Lieutenant Riley. Homicide.
What's the tie-up, George?
Well, what did he say?
Enough to take this out of the class of a family brawl. Mrs. Beasley, somebody tried to kill your husband.
Well, while we're waiting for Miss Brooks to get here with Miss Wilkinson, what about some drinks? Oh, Sally.
Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am.
Just a minute here.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Mrs. Beasley, suppose we forget about the social graces until we get rid of the business at hand, huh?
The business being to prove I took a pot shot at Beasley here.
Take it easy, Walden. Hey, Lieutenant, Mr. Beasley's been strangely quiet. Would you mind him telling us what happened?
Oh, that's going to be just dandy. He'd like nothing better than to pin it on me.
Michael, please.
Let's face it, Vicky, he resented every moment we've been together.
Why should I, Waldron? You're 5 years younger than my wife. Our friends applaud her choice for a companion when I'm occupied. You're handsome, very charming.
Okay. You guys can knife each other some other time.
Are you sure nobody wants anything?
What, are you still here? I told you that... No, Sally. Nobody wants anything.
I was talking to Mr. Beasley.
You can go now, Sally.
Just as you say, Mr. Beasley.
Mr. Valentine, a moment ago you asked me for my version of what happened here in my study.
Yeah, it seems to have been lost in the shuffle.
I can be very brief about it. I was sitting there at my desk, typing, doing some work on a new story. Suddenly there was a shot through those French doors. I didn't see anybody, and I assure you I didn't stop to investigate.
I get it.
I made a beeline for the drawing room. And strangely enough, a minute later, in walked Waldron.
Here we go.
Let me ask you something, Beasley.
I'll ask the questions if you don't mind, Valentine, and when I'm through, I've got something to ask you. Why you're mixed up in this at all, Mrs. Beasley.
I don't think I can be of much help, Lieutenant. When I left for Mr. Valentine's office, Sam was here in the study. I decided I wouldn't bother him.
Didn't you even tiptoe up and peek in to say goodbye?
I told you. He was working. I could hear him at the typewriter.
As far as I'm concerned, I was merely dropping by to pick Vicky up for lunch. I didn't even hear a shot.
Of course, it might have been one of my readers expressing a critical opinion.
Please, Mr. Beasley, don't try to be funny. You know, you people rank pretty high socially in our fair city. That's why I'm here. Ordinarily, you'd have to be a corpse before I arrive.
Just 1 minute, Mrs. Beasley. I'll take that.
What do you mean?
Whatever it is you're trying to slip into your pocketbook, I'd like to see it.
You haven't anything to hide, have you, Mrs. Beasley?
Why, no. This is just a
gold cigarette lighter.
Yes. I must have dropped it over there by the doors.
Very interesting. Initials M.W.
Lieutenant, you needn't look at me like that. It's not mine.
Well, we'll see about that, M.W. And you weren't supposed to have been here in the study.
Michael.
That's all right, Vicky. They can think whatever they want, but they'll never prove anything.
I'm sure that's a world of consolation to my wife. Isn't it, my dear?
Well, suppose we go back downtown together, Waldron. While we check on this lighter, you and I have a few things to talk about.
Why not?
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I admit this lighter might point very definitely to Waldron, but it doesn't stop there.
All right. Where does it stop?
I'll be able to tell you better when Brooksy gets here. Now, Miss Wilkinson, as I told you, there's no reason to be nervous. The lieutenant has to ask these questions.
But I don't understand. I knew nothing of what happened to Sam until Miss Brooks told me.
Oh, but I didn't tell you, Miss Wilkinson. I made it a point not to.
I couldn't help guessing something was wrong.
Lieutenant, must we drag Peggy into this? You've got Waldron in the other room to take down to headquarters. Why this inquisition?
Valentine and your wife dragged this young woman into this mess, not me.
Surely, Sam, you can't object to us doing everything we can to find out who tried to kill you.
Your concern for me is very touching, Victoria.
Mr. Beasley, whether you know it or not, your wife has a theory that the heroine of your book is modeled after Miss Wilkinson.
Mr. Valentine, that was supposed to be a matter of confidence between us.
Attempted murder changes all that.
Victoria, you really believe that? Me, the Diana in The Awakening, that irresistible creature who unleashed such raging passion in a man?
Sam was so carried away, he couldn't help dropping some unmistakable clues. How long has this been going on? Just the last year? Or the whole time we've been married?
Now, Victoria.
How many people have known it all along, laughing at me?
Oh, this is ridiculous. Peggy is the last person anybody would picture as the femme fatale. She's the outdoor type. Much too wholesome for that sort of thing. Just to look at her, anybody can tell that.
Why stop there, Sam? You with your marvelous knack with words. Why don't you say I'm just about as glamorous as a dish of cottage cheese? I use Lifebuoy in my tub instead of perfume bath salts. It's the direct opposite of the striking and glamorous Victoria.
Just where were you all morning, Miss Wilkinson?
I have no airtight alibi, if that's what you mean. I was out horseback riding, all by myself.
Look, let's stop sparring, huh? Now, look, Valentine, you said you were going to pull some kind of rabbit out of the hat. Well, come on, let's have it.
Okay. Do you happen to own a cigarette lighter, Margaret?
Well, yes. I didn't know there was any law against that.
Could this be it? The initials M.W. could stand for Margaret Wilkinson, as well as Michael Waldron. Now, while you were out horseback riding, you might have taken a slight detour. And you might have wanted to kill Beasley because he wouldn't get a divorce and marry you.
Well, Miss Wilkinson?
Very well. Why shouldn't I admit it? It's all true about this morning. And the book.
Well, you know what you're saying, Peggy.
Yes, and I don't care. Oh, this'll really cause a sensation. The wholesome, colorless Peggy Wilkinson turns out to be the fabulous and much-discussed Diana. Oh, and I'll love it.
You heard her, all of you. This tweedy little frump has been making a fool of me. Me.
Well, Miss Wilkinson, I guess we'd better get into town.
I'm afraid not, Lieutenant Riley. Because I'm not going to press charges.
What?
George, did you hear the man?
Yeah.
I came here to make an arrest, and that's what I'm going to do.
I refuse to prosecute. As far as I'm concerned, Peggy was out hunting squirrels, and her marksmanship was incredibly bad.
I think you're right, Sam.
But I don't. I want the world to know that you couldn't hold a man, Victoria. And of all things, you lost him to me.
I think that washes everything up, Lieutenant. Thank you very much for your trouble.
If you were anybody else, Beasley, I'd better get out of here before I lose my...
Peggy, I'd better take you home.
Oh, yes, sir.
Victoria, you'd better go and reassure Waldron that he's a free man.
I'll do that, Sam. I'll be right back, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah.
Well, where does that leave us, George? I don't see any point in hanging around now.
Oh, a very important point, Brooksy. A particularly fat and juicy bill.
Oh.
About what she wanted to know. So, sit down at the great author's typewriter and make it out.
Okay. What amount shall I make it, George?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I was looking for Mrs. Beasley. This is my day off. I was just leaving.
Mm. Well, so long, Sally.
I was in the next room before. I couldn't help overhearing Mrs. Beasley say Mr. Beasley was using the typewriter when she left this morning.
So?
The reason the typewriter man was here was to bring this new machine. Goodbye, Mr. Valentine.
George. Yeah, Brooksy. This is a noiseless machine.
Then she couldn't have heard it. With the doors of the study closed.
Now, why did she lie?
You mean Victoria took a shot at her husband and then came to us? Oh, but why would Peggy...
I don't know, Angel, I don't know. But unless I have the proud Victoria sized up all wrong, the lady is still out to do murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure, George Valentine, in just a moment. You like your car. Probably everybody in your family and most of your friends like it. But there's someone who doesn't like your car. And his name is Old Man Rust. He's most destructive when your car is standing idle for long hours. He sneaks in with condensed moisture and starts nibbling at internal engine parts the moment you cut the ignition. But if you've got RPM motor oil in your car, don't you worry. So when you cut the engine, RPM doesn't drain off vertical parts. It stays on the job and prevents rust from ever getting started. Other compounds in RPM, motor oil, prevent gummy carbon and lacquer formations, put a stop to corrosion and oxidation. It adds up to complete protection, another reason why RPM is first choice in the West. Ask for RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A marble-cold society beauty, Victoria Beasley by name, who'd rather die than be humiliated, hires you to prove that the heroine in her broker husband's sensational first book is a former sweetheart of his, Peggy Wilkinson. You don't want any part of a divorce-bound shuffle like this, but then an attempt is made on Sam Beasley's life. Said Peggy takes the blame, and the wife trips herself up with a stupid, needless contradiction, which seems to give the lie to Peggy's confession. All of which sends you, George Valentine, into frantic action to prevent another try at murder.
George, what are you going to do?
Find Victoria. Okay, Walden, where is she?
That's what I'd like to know, Valentine. What did you say to Victoria? She just brushed past me, told me to stay here until she gets something cleared up once and for all.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Well, wasn't Mrs. Beasley more specific? Where was she going? What was she going to do?
That's all she said. But you've got to stop hounding her, Valentine.
Me? Hounding her?
You're a little mixed up, Mr. Waldron. Victoria came to us.
Well, there's no time to go into detail.
Why don't you admit it? Her husband hired you to spy on us. You can't do that to the kind of person Victoria is. She's easily upset, and I'm not going to let you.
Now, look, Buster, I got places to go in a hurry.
You're not going anywhere. You're going to leave Victoria alone.
You're a big, well-built lad, Waldron, but don't try to maul me.
You're staying right here, even if I have to.
Sorry, but you forced me into this corner. I told you I got places to go.
Don't keep looking around like that for help, Peggy. I waited till Sam left so I could be alone with you. I'm here to kill you in your own house.
Victoria, put that gun away. You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, yes, I do. In the presence of others, you admitted that you came between me and my husband. It was you who were phoning every Thursday at 5:30. The other details are all there for the whole world to read in Sam's book.
No, Victoria, no.
No jury will convict me for trying to protect the sanctity of the American home.
Now, listen to me, Victoria.
Instead of being a laughingstock, I'll be a heroine, a noble figure. That's something I never could stand for, being laughed at. I'm willing to do anything to put an end to that.
But you've got to believe me. I lied to that lieutenant. I didn't try to kill Sam, and I'm not the Diana in his book.
Do you expect me to believe that?
Well, I said it only because I'm human. I'm tired of being the dowdy thing that I am. Can't you understand what it would mean if people thought that I had all the glamour that you have and more? I haven't been waiting around for 10 years to get Sam.
Sorry, Peggy. I'm all through talking.
I'm sorry about this.
Oh, how did you...
She was going to kill me.
It's all right now, Peggy.
Your wrist will hurt for a couple of days, Mrs. Beasley, but you're lucky to get away this easy.
Well, I get on my knees and thank you most humbly.
No, and you better not bother picking up that gun either. I'll just take that. Where did you get it anyway?
It's Sam's. I took it from a drawer in his shipper robe.
I see. Okay, come on, Mrs. Beasley. You too, Miss Wilkinson.
Where are we going?
Right back where we started. Who knows? If I'm lucky, I may come up with another rabbit out of the hat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't like hogging the floor, but the time has come when you're going to have to do the listening.
Well, get it over with, Mr. Valentine. I'm sick of this whole thing.
I'm sure the ladies, too, are anxious to hear what you have to say.
Well, you should be more than anxious, Mrs. Beasley. You should be shaking with fear over what you might have done today.
You mean committing murder? I had every intention to.
Victoria, you can't go on feeling that way about me. I told you you're all wrong.
Stop sniveling, Peggy. You're safe. I doubt if I could work myself up to the same fever pitch again.
Oh, now you're just being an old softy, Mrs. Beasley.
What I meant to say is that if Miss Wilkinson is right, you would have killed the wrong woman. and paid for it with your life.
I'm just as sure as ever that she's the Diana Sam wrote about.
And about that attempt on your life, Mr. Beasley.
Oh, yes, we mustn't forget that.
If Miss Wilkinson has recanted her confession and Waldron here is staunch in his denials...
I certainly am.
That leaves only you, Mrs. Beasley.
Oh, you placed much too much importance on my hearing Sam's typewriter. I only said that to make my story sound more convincing. I didn't want to be implicated in something I had nothing to do with.
Well, it seems we're right back where we started from, with a full-blown mystery on our hands. Maybe it would be best just to forget it.
I don't know about that. Stay where you are, Victoria. No, I'll answer that, Mr. Beasley.
Oh, yes, but
5:30. Thursday. Same call, same time. Every week.
Yeah, the other woman. Hello?
Is that you, Sam?
No. No, but I've got a question for you, lady.
Oh, dear Lord, what I almost did.
Yes, Mrs. Beasley. There is a real-life Diana, and that was she on the phone. Okay, who is she, Beasley?
If a writer learns nothing else, he learns the value of confounding and bewildering the reader. That's the way I choose to leave it now.
Oh, Peggy, I couldn't help believing what I did. And if Mr. Valentine hadn't
Brooksy,
stopped
come
me,
here
I
a
would...
minute.
Yes, George.
Get on the phone and tell Riley to get back here.
Oh, he's going to just love that.
Well, it's only right that he should be in on the payoff.
Same rabbit in the same hat?
Nope. You've heard about how those long-eared critters increase and multiply. Well, at this point, there's a whole slew of the little beasties.
Huh?
In other words, Angel, now we've got all the answers.
All right, Valentine. I get the picture of what happened between Mrs. Beasley and Miss
But
Wilkinson.
I told you, Lieutenant, I'm not going to do anything about it. Awakening. Certainly under the circumstances, I'm not going to do anything about it.
Oh, most certainly. There have been 2 murder attempts, and we're supposed to just laugh it off, huh?
Lieutenant, do I still have to hang around here?
As far as I'm concerned, you can drop...
Surely, Waldron, you don't want to miss the exciting explanation Valentine's promises.
Yes, why don't you say something, Mr. Valentine? What have you got on your mind?
I don't think you can stall much longer, darling.
Okay, I admit I have been stalling. But for a very good reason. Still, if the time has come. Beasley. You staged this whole business. Nobody tried to kill you.
What?
You fired that shot through the French doors.
You're going to have trouble proving an obvious absurdity like that.
Okay, if someone really wanted to kill you, some person in this room who knew you, he would have walked right up to you and let you have it, not resort to any hit-or-miss tactics.
That makes sense, Valentine. Go on.
The gun your wife wanted to use on Miss Wilkinson, your gun, has 1 bullet missing from it. And that's the bullet embedded in the wall over your desk.
Are you sure of that?
Quite sure, Lieutenant.
Mr. Beasley was so convinced that suspicion would never fall on him, he was, well, let's say, careless enough to put the gun back in his room where his wife found it.
Why would Sam do such a thing?
I'll tell you why. He'd make the headlines, more publicity for that book of his.
Yes, dear, that thought did occur to me.
The sensation the awakening caused was beginning to die down. Something like this would have started people talking all over again. Make me seem even more ridiculous.
It was fit payment for the 10 years you lorded it over me, making me a laughingstock among our friends.
And I was to be the patsy in the deal. I've been waiting for this, Beasley, and now is a good
put, Buster.
And the lighter, Sam? Were you going to purposely implicate me?
No, Peggy. I never thought of you as Margaret when I planted that lighter with the initials M.W. I wanted it to point to Waldron, but I never intended to press charges.
Oh, there must be something in the books that applies to a case like this. There's got to be. And I'm going to find it. Look, Beasley, I don't care how big a man you are.
Lieutenant,
Huh?
You haven't heard the whole story.
I don't think I can take any more.
Oh, you don't know about rabbits, Lieutenant, and how they increase and multiply.
Miss Brooks, there's an awful lot of things I don't know, but I'm going to find out right now.
Oh, Mrs. Beasley, I didn't know you had company.
What, Sally?
I just wanted to tell you I was back in case you needed me.
But, Sally, this is your night off.
I'm sure she'll give you a detailed report some other time, but now...
Lieutenant Riley, you should be ashamed of yourself.
What's that?
That's no way to talk about the almost legendary Diana.
You know what you're talking about.
You must be out of your mind.
I was trying to stall till Sally got here.
But how did he find out, Mr. Beasley?
I'm sure he's coming to that right now, Sally.
You mean my own maid in my own house?
Yes, Mrs. Beasley. Those mysterious phone calls every Thursday. Thursday. The traditional maid's day off. Sam couldn't keep his appointment tonight.
I can't help myself, Victoria, but it is funny.
But not to me, Michael. You can get out and stay out.
Victoria, I'm truly very sorry.
Of course. You began tying things up, George, when Sally made those pointed remarks about the new typewriter.
Frankly, I'm glad it's all out in the open.
Yeah, me too.
Victoria, although this must necessarily add to your humiliation, after our divorce, Sally and I are going to be married.
Oh, but that's impossible.
What?
What do you mean impossible, Sally?
Well, I'm already married. But Joe's been in San Quentin for the last 2 years.
Oh, this is wonderful. Oh,
And this time, Michael, I can laugh with you.
Sam, I'm very sorry. You look so hurt.
Sally, you might have told me instead of making such a fool of me.
But, Mr. Beasley, we just went to the movies and dinner every Thursday night.
Oh, brother.
And after all, it isn't every girl who has such a beautiful book written about her.
Oh, I don't know, Riley. I think the whole thing's pretty understandable.
Oh, don't you even talk to me about the Beasleys.
But the depressed middle-aged man turns an innocent little affair into a literary heat wave. The book Victoria kept him from writing for 10 years.
Yeah. This seems to be the night for laughing jacks. What goes with you, pal?
Well, Sam's book should have an aftermath. The awakening is complete.
How come?
Well, I'm betting Victoria is going to feel sorry for her spouse now. And after 10 years, they're really going to get together.
Yeah. Who cares?
Well, that's the beautiful part about marriage, Riley. It really can take a beating and still survive.
Oh, you're so right, darling. More people ought to try it. Or am I being too subtle again?
Oh. Well, well, what I really meant, Angel, was that, well, you see...
Go on. Squirm, pal, squirm. For the first time today, I've found something to laugh at.
If you want to be off to a good start, a fast start, every time you use your car, just make sure it's Chevron Supreme gasoline you've got in the tank. This premium quality gasoline turns the engine over the moment you press the starter. Gives your car a faster warm-up, too. More pep in traffic, a new ping-free power that lifts your car over the hills. Try Chevron Supreme and you'll agree it gets the best out of your car. Another thing, it's climate-tailored. In each different temperature and altitude zone of the West, count on Chevron Supreme for your car's best performance the year round. For today's high-compression engines, you just can't buy a better gasoline. So why not try it tomorrow? Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, as George Valentine is poking through the tall grass in a vacant lot, we'll hear him saying to Brooksy,
Well, looks like we walked into something, Brooksy.
What? That looks like part of a man's shirt.
The collar of a man's shirt with blood on it.
Golly. Stephen must have torn the collar off so he could cover the wound.
And the shirt came from Jonathan's. That's the shop where they look down their noses if your bill runs under $200.
Then we better work fast, George.
Yeah, because young Steve's life is worth under 2 cents.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Lee Patrick as Victoria, Frank Martin as Sam, Peter Leeds as Waldron, Mary Shipp as Peggy, and Bernice Barrett as Sally. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, The Man Who Lived Too Long. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter investigated the strange mystery of a dead man who lived 8 days in a week. When you keep up with the times, you not only know what's new, but lots of times you find new ways to help yourself. Take, for example, the modern way to save household drudgery. The 3 great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax. Those efficient new shortcuts to the care of woodwork, furniture, and floors. Linux Clear Gloss, which is brushed on, brings lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface in your home. Linux Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, renews the sleek, gleaming beauty of your fine furniture. And Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new wax finish, lends rich, satiny loveliness to all your floors, wood, linoleum, or tile. What's more, all 3 great Linux home brighteners do the job in record time. So start now to enjoy leisure. Ask your hardware, paint, or department store for the 3 great Linux home brighteners, the modern shortcuts to new home beauty. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. It's quiet in the old Victorian mansion on the corner of 5th and 4th. Nick Carter is working on some intricate aniline dye tests. Patsy is transcribing notes. A long, calm afternoon of intensive work is ahead. Suddenly, the telephone rings.
Nick Carter's office.
Patsy, is Nick there?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant Riley. Say, you sound excited. Anything wrong?
Plenty's wrong. Let me talk to Nick.
Hold it a second.
What's bothering Riley today, Patsy?
He won't tell me. Here.
Thanks. Hello, Riley. What's on your mind?
Nick, you've got to hustle down to my office at once.
Why?
I got a case that'll blow the top off the city if it breaks. It's got to be checked.
Well, what's behind it?
Ever hear of World Research?
Well, who hasn't, Riley? They're the biggest industrial chemists and research labs in the country.
Well, there's a guy down here named Baker. He's accusing them of murder.
Whose murder?
You'll find out when you get here. Come on.
Whose murder, Riley?
His own murder. This guy Baker here is claiming he's dead already. Nick, this here is Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker, Nick Carter. I want him to hear your story.
Go ahead, Mr. Baker. How has World Research murdered you already?
As I stand before you now, Mr. Carter, I'm a dead man. Shall be buried in a very few days.
Go on.
I'm an inventor, Mr. Carter. Not by profession, but by hobby. During the day, I'm a broker. Evenings, I work in my laboratory. I've been doing research with a friend of mine named John Dray. You can check that.
Get on with your story, man.
I want you to check it to prove I'm not crazy. Well, Dray and I have perfected a new radio development that'll revolutionize the industry. It's been patented. You can check that, too.
We'll decide what to check, Mr. Baker. Go ahead.
World Research has been after us for weeks to sell out to them. We refused. Apparently, they were desperate. Today, I found this piece of apparatus connected inside one of my experimental machines. Look at it.
What a mess of wires and tubes that is.
It was brought into my laboratory by World Research. It's a gamma-ray projector of tremendous power. All the while my experimental radio has been operating, this little horror has been projecting gamma rays until my body is saturated with them. I can't live, gentlemen. World Research has murdered me.
What do you want us to do?
Check my story from beginning to end. Then let me come down here and begin action against World Research. If I'm going to die, Mr. Carter, I want my revenge before I'm in the grave.
Look, Mr. Baker, you're talking like an idiot now.
Easy, Riley, easy. Mr. Baker, Lieutenant Riley and I'll give this case our most careful attention. You ask for vengeance. I promise you this. You'll get it. If you deserve it.
Well, Nick,
I'm finished, Patsy.
is this apparatus Baker brought in really deadly?
No,
You mean he lied?
I'm not sure. All I do know is that this so-called gamma ray projector is just a mess of tubes and wires. It doesn't make sense.
Then the whole case doesn't make sense. And why did Baker come in with that tall story?
Yes. Possible World Research may be trying to buy him out. But why claim murder? Such an odd, impossible murder.
Maybe he's wacky, Nick. I hear most inventors are.
Maybe. Well, there's one way to find out. Get the car, Patsy. We're going to visit Mr. Baker in his laboratory.
Oh, Nick, I'm out of breath. How much higher?
One flight. The janitor said Baker's lab's on the top floor.
I hope I can make it.
Here, take my arm.
Oh, Nick. Are you sure Baker's in?
Yes, the janitor said so.
Well, then maybe he...
Hold it. Here we are.
Sounds pretty quiet in there. Maybe he went out.
Maybe. Wait a minute. Funny. Door's open. Well, let's go in.
Gosh, what a mess this place is. I thought all labs were neat, like yours, Nick.
Not all. Only the really efficient ones.
Doesn't seem to be anybody here.
Can't understand it. Lights on, door unlocked.
Nick,
What is it, Betsy?
behind that table on the floor. Look,
Uh-oh. Baker, all right?
he's dead, isn't he?
Yes.
Then he was right about those gamma rays and things.
No, Betsy. This time, no one bothered with science. Someone simply brought a revolver, aimed it at Mr. Baker, and shot him to death.
I got over here as fast as I could, Nick. If this ain't the screwiest case I ever came
You
across.
can look the body over, Riley. I've already made a preliminary inspection. He was shot at close range with a .25 caliber gun. Colt automatic.
One of those lady-sized pocketbook automatics, eh?
Yes.
How come you're so sure, Nick?
Because I found the ejected shell right here. See?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is it, Nick?
Well, something I hadn't noticed before. Look there, under the body. You can just see the edge of the handle.
Glory be, it's the gun itself.
Watch out for prints on it.
Oh, Nick, I know better than that. Right as usual, Mr. Carter. It's a .25 automatic.
Let's have a look at it, Riley.
Nick, maybe Mr. Baker shot himself. Maybe he was so desperate about those gamma rays and stuff.
Patsy, he didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
How come you're so sure, Nick? Patsy could be right, you know.
Look the gun over by reflected light. Not a print on it. How could a man kill himself and then wipe his prints off the gun? Obviously, someone held this gun with a handkerchief or glove, killed Baker, dropped the gun, and left.
But who, Nick?
It's question number one. I'd also like to know how valuable his invention really is and who profits by his death.
Where are you going to start to get the answers?
We'll try John Dray, Baker's partner, first. Maybe Mr. Dray's an authority on murder.
It's true, Mr. Carter. Our radio development is potentially worth a fortune. It's new and tremendously important. Look over the patent yourself. We registered it jointly.
Mr. Dray, if you were partners, how is it you and Baker worked in separate labs?
Research was only a hobby with Baker. He had a regular brokerage business outside. He wanted a place where he could work now and then, 3-4 hours a day.
Exactly how much did World Research offer you to sell out?
$250,000.
And you refused, Mr. Dray?
Not exactly. We made a counteroffer.
And now that Baker's dead and the patent's all yours, you're waiting for the answer, huh?
Certainly not. I told you we registered the patent jointly. I can't touch Baker's share.
Can you tell me who does inherit Baker's share?
His sister, I believe, Julia Baker. She lives with him over at the...
I know the address. Thanks a lot, Mr. Dray. Oh, by the way.
Eh?
Would it be possible to develop an electrical gamma ray projector?
What? Nonsense. I thought you were a scientist, Mr. Carter. You know gamma rays can only be produced by radioactive elements.
Yes, I know it. I'm just wondering if Baker knew I'd know it. Come on, Patsy. Let's pay a visit to Baker's heir.
Yes, I suppose it's true I inherit Ben's share in the invention, Mr. Carter. I never thought about it much.
Miss Baker, tell me, do you know if there's a copy of the patent here?
I don't know. I think it's with Ben's attorney. That's Roland York at Maiden Lane.
Was your brother working on it very long?
For years, it seems. I don't know where he found the time. I hardly ever saw him outside of Sundays. He spent Sunday with me. He worked very hard at the brokerage, 10 hours a day. What did he do? He was the statistical expert.
No time off?
Hardly any.
Must have been pretty lonesome here for you.
It was. Even at night when he came home from work, he couldn't spend much time with me. He was so tired. He'd just have dinner and then go to bed.
What were his hours at the brokerage office, Miss Bauer?
He worked from 9 in the morning until 9 at night, usually.
Pretty stiff hours.
And what time did you have dinner at home?
Around 9:30.
And then your brother went to bed?
Yes, around 11.
I see.
I can't understand who'd want to murder my brother, Mr. Carter. He was a good man, was friendly, was interested in everybody. Oh, for heaven's sakes, Mr. Carter, who killed him?
I don't know yet, Miss Baker. Frankly, at the moment, I'm much more interested in another problem.
Oh, I don't understand, Mr. Carter.
Come along, Patsy. I want to have a talk with the janitor of the building where Baker's lab is located.
Nick, does this fantastic problem that's bothering you have anything to do with Baker's murder?
Maybe the crux of the murder.
You mean the answer to why Baker lied about that gamma ray projector?
No.
Well, then I don't get it.
Here's the building. All right. Come on.
Okay.
Here's the janitor's door.
Yes?
You remember me? Nick Carter, working on the Baker case.
Oh, sure. Come on in, Mr. Carter. It's awful hot here out on the sidewalk.
No, I've only come to ask you one question.
Oh, here, go ahead.
When did Mr. Baker usually work in his laboratory?
Why, every day.
You're sure?
Aye, sure. He work here every day, Monday through Saturday. He come morning sometime afternoon, sometimes evenings. But I see him come in here every day except Sunday. He always make it a point to say hello to me when he comes in or goes out.
How long did he usually work?
In 4-hour stretches.
That's what I was afraid of. 4 hours a day, 6 days a week. It makes 24 hours, one whole day. Where in blazes did he get that extra day?
Nick, what on earth are you talking about?
Don't you see, Patsy? Ben Baker... Duck, Patsy.
Somebody shot at us from across the street.
I saw the flashes.
Oh, Nick, the janitor. He's been shot.
Help me get him inside, Patsy. Quick.
All right. Is he hurt badly?
Patsy, this man is dead.
What is this mysterious question that's bewildering Nick? Why was the janitor in Ben Baker's lab building murdered? We'll see in just a moment. All of us learn best by doing. That's why American homemakers who have used Linex self-polishing wax have learned so quickly how different, how perfect a quick-drying wax can be. For one practical test is all you need to prove to yourself that this new wax preparation is the key to perfect floor care for wood and linoleum alike. The formula for Linex self-polishing wax, developed by leading research chemists, is completely new, giving new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance to all your floors. And Linex self-polishing wax contains the greatest possible amount of genuine Carnauba wax for that handsome, satiny look only real wax can give. What's more, the underwriters' laboratories have proved by test that any linoleum, hardwood, or rubber tile floor is actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied, as you'll prove for yourself the moment you step on it. And, of course, Linex self-polishing wax takes only a jiffy to use, or you simply wipe it on without tiresome rubbing, and it dries quickly to a beautiful luster that's a joy to behold. So choose genuine Linex self-polishing wax, the finest product of its kind. Ask your dealer now for all 3 great Linex home brighteners to give your home new beauty the easy way. And now, back to our story. The strange murder of Ben Baker, broker and amateur inventor, has faced Nick Carter with many peculiar problems. Why did Baker lie about his impending death? How important was his invention? Who would profit by his death? As Nick uncovers an even more fantastic problem, Baker's janitor is shot to death. Now we find Nick, Patsy, and Lieutenant Riley at the scene of the second murder.
Nick, I'm really lost. I can't make head or tail of this mess.
Can't you give us any idea of what's going on, Nick? Why was Baker's janitor killed?
Probably because he knew some vital clue to the identity of the murderer.
Nick, what's this big question you say is bothering you?
Riley, how can a man live 8 days in 1 week?
Oh, that's silly, Nick. There's only 7 days in anybody's week.
Well, nevertheless, Ben Baker lived 8 days in a week.
I don't understand, Nick.
Well, listen. He worked 12 hours a day in the brokerage house, including an hour off for lunch.
Uh-huh.
He left his house at 8 in the morning for work. He returned at 9:45 or so for dinner. After dinner, he went to bed. I've checked all those times, and they're all verified.
Which accounts for 24 hours.
But according to the janitor's testimony, he worked at least 4 hours a day, 6 days a week in his lab. That's an extra 24 hours, an extra day. Now, where did Baker get that 8th day in his week?
Gosh,
it don't make sense.
You're telling me.
Nick, what in the jumping blue blazes is going on around here? A guy comes around and says he's been murdered, and he ain't. When you check his story, you find all of a sudden he is. Then the killer knocks off a janitor after he's already given his evidence.
And then we find the only one who profits by Baker's death is his sister, who's a frightened girl who looks as though she wouldn't hurt a fly.
Wait a minute. Baker was knocked off with a .25 automatic. It's a woman's gun.
But Baker accused World Research.
What have we got to do about it?
Get a search warrant, Riley.
Huh?
Meet us down at the office of Baker's attorney, Roland York. I want to get a look at that patent.
Okay, Nick. I've been all through the files, and here's everything there is on that invention.
Oh, gosh, what a mess of documents. Looks as though it's as much trouble patenting an invention as it is making one.
Yes.
Well, Nick, anything phony about this stuff?
Strangely enough, no. Apparently, Baker and Dre have worked out quite a brilliant improvement on radio-television transmission. It's not epoch-making, but it's the sort of thing that can cut costs of transmission 50%. Patent seems to be legitimate. Made out by Baker and Dre jointly.
That's what Dre said.
Here's something. Baker's share goes to his sister when he dies.
That's what she said.
But here's something no one mentioned.
What's that?
If Baker and Dre both die before commercial exploitation of the idea begins, Roland York, the attorney, acquires all commercial rights subject to the obligation to pay both heirs their fair share.
Nick.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Patsy?
I know what you're both thinking. That maybe John Dre's the next man scheduled to die. That may be true, so let's get busy.
All right. What do we do?
We're up against a shrewd killer, and we don't know exactly what he's after. Although I have a hunch, if we knew where Ben Baker got his extra day, we'd be a lot closer to the solution. Riley, get hold of Roland York.
Yeah?
Hold him for questioning, as tactfully as you can.
Right, Nick.
Patsy, you and I are going places.
Where, Nick?
To John Dre's laboratory.
To protect him?
Maybe. Also, maybe to find Ben Baker's extra day. There's Dre's place up ahead, Patsy. Last door.
The light's on, Nick. Gosh, maybe Dre's been killed already.
You're remembering the way we found Baker, huh? All right, let's go in.
Oh, who's that? Oh, sorry, Mr. Dre. You startled me.
But we are...
Quiet, Patsy. Who are you?
Oh, let me introduce myself, Mr. Dre. My name is Kent. I'm from World Research.
What are you doing here?
Why, well, I was sent over to express our deep sympathy for your recent bereavement.
So?
And also, You understand how embarrassing it is to talk business at such a time.
Go on.
Well, and also to say that your counter-proposal is really much too high.
You think so, huh?
You must reconsider, Mr. Dre.
Now that Baker is dead, huh?
I don't understand.
Baker was the one who was holding out for the high price, wasn't he?
Well, Mr. Dre.
Now that Baker's out of the way, you brazenly come here hoping you can persuade me to accept a smaller figure.
I assure you.
Nick.
Yes, Betsy.
I just realized maybe it isn't Roland York. Maybe Baker told the truth about World Research. Maybe the patent does threaten their business. Why, maybe they...
Did I hear you call this man Nick?
Well,
I had assumed I was speaking to Mr. John Dre. Do you mean to tell me that I...
What's the meaning of this? What are you people doing in my lab?
Investigating murder, Mr. Dre.
So I was right. You are an imposter. This is outrageous. How dare you...
Mr. Carter, will you have the goodness to explain what's going on here?
Oh, it's really quite simple, Mr. Dre. We came here to throw a little light on the murder mystery.
Patsy.
And what... Yes, Nick?
Say that again.
Say what?
Really, Carter? This is ridiculous.
Quiet, please. Repeat what you said, Patsy.
Well, I said we came to Mr. Dre's laboratory to throw a little light on the murder.
That's it, light. Light in the laboratory. And that's the explanation.
The explanation of what?
Ben Baker's extra day. I think I know where he got it. Come on.
Where to?
Let's go have a look at Baker's electric meter.
What's an electric meter got to do with an extra day?
It'll show where it went. Here, through this door. Down to the cellar. Watch your step.
Pretty dark.
I've got a flash.
Gosh, the cellars in these old loft buildings are creepy. Like catacombs.
Yes.
It's so deep, these stairs go down forever.
We won't be long.
Flash your light around, will you, Nick?
Afraid?
Only of mice.
Careful, here's the bottom. Don't trip.
All
The floor's
right.
pretty broken up. Now, where are the meters?
Oh, there they are, Nick. Over there against the far wall, behind that pile of barrels.
All right, come on.
Who's the killer, Nick? Do you know?
Not for sure yet. But I've got a pretty good idea.
Maybe Julia Baker isn't as weak and helpless as she seems.
Maybe.
Maybe I was right about World Research.
Maybe.
Maybe Roland York got ambitious.
Maybe.
Can't you say anything but maybe?
Here's the meters. Let's see. First, second. Oh, there. Top floor offices. Baker's was 6R.
There it is, on the right.
Yes, and there, I hope, is the solution to the case.
Where?
On the dials. Read off the kilowatt hours.
But why, Nick?
Because when we compare the meter reading now with the reading a month ago, we'll find that very little electricity has been used.
Nick, I can't follow you. What is that?
Now, Patsy, behind these barrels.
It's the killer. Nick, we're trapped.
No, Patsy, not quite. Let him come a little closer. When I give the word, help me push these barrels over. All right, now, Patsy.
Nick.
All right, we can come out now. Our friend's been knocked cold. We'll find him under a couple of crates.
But who is it, Nick? Put your light on quickly.
In a second. I'll be happy to illuminate the very unattractive face of your murderer. And there you are.
Gee, Nick, that's...
Yes, Mr. John Dre.
In just a moment, Nick will return to give you the final details of today's story and explain why John Dre killed the man who lived too long. The best way to keep up the appearance of the things you own is to protect them. And the finest protective finish you can find for dozens of household uses is Linex Clear Gloss, the modern brush-on finish for linoleum and wood surfaces. Here's the self-leveling gloss finish which flows on easily and dries to a lasting finish that protects for months. Protects not only against wear, against dirt, against spotting, but actually protects against hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, even alcohol. Yes, for any surface you want to save, it pays to use Linex Clear Gloss. And Linex Clear Gloss lends sparkling beauty as well, requiring only the whisk of a damp cloth to wipe away surface smudges. Give your floors and woodwork the gleaming luster, the sturdy protection of Linex Clear Gloss, the finest in household finishes. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Cream Polish for fine furniture at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember that your dealer is headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that goes on like magic. Its beautiful colors will lighten and brighten your home at an average cost of just $2.98 a room. Ask for Chemtone, which covers in one coat, dries in 1 hour. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Nick, where did Baker get that extra day?
He didn't, Ken. That's the point of the whole case. Baker never spent any time at all in that lab. If he had worked there experimenting, his meter would have registered many hours of electricity. But as it was, the meter showed almost no electricity used at all.
But, Nick, the janitor said he was there.
Which is why the janitor was killed. John Dray rented the lab in Baker's name. Then he killed the janitor to keep him from telling me that the man found dead in the lab, Baker, wasn't the man who said hello to him as he went in and out.
But why was that necessary, Nick?
Baker and Dray made the mistake of patenting their invention jointly. Now, the patent law is very strict on one point. It provides that only the actual inventor is permitted to take out the patent. If any other name appears on the patent, it's thereby automatically void.
Oh, I see. So World Research could have broken the patent if they found out that Baker was not an inventor, but merely Dray's financial backer.
Right, Patsy. And rather than take that chance, Dray tried to set up a false identity for Baker. He told Baker to go to the police with his story about being murdered, hoping that when the police checked up on him, they'd believe that Baker actually was a practicing scientist.
Well, then why did he kill Baker after all?
Dray was afraid someone might cross-examine Baker and get the truth. We killed Baker to keep the secret secure.
Well, Nick, how about a little preview of next week's story?
Well, next week, Ken, Patsy and I are called to the home of the foremost amateur art collector in the country to find out why one of his portraits has suddenly started squinting.
Did you say squinting?
He did. And he wouldn't have been able to break the case if he hadn't taken the fingerprints of a man who died 200 years ago.
Fingerprints? 200 years old? And squinting portraits? For the love of Pete, Nick, what do you call this case?
I call it the case of the nearsighted picture. Friends, today is the second anniversary of the United States Cadet Nurse Corps. And today, America has urgent need of 60,000 cadet nurses. Every cadet nurse is a girl with a future. The United States Cadet Nurse Corps offers all-expense scholarships, plus monthly allowances and uniforms to high school graduates under 35 who are in good health. And candidates joining 90 days prior to the war's end will be allowed to finish their training. Don't overlook this opportunity to serve. Inquire at your local hospital now. Join the United States Cadet Nurse Corps and do your part.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners: Linex self-polishing wax, Linex cream polish, and Linex clear gloss, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Night's Beat. Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. You know, stories start out in many different ways. Tonight's story started when I walked into a nice little guy's private world and it blew up right in my face.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
When the streetcars and the subways spill out their thousands of tired ones who scurry off into a million directions to find home, that's when my job begins. I start walking, looking for my story so that you can read about it in your morning newspaper and feel good because it didn't happen to you. Tonight I got my story fast. Just walking down Madison Street, west, away from the center of things. I kept walking past the shooting gallery, the nickel arcade with the peep shows and the fortune-telling machines, the jukebox taverns. Madison Street, the quick route to happiness with the world's worst hangover. And then straight ahead of me was Pop Gordon's training gym. That's where the public pays 30 cents to watch fellas training to beat each other's brains out. You know, when I got inside, it looked like just one of those fights. And then I heard one voice over the others. It was a voice I knew.
Somebody call the cops and get that punchy loon out of here.
You yelling stupid bums out of your laughed at me.
What's the matter, Pop?
Randy.
Yeah.
This crazy owl's gone clear off his rocker.
Oh, that's Billy.
Yeah. Somebody call the cops.
Wait a second, Pop. He's all right.
Sure. Listen to him.
I'll kill you. Anybody lays a glove on me gets killed. You
Only one place for a loon like that in a bug house. I'm going to get the cops and have this owl tied up.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Pop. Let me talk to him.
Randy, stay away from that lug. 5 of us couldn't hold him.
He knows me.
Randy, the guy's gone nuts, I tell you.
Yellow, like I said, everybody's scared of getting the same.
Hey, Billy.
Billy the Kid.
Billy.
What?
Hi, Billy. How's it going?
You coming in with me?
No, sure. Make me a big man getting into the same ring with a champ.
Well, that's me, champ. And you're a two-bit bum.
Well, that's a thumbnail description if I ever heard one.
Admit it. The truth. A two-bit bum. Admit it.
I admit it, Billy.
Yeah, but you don't mean it. You're laughing at me like the rest of them. You're laughing at me.
Billy, I never laughed at you in my life.
You're laughing. Well, I'll show you what happens to anybody who laughs at Billy the Kid.
As the world flew away in all directions, I dimly remembered how the sports writers used to speak so respectfully of Billy's fast left hand. But, brother, if they knew what I just found out about his right. When the fog finally cleared, Pop Gordon was bending over me, and there were a lot of other faces, too. But I didn't see Billy when I stood up.
You okay, Randy?
Oh. This is being okay. I don't want any part of it.
He slugged you, but good.
Where is he?
He took off before the cops come. Took off before anybody could grab him.
I don't blame him.
Yeah. I let that bum come in the gym and sit around. Everybody else pays 30 cents, but him, I let in free. What's he do, huh? What's he do? He busts loose, he blows his top.
But why? What happened to Billy?
Oh, I don't know. Tonight I catch him putting a bite on my customers. 2 bits here, a dime there.
Billy was panhandling?
Sure. Like I said, I didn't like it, so I tell him.
And then what?
I don't know. I'm over at the other side of the gym. I hear somebody laugh, and the next thing I know, the owl's swinging like a windmill. He's going to kill everybody just for being around. He ought to be tied up.
Uh-huh, just like that, huh?
Yeah, he ain't safe.
What do you want, the Black Mariah to come around, cart him away like a load of rubbish?
Yeah, but for his own good.
Oh, Pop.
Yeah.
Remember when he was champ? He packed him in every club where he fought. He had $1 or $5 for anybody who held out a hand.
So? What are you getting at?
Well, now he's got no one, Pop, and now he's out in the cold.
Yeah. Oh, I'll forget the cops. But we still got to put him away.
Well, all right, sure, but let's do it as painless as possible. I'll keep him with me tonight, and then tomorrow...
You going after him?
Yeah, which way to go?
Straight up the streets, but watch out, Randy. He blows his lid.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I don't want any rematch. I'd like to know why he blew his lid in the first place, and my jaw in the second place. I'd known Billy a long time. A sweet, gentle guy who always seemed to be living in a world all of his own. A world that nobody else knew about and cared less. And now he was in trouble. In his mood, he might hurt someone, or worse, he might get himself hurt. I must have walked for half an hour before I finally spotted him. He was standing on a corner. I stopped and watched him for a couple of minutes. I watched his hesitant and embarrassed panhandling. Then I walked over to him slowly. Hello, Billy.
What? Oh, hiya, Randy, old pal, hiya.
You want some company?
Oh, sure.
Good.
Randy, where you been keeping yourself? I ain't seen you for a couple of weeks.
You haven't seen me for a couple of weeks?
Well, I thought maybe you'd forget an old pal, huh?
No, you're not the kind of a fellow one forgets, champ. Mm-mm. Now, what was the trouble back at the gym?
Gym? What gym?
Pop Gordon's.
Pop's place?
Yeah.
Well, let's go. I gotta help Pop. He's a good Joe, you know. He never charges me nothing.
Wait a minute, hold it a second, Billy. Hold it.
Yeah?
Weren't you at the gym tonight?
Oh, no, not tonight. I've been here.
And you didn't, massage my chin?
You giving me a rib? Well, what you looking at me for like that, Randy?
Forget it, Billy.
You was just ribbing, huh?
Oh, sure, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I like ribs. Not giving the hot foot and nothing like that, but funny ribs that don't hurt nobody.
No, sure. Can I ask you a $64 question?
Well, sure not. You can ask me anything, Randy, anything.
I saw you a minute ago, Billy.
What?
I never seen you ask for a touch before.
I ain't never gonna do it no more, but Randy, I got it tonight. I gotta get a few bucks. Maybe 15. I already got $2. Maybe.
Why do you need $15?
What? I gotta get a new suit.
A new suit? What's so special about tonight, Billy?
What, there's something I gotta do. I just gotta do it, Randy. I gotta have 15, but... Hey, Dim's car.
Hey, is that you, Randy?
Yeah? Oh, Sullivan.
Yeah.
Randy, don't let him pick me up for panhandling, please.
No, I won't, Billy. Now, you wait here. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
It's Billy back there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, Sullivan. Why?
Heard you had a little trouble with him back at the gym. Maybe we ought to put him in the tank for the night, keep him out of trouble, huh?
Look, Sullivan. He's going away tomorrow for a long time.
Oh, like that, huh?
Yeah, that's it. This is his last night out.
Yeah, I see. Okay, good. That's the way I do it myself. I'll see you around, Randy, but keep an eye on him.
Yeah, I'll watch him like a hawk. Thanks, Sullivan. So long.
What they say, Randy, they ain't gonna pick me up for mooching, are they? They ain't gonna...
No, of course not. Look, Billy, how'd you like to come to my apartment for a while?
Oh, I can't. I told you I gotta get $15.
Well, we'll talk about it.
Well, I gotta get it tonight. Now I gotta get a new suit because...
Yeah, go on. Why?
I can't be wearing this crummy rag when I see her. Not when I see her.
I didn't know what he meant. But whatever had made him go crazy at the gym, whatever had made him hit me was tied in with her. Who she was, I didn't know, and I wasn't sure that he knew. I finally talked him into going to my place, and when we went in, I watched that slow, gentle smile come over his face.
Hey, this place is A number 1.
Yeah. Sit down, Billy.
I ain't got much time.
Just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, okay. I'm awful tired, Randy. Seems like a lot of things has happened tonight, you know. I'm kind of tired.
Sure. Want a drink, Billy?
Oh, no. I never touch it, you know that.
Yeah. And you never panhandled before.
Well, I ain't gonna do that no more just tonight. I never bummed off of nobody. I paid my own way. Come anything, I paid my own way.
Yeah, that's why I want to know why you're putting the bite on people tonight.
I ain't gonna tell you. You'll laugh.
I won't laugh.
You will. Somebody else laughed when I told her. Somebody laughed, and well, when somebody laughs at me, I don't like it.
All right, easy, Billy. Easy. Come on now. That's better.
I tell you, I gotta get $15. Hey, look at this.
What's that, Billy?
I cut it out of the paper today. I seen it. Hey, you take a look at it, huh? You read what it says.
Right. Mrs. Walter Compton and her husband...
Yeah, go on. There's more.
Prominent society leaders of New York will be in town tonight. They're staying at the lake shore and...
I can't go there in this crummy rag.
Well, why do you have to see her?
What? Well, I gotta tell her something. It's getting late, Randy. I gotta get...
I'll lend you the $15, Billy.
You? Oh, no. No, I pay my own way.
Well, pay it back whenever you get a job.
No, I don't want any handouts.
It's just a loan, Billy. It's a loan.
What? Thanks, Randy. You're a champ.
Now, tell me why you got to see her.
You ain't gonna laugh? I can take anything but that, anything.
I won't laugh, Billy.
No, I guess you wouldn't. Okay. You remember once I was champ?
Huh? Oh, everybody knows you were champ. Now, what about her, Mrs. Compton?
Yeah. Well, it's one night after a fight, see? I ain't champ yet, but I'm punching right up to the top, see? Okay, but this one fight, she ain't there, so I go to see her at her place. She's there. And so when
Who's that?
It's me, Billy. Where are you?
Yeah, in a minute.
Sure. Hey, I win tonight. I said I win tonight, Edna.
Yeah, I heard on the radio.
Well?
Well, what?
It don't mean a thing?
Sure. Means a lot, I guess.
You guess. Kid, for $1 who's going to marry the next middleweight champ, you sure take things like a lump of ice.
Yeah.
Edna, anything wrong?
No.
There is.
Okay, something's wrong. Have it your way.
You wasn't at the fight tonight, baby. I looked for you. It took me 3-4 rounds to get going because I didn't see you.
You won.
Kid, look at me.
Sure. The eye got torn open again, huh?
Oh, that's nothing. Collodion fixed it.
Collodion fixes everything, huh? Get cut up, use collodion. That's nice. That puts you all together again. How long do you think you'll stay together?
What's eating on you, honey? The last 2-3 weeks.
The last 2-3 weeks. The last 2-3 years.
Yeah, that's right.
I hate it.
You hate what?
Oh, shut up.
Oh, kid, what's wrong?
You and me.
I don't get it.
The only thing you do get is a measly few bucks for getting your head knocked off.
Oh, I'm a fighter,
So you're
honey.
a fighter. All right, fight. But count me out.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I've been waiting. I've been waiting for him to carry you home.
Me? Me?
It can't happen, huh?
Well, all of a sudden you start blowing your top.
It's not all of a sudden. You said it. You said there was something wrong for the last 2-3 years.
Okay, spill it.
I'm through, Billy. Washed up. Finished.
What?
You and me. Done.
Since when?
Since right now.
Oh, baby, it's just the eye. You see me this way and you...
The eye.
Don't laugh at me, Edna. Don't laugh at me. I take anything but being laughed at.
It is a laugh.
Oh, now listen,
You listen.
honey.
I don't care if you get punched all over the state. I don't care if you get your brains rattled so hard. It's
Edna.
me I care about from now on.
Okay. So I'll be champ. So you'll get your fur coats.
Not from you. Not from a guy who's beginning to look like a punching bag instead of a man. Look at me. Take a good look.
I am. Yeah, I am.
I got looks. I got class. I can do all right.
I still don't get it.
All right, I'll lay it on the line for you. Want me to?
Go ahead.
I'm not going to tie myself to a punchy character. I'm not going to have to walk in nice places with a guy whose face is... Well, look at her. Go on, take a look in the mirror. You see what I mean?
You want me to quit?
I don't care if you do or not, because it's too late, Billy. It's too late.
Edna, you shouldn't say things. Please, Edna, don't. That's the way it was, Randy. That's the way it was.
Yeah, I see. Look, Billy, you don't want to go and see her after that?
I tell you, Randy, I gotta see her. There's something I gotta tell her, and it's gotta be tonight because tomorrow she'll be gone.
Billy, how do you know that she'll see you?
Oh, I know, because there's something I ain't told you. There's something I ain't never gonna tell nobody. And, Randy, please, don't try to stop me. Please don't let nobody try to stop me because if they do, I'll kill them.
Billy said he'd kill anybody who tried to stop him from seeing Mrs. Walter Compton. I looked at his scarred face and into his eyes. A wild fever you see in the eyes of a dog everyone says is mad, but only wants a drink of water. And then?
I guess I shouldn't have said that, Randy.
Well, let's forget it for a minute, Billy. Now, tell me, why do you want to see her?
You don't understand dames, huh?
No, my mother never told me.
Well, she gives me the brush, see, like I tell you. She gives me the brush, but she does it for me, see? She don't want me to get my brains knocked out, see?
Yeah, I'm beginning to see, Billy.
Sure. But me, I got no sense, so I don't see it her way. So I let her walk out, and I don't see her no more. Not until I get hold of that paper today.
And tonight you want to see her. To say what, Billy?
Well, but don't you see? She loves me. All these years, she never lets up. And I want to tell her it's okay, that maybe her and me, we can start all over like, see? What's the matter, Randy?
Nothing, Billy. Look, don't let anybody kid you, pal. You're still champion.
Oh, I ain't nothing. But, I gotta go now. I gotta get $15 for a
Now, look, you're tired. You need a shave. Maybe take a shower. You thought of that?
No.
All right, now you wait here and take a shower and a shave, and I'll bring a suit back for you. Is that a deal?
Oh, gee, you're a champ, Randy. You're a real champ.
I might be gone for a little while, Billy, but when I come back, everything will be okay. Sure. Okay. There was only one thing for me to do, go and see Mrs. Walter Compton. I made sure that Billy couldn't leave my apartment. I locked the door from the outside. I didn't want him picked up before he had the chance to see her. To see the woman around whom he'd built a whole world of fantasy in which he'd lived for so many years. I didn't want that world to come down around his ears. My newspaper pass got me in to see Mrs. Walter Compton in her suite at the lakeshore.
You're Mr. Stone.
Yes, I am, Mrs. Compton.
You're from the newspaper.
Well, I'm not on newspaper business, Mrs. Compton. Not tonight. This is more personal.
Really? Well, what can I,
do for me? Nothing.
Then please get to the point, Mr. Stone. My husband will be here shortly with guests.
How soon?
An hour. Why?
Well, because it concerns someone you used to know.
Really? Who?
Billy Candell.
Billy Candell?
Yes, he was better known as Billy the Kid, once middleweight champion of the world.
Oh, I'd forgotten. And I was glad to.
Mrs. Compton, he's coming here tonight to see you.
What? He's coming? How stupid can you get?
Well, for a lot of people, it's not hard to be stupid or heartless.
Yours must be a rather sentimental column, Mr. Stone.
Yes, it's about people.
You'd better go.
Look, please see, Billy, what can you lose?
It's out of the question.
Listen, all he wants is to tell you something. He wants to tell you that he knows that you still love him.
What? Oh, no.
Oh, now listen to me, please. So tomorrow he's going to... Well, he's going where he can rest. He's sick, Mrs. Compton. He's desperately sick.
Let's not be so polite. The word is punch drunk, I believe. You want me to see a lunatic?
No, he's not. And I'll be here when he comes. We'll keep it between us three.
Do you know what you're asking?
Yes, I'm asking you to give a guy a few minutes of his world. Make it real for him. Tell him anything. Tell him you still love him. Then he'll go away. After tomorrow, you'll never see him or hear from him again.
You're asking me to receive that thing and to bring him into this hotel where everyone can see him? Do you know what that means?
Well, to him, yes.
I'm talking about myself. Myself, Mr. Stone.
Yes, I'd like to get off that subject for a moment.
It's the only subject that matters.
If you don't see him, he'll crack up all the way.
That happened long ago. Good evening, Mr. Stone.
3 minutes of your time.
I said no. Did you hear, Mr. Stone? I said no.
Okay, lady, I'm going. Thank you for everything. It's been lovely.
You needn't be sarcastic, Mr. Stone.
Oh, needn't I be? Look, Queenie, I got a little spot announcement for you. Billy owes you a vote of thanks. You'll never know it, but you gave him the biggest break of his life when you walked out on him years ago.
Oh, really?
Yes, positively. Tonight you're giving him even a bigger break.
Tell me about it, Mr. Stone.
Yes, I'll tell you. The only thing that poor guy's got left is his memory of a girl named Edna. Any resemblance between that memory and you was strictly coincidental. Goodbye. I was glad to get out into the fresh air. All the way back to my apartment, I kept thinking of what I'd tell Billy, how I'd tell him. Then as I walked across the lobby toward the elevator...
Mr. Stone, Mr. Stone!
What is it, Charlie?
Here's a message for you.
Okay.
Here you are, Mr. Stone.
Thank you. How long ago he leave this?
Oh, what, just a few minutes after you left. Did you know you left him locked in? He called down. He asked me to open the door.
Yeah, did he say where he was going?
No. Just that he couldn't wait for you any longer.
Oh, that is on the note. How'd he look?
How'd he look?
Well, I mean, anything unusual about him?
No, he had on one of your suits, I remember now. That pinstripe one. He must have stolen.
No, he didn't steal anything. Now, listen to me. I'm going to the Lakeshore Hotel. If he comes back here, get in touch with me there. Mrs. Compton's suite.
Mrs. Compton's suite, yes.
Oh, and listen, I think you'd better call the police. But ask for Kalski. Remember that Kalski?
Kalski.
Tell him to meet me at the Lakeshore Hotel and quick. I took a cab, and I took the shortest way to the Lakeshore. I watched the pavements looking for Billy, but I didn't see him. He had some money on him, and he must have taken a cab himself. And then I was back at the Lakeshore talking with the clerk at the desk there.
Yes, sir. There was a man here, that description. He asked that a call be put through to Mrs. Compton's suite.
And was it?
Well, sir, he was a rather... Well,
yes, I know. So he didn't get through.
Oh, I called Mrs. Compton's suite myself and told her. That is, I described the man.
Yes, go ahead. What'd she say?
That on no account was I to put him through or send him upstairs.
Oh, well. Okay, that's something. What'd he do then?
He left immediately.
Which way?
Oh, I'm afraid I didn't notice, sir. I was registering some new guests, and I paid no attention.
Okay, thank you very much. I had to find Billy before... Well, before what? What would he do? Where would he go? I asked myself those questions as I walked slowly along, watching for him, hoping to see that pathetic figure in my pinstripe suit, hoping I'd get to him before someone else stopped him. I was afraid of what might happen or could happen. And then I saw him, just past the Lakeshore Hotel, shambling slowly along, his shoulders hunched against the wind that cut in off the lake. I ran and caught up with him. Billy!
What? Oh, hi, Randy.
Hi.
What you doing over here?
Oh, I just, looking around. Why'd you leave my apartment?
What? Oh, well, you was gone so long, and I had to get going, see.
Oh, sure. Come on, let's walk.
Yeah. Hey, I borrowed one of your suits. It's a real champ suit, all right. You mind, huh?
No, Billy, none at all. Did you see her?
Oh, sure.
What, you did?
Yeah, I see her.
Billy, they wouldn't let you go up, remember?
Oh, yeah, but I went up the back.
The back, Billy. Now look at me. Are you sure?
Oh, sure. And she still loves me, Randy. I said everything was okay. She's crazy about me like she always was.
What did she tell you?
Well, she didn't want to talk to me. You know how she is. But then I told her I love her, and she loves me.
Yeah? Billy?
I'm tired, Randy. Lots of things happened tonight. Lots of things.
Yeah, I know. What do you say we go someplace for coffee?
Yeah, I'd like that. I'm awful tired. And when I get real rested good, I'll go back to see her. Her and me, we'll start over again. Hey, this is where she lives, you know.
Yeah.
Look, I gotta see her once more, Randy. Maybe she'll talk to me this time. Huh?
Not tonight anymore, Billy.
No, but I want her to talk to me.
Well, I don't she will.
Yeah, she will. She loves me.
Billy, now listen to me. You let me go up there first. I'll talk to her and fix everything, okay?
Well, tell her not to act like a kid. Tell her to talk to me.
Yes, sure. I'll tell her, but you must put...
Hey, Stone?
Yes, Kolsky?
You put in a call for us?
Oh, yes, I did. It's okay now. I found him.
What'd you call the cops for, Randy?
Oh, Kolsky's not a cop. He's a pal of yours.
Huh?
He thinks you're the greatest fighter that ever lived. He always wanted to talk to you about your big fight.
Oh, sure. But we're busy now. I'll talk to you about it later, Kolsky. I gotta see somebody.
Billy, I promised you I'd see her, remember?
You're gonna tell her I'll be waiting?
Sure. Now, you just stay with Kolsky here. Tell him about the night you won the belt.
Anything the matter, Stone?
No. Just keep him here. I'll answer questions later. Now, Billy.
Yeah?
Promise me you'll stay right here.
You won't stay long, huh? Just tell her she loves me and I want her to talk to me.
Sure, I will. Okay, now you wait here. I didn't think it would do any good to see her again, but I wanted to give Billy a good memory to take along. I saw her all right, but she didn't talk to me either. I went back downstairs and out to the street. I hadn't been gone more than 5 minutes, but they were the longest 5 minutes of my life. Brother, I was beat.
Hey, Hey, Rhonda, you see her, huh? You see her?
Yeah, I saw her, Billy.
What did she say? You tell me what she said, huh?
Well, I told her.
Hey, Stone, how long does this go on? This is a prowl car, not a bus.
Yeah, we're coming along with you.
What's the idea?
Get in the back, Billy.
Yeah. I'm kind of tired. I'd kind of like to ride to your place, Randy.
Sure. Take us to the precinct, Carlson.
Listen, Andy. Did you see his girl?
Yes, I saw her, but she didn't talk to me either. I guess she laughed once too often. She's dead.
Huh?
All right, now just take it easy, Skalski. The poor guy doesn't even know that he killed her. 4 a.m. and the lights are going out all over the city. Even those neon signs on Madison Street. I've got to write my piece and put it in the slot. But what can I say? The story of a one-sided love? Well, if that's what love does to you, I'll stick to pinochle. It's a funny thing about love, isn't it? Let someone get up and talk about hate, and he's hailed as a new leader. Let him speak of love, and he's ridiculed, he's spat upon, and even nailed to a cross. Love is the greatest thing, the oldest yet the latest thing. Yeah. Copy, boy.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
This Chiseler's got you all fouled up in a murder, baby. You'll fry for it.
Senor Rogue, I don't know anything about a murder. Tippy killed him. He killed Maxon. Conchita knows nothing about it.
Stop being chumps, will you? You're both in this with me. You helped me frame Rogue for it. With Maxon Khan, I'm the biggest operator in town. All we have to do is kill Rogue, and we got the world by the tail.
You'll all go to the chair for it. You can't get away with killing me.
I'm going to kill you, Rogue, right now. If you've got anything to say, say it, because here it comes, fall guy.
Rogue speaking. This afternoon, I found a little case in my crime gallery that brought back memories. You just heard a little of it. Enough to know that I was framed for murder. I call the story Little Old Lady, and I'll tell you all about it in just a minute. But first, here's Jim Doyle, who's going to tell you men how to get a fast, clean shave without having to scrape and slave.
You bet I am, Dick. Men, the simple, sure way to a comfortable shave is Fitch's No Brush Shaving Cream. The instant you apply this grand cream to your face, the 3 important shaving ingredients contained in it go to work. They smooth down the flaky top layer of skin and soften up the beard. This makes it easy for your razor to cut whiskers close and clean without nicking or scraping. Among the important ingredients in Fitch's No Brush is a special skin conditioner. This conditioner gently lubricates your skin, protecting it from irritation and burning. After your shave, it gives your skin a cool, refreshed feeling that will linger for hours.
For those who prefer a lather cream, as Fitch's Brush Cream. It gives a swell, hurry-up lather that stays moist and washes off quickly and easily. It, too, contains the special skin conditioner for sensitive skin.
Ask for either Fitch's Brush or No Brush Shaving Cream. But for a solid comfort shave, be sure it's Fitch, spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Thank you, Jim. And now I'd like to go on with my story.
Okay, here's Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue in another personally conducted tour through Rogue's Gallery.
I was looking at the world through azure-colored glasses that afternoon. I was as low as a centipede's hangnail and just about as irritated. A couple of lush cases I'd been working on had blown up without paying off, and the girl I was madly in love with that week was madly in love with some other guy. I needed some money, I needed a vacation, and I needed a new love interest. When the door to my office opened, and in walked a Latin-type panic who made my heart beat in a rumba rhythm that would have made Cougat sound like Spike Jones. I just sat there trading my blue thoughts in on a lot of purple ones while she closed the door behind her and walked toward me.
You are Richard Rogue, the detective?
The celebrated detective, yes. What can I do for you?
I need your help, Senor Rogue.
Okay. What's your name?
Conchita Morales.
Oh, the singer, huh?
That's right. I'm in trouble, Senor Rogue.
You know, I sort of suspected that was why you came to see me. What's your difficulty?
Well, it's hard to explain, but there is a man in this town who is threatening me.
Well, that's not hard to explain. You're the sort of girl who is liable to be threatened.
What do you mean by that, Senor Rogue?
That you are beautiful and extremely desirable and, pardon me, Miss Morales. I shouldn't have said that. I'm just in a kind of an impolite mood today, I guess.
Then you don't really think I am beautiful or desirable?
Don't let that glassy look in my eyes fool you, Conchita. I can see, and what I see pleases me, if you go for understatements.
Then you will help me.
You know, beauty's a wonderful thing, Mexican type, but so is money. My time's for sale.
I have money. I will give you $250 if you will help me.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to get some letters back for me.
Oh? Why?
Because I write them when I'm very young and foolish to a man I think I love. I do not love him. I hate him. I want to marry someone else, that man I love, but I cannot because of these letters.
Oh, here. Slow it down to a gallop, Conchita. I'm getting a little confused. Who has the letters?
Frank Maxon is his name. He's no good. He is what you call a poor loser.
Uh-huh. And who is this man you love at the moment?
Tippy Tyler. We will be married soon.
Oh, you will be married, so... Well, in that case, let's make this strictly business. What do you want me to do?
I'm having dinner with Frank tonight at the Club Cuba. I want you to meet us there. I want you to tell him he must give me back my letters. If he knows that I have employed you to help me, he will give them up. He is without courage. Don't see how I ever think I was in love with him.
Frank is considered quite a ladies' man, or was, before you went up on that income tax rap a couple of years ago. Yeah, I understand the boys in his mob are giving him a little trouble since he got out. Where's that $250 you mentioned a while ago?
It is here. Just a moment.
That's a retainer. If the case gets tough, it's going to cost you plenty more, Conchita. You know that?
I do not care. I must have these letters. Here is $250.
Thank you. And now, what time do I meet you at the Club Cuba?
Be there at 9. And I'm warning you, Mr. Rogue. Come prepared for trouble. Oh, hello, Senor Rogue. You are late.
Sorry, I was held up in traffic. Oh, hello, Frank.
Well, what are you doing here, Rogue?
Conchita invited me.
Sit down, please.
Thank you.
What is this, a surprise party on me, Conchita?
Mr. Rogue is working for me, Frank.
Yep. I came down to help Conchita recover some letters from you. How about it?
Nice of you to be interested, Rogue, but Conchita and I can take care of our own affairs without any outside assistance. Goodbye, Rogue.
No, I like it here. Where are the letters, Frank?
You bore me, Mr. Rogue. I wish you'd leave.
I can give them to you, Richard Rogue.
I want those letters, Frank. You ever hear of blackmail?
I'm not blackmailing anybody. Those letters are mine. They came to me through the mail. If I want to keep them, I will.
But you're threatening me with them. That is illegal, isn't it, Mr. Rogue?
Sure. It's especially illegal for a guy who's out on parole.
Who's going to call the cops in on this deal? You, Conchita?
Mr. Rogue will handle it for me.
Look, sweetheart, it's no go. See? You and I'll just have to work this out our own way.
Hit him, Mr. Rogue. Kill him.
No. Now, there are ways of handling petty larceny pasties like Frank that you never heard of, Conchita. Look, Frank, you know you've got 2 strikes against you. Are you going to play ball with me?
Conchita's mine, and she's going to stay that way, Rogue. She's not getting away from me with your help or any other way. Well, I've asked you 2 or 3 times to get out of here, Rogue. Are you leaving?
No.
I'm sorry about this. I always liked you, Rogue. Oh, Smitty.
Yes, Mr. Maxon?
Will you ask the boys to throw Mr. Rogue out, please?
If thugs lay a hand on me, I'll break your neck, Maxon.
We'll see. Throw him out, boys.
It occurred to me as I hit the sidewalk with the back of my head, among other things, that Frank owned a piece of the Club Cuba and that it was a bad place to start a beef with him. I got up piece by piece, counted my arms and legs, and waited a while for Conchita to come out. She didn't. So I felt in my pocket for that $2.50. It was there. I went home. The next morning, I went to the office and tried all forenoon to get in touch with my Latin-type client at her swank apartment hotel. The Mayflower couldn't locate her. I had a late lunch, and when I got back to the office about 3, there was a little old lady waiting there for me. A lovely little old lady with rosy cheeks and twinkling eyes with a lot of laugh crinkles in the corners of them.
Mr. Rogue?
That's right. You waiting to see me?
Oh, yes, I was. I've been waiting for quite a while, Mr. Rogue. I just had to see you.
Oh, I'll have a chair. Don't tell me you're in trouble.
No. Oh, yes, Mr. Rogue, I am. I'm in trouble because my son is...
Oh? Tell me about it.
Well, there isn't really very much to tell, Mr. Rogue. I know so little about what Norman has been doing. He's always been a little wild, but a few weeks ago he quit his job. And he's had much more money than he ever had before. I know that he's been doing something wrong, Mr. Rogue.
Well, now, Mrs.
Stam.
Mrs. Stam, have you tried talking with him? And,
I haven't told you the worst yet, Mr. Rogue.
No?
Last night he came home for the first time in 10 days. Oh, I've just been worried to death about him. And when he came in last night, he was so pale. And I tried to talk with him, but he went right to his room.
Yeah?
He called me after a while, and I went in to see him. And, oh, Mr. Rogue, he had been shot through the shoulder. He was bleeding badly.
Oh, I see.
I asked him to let me call a doctor, and he wouldn't. I know that he'd been shot while he was breaking some law. I took care of him as well as I could, and I think he's going to be all right. I want you to come and talk with Norman tonight, Mr. Rogue.
Well, Mrs. Stam, I'm working on another case right
if you'd
now.
just come out and talk with him, you could advise him what to do. He won't pay any attention to me, and I have to get him straightened out, Mr. Rogue. I have a little money, and...
Where do you live?
In the southwest part of town, at 2673 Spring Lane. Would you come out with me and talk with Norman? I'll pay you for your time, Mr. Rogue.
I'll go with you, Mrs. Stam.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's perfect all right, but please don't plan on me performing any miracles. If your son was shot during a robbery, he's going to have to go to jail. You know that, don't you?
Oh, yes, I know. I only want him to do what's right, Mr. Rogue. I don't want him to do anything foolish.
No, of course you don't. You have a car?
No,
Well, we'll take mine. Come on. Well, you certainly have plenty of privacy out here, Mrs. Stam.
Yes, it's lonesome. But my husband bought it many years ago. He thought then that it would build up out here, but it hasn't.
Did your son know you were coming in to see me?
Oh, no, I didn't tell him. He's right here in the front bedroom, Mr. Rogue. Oh, please try to understand Norman, Mr. Rogue. He's a very sensitive boy.
Oh, all right. I'll take it easy with him.
He's gone!
There was the bed with blood on the sheets where a man's shoulder would have been lying. There was no note. No sign of the wounded boy I'd made the trip to see. The little old lady was almost hysterical. I finally got her calmed down. She made some tea, offered me a cup.
I should never have gone away and left him.
I should have known better. He was frightened, Mr. Rowe.
Now, drink your tea, Mrs. Stam. Don't cry. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything for you. We'll find him.
You will help me, won't you, Mr. Rowe?
Oh, of course.
Please drink your tea. Don't you like it?
I love it, yes. It's, it is a little bitter.
It's a special kind my oldest boy sent me from China.
Well, I'm feeling a little woozy.
You are? Well, that's right. That's the way it should be.
You poisoned me,
That's right, Mr. Rogue. I did.
My body dissolved before it hit the floor, and a warm breeze wafted me upwards, gently, like a spark out of a chimney. I was drowsy and happy when I hit cloud number 8. I was at peace with the world until I heard that nail-file laugh of my alter ego.
Well, Rogie, that little old lady kind of put you away, didn't she?
Oh, shut up. Let me sleep, midget.
Don't you think you better get downstairs and see what's going on?
Why?
Oh, there must be some reason why Mrs. Stam, if that's her name, gave you those knockout drops. Look at you, knocked out by Lavender and old Mickey's. Bright boy.
Why do you suppose she did it, Pest?
Oh, I don't know, but you'd better find out. You're in a jam, Rogie.
Oh, I'll bet that Conchita dame fits in here someplace.
Get out of here, Rogie.
Okay. Don't push, Ugor. You're my friend.
Going down. Next stop, planet Earth. Last car just leaving.
Cut it out. Oh, look out. Oh, here I go again.
Goodbye, Rogie.
I came to in my car. My gun was gone. I looked for my money. It was still there. I looked at my watch. It was 9:30. I drove to my office, opened the door, and stopped dead in my tracks. There was a dead man lying there in the middle of the floor. He'd been shot at close range through the head. My gun was lying a foot from the body. The gun that had been stolen from me while I was knocked out. I closed the door and leaned up against the wall to think. I was still leaning there when the door opened.
Hello, Rogue. Who's your friend?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant Urban. What are you doing here?
I got a call telling me you just killed a man.
Yeah? Well, that's Frank Maxon, that defunct character there.
Your gun?
Yeah.
Looks to me like we're going to have to hold you, Rogue. For murder.
We'll return to our story in just a moment. But first, we'd like to remind you that in Marie Antoinette's time, hairdressers stood on ladders in order to dress towering hairstyles. Today, the trend in hair fashions is simplicity, a style that requires shining, immaculately clean hair. Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is ideal to keep your hair looking its loveliest at all times. Made from pure vegetable and coconut oils, it protects the hair from drying and becoming harsh no matter how often you shampoo it. Just a little Fitch's saponified shampoo makes swirls of cleansing, fragrant lather that whisk away every bit of dust and dirt. And the special patented rinsing agent contained in the shampoo ensures the removal of all lather and other particles from the hair, so you won't have to bother with additional after rinses. For a shampoo that assures praise-winning results every time, use Fitch's saponified shampoo. You can have a professional application at your beauty or barber shop, or ask for an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo, 6 full ounces, 50 cents. Now back to Rogue's Gallery. Dick Powell as Richard Rogue is telling our story.
What started out to be a very quiet day brought Conchita Morales, the Mexican singer, to my office. She wanted to get some letters back from a Frank Maxon. I went with her to meet Maxon in a cafe, and we had a brawl in front of plenty of witnesses. After I made a few threats, I got thrown out. Next morning, I tried to find Conchita and couldn't. That afternoon, a little old lady came to my office, told me her son Norman Stam had been wounded in a holdup, and I went with her to her home. When we got there, her son was gone. I drank a cup of tea, which was sweetened with knockout drops, and, I woke up in my car, drove to my office, and walked in to find Maxon, the man I'd threatened, shot to death with my gun. While I was standing there wondering what to do next, Lieutenant Urban of Homicide walked in.
Looks like we're going to have to hold you, Rogue. For murder.
Oh, I didn't kill him.
You threatened him in a cafe last night. Plenty of people heard you.
Where do you get all your information?
The little bird that told me he was dead. That you'd killed him.
Oh, but I just got here. I've been gone since about 3:30 this afternoon.
Yeah? Maxon looks like he's been dead since about 7. Where were you at 7?
An old lady came in here this afternoon to see me, and I went out to her home with her.
You mean you've got an alibi?
Well, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You either got one or you haven't.
Well, I went out to see this woman's son. He wasn't there when we got there.
So you came back here and killed Maxon. Look, Rogue, somebody phoned Maxon at 6 o'clock and told him to be here at your office at 7.
How do you know so much?
We've been on the case since 7:30, Rogie. Looks like you went a little too far this time.
Look, Urban, I was doped. I've been out of the picture since about 5:30. And while I was out, somebody lifted my gun.
Rogie, just put yourself in my place. I find a guy you threatened to kill dead in your office, shot with your gun. Yeah. Then instead of an alibi, you give me a fairy story about wicked old witches and knockout drops. Where does this old lady live? This one that kidnapped you?
Out southwest on Spring Lane. Let's go out there and talk to her, Urban. Okay?
Okay, Rogie. We'll just ride in the squad car, just in case, eh? No lights on. There's nobody home. Think we'll go in, Rogie. As long as you say there's a wounded man in here, I don't have to have a warrant. Try the door.
Well, it's unlocked. Come on.
Turn on the lights.
Well, they don't go on. You got your flashlight?
Yeah. Look, Rogie. The furniture's all covered. There's nobody living in this house.
Urban, come over this way. Let's look in this bedroom.
Are you sure you're all right, Rogie?
Sure. Come on, over here.
Well?
Well, there's not even any furniture in this room.
That's right.
But there was a bed with blood-stained sheets.
I'm sorry, Rogie. They seem to have disappeared with the old lady and your alibi. This house hasn't been lived in for months. Why'd you kill him, Rogie?
Look, Urban, you know me better than to think I'd pull a dumb rub out like that in my office.
Yeah, but there are no fingerprints on that gun but yours, Rogie. And he was killed in your office, and you don't have an alibi. What am I supposed to do? I'm a cop. I've got to believe the evidence.
Oh, sure, I can see it that way. Well, I've been framed by an expert.
Have any ideas?
Some vague ones.
Well, I'm gonna pull up here and get some cigars in that cigar store. If you're not here when I get back, I'll expect you at headquarters in an hour.
Thanks, Urban.
Good luck, Rogie.
Well, hello, Murphy. How's my favorite house detective?
Oh, hello, Rogue. What are you doing here at the Mayflower, huh?
I want to talk with one of your guests, Flatfoot. Do you owe me any favors?
Maybe. What do you want me to do?
Give me the pass key to Conchita Morales' apartment.
You want me walking the streets?
Now, just give me the pass key. And if you hear any shooting, come up.
What's the deal, Rogue?
A little murder. Is she in? Do you know?
Oh, Conchita isn't in. The old lady's up there, though.
The old lady? Look, Murphy, what old lady? I'm looking for an old lady.
Huh? Oh, you mean Conchita's mother? Yeah, she's...
Conchita's mother? Hey, a little old lady about this high? Eyes with lots of laughs in them?
Yeah.
White hair, plump? That Conchita's mother?
Sure it is. Her name's Shea. So's Conchita's.
Huh?
Her real name's Ellen Shea.
Oh.
She's no Mexican dame.
No kidding. Hey, give me your rod and a pass key. No, don't get up. Please, Mrs. Shea. Just keep your seat.
Oh, Mr. Rogue.
Yeah, surprised to see me?
Yes, I am. A little.
I can understand that, Mrs. Shea. You figured me for a murder rap, didn't you?
Please don't point that gun at me.
For some reason or the other, Mrs. Shea, I don't trust you. No. Where's Conchita, or whatever your daughter's name is, that Latin from Manhattan, that phony Mexican...
I won't have you talking that way about my daughter.
What do you expect me to call her? After the two of you framed me for murder.
Murder? Who said that before? What do you mean?
Are you going to drop that act? Murder, I said. And murder's what you framed me for. Now, sit down. Where's Conchita?
I'm expecting her any moment.
Drop that gun, Rogue.
Oh, Tippy, where have you been? I've been waiting for you to come in. He keeps talking about a murder.
I said drop that gun, Rogue.
And why should I drop the gun?
Because if you don't, I'm going to pull the trigger on this one. And it's resting at the back of your neck. Come on, drop it.
Where did you come from?
I was in the kitchen mixing myself a drink, fortunately.
Tippy Tyler, huh? I suppose you're the man Conchita's in love with at the moment.
That's right. They're going to be married, Mr. Rogue.
In the death house, I hope.
It's wishful thinking, Rogue.
The two of you killed Frank Maxon, didn't you?
Killed him? Killed Mr. Maxon? Oh.
No, Rogue. You did, according to the cops and all the evidence.
You were Frank's right-hand man before he went up, weren't you, Tippy?
Mm-hmm.
He kind of took over while he was gone.
Go on, talk, Rogue. I'm just figuring out what I'm going to do with you.
Oh, Conchita.
Hello, Mama. What are you doing here, Senor Rogue?
He's making things difficult, Angel.
I just dropped in for a little chat about a house out on Spring Lane and a wounded man who wasn't there and a murdered man in my office. That's all. It was a very nice job of framing me, Conchita, Ellen Shea. And you can drop that broken-down accent.
Okay, Mr. Rogue, smart guy. What happened? Who was murdered?
Well, you ought to know. You helped to plan it.
I did not. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been arranging things for us, Conchita. Frank Maxon is dead. Your mother helped arrange it.
I didn't know what I was doing, Conchita. Honest, I didn't know.
That's a lie, and you know it. You and your daughter end this thing too far to get out now unless you smart up fast.
There's too much talk going on in here. Maxon's dead. He was found dead in Rogue's office, shot with Rogue's gun. Rogue's as good as burned for it.
Mama, did you kill him?
No, I didn't, Conchita.
Look, sweetheart, everybody heard Rogue threaten Maxon last night. It was our chance to get rid of him.
Conchita, listen to me. This Chisler's got you all fouled up in a murder, baby. You'll fry for it.
I don't know anything about a murder.
Tippy killed him. He killed Maxon. My Conchita knows nothing about
Stop being chumps, will you? You're both in this with me. You helped me frame Rogue for it. With Maxon gone, I'm the biggest operator in town. All we have to do is kill Rogue, and we've got the world by the tail.
You'll all go to the chair for it. You can't get away with killing me.
I'm going to kill you, Rogue, right now. If you've got anything to say, say it. Because here it comes, fall guy.
The little old lady picked up my gun and let Tippy have it right between the eyes. He never knew what hit him. The house dick came charging in, and she told him the whole story. Tippy owned that house she took me to. He framed it with the old lady to get me out of the way, giving her some cock-and-bull story about wanting to search my apartment. She pleaded guilty to giving me the knockout drops, but denied, knowing that he was framing me for murder. And as long as she saved my life and gave me an alibi for the time of the murder, I believed her. The judge let her off with a suspended sentence at my request. Conchita was very grateful to me. And when Conchita, she was grateful, oh, the angel, she sing. Oh, brother. This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Don't I meet some lovely people in these stories? They love murder like Richard Rogue loves money, and it makes a very happy combination. Ray Buffum wrote the story, Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. But don't forget, you've got a date with us all next Thursday night. We've got a story for you about blackmail, intrigue, and sudden death. We call it Eve and the Apple. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening, and good night, all. Now here's Jim Doyle.
Don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time. Oh, and by the way, be sure to see Dick Powell in his newest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. And as I was saying, don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Removes dandruff the first time it is used. Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is the only shampoo whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance companies. This statement can be made by no other shampoo. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet's good counter, barber, or beauty shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Margot. You'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. Army intelligence is flying me to Lisbon, Portugal. Yeah. Seems some little girl there is playing fast and loose with Uncle Sammy's secrets, and I gotta run her down if it kills me.
Once again, the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risked their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the Silent Butler.
I guess the boy who first gave out with good things come in small packages must have had Maria Costa in mind. Maria is the luscious-looking brunette walking down one of the steep, winding alleys in Alfama, the old section of Lisbon. She's so pretty, even the beggars stop their panhandling to watch her go by. And 15 feet behind her is a man in a white suit and a white Panama hat, who obviously feels she's worth more than a second glance. He must. He's been following her for days.
All right, senor. What is the meaning of this?
You talking to me, lady?
Yes.
What can I do for you?
You can stop following me.
Following you?
I saw you at the Castello de São Jorge.
You mean that Moorish fortress up on the hill?
Yes.
Oh, not me, sugar. Well, I wouldn't make that climb for anything.
I know it was you. And yesterday you on the Rua Aurea.
But that's the section where the goldsmiths have their shops. You're mistaken. I aim to cover that tomorrow.
You are lying.
Not me, no man. You ask anybody. They'll tell you Dixie Harris ain't told a lie since he was knee-high to a grasshopper. No, ma'am, it must have been some other tourist in a white suit.
Well, in the future, you will be so good as to leave me alone.
Why, sure, Maria. Anything you say.
How did you know my name is Maria?
Did I call you that?
Yes.
Well, now, what do you know? I guess there must be something in that mental telepathy business after all.
I demand to know why you are following me.
Well, I told you, honey. I'm just doing a little sightseeing. And you're the prettiest sight I've seen in all of Portugal. And you can't blame a fella if he comes back for a second look, can you? I'll be seeing you, sugar.
Can I help the senorita?
Please. My name is Maria Costa.
Oh, yes. Senor Butler is expecting you. Just follow me.
Has he been waiting long?
Oh, perhaps a half hour.
Maria.
Oh, hello, Stephen.
I was beginning to worry. Sit down.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Would the senor care to order now?
Yes, I think so. What would you like, Maria?
Oh, a double Smirnoff and orange juice.
Double?
I've developed a great fondness for vodka.
All right, Jose, I'll have the same.
Very good, senor.
Oh, Stephen, it is so good to see you. I cannot tell you how glad I am. Ever since you called this morning, I felt like a bird.
All right, Maria, what's up?
What's up?
Why are you so nervous? Has my wife been bothering you again?
Oh, no, Stephen, honest.
Then what happened?
Nothing, sweetheart.
Now, don't tell me that. You're trembling all over. What happened?
I do not wish to worry you, Stephen. You have enough trouble at home with Anne.
Come on, Maria, I want to know.
Well, some man has been following me.
What?
Ever since Thursday. I think his name is Dixie Harris.
Dixie Harris? Was he an American?
Yes.
What does he look like?
Well, perhaps as tall as you, but much heavier.
Was he wearing a white suit and a white Panama hat?
You know him?
I saw him in Black Horse Square on Monday and in Alcantara on the day...
I have your order.
Well, thank you.
Will there be anything else?
Not just now.
Yes. Go, senor.
What does it mean, Stephen? Why is this man following us?
I don't know, honey. But I sure intend to find out. Now drink up and I'll get with it.
Four, two, one.
Hello?
Have I the honor of talking to that distinguished gentleman known far and wide as the Falcon?
How are you, Dixie?
How in the world did you know it was me?
I recognized you by a white suit. How we doing?
Well, not so hot, Mike. Maria spotted me.
When?
This morning in Alfama.
Tough.
I'm sorry, pal, but it couldn't be helped. Though I managed to tail her to the Cafe Europa where she heisted a couple with Steve Butler.
Always Steve Butler, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
You learn anything else?
No, not a single blessed thing. If you ask me, friend, we got a bum steer. That gal's no spy.
And what about those confidential reports from the embassy we found in her apartment?
I'm beginning to think they were planted.
By whom?
By the same little lady who gave us the original tip.
Are you able to latch onto her again?
Nope. That name she used was a phony.
Well, I don't get it.
Me neither. But I lay you 6'2" and even somebody's trying to frame Maria. What gets me is why.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Dixie. I'll get busy on the answer right away. Keep in touch, fella. I may have news for you real soon.
Yes? You Stephen Butler?
That's right.
My name is Mike Waring.
Oh, of course. Army intelligence informed us you'll be dropping by. You probably want to see the ambassador.
Oh, there's no need to bother him. You're his aide, aren't you?
Yes?
Well, I think you can give me all the information I need.
Sit down, won't you?
Thanks.
Cigarette?
Yeah, please. You, see much of Maria Costa these days?
What?
Maria Costa, the girl who works in the coding department.
Well, working together in the embassy, naturally, I run into her every once in a while.
Yeah, naturally, but how about on the outside?
Why should I?
No good reason. Suppose I told you she was a spy.
That's ridiculous.
We found confidential material in her apartment.
I don't believe it.
Well, that's your privilege. She ever try to pump you?
Of course not.
You're a married man, aren't you, Butler?
Oh, what's that got to do with it?
Nothing. What does your wife look like?
Why?
I'm just curious. We got our tip about Maria from a tall, statuesque blonde.
A blonde?
Yeah, blue eyes, fair complexion. Little birthmark on the right cheek. You know her?
No.
You sure?
Are you calling me a liar?
Oh, heaven forbid. I was just wondering why she would try to frame Miss Costa.
I have no idea.
Well, if through some accident you find out, give me a jingle, huh? I'm staying at the Prince George.
I'll bear that in mind, Waring, but I can't make you any promises. If I learn anything, you can trust me to do the right thing. Hello, Ann.
Oh, Steve, you startled me. I didn't think you'd be home.
Yeah, it is kind of early for me.
Oh, I gotta get off my feet. I had the most miserable day. Oh.
I had a pretty lousy one myself. A fellow named Mike Waring dropped in to see me.
Who?
Mike Waring. He's with Army intelligence. Seems they got a tip that Maria Costa was a spy.
Really?
Really. According to Waring, his informant was, how did he put it? Oh, yes. A tall, statuesque blonde with a birthmark on her right cheek.
Darling, you're not suggesting
Yes,
that...
I am.
You're being absurd. Why should I?
Because you're out of your mind.
All right, Mr. Butler, I did it. Sure, I sicked Army intelligence on your precious Maria. Why don't you ask me why?
I don't have to.
No? Do you think I was blind? I know you're in love with her.
You know, it's a funny thing, Ann. I bet I've heard you say that 1,000 times in the last 7 years, and for once in your life, you're right.
No.
Yes, this time you've hit the nail right on the head.
Steve, you don't mean that. You couldn't. You're just trying to hurt me.
I don't have to. You're the kind who hurts herself.
Steve, please, listen to me. I know I was wrong, but I love you so much. Darling, every time you look at a woman, I go crazy.
I know.
You gotta understand, I just do these awful things because I'm so afraid of losing you.
Well, you have now.
No. You love me. You know you do.
It's all over, Ann. I'm going to marry Maria.
No. I couldn't live without you.
You better get used to the idea. I'm moving out now.
I won't let you go.
Stop it.
I'll kill her. So help me, if you move out of here, I'll kill her.
You're insane.
Stephen, don't go. I promise you, darling.
I'll send for my things in the morning.
Steve, please.
Continental Hotel, your order, please.
This is Louise Butler in 419.
Yes, senora.
What's the house detective's name?
The house detective, Luis Machado.
Oh,
Are you having difficulty, senora?
No. I just would like to see Senor Machado. Is he around?
Not just now, senora.
Well, the moment he comes in, will you please send him up to my room? It's very important. You might even say it's a matter of life and death.
Senora Butler?
Yeah?
I am Luis Machado.
Oh, yeah. Come on in.
Obrigado.
Suppose we sit right here, huh?
Oh, the telephone operator said...
I know, but wouldn't you care for something to drink first?
Oh, senor. I am on duty. The management expects me to...
What the management doesn't know won't hurt them, will it?
See how true.
There we are.
The senor is most kind. If there is any way I can reciprocate...
There is.
You have but to command Luis Machado.
How would you like to make yourself $500 American?
I would like you very much.
You must know all sorts of dangerous criminals.
Oh, unfortunately, yes. It is unavoidable in my calling.
You know a professional killer?
Hmm?
A man who would commit murder for a price.
Senora Butler.
I'll pay him $5,000.
You are jesting, no?
$5,000 cash and $500 for you. I got the money right here in my purse.
It pleases the senora to make fun of Luis Machado, huh?
You don't believe me?
Oh, naturally not. If I did, it would be my sacred duty to inform the police.
You're right, senor. I was just pulling your leg. It was just a bad joke.
I am relieved for a moment.
You thought I really meant it, huh?
Yes.
Now, what would I want with a hired killer? After all, if you want a job done right, there's nothing like doing it yourself, huh?
I do not understand.
That's not important. Senor, I hate to rush you, but would you mind finishing your drink?
Huh?
I just remembered I got something to do.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, there's one nice thing you can say about being married to a girl like Ann Butler. Makes life kind of interesting. You never know what she's going to cook up next. And while Mrs. Butler was comparing recipes with Luis Machado, the obliging hotel detective, Dixie Harris and I were cruising on the Avenida de Libertad, past the obelisk which commemorates the liberation of Portugal from Spanish rule. But Dixie never even noticed it. Apparently he thought I was a more interesting sight.
What's eating you, Mike? You look unhappy.
Yeah, that's me. Old transparent face wearing.
You worrying about that Maria Costa?
Uh-huh.
Ain't you convinced yet she was framed? She's no spy.
That's what bothers me, Dixie.
I don't get you.
Watch it. You almost got that pedestrian.
Shucks, and I thought I had him for sure. What'd you make of Steve Butler?
Strictly the lanolin plus type, a real smoothie.
That's where I had him pegged, too. But I figure he's real gone on Maria.
Yeah, which forces us to the unhappy conclusion that the frame for Maria was staged by his wife.
Hey, you think that's who our blonde tipster was?
But deaf.
Well, wait till she finds out a little stunt fell flat on its face. She's going to be real annoyed.
And a gal like Ann Butler believes in the old saw. If you don't succeed at first, try again.
What do you think she'll try next?
There's no telling.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Doggett, I once knew a doll like that back in Atlanta. She was real crazy about a friend of mine and real jealous, too. Man, every time she blew her cork, you'd have to make for the hills, because that gal was murder.
She was what?
She was murder.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. Where does Maria Costa live?
Right off the road to Principe.
Well, turn this heap around. Let's go.
Hey, you don't think Miss Butler...
I think she's exactly the same type as that girl you knew in Atlanta. Step on it, boy. We got to make like the Marines.
Si, senores.
Oh, no.
Let's get out of here, Mike.
Just a moment, please. You are looking for someone?
Yeah, but I don't think we'll find her in. Is this Maria Costa's apartment?
It is.
Uh-huh. That's what I was afraid of.
Excuse me.
Oh, don't mind him, Lieutenant. He always acts like this when he sees a man in a blue uniform. He's from the South. He keeps forgetting the Civil War is over.
That is most amusing. May I inquire as to your names?
Sure, I'm Mike Waring, and this is Dixie Harris. We're attached to American Intelligence.
I see. Be so good as to enter.
Well, where is she?
In the bedroom.
Dead?
She was shot twice.
Tough.
Obviously, this does not come as a surprise to you, senor.
Hardly.
I would be most interested to hear why.
Can we see her first?
Of course. Over here, senores.
Can we take a peek?
You would like me to remove the blanket?
Yes, please.
Holy smoke, that ain't Maria Costa.
No.
You are surprised?
That's the understatement of the week.
You do not know this lady?
Well, judging from the blonde hair and that birthmark on her right cheek, I'd say she was Ann Butler.
You are absolutely correct.
Where is Maria Costa?
Senorita Costa has momentarily disappeared, but it is of no import. We have already apprehended the assassin.
Who is it?
The victim's husband.
Steve Butler? I don't believe it.
He has even obliged us with a confession.
Where is he?
In the Palace of Justice.
Can I see him?
It will be my pleasure. This way, senor.
Who's there? Hello, Steve.
Waring.
That's who it is.
The embassy send you over?
No, I'm here strictly on my own.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because you're a fellow American in a jam, or maybe I'm just plain nosy. Cigarette?
Thanks.
Well, how are they treating you?
I can't complain.
They tell me you signed a confession.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you kill her?
The usual reason. We didn't get along.
No, from what I hear, you haven't been getting along for years.
When she tried to frame Maria Costa for espionage, that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
So you picked up a gun and shot her?
Twice.
Well, makes sense.
Thanks.
But why did you pick Maria's apartment to do the job?
Well, it seemed like the best spot.
Well, didn't it occur to you it might be embarrassing for Maria?
I guess I wasn't thinking too clearly.
It's funny. You impress me as a boy who always knows what he's doing. Where's Maria now?
I've no idea.
You wouldn't have made that confession to shield her.
To shield her? Don't tell me I impress you as the noble type.
Now, strangely enough, you do.
You're out of your mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll find out when we latch on to Miss Costa.
Look, Waring, you mind your own business.
Well, this is my business. You're an employee of the American Embassy. So is Maria.
I don't want you bothering her. You understand? She had nothing to do with this.
You're in love with her.
I was not in love with her. It was just a little extracurricular activity.
Uh-huh.
I killed Anne, and that's all there is to it.
Well, you ought to know best. But I like to keep an open mind. I'll be seeing you, Steve.
Can I assist you, senor?
You can if you're the house detective.
I am, senor. But how did you know?
You're wearing a derby. My name is Michael Waring.
Me Waring?
Well, that's close enough.
And I am Luis Machado.
Well, glad to know you, Luis. Suppose you take a look at this.
You are with the American intelligence.
Uh-huh.
And there is some way I can be of aid?
So I think so.
Oh, command me, senor.
You, heard about the Senora Ann Butler?
Oh, yes. It is most sad. She and her husband were guests of the establishment.
Yes, I know. The switchboard operator tells me a couple of hours before she was murdered, she asked that you come up to her room.
Oh, yes. It was most puzzling.
Oh? What did she want?
Well, knowing of my profession, she wished to know if I was acquainted with someone who might commit a murder.
How much was she willing to pay?
Huh?
Well, naturally, she didn't expect him to work for free.
Oh, no. She said she would compensate him in the amount of $5,000 American. Understandably, I was horrified. Then she explained it was all a joke.
Did you believe her?
She was an American.
Yeah, they'll do anything for a laugh. Well, what happened after that?
Well, as I took my departure, she said something. Let me see if I can remember. If you wish a task well done...
Do it yourself.
Exactly.
Well, that explains how she wound up at Maria Costa's apartment. She went there to kill her.
Oh, it does not seem credible.
I'll take my word for it. That's how it happened. All right, thanks a lot, Louise.
I have been of some aid.
Oh, indeed you have. Maybe I can make it up to you real soon.
Hello?
That you, Dixie?
Yeah?
Mike Waring.
Oh, what's a good word, Pappy?
Look, I'm at the Continental. I just got through at the hotel, Dick.
Was there any help?
Not much. How did you make out?
I didn't.
Did you find out who identified Ann Butler for the police?
Oh, they didn't need anybody. They found a purse right next to the body.
Was there a gun in it?
No, everything else but. Passport, driver's license, $12 and change, and her keys to the hotel.
What about Maria Costa?
Oh, she wasn't in there either.
I mean, have you been able to locate her?
Not yet.
Well, now, look, we got to find her, Dixie. Go through her application at the embassy. She must have given the name of her close relatives. Maybe she's holed up with one of them.
Oh, I'll get right on it.
Good boy. I'm going back to my hotel. If you learn anything, lift a phone.
Come in, Senor Waring.
Huh?
You will be so good as to close the door?
Oh, yes, of course. You know, you can't beat these Portuguese hotels. If I knew my room came equipped with something like you...
You will stop right there.
Say, isn't that an awfully big gun for a little girl?
I can manage. Please sit down.
Oh, never, while a lady is standing.
Oh, I insist.
I just wanted to show you I never forget my manners. You're Maria Costa, aren't you?
Yes.
You've been giving us a lot of trouble, Maria, and we've been looking all over Lisbon for you.
Obviously, you did not look in the right place.
Obviously. You know Steve Butler confessed to his wife's murder?
That does not surprise me.
But we both know he didn't do it, don't we?
Then who did?
You. Your showing up here with a gun proves it.
You are absolutely correct.
Well, I always say if two people share a secret, it ain't no secret.
Is that what you always say?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the problem is easily resolved. If I should kill you, that would leave only one.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
If there is a fallacy in my logic, Senor, I will be happy for you to point it out. I'll give you exactly 1 minute to try.
I don't know if you've ever been alone in a hotel room with a beautiful girl, but take my word for it, it's overrated. Especially if she's chaperoned by a gun. Still, I was awfully pleased that Maria gave me a full minute to dig up a reason why she shouldn't use it. In this day and age, most girls wouldn't have been that patient.
Well, senor, have you any final request?
Yeah, I'd like to see Brooklyn again. Look, Maria, killing me won't solve anything.
I believe it will.
It doesn't bother you they'll hang Steve Butler for his wife's murder?
Not at all.
You were in love with him.
You're being very childish.
You know he confessed to Anne's murder just to shield you.
And you feel I should do as much in return?
It's what I would have expected. Yeah, it seems to me.
It seems to me, senor, you have exhausted your allotted time. So if you will forgive me... Oh, no.
What happened, Angel? The gun misfired?
Let me go.
Don't be silly. No, you don't. We only allow one chance to a customer. Come on, drop it. All right, now sit over there while I phone. Yes, come in. You behave yourself.
Since you're wearing?
Ah, if it isn't Luis Machado. Yeah, come on in, Luis.
My visit is not inopportune.
No, as a matter of fact, your timing couldn't have been better.
Oh, but the lady...
Naturally, as a hotel detective, you'd think of that. This is Maria Costa.
Maria Costa?
Yeah, she just tried to kill me.
I will succeed yet.
I wouldn't make book on it, Angel. Certainly not with this gun. The firing pin is gone.
What?
Am I right, Louise?
Let me see. Oh, but yes. Someone has filed it off. It would require a miracle for her to harm you with this.
Mm-hmm. Well, strictly between us, I don't think she was really trying.
You're insane.
Really, senor?
Don't you get it, Louise? She's in love with Steve Butler.
So?
So he confessed to shield her. Now, if she had just walked in here and did the same, what would have been my reaction?
Well, senor, you would have thought that she was trying to protect him.
That's right. I would have patted her shoulder and told her to go home like a good girl. So she decided to incriminate herself, and taking a shot at me seemed like the best way to handle it.
No.
Yes. And being the type girl you are, you wouldn't want to see me hurt, so you filed off the firing pin, hoping it would go unnoticed in the excitement.
I tell you, you are wrong.
Just relax, Angel.
I do not understand. If she did not kill the Senora Butler, who did?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that, Machado, because I just happened to be prepared with an answer. Now, who knew that Ann Butler had $5,000 on her to pay a gunman? Who alone had the opportunity to follow her over to Maria's apartment and kill her there for the bundle?
Who?
You.
Oh, really, senor?
Now, don't be unhappy, Luis. You couldn't use that money anyway. It's not inflammable. Where you're going, you'll need money to burn. Well, Dixie, looks like my plane's all warmed up. Madrid, I'm on my way.
Now, hold it, Pappy.
Oh, you don't want me to miss it.
You're not leaving Lisbon till you answer one question. I can see how you figured Maria didn't kill Ann. But what made you so sure Steve Butler didn't do it?
Well, that wouldn't have been ethical.
Ethical?
Yeah. Oh, it may happen in detective stories and radio programs. But don't you know in real life, the butler never does it.
Ooh.
So long, Dixie.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. 4 young hoodlums wanted for a series of robberies are headed for your city. They're armed, reckless, cold-blooded. Your job, get 'em.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke king-size Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild, Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild, Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Friday, December 10th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 7:55 a.m. when I got to room 27A, robbery detail. Morning.
Hi, Joe.
Morning.
Hi, Joe. Cold out, isn't it?
Frank, what are you doing here this early? Can't you sleep?
I'm waiting for something. Special delivery letter from my brother.
One up in Frisco with the police department?
Yeah. Only up there they don't like it when you call it Frisco.
Yeah.
He's in robbery detail. Called him last night. All three kids had their tonsils out the same day. Thought it'd be nice to call, see how they were. All three at once? Yeah. Tonsils are nothing these days.
How'd they make out?
Good. They're home already.
What's the letter got to do with it?
Oh, well, my brother told me he was sending down some dope on 4 pretty rough characters. Thinks they're headed our way. Sending mugshots, too.
You and your brother running a detective agency on the side?
It's a little irregular. The official correspondence will come a little later.
What do you know about the guys?
Almost killed a man. I didn't get any details. It's all in the letter. Ought to be here any minute. Mailed it at noon yesterday.
How come you moved down here with your family, Frank? Don't you like it up north?
Well, like L.A. better. More elbow room. Here you live in a house and lot, not just an apartment.
I get it. Robbery, Friday.
This is Wilson. Tony Sharp is there, Joe?
Yeah, I think so. Hold it, will you? Tony here?
Huh?
Oh, I didn't see you behind that paper.
For me?
Yeah, he's here.
Well, if he's not busy, ask him to come over to auto theft. Questioning a couple of Mexican girls. Can't speak English.
I guess we can spare him for a while. I'll tell him.
What's up?
Well, that's Wilson in auto detail. He'd like you to go over and act as interpreter for a couple of Mexican girls.
Are they pretty?
You're not going down there to marry him.
I'll bet you wow I'm at parties.
Yes. Nothing much doing. Slow day. They don't come often enough for me.
If they did, we'd be out of a job. It was one of those rare, slow days. I killed a couple of hours going over the daily reports, cleaned out the top drawer of my desk, sharpened a few pencils. At 10:15 a.m., the special delivery letter came for Frank. He slit the top open with his pocket knife and shook out 4 mugshots.
Here it is. Following 4 men wanted for robberies, auto thefts, and safe burglaries in San Francisco Bay Area. Cliff Small, 19. George Shum, 20. Both escaped from Preston. Julius Carver, 18. Fred Malik, 20. Both Army deserters.
Well, that checks out with that APB from SF last week.
What do the records look like?
Small shot an Army captain during an argument at a bar. On 2 capers, these men shot it out with us and escaped. Information shows all 4 left for Los Angeles several days ago. Driving stolen car, blue Chevrolet, probably using cold plates.
Let me see those mugshots.
Here.
Well, now we know who we're looking for. Brother, tell us where?
Just a couple of nice girls that got mixed up with the wrong guys.
You take a look at these pictures, will you, Tony?
Oh, the mugs from San Francisco.
Yeah. Says they're in a stolen car, cold plates.
That's how these girls were picked up, in a hot car.
Huh?
They went for a ride with a couple of guys they met at a movie. When the car ran out of gas, the boys dug, the girls got picked up.
Do they have a lead on the guys?
No, not a thing.
The young guys?
Around 20. You think these might be the ones from Frisco?
Well, let's talk to the girls. Come on. Frank, you want to cover the office?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Do they speak English at all?
Not enough to make sense. That's Dolores, and this one is Marie.
Sí.
Señoritas, estos señores son empleados del robbery detail. Desean hacer a ustedes algunas preguntas.
Nosotras no hicimos nada. Nada.
She says they didn't do anything.
I suppose they told you all they know already, huh?
They're not much help. They say they don't know anything about the fellows they were with.
Show them these. Ask them if they've ever seen them before.
Yeah.
¿Conocen ustedes a estos individuos?
Sí. Estos dos. ¿Estos son los muchachos?
Sí.
Sí.
These are the guys that took them out last night?
Ask them.
¿Quieren decir que estos dos son los que las llevaron anoche?
Sí, ellos son.
Carver and Malik, the army deserters. Ask them to describe them, will you?
¿Cómo eran los muchachos?
Ya le dijimos. Estuvimos en el carro todo el tiempo y estaba oscuro. Pero parecían muy guapos y hablaban bien.
She says they sat in the car all the time. It was dark. But they looked very handsome and they talked nice.
Where did the fellas pick them up?
They told me in front of the Jubilee Theater, 2nd and Broadway.
Yeah. And then what?
The girls couldn't understand English, but they understood when the boys motioned them to hop in. ¿Han aceptado ustedes paseos con extraños antes?
Por supuesto que no. María creo haberlos visto en la iglesia el domingo.
She says no. Marie thought she recognized them from church Sunday.
Pero estaba equivocada.
But she was mistaken.
Must have been some date. The boys couldn't talk Spanish and the girls couldn't talk English.
Where'd they go on this ride, Tony?
They don't know the streets. They just know they got to the beach, and then they turned around and were about halfway back when the car ran out of gas.
Ask them again. See if you can get Marie here to talk.
María.
Sí.
¿Qué camino tomaron para ir a la playa?
Yo no sé.
Ay, María. Primero, paramos cerca de un hotelito. Esperamos mientras los muchachos llevaron a un perito y lo dejaron en su cuarto.
She doesn't know, but she remembers they stopped near a little hotel. The girls waited while the boys took a little puppy out of their car and put it in their room.
A puppy?
Well, if they don't know where the hotel was, maybe they can tell us what it was near.
¿Qué edificios había cerca del hotel?
En la esquina había una estación de gasolina.
And she says there was a gas station on the corner.
What else?
¿Qué más?
Del otro lado de los rieles había 2 o 3 garajes.
2 o 3?
Creo que sí, 2 o 3.
She says across the car tracks there were 2 or 3 big garages.
Yeah.
Could be in the Westlake district. Lots of garages and second-rate hotels around there.
Or East 1st Street?
Maybe Grand Avenue and Pico.
Pico. Ahora me acuerdo. Esta calle era Pico.
We took the girls with us and drove out to Grand and Pico, and then up and down Pico slow until the girls pointed out a hotel just south of Flower. They weren't sure. Ben and I got out. We walked up to the hotel desk. The clerk was just starting to vacuum.
We're looking for Julius Carver and Fred Malik. Are they staying here?
What's the names? Can't hear you over the vacuum.
Julius Carver and Fred Malik?
Nope, not here.
Police officers. We take a look at these pictures?
Well, it could have been 2 of the boys who checked out this morning, but they didn't look as tough as this.
How many were there?
4.
Here are 2 more pictures. You have a look, please?
Could be. About the right age.
How long did they stay?
Just 2 nights.
Did they have a pup with them?
What?
I said they have a pup with them.
A puppy dog? Yes, they did. Yes, sir. A little collie pup.
Did they pay up?
No, they skipped out, owing me 2 days.
Can we see how they registered, please?
Shut off this dang vacuum. Person can't hardly hear himself think over that racket. Now, you want to see the register. We use cards here.
All right, see.
Let me see. Now, here they are. Bob Reynolds, Jack Sharp, Jim Smith, and William Grant, Las Vegas, Nevada.
I must have picked those names out of a hat.
They say where they were going?
Nope, no forwarding address.
Did they write these cards out themselves?
You bet they did. That's the law.
You mind if we borrow them for a while? We'll have them photostated and returned to you.
We're supposed to keep them, you know.
You'll get them back.
I like to do everything legal. Are those boys in some kind of trouble?
They leave anything in their room?
They did. It's all in the vacuum.
If they happen to come back, give us a ring, will you? Here's our card.
Robbery detail. Who'd they rob?
They took you for 2 days' rent. It was 2 p.m. when Tony Chavez picked us up. He had Frank O'Donnell with him. We stopped at a dairy lunch, and I called the office, and we split up into 2 teams. While Tony and Frank checked parking lots in the neighborhood for stolen cars, Ben and I ran down the other hotels. In the next 3 hours, we talked to a dozen desk clerks and rooming house managers. Always the same answer, no. 5:30 p.m., we tried the Achilles Hotel on Grand Avenue. We walked into an overheated lobby crowded with modern furniture. There were a couple of canary cages in front of the faded wall tapestries. The desk clerk was a woman in her early 40s.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Police officer.
Police officers. Walter! Walter, will you see what these policemen want?
We'll just take a minute. We'd like to know if you recognize these pictures here.
No.
This one?
No. No, we only take in honest, hard-working men.
Sure.
I don't like anybody lazing around the rooms all day. It keeps me from cleaning up.
If your room has got a collie pup.
A dog? I'd die before I'd allow a dog in this house.
Well, if these fellows with a dog try to rent a room, would you please phone us? Here's the number.
Millie. Now, get on back in there, honey, where it's nice and warm. Go on, Millie. Go on. Millie's on the nest now.
Yes, ma'am. We'd appreciate you watching for these men.
For your own protection, too.
No, I'll let you know.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's go
Oh,
back.
say, before you go, would you gentlemen do me a favor, seeing as how you're policemen?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marinelli up in room 14's a week behind his rent. Would you do me a favor and go up and talk to him?
I'm sorry, lady. We can't handle that. That's a civil matter. I'd advise you to go to room 260 down at the city hall and see the city attorney. They'll help you.
Walter, what'd I tell you? They won't do it.
That's the way it went. It was dark out now and getting cold again. We walked back to Pico and Flower to pick up Frank and Tony. Tony was there waiting for us.
Hi. Come on up to the next corner. Frank's up there. We got a hot car staked out.
Yeah?
Just half a block from the hotel where the guys checked out. You had any luck?
No. Did you find anything in the car?
The key's still in it, nothing else.
Well, they could have stolen it last night after they left the girls, huh?
I called in and checked. It was taken in front of 1192 Doheny Drive between 2 and 4 this morning. We got out of code 4.
Mm-hmm. That's about 6 blocks from where they ditched the car with the girls in it.
Yeah, we're out of gas. It's all downhill. Would have been a natural way for them to go.
Could be the right car. Better keep the stake out.
Well. Oh, hi, Frank.
Hi. You do any good?
No.
Frank, if you and Tony want to go eat, and Ben and I'll cover the car. When you get back, we'll go for chow.
Good deal.
Swell.
So long. Well, let's sit in the car, huh?
Yeah, all right.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Get the radio on.
Want a cigarette?
No. What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe it's the same guys, maybe not.
Same neighborhood. A couple of things might tie in. I can't be sure.
We're really making headway. About all we know is they're in town.
Yeah, and it's a good-sized town.
Right now, it's the biggest in the world. 7 p.m. We knew the 4 gunmen were in town. We knew they'd been seen. We figured there was no reason for them to skip town until they pulled a job or heard that we were looking for them. Time was in their favor. Time to rob, time to kill, time to get away. The check on the hotels continued. We left Frank O'Donnell and Tony Chavez on the stakeout, and Ben and I picked up the hotel routine. One place after another. 8:30 p.m. We walked down a long, narrow lobby to a little bald-headed man at the desk. He was wearing glasses and reading a magazine called Astrology. When we walked in, he tried to hide the bottle.
Police officer.
Oh. Would you take a look at these pictures, please?
What for?
See if you can identify them.
No. No, they don't look familiar to me.
They may be carrying a collie pup.
Collie pup? Let me see those pictures again.
All right. They look familiar now?
They had a pup with them, all right. Yes, I think so. I study faces. Yes, the same.
Are they here?
I don't know.
Mean they're out for the evening?
I don't know.
Are they registered here?
Yes, they are.
What room?
Are they expecting you?
Now, listen. This is important. Just answer the questions.
What did they do?
What's their room number?
2nd floor, room 22.
You have the key?
Just a sec. Here.
Thank you. Come on, Ben. Cover me, huh?
Yeah.
22. Give me the key. Watch it. Well, maybe we're home.
Clothes, shoes, all their stuff's here.
They'll be back.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to an actual police case. Here, step by step, are the reasons why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers from coast to coast.
Step 1. The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality. Step 2. Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Step 3. Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree
it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that gold and yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So enjoy king-size Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
In the files of the Los Angeles Police Department, there are countless case histories that never got space in the daily newspapers. The case of Cliff Small, George Shum, Julius Carver, and Fred Malik was one of these. 4 young hoodlums wanted for a series of robberies and petty burglaries. These men were armed, and they'd shown that they wouldn't hesitate to shoot. By comparison with the sensational crime headline, the news value of this story rated an inch of type on the 4th page of the 2nd section. Yet the line separating these 4 young thieves from banner headlines and back-page space is much thinner than the average citizen realizes. The danger in a criminal case isn't always determined by the space allotted to it in the newspapers. Many a peace officer's name has appeared in the obituary column of the same newspaper that allotted 1 inch of back-page space to the crime story that was considered unimportant. I phoned the office and asked for 2 men to cover the stolen car. As soon as the replacements arrived, Frank O'Donnell and Tony Chavez left the stakeout on the stolen car and joined us at the hotel. It was 8:55 p.m.
When do they due back? Any idea?
No, sir. I told these other officers. I did tell you, didn't I?
Yeah, you said they were out for the evening.
That's it. I knew I told you something. Was it you two? Or was it you two?
It was this fella and I.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember things I say so good, but I know faces, things.
Are you the manager here?
Oh, no. This place belongs to Claude.
Claude who?
Tinney.
Then you're in charge now.
Only when Claude's not around. This is one of his places.
Where are we going to stake out, Joe? Not enough room to turn around in this lobby.
That's what I've been telling Claude. Claude Tinney. This is one of his places.
Yeah, maybe you better leave that bottle alone till we get this straightened out, huh?
Oh, no, I don't hit it heavy anymore. Just a little nip now and again. Drafty in here.
Any idea where we can wait for these fellas and keep an eye on the lobby?
No, not enough room in this lobby to turn around in. I've said that to Claude.
Yeah, we know.
Hey, clerk, where does this door lead to?
No, don't go in there.
Is there a light in here?
I save old bottles. Ragman gives me a penny each for them.
Is that a storage room?
What's that?
That room over there.
Oh, that's the linen room. We keep all the linen there.
It's about the only place there is, Joe. Unless we want to wait out in the car.
All right, we'll wait in there.
There's a couple of chairs in there. I'll send the boys back when they come in.
Be better if you tell them nothing.
How are they going to know you're here?
We'll tell them. You just don't say anything.
All right, sir. Now then, if I can just have your names, I'll see that the boys get the message.
Now, look, mister. You just sit there and read your magazine. Don't say anything. You got that?
Okay. That's the way you want it.
Come on, let's go. What's that smell in here?
Bleach, I think.
Strong.
Oh. What time is it?
Can't see.
Frank, you got a luminous watch.
Mm-hmm. 9:28.
Evening, Mac.
Evening, Mr. Sweeney.
Give me an 8 o'clock call.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right.
That smell's giving me a headache. Air's bad in here.
Yeah.
Is there anything I can get you, gentlemen?
No, you just stay at the desk, will you, please?
Say, Claude Tinney's his name. He's the manager. Remember you asked me about that?
Yeah, we know.
What do you want him for?
Look, you're going to have to stay away from this door. We don't want him to know we're here.
Okay. That's the way you want it.
I could use a cigarette.
Yeah. That's all we need in here now. Smoke.
What time is it, Frank?
Oh.
Never mind. That's it. There's two of them. Ben, you come with me. Frank, Tony, stay here.
Right.
All right. We're checking out tomorrow.
It's Carver and Malik. Let's go, Ben.
Yeah, come on.
All right, get your hands up.
Hey, what's going on?
Stand still.
Okay. What's the beef?
Frisk 'em.
Mm-hmm. There's a .380 automatic on Carver. 38 caliber revolver in this hip pocket. Another 38 on Malik.
I'll hold it.
That's it. Put out your hand. Let me have your cuffs, Joe.
Here you go. Where are your pals?
What pals?
Cliff Small and George Shum. We know you're running with them.
You know that? You know where they are?
How old are you?
18.
What's your name?
Fred Malik. I'm 20.
Tony.
Yeah?
You and Frank want to take them downtown?
Right. We'll see you down there. Let's go, Frank.
Say, you got him, huh?
Got two of them. We're going to wait for the other two now. You just play it straight and stay away from that linen room.
How long you going to be in there? Chambermaid starts making up the beds around 7 a.m. You'll have to be getting out that linen in there.
It's only 10:30. Lots of time.
We change the sheets 3 times a week in this hotel.
Not a worry in the world.
Let's get back in there.
I know what that smell is in here. Lysol.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that pup.
That'll be the tip-off.
I'll go get him. All right, come on, little fella. Here we go. Come on, boy.
He's hungry, Joe.
Yeah. Look, I'll put him down on the floor. Don't step on him. Yeah, what do you want?
Are you going to wait for the other 2 boys?
Yeah, will you get away from the door?
Say, I want to help you all I can.
Yeah.
That fuzzy little pup of theirs, he's running all around the lobby.
Yeah, we've got him in here.
Yeah, you better go out there and get him. He's barking. It'll tip him off.
Yeah, all right. Now go on back to the desk.
All right, then you stay in here. I'll see if I can catch him.
He comes around here again, he'll have to wait in here.
Let me see your watch.
No?
Must be around 11.
Yeah, must be.
Oh, it's that clerk again. Yeah.
Say, listen. I've been all over the lobby. You fellas are in the clear.
What do you mean?
That dog of theirs. He's gone. You're in the clear.
Look, he's in here with us. Now, will you stay away from here, please?
Yeah, it's okay. The dog's gone.
Hey, Pop, give me the key for room 22.
Yes, sir.
That's their room. Come on.
Yeah. Get your hands up. Watch him, Joe.
Wait a minute, you.
You hold it.
Get your hands
Come
off
on,
me.
Get your
All right.
hands up.
Oh, you didn't have to slap me.
You didn't have to pull that gun. All right, now over here. Stand still. 38 revolver on this one. Here it is, 45 Colt. What's your names?
I'm Cliff Small. He's George Shum.
How old are you?
19. Cops?
We weren't. You'd be in a lot more trouble than you are.
That's all of them.
Yeah. Now let's feed that pup. 12:15 a.m. We took the prisoners down to the city hall to the interrogation room. Tony Chavez and Frank O'Donnell were there with the other two, Carver and Malik. While Ben helped question the suspects and made out the necessary reports, I went across the street to the Federal Cafe. I picked up 2 10-cent bottles of milk and a few slices of bread.
Look at him go. He was hungry.
Yeah. How'd you come out?
Well, I got it all here. Let's see. 4 stolen cars, 8 known robberies in San Francisco they copped out to. 3 jobs in Portland they admitted. You remember that Bakersfield liquor store holdup about 4 weeks ago?
A Watson job? They pull that?
Yeah, probably a lot more. They haven't told us all of it yet.
We got out an APB. We'll probably get a lot more wants on them.
Well, that's it. None of them are even old enough to vote yet, but they've committed practically every crime in the book.
Just one thing more left to work out. What do we do with the pup?
How about the SPCA? They'll find a home for him.
No, not this little guy.
Why don't you take him, Tony? You got kids.
You got a deal.
Aquí, perito.
Tu madre era cole, pero de hoy en adelante eres perro policía. Translation. Your mother was a collie, but from now on you're a police dog.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 9th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 88, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Clifford Small, George Shum, Julius Carver, and Fred Malik were released to San Francisco authorities where they were tried and convicted on 8 counts of robbery in the first degree. A hold was placed on them by the state of Oregon. They are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police, W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Tomorrow, hear the Ronald Coleman's charming series, The Halls of Ivy, on NBC.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. A Matter of Doubt, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're in a tight squeeze and crying uncle won't get you out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, recently my young son Stephen has been hurt twice, and what he insists were just accidents. It's true they were the kind of things that might have happened to any active youngster, but I refuse to accept that explanation. And I believe all this goes back to the time Stephen told a fantastic story to the police about an altogether different matter.
It's this very story that keeps them from believing what I suspect now, that something terrible is happening to my son. I'm sure if you'll let me talk to you, you'll realize I'm not just imagining things. And it's signed Eleanor Rollins.
Uh-huh. Regis Park. That new development for XGIs out in the new lots section.
That's right, George.
I wonder why Mrs. Rollins wasn't more specific about...
About the clash Stephen had with the police?
Yeah. Frankly, Angel, I think this whole thing is nothing more than the overstimulated fear that every mother has for her young ones.
Oh, maybe you're right. Why don't you do the easiest and obvious thing?
Huh?
Call Lieutenant Riley and find out what trouble Stevens had with the police. Go ahead.
And that's the last thing in the world you want me to do, isn't it, Brooksy?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
No, but the way you didn't say it.
I simply
Well,
meant...
since we've gone this far, let me go on reading your mind. You being a woman can tell the mother isn't just clucking like a hen.
After all, I am a potential mother myself.
And if I do decide to look into this hazy hassle, I should get all the dough firsthand from Mrs. Rollins herself.
I don't want you to feel I'm talking you into this, George.
No, nothing like that. Come on, grab that undernourished garden you call a
I'll
hat,
have
and
you
let's
know
get
that hat-
going, potential mother.
Mr. Valentine, that's the story exactly the way Stephen told it to the police. Isn't it, Stephen?
I haven't anything else to say, Mom.
What am I going to do with him, Mr. Valentine? Make him explain why he told a story like that.
Well, you're certainly not going to do it by raising your voice, Mrs. Rollins.
That's right. And come on, sit down.
Yes, I guess I'd better. The fact remains, Stephen said he was on his way home from school. Cutting across the fields, he saw a man who'd been shot. He told me he made a bandage to stop the bleeding. Then ran a couple of blocks to a service station to call the police.
Mm-hmm. And when they came, he reversed himself and told them he made it all up.
Well, I know my boy better than that. He doesn't lie. He doesn't make things up. Not to me. Mother and the son couldn't be closer than we are. There's just the two of us. Stephen's not just another boy. He thinks like a man.
Well, maybe you've had me pegged wrong, Mom. Like the cops say I read too many comic books. I just want a little excitement.
Steve, when the squad car came, you were caught running away. You put yourself right on the spot by saying you made it all up. Now, why? You look like you're a smarter boy than that.
That's how it is. You just can't get anything out of him.
Well, all right, kid, you've got us all on the run. Now, I'm not asking you to tell us in so many words what's behind this, but you can at least shake your head yes or no. You can do that for a fella, can't you? Well, did something happen to you that day that made you so scared you can't talk? Didn't those accidents you told your mother about have something to do with what happened to you that day?
You lied when you said Chuck Foster beat you up.
Tried to horn in on my paper route.
But your mother checked, and Chuck said he had nothing to do with it.
And just another boy couldn't have worked you over like that, Steve.
And you didn't break your wrist slipping down into that ravine. Why, you've been coming home that way for the last 2 years. You couldn't be that careless.
That's the way it happened.
Oh, it's no use. It's no use.
Look, ladies, would you mind leaving me alone with Steve? Just for a few minutes, Claire.
Oh, yes, George. Mrs. Rollins, I think you and I can do with a good cup of coffee. Let's go in the kitchen. You fellas join us when you're ready, huh?
Well, Steve, that was pretty quick thinking, being able to fix up a man's wound when you found him bleeding like that.
I keep telling you that never happened.
Oh, but if it did happen, you could have done a good job. After all, you're a Boy Scout, and you won your first aid badge. Your mother told me all about it, how proud you were of it.
That doesn't prove anything.
Oh, maybe not. See, how about this newspaper route you got? Business good?
Good enough.
Good enough to bring a little something into the house each week to help your mother?
Well, I don't know what you're driving at.
Well, I'm driving at this, Steve. You're not the kind of kid who lies and gets himself into a mess like this with the cops. That I'm sold on. Look, now that we got rid of the gals, we can talk sort of man to man. Steve, tell me, just what's going on in your mind? Come on, now, open up. What are you thinking about?
You did the best you could, Sonny. You can't patch me up. Just remember, San Diego, Mercantile Trust, Red Kinsey. He got me. Remember.
Didn't you hear me, Steve?
What?
Why were you running away when the cops picked you up? Why were you putting on an act?
Didn't think I'd still be alive when you come back, eh, kid? You did a better job than you thought. Now listen. Forget everything I said before. If you say a word to anybody, I'll get your mother. Get your mother. Remember.
Come on, shake out of it, Steve. Don't stare at me like that when I'm talking to you.
I'm not telling you anything. Get that straight.
Look, don't you see? You've got to get it off your chest, son. Your mother believes in you. You've got to do it for her sake if you're in any kind of trouble.
Yeah, for her sake.
This man you helped, did he give you that beating you blamed on Chuck? Why did he do it?
There was no man.
Okay. How about accident number 2? Who gave you the assist that sent you to the bottom of that ravine so that you needed a doctor to take care of you? Now, think about that a minute before you answer.
Come on, pick yourself up, kid. You're gonna get worse than this if you don't talk. I'm the guy who messed up the job killing that rat you found. Me, Red Kenzie. Why'd you lie to the cops? Where's he hiding out? Better come clean. Now you got both of us on your tail.
Okay, Steve, okay. I see you'd rather die than say anything. And maybe you think you got your own good reason.
Yeah.
Get your mother. Get your mother.
Well, Steve, you're going to find out that I can be a pretty stubborn character, too.
Valentine, you can't say I'm not cooperative. You asked for information on the capers of that kid, Steve Rollins, and I got it for you. Here.
Thanks, Lieutenant Riley. Well, not much I didn't know before.
Nothing we didn't know before. Just that he called and faked a story about finding a man shot in the neck on New Lots Road.
My good friends, I'm sorry I can't enlarge on the kid's antics just to please you. He got off light as it was, playing games like that with the police.
Okay, Riley, okay. Take it easy, will you? This wasn't meant to be an invitation to apoplexy.
Yeah.
How about those accidents?
You just answered your own question, Miss Brooks. They were just accidents. Accidents and a jittery mother who's imagining a lot of boogeymen out to harm her little chick.
Lieutenant, did it ever occur to you that mothers have a certain instinct about such things?
And did it ever occur to you that I ought to know something about mothers, having had one myself?
From the way you act, you'd think Mrs. Rollins was just put on earth to keep your colleagues from enjoying their pinochle in their various precinct stations.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you that I...
Whoa, now, let's break this down.
Huh.
Oh, yeah? Huh. Say, what's going on here anyway, Valentine? Why has your girlfriend suddenly decide to swarm all over me?
Look, Riley, you touched a sore point with Brooksy, implying even the slightest fault in a mother.
Who? Who, me?
Well, there are only the 3 of us here. And I've learned by experience to keep my mouth shut on the subject.
Why, I'm the staunchest defender motherhood ever had. Why, when I hear Mammy sung on the radio, I'm no good for days.
Your sarcasm has all the grace of an elephant with a sprained ankle.
Hey, look, kids, time out. Lest we forget one Stephen Rollins.
Yeah, I wish I was allowed to forget him.
Riley, I know a scared kid when I see one. I'm convinced there was a man that day, and Steve was handed a load of dynamite he's too young to know how to handle.
Well, if that's what you think, there's nothing I can do about it.
Granted. But if I can find something that seems to confirm what I believe, will you hop on the wagon with me?
Well, you know better than that. Of course I will.
Good. Okay, come on, Brooksy. We got to get back to Regis Park.
Surely now the police will believe you, Mr. Valentine. The car deliberately tried to run Stephen down.
When did this happen, Mrs. Rollins?
Just about an hour ago when he was coming home from school.
Would you recognize the car if you saw it again, Stephen?
No, Miss Brooks. I wasn't looking where I was going. It was just an accident. Mom's just imagining things.
Mr. Crawford, the druggist, happened to be looking out of his window. He says the automobile kept coming right at you. You had all you could do to get out of the way.
It's nothing to worry about. I only got a scrape knee out of it.
These accidents keep happening to you, Steve, and even faster now. Still, you're holding back.
I'm just telling you what happened, Mr. Valentine.
So afraid. I'm so afraid.
Come on, don't.
Hey, Steve, look. The reason I dropped by was to see if you'd take a walk with me over to New Lots Road, where the whole thing started.
Do you think you're up to it?
You don't need me. The police told you where they found me.
Son, please, be honest, Mr. Valentine. Do as he says. He's trying to help
You were running away when the squad car picked you up. Now, I want to know the exact spot where you found that man.
What man?
Well, Steve, I guess you win this round, too. We'll just have to see how far we can get without you. Brooksy, if the man was so seriously wounded, it stands to reason there had to be some sign of violence on the scene. Lucky we didn't have any rain the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, but, George, we're a good block away from New Lots Road and Downey Boulevard where they picked up Steve.
I know, Angel, I know. The man probably was lying in all this tall grass and couldn't be seen from the road. But Steve would be cutting across these fields on his way home from school.
Yeah, I see what you mean. From school. Like any other day, minding his own business. Then walking into something like this, whatever it is. Huh?
Just like we've walked into something.
Hey, that looks like a part of a man's shirt.
The collar of a man's shirt, blood on it.
Of course, he was shot in the neck. Stephen must have torn the collar off so he could get to the wound.
Well, this didn't come from any $1.98 job either. It's part of a silk $20 creation. Our Mr. X is somebody in the chips.
Oh, too bad we don't have the rest of the shirt. One like that usually sports a monogram over the left-hand pocket.
Well, anyway, it sports a label. Jonathan's. That's the shop where they look down their noses if your bill runs under $200.
No question about how fast we have to work now.
No, Brooksy. Every minute we don't find the answer to all this is another minute Steve's life is worth under 2 cents.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. In an average day's driving, how many times do you think you cut the ignition, park for a while, and then start out again? If you say 10 times, then let me tell you how to be sure of 10 fast starts. Just switch to that great Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's specially blended to give faster starts and faster warm-ups. So you're off to a good start every time you press the starter. Chevron Supreme gives your car new alertness in traffic, too. Gives ping-free power that lifts you over the hills. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Another thing, premium quality Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored. Tailored to the season and to the West's different temperature and altitude zones. So wherever you drive, go on Chevron Supreme, and you'll agree it gets the best out of your car. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Young Steve Rollins saves a man's life and hears a few disjointed words gasped out in pain, something about a San Diego bank robbery and a name, Red Kinsey. But if he reveals any of this, he knows what will happen.
You tell anything you heard, kid, and I'll get your mother. Remember...
But then the aforesaid Red Kinsey also puts his sentence of death over the boy if he doesn't repeat every word he heard. This is the squeeze you don't know a thing about as you try to find the reason for the series of strange accidents that have been happening to the youngster. In fact, all you do have is a single clue, the blood-stained collar of a man's shirt. And like George Valentine, you try to make the most of it.
Mr. Hotchkiss?
Yes, indeed.
I happen to be interested in shirts.
Well, you've certainly come to the right person. I wouldn't be the head of this department here at Jonathan's if I didn't know the importance of the shirt to the man.
Oh, Mr. Valentine agrees with you so completely. He wouldn't think of going out in the morning without putting one on.
Exactly, but I see.
The fact is, I'm very anxious to locate a friend who bought a shirt here some time ago. Maybe you can help me.
Always glad to cooperate. That's our motto here at Jonathan's, you know. Caveat emptor. That's Latin. The customer is always right. I do hope that when your friend mentioned our shirts, he had nothing but praise for them.
Yes, except for one small item.
What did you say? A flaw in one of our shirts? A Jonathan shirt?
Well, Mr. Hotchkiss, it seems they pick up stains so easily, especially around the collar. Hey, I'll take a look.
How? Oh, please don't faint, Mr. Hotchkiss. It's only blood.
Hold on to the counter, friend. Just think of it as red ink, and you'll pull through this like a hero right out of Rudyard Kipling.
Yes, you're so right, sir. I'll try to be strong. Now, Just how can I help you?
Okay, any chance of you remembering the man you sold this shirt to?
Just from this collar?
Well, I know it'd be a small miracle if you had an answer, but still, that's what I gotta know. A boy's life depends on it.
I'm sorry, but we sell dozens of shirts with a collar like this every week.
Well, look at it carefully. Something may occur to you. Something to make you remember who bought it.
No, miss. I'm afraid there's nothing I can tell you.
Okay. Well, Brooksy, that's a gold star for effort anyway.
Thanks just the same, Mr. Hotchkiss.
Right you are. One moment.
Huh?
Yeah?
Jonathan's never puts the size of the shirt on the collar. Too plebeian, you know. But I can tell at a glance, this is the smallest size we sell, size 14 neck.
Well, what about it?
Well, the man who wears this size would have to be of a very small stature indeed.
Yeah, but can you remember such a man?
Of course, there were several 14s in the last month or two, but one man does seem to stand out from the other.
Yeah?
Oh, give, Mr. Hotchkiss, give. Is there a sales check on record? His name or address?
No, young lady. He merely pointed to the shirts he wanted and paid for them in cash. I thought it was a bit odd.
Well, could you recognize him if you saw him again?
He was a small, dark-eyed, ferrety gentleman. Not at all like our usual clientele here at Jonathan's. Breeding, you know. Still, I doubt if I could be sure about the identification. Does that help at all?
Buster, we're fighting against time. Anything might help.
That's most gratifying indeed.
Brooksy, remind me to send this gentleman a shirt for Christmas. Hey, Angel, go over to the window and let us know when Steve turns into the block.
Okay. Lieutenant Riley, are you sure nothing can happen to my boy while he's out to the store?
Not unless I have a very dumb flatfoot shadowing him, and I haven't, Mrs. Rollins. When Valentine told me about finding that collar, I made up my mind. If it's the last thing I do, nothing else is going to happen to Steve.
Besides, we had to get him out of the house to the bakery for a while so we could set up this plan of mine.
Yes. Now, are you sure you still want Valentine to go through with it?
Do you think there can be any question? For weeks I've been frantic about whether Steve would come home alive. This has got to stop now. He can't go around with a bodyguard the rest of his life. No matter what Mr. Valentine has to do to trick Stephen into telling us who's threatening him, it has to be done.
Well, I realize it's a drastic step we're taking, Lieutenant, but, well, I'd like to avoid it. But you think there's any chance of us going through the files and finding someone like this small, dark-eyed, ferrety individual?
No, not a chance. Any harness bull can name you a dozen bookies and pool-room sharks that would fit that description.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, nothing to do but wait now.
No sign of him yet. The squad car's here.
All right, now look. As soon as the boy gets in sight, the empty ambulance will streak back to town, and I'll go out and hop in the squad car with the boys.
Oh, it's so hard to understand, Mr. Valentine. Why my own son wouldn't confide in me no matter what trouble he was in.
Look, I tried to tell you, Mrs. Rollins. If Steve refused to talk, it was not because he was afraid for himself, but for the only other person in the world who he cares a thing about. You, his mother.
Oh, Steve.
And that's the way I figured it. That's the way I'm playing it now, with Lieutenant Riley making it possible.
George, come here, quick.
Yeah, what is it, Brooksy, Steve?
No. That car just going around the corner.
Well?
I thought it was funny the way it was parked there, and the man at the wheel staring at this house.
What about it, Miss Brooks?
Well, he didn't stick around a second after the squad car showed
The
up.
driver. Anything like the description Hotchkiss gave us?
No, just the opposite, George. Almost took up the whole front seat.
Oh, great. That's all we need. Another interested party pops into the picture.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant. Here comes Stephen now.
Okay, Riley, give the ambulance a nod.
Yeah, sure.
Now, look, Brooksy, make sure Mrs. Rollins stays away from the window.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Now, I'll beat it out the side door, and the rest is up to you, Valentine.
Yeah, and that makes me feel just swell. Oh, Steve, just a minute. I want to talk to you.
What is it, Mr. Valentine? What happened? What's the matter?
Now, look, don't fly off the handle, kid.
Why are you talking to me this way? Tell me.
Well, you're not giving me a chance.
I'm not blind. I just saw that ambulance drive away.
I know, Steve. I know.
And the police car in front of our house. What's it doing there?
Well, I was coming to that.
You don't have to bother. Something happened to my mother, and they just took her away. That's it, isn't it?
If you'll just hold it a minute, son.
I did everything that man told me to. Kept my mouth shut. But that wasn't enough for him. He hurt my mother anyway. Is my mother...
No, she'll be all right. But who is this person you're talking about, Steve? Now, you got to tell me. We have to work fast.
No, I'm not going to tell you anything. I've got someplace to go.
Look, Steve, you've got to tell me.
I'm tired of being a good boy with marbles. Now I'm going to be a bad boy with a knife.
Hey, wait a minute. Come back here. You're crazy.
You're not going to stop me. Nobody here.
What is it, George? What happened?
Oh, the kid threw me a curve a mile wide. Instead of telling me the name of the guy with a punctured neck, he's on his way to take care of things himself.
We've got to stop him.
Come on, hurry, Brooksy. Get in the car. You take the wheel.
Yeah, but...
Take it slow and make sure you keep Steve in sight. Obviously, he knows where our man lives.
Okay.
Hey, Valentine, what's up?
No time to explain, Riley. Just follow us.
This must be the street, George. Steve's slowing up.
Yeah. Hibiscus Drive. Fine name for a street line with nothing but run-down rooming houses.
One looks the same as another. Number 21. 23.
Okay.
George!
Just want to be ready, Angel. The moment he picks out the house, I got to be right on top of him so I can take it from there.
Number 31.
Slower, Brooks. Slower. I wouldn't be surprised if this is where Steve got the beating. That's why he knows where he's going.
George, look, this is it.
Yeah. That's all for you, Steve.
What? I told you.
Now go over there and stay with Miss Brooks. Down the stoop, Steve.
Let go of me, Mr. Valentine.
Here we are. Now, what's the guy's name so I can go in there and get him?
I don't know. I just call him the Weezer because the way he talks. Hey, that man running into the house.
Yes, Steve?
That's the other man, Red Kenzie. He tried to make me tell about the Weezer.
Okay, let him get in the house. This looks like more fireworks. It is Riley now.
George, that man who just went in, he was the one in the car in front of Mrs. Rollins.
Oh, Brooksy, you should have stayed where you were. The guy inside wants to shoot it out.
Mr. George Valentine?
Yeah, Roland. Yeah, Riley.
Sergeant, keep the people off the street and take care of these two.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Come on, Riley, let's go. Will you make it snappy, lady? What room's this guy bedded down in?
Now, how can I tell you, mister? You don't even know the name of the tenant you're looking for.
What's the answer to that one?
Well, he's got to be a small, skinny runt, dark eyes. Probably looks like the really rat he is.
Oh, yeah, I know who you mean. The man in room 6.
Hey, Riley, somebody got his.
Oh, one less to worry about. You can drop that arsenal now, brother.
Can I argue about it, Kenzie?
No, hero stuff for me against a raft of cops.
That's smart. Even if it isn't going to change your destination.
Well, this guy here is cold turkey.
That's the way it should have been a couple of weeks ago when I plugged him. I left him in that field out there in Regis Park.
What kind of game were you kids playing anyway? What were you trying to get at him?
About $200,000 we got from a San Diego bank. He was supposed to meet me later. But he double-crossed me. He got all of it stashed somewhere.
Sure, the San Diego job. We've had you on the pickup list for that deal. And that must be Mitchell.
I would have let that punk live. He'd have told me where he hid the dough. He just stood there flapping his mouth with no words coming out.
You know, Kenzie, you're going to get the business because of a dirty trick you played on yourself.
What are you bleating about?
Just this. Your friend here was trying to tell you, but he couldn't make with the words. You forget. You shot him through the neck.
Yes, Mr. Valentine. It was Kenzie who pushed me down the Sullivan's Gulch. And I recognized the wheeze when he tried to run me down today.
They really had you between and betwixt, didn't they?
Yeah, and I don't know what I'd have done if it weren't for you and Miss Brooks. But I just couldn't let anything happen to Mom.
Well, looking back on it now, Steve, don't you think you should have confided in your mother? She would have found an answer. That's what mothers are for. Corny as it sometimes sounds, mothers do know best.
Sure.
I think I'd better warn you, Busty. You're going to be on the losing end of this argument. You're tangling with an authority on that particular subject.
Huh?
Don't listen to him, Steve. Mr. Valentine is just trying to be funny.
Oh.
Yeah, don't you listen to her. She's just trying to blacken my character.
Oh.
Steve, all you ever need to know about mothers, you'll learn from that lady up there on the porch. Go on, scram, kid. Don't keep your mom waiting.
Ask a woman driver what she knows about motor oil for her car, and chances are she'll say, not very much, really. But when she uses RPM motor oil, don't be surprised to hear her say, I do know that RPM helps the family budget. And that's because the complete protection your car gets with RPM means a cleaner engine, fewer repair bills. Special compounds in RPM prevent the formation of gummy carbon and lacquer deposits. They fight off rust and corrosion by making the oil adhere to every inch of internal metal. That means protection for upper cylinder walls, the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. Even when you've parked your car, the adhering agent in RPM keeps a rust-proofing film of oil on vertical engine parts, usually drained bare. The economy of RPM is another reason why it's first choice in the West. Better get RPM tomorrow. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with George Valentine as he is doing a little investigating at a Mother Lowe town, we'll hear him saying...
Hey, now look, Sheriff, isn't there something you can tell us about this case? Hey, come on, Sheriff.
George, I think he's going to...
I've got him, Brooksy.
Mr. Stevens, anybody get a doctor, quick!
It won't do much good, Brooksy.
What?
The sheriff seems to have had too much to drink. Too much poison.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Meir appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Mrs. Rollins, Jeffrey Silver as Stephen, Herbert Litton as Kinsey, and Bob Griffin as Hotchkiss. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolf. This Sunday marks the premiere of The Big Show on NBC. Not just any big show, it's The Big Show. NBC's hour and a half of comedy, music, and drama. The best of each. The Big Show will be heard every Sunday afternoon over most of these stations, with Tallulah Bankhead as Mistress of Ceremonies. Your stars for this Sunday's broadcast include Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, Danny Thomas, and hosts of others. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's The Big Show.
My boss is the smartest and the stubbornest, the fattest and the laziest, the cleverest and the craziest, the most extravagant detective in the world, Nero Wolf.
It's the adventure of The Case of the Dear Dead Lady, with that brilliant, eccentric private detective, orchid fancier, and gargantuan gourmet, Nero Wolf, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Nero Wolf had just come downstairs, having tended to his precious orchids. He was, as usual, seated in the library, which served as the office. He had just dialed a phone number, and, with his eyes closed, was leaning back in his specially built chair, which was big enough for two, but not two of him.
Workers' Market, domestic and imported delicacies.
Mr. Halsberger, this is Nero Wolf.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Wolf. I was just about to ring you.
Well, I have need of 2 pounds of duck liver. I do not, of course, refer to the commercialized Strasbourg pate.
Well, I appreciate the order, Mr. Wolf, but...
Next, my cook Fritz informs me that we will require 3 fine fat geese.
Look, Mr. Wolf, there's a little matter of an unpaid
You
bill.
might add 12 cases of beer, a bushel of Vermont apples, green for stuffing, and a gallon of Marquesa Patricia Roman oil.
Mr. Wolf.
In addition, Fritz has listed 6 dozen eggs, 4 braces of Sussex woodcock, and a few pounds of Westphalian ham. You have all that?
Well, I can get it, Mr. Wolf, but my bookkeeper...
Thanks very much, Mr. Halsbracker. That will be all. Now, now then, Archie.
Yes, boss?
You seem to be worried.
Oh, I am. This means naturally that I'm supposed to handle Halsbrecker's delivery boy when and if he shows.
I had thought of leaving that simple matter to you.
And what about the simple matter of the money?
Money?
I hate to bring up a vulgar subject, but where is it coming from?
Oh, of course. You're right, Archie. I should have said...
Said what?
Charge it.
Boss, look, you don't realize I know, but we're into that truffle broker for $500 bucks and change.
All right. Then give him a check.
Okay, I will give him a check. And I hope they'll let you keep the orchids in your cell.
You're a wit, Archie.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm on the bank's mailing list. We got a notice this morning.
You don't mean...
Oh, but I do.
Again?
Yeah, you just can't take money out of an account, boss. Sometimes you gotta put some in. This is the only way to deal with the man I work for, and if I hadn't thrown him that scare, he wouldn't have been willing to listen when the door buzzer rang, and a prosperous-looking young guy in the kind of clothes that don't grow on trees came in and stood in front of the boss's chair, fiddling with the brim of his pork pie.
My name is Oliphant, Mr. Wolf.
Oliphant?
Yes, sir, Oliphant. I am the spiritual leader and guiding head of a small religious group known as the Seekers of the Inner Power.
I see. Also a man addicted to marrying neither wisely nor well, but often.
You read the papers?
I do.
Mr. Wolf, I am as aware of my sin-ridden past as anyone else is. The point is that I'm no longer that kind of man. Even a person such as I can see the light in time.
Good. Might I ask why you've come to see me, Mr. Oliphant?
I need your help, Mr. Wolf.
Concerning?
A certain young lady with whom I'm deeply in love. Oh, I beg you not to confuse the present emotion with any of my earlier escapades. What I feel for Miss Dana is the pure and righteous glow of an upright seeker of the inner power.
I promise to look on you as thoroughly redeemed, Mr. Oliphant. Proceed. Oh, by the way, do I recognize the name of your young lady as a Park Avenue socialite, an amateur swimming champion?
Yes. But she's sweet, wonderful, beautiful. I've asked her to marry me, and she's given me some hope. In time, I fully expect to make her my wife.
Well, then where's the problem?
The problem is the presence of another man in her life.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm a detective, not a matchmaker.
This isn't a question of making a match, Mr. Wolf. I have much too much respect for your talents to think of offering you such an assignment.
Exactly. What do you want me to do?
I want you to save Ilse Dana's life.
Her life?
Mr. Wolf, this other man I spoke of is insanely jealous. Not only of Ilse's present, but of her past as well. He has threatened to kill her.
I don't doubt your earnestness in this matter, Mr. Oliphant, but how would you know?
I was listening on an extension in Miss Dana's apartment a few days ago when Hunter called.
Hunter?
Yes, sir, Jack Hunter. Known as Jack the Babe Hunter.
Wait a minute. I know that canvasback.
Huh?
Sure, he's a coffee and cake prelim waltzer.
Oh, he's not. He's a boxer.
Archie is being fancy. Overlook it, Mr. Oliphant. Is Hunter in love with this lady of yours?
I doubt it. He's a man of complete moral and spiritual corruption, I believe.
Naturally you would. But what are the facts?
In my opinion, he's after her for her money.
She has money?
To burn.
And you, Mr. Oliphant?
Me?
Can you also afford to burn?
How much do you want?
The answer to that would be astronomical. However, if you leave a check for, say, $7,000, I shall look into your matter the very moment I have completed a little research into the nutrition of the Polynesian orchid.
Oliphant's check gave our bank account a slight blood transfusion. I think it was the boss's plan to spend a week or two in the plant rooms before he got busy on the case. And he'd have done it, too, if that phone call hadn't come in about a little after 9. just after Wolf had polished off one of Fritz's dinners and was settling back with a stein of beer in his hand.
Don't disturb yourself, Archie. I'll get it.
Now, well, look out you don't strain yourself, boss. You got to straighten out an elbow to reach that receiver.
You have an unfortunate flair for mixing humor with impertinence, my friend. Hello, Nero Wolf speaking.
This is Ilsa Dana, Mr. Wolf.
How do you do, Miss Dana? We were discussing you only this morning.
So I've heard.
Through whom?
Ted Oliphant.
I see. The young man seemed to be quite worried about you.
The young man should tend to his own affairs.
Said you were in some danger.
I know what he said, and not one word of it was true.
Oh?
I'd like to talk to you, Mr. Wolf.
I'm sure it'll be an immense pleasure. Where do you live?
I have an apartment at 22 Blanton Street. Could you be here soon?
I could be there in a quarter of an hour, Miss Dana. By proxy, of course.
The proxy, naturally, was yours truly. 10 minutes later, at 9:20, I walked up to Ilsa Dana's door with a nosy elevator boy giving me the 00. The reason for his interest was that her door was open and the room inside was empty except for a little twisted pile of pale pink satin, which at close range turned out to be a woman. Which woman turned out to be Ilsa Dana. And Ilsa Dana was dead.
She used to be pretty. She isn't now.
Yeah, strangulation doesn't help any girl's looks, son.
Make anything of it?
Well, the position of her body and the bloodstains on her pointed fingernails tells me that she put up a tough struggle before somebody succeeded in smothering with a pillow from the sofa over there.
Yeah, that figures. When did it happen, I wonder?
Yeah, the last 15 minutes, I'd guess. Say, who's been up in the elevator this evening?
Nobody for her.
Well, somebody came up.
Well, who says not? They could have used the stairs, you know.
Yeah. How well do you know Miss Dana?
I know exactly zero about Miss Dana.
How could you ride her up and down every day and know nothing about her?
It's a rule of the house to keep your mouth shut. The rule also goes when being questioned by a cop.
A cop? Who's a cop?
Oh, I guess you're a cello player from the Philharmonic.
Look, I happen to work for a guy named Nero Wolf.
Oh.
Heard of him?
Maybe.
Well, if your memory comes alive, son, I might see my way clear to spend a few dollars with you. Understand?
I'll keep you in mind. Going down, mister?
I spent time trying to get sense out of the superintendent and a set of chambermaids, but they were as quiet as a ballpark on Christmas Eve. Then I called the cops and told them about Oliphant and Hunter. By the time I got home, the house was dark and Nero Wolf was sleeping. Next morning, I gave him the details while he drank 3 bottles of beer. When I finished, he sat for a long time and then started another bottle.
The prize fighter. What about the prize fighter, Archie?
Hunter? Well, I phoned the hotel he lives in before you got up.
And?
They told me he wasn't in.
You know, I begin to think that Mr. Oliphant brought us a more absorbing case than he suspected.
You know, I'm glad you like it.
I don't like it. I don't like work of any variety. But this thing has its points.
Well, what do we do next?
Next, we investigate my client.
What?
Merely because the reformed playboy employs a detective doesn't exempt him from suspicion, Archie.
Oh, now who's that?
I'm afraid we have no choice but to open the door and see.
My name is Young. Barstow Young.
It's nice meeting you, Mr. Young. What do you want?
I want to see Nero Wolf.
About?
About a certain young lady with whom I am deeply in love.
What? Will you repeat that?
I want to see Mr. Wolf about a certain young lady with whom I am deeply in love.
Her name, please?
Ilsa Dana.
Is it possible that you entertain plans of making her your wife?
Why, yes, but there's a problem involved.
Another man?
Yes.
Well, do come in. Do come in. I think we've been waiting for you. Oh, Mr. Wolf. Here's another one.
Ah, Mr. Wolf.
You've come to me about Miss Ilsa Dana, sir?
I have come to you, more specifically, about a man who has threatened her life.
How unusual.
He's the treacherous kind. Mild-mannered, you know. As we say in my profession, he underplays it.
Your profession, then, is the stage.
It is, sir.
Go on, you interest me deeply.
I was present recently when he told her that he would certainly kill her unless she mended her sinful ways.
Sinful?
No one denies that Ilsa has had, shall we say, a checkered career. But the man's attitude is totally fanatical.
What's his particular brand of fanaticism, Mr. Young?
Theodore Oliphant is a religious maniac.
Well, what do you know? He's come to give Theodore a bad report card.
I don't understand. I've come to ask Mr. Wolf to prevent his murdering Miss Dana.
Am I allowed a direct question, sir?
Why, of course.
Where were you between 9 and 9:20 p.m. last night?
9 and 9:20. Why do you ask?
You said I was permitted a direct question.
Oh, well, I was walking in the park, as I remember.
Do you make a habit of walking in the park?
I have lately. I'm preparing for an important role in a forthcoming production. What's so important about last night?
From your point of view, a great deal, sir.
Well, what do you mean?
Last night, Miss Ilsa Dana was murdered.
What?
Mr. Goodwin here discovered the body.
No.
I'm afraid I must insist, Mr. Young.
Why are you looking at me like that? Are you accusing me of...
I have accused you of nothing, my dear sir.
Well, now, look, you're making a mistake. Oliphant killed her. You may be sure of that.
I have your word.
I know him. He was trying to reform her, wanted to make her a devout follower of his cult, the Seekers of Power. I heard him tell her to her face that if she refused redemption, he would see to it that she didn't live on in her wickedness.
You could produce other witnesses?
Do you know, in your own smug way, you're as detestable a character as I have ever had.
All right. Let's everybody take 5. Yeah?
Nero Wolf?
He's busy. This is Archie Goodwin.
You'll do, Goodwin. This is Jack the Babe Hunter.
Oh? How are you?
Great. Except the cops seem to want to talk to me about some murder fandango because, as I get it, you named my name.
You got it wrong.
I doubt it, and I'm coming over there to set you straight. Why'd you ring me in on this mess, Wolf?
You knew the girl pretty well.
Me and how many more? Besides, what time was she murdered?
Last night between 9 and 9:20.
I see.
So if you would inform the police where you were at the time, that should be that.
Yeah.
By the way, Mr. Hunter, where were you at the time?
I don't see your badge, Wolf.
I was only wondering.
I haven't been near the Dana woman for over a month. But if you're really interested, I'll give you the name of the killer.
Please do not keep us in suspense, Mr. Hunter.
A couple of years back, Ilsa financed a guy in a big and lousy Shakespearean play that closed like a clam and nothing flat.
Go on.
It was money down the drain. The guy's got nerve. And he was in love with her, and he figured she'd do anything for him. So he comes back to her to finance him again. This time in Hamlet, no less.
I see.
I don't have to tell you what a flop that would be.
You needn't tell me the actor's name either.
You know?
Mr. Barstow Young just left here.
Yeah? Well, he's your man, Wolf. He got so sore when she told him she wouldn't toss any more moolah into his broken-down career, he went off his rocker and tore it down.
Your reason for thinking so?
I met him on the street one day, and he started beefing to me with blood in his eyes. It's all I could do not to punch him.
The results might have been less fatal if you'd followed your instincts, sir.
I couldn't. Guy's built like a broomstick. He's weak as a cat. Hit him once, he'd crack like dry plaster.
I see.
What's on your mind?
This man you're accusing of Miss Dana's murder, Mr. Hunter, he was very much in love with her. She was thinking about marrying him, he said.
He said?
Yes, he did. I heard him, too.
He was talking through his skull cap. Ilsa wasn't going to marry anybody.
No?
No, she couldn't.
Why couldn't she?
Well, but she just couldn't, that's all. So long.
Well, now we got a perfect circle with everybody pointing at everybody else and nobody able to prove a thing.
What Hunter says isn't impossible, Archie.
You think Young did it?
I don't think at all yet. But if there's anything more dangerous than a woman scorned, it's an actor scorned. We have another visitor.
Yeah, who are you expecting?
At this point, anybody.
Hi.
Oh, you.
Yeah, I told you might hear from me.
Come on in.
Who's this?
Fellow runs the elevator at 22 Blanton Street.
What do you got for me, kid?
Postcard?
Postcard?
Yeah, the cops missed it, but I spotted the edge stuck under a rug.
Nice of you to have delivered it.
Or maybe he was just being curious.
Curious?
It's not every elevator boy who has a chance to see Nero Wolf in the flesh.
Oh, him? Come off it, High Pockets. I'm here because you mentioned something about spending a few bucks.
Oh.
I wouldn't cross the street to see the best gumshoe that ever breathed.
Look, gumshoes don't breathe, and how would you like a sock?
Archie, pay him and let him go.
Yeah, pay me and let me go.
Sure, Mr. Wolf. Here you are. Thanks.
Don't mention it. Anytime, pal. Anytime.
How do you like that fresh little punk?
Archie, the lad has done us nobly.
Yeah?
Typewritten card addressed to Miss Ilse Dana.
Well, what's it say?
Rather peculiar message. Have you prayed tonight? It's signed with a single letter O.
Have you prayed tonight?
Yes.
Signed O?
Exactly. Weird, isn't it?
Well, what's weird about it? What could be plainer? Have you prayed tonight? Now, I ask you, who is the man in this deal who's interested in praying?
All of us, I hope, are God-fearing.
All right. But I ask you again, what does O stand for?
It could stand for O'Brien, Obituary, Omaha.
What about Oliphant?
Oliphant, too.
Look, what's with this indifference? The case is cracking and you slough it off. You remember what Young said? Oliphant threatened to kill her because she wouldn't join that cockeyed movement of his.
Don't exhaust yourself, Archie. We have a hard night ahead.
Yes, but I don't understand.
But I don't mean to stifle your imagination, my friend. But if you'd reserve your deductions for a little while, you could lend me some much-needed assistance.
What do you want?
I want you to become a burglar.
A burglar?
I want you to hurry over to the dead woman's apartment on Blanton Street and ransack it.
For what?
How do I know? We need help. Anything may help us. Go through the place with a fine tooth comb.
I tore the late Miss Dana's apartment to shreds, but I saw nothing. Then, just as I was about to give it up as a bum job, I noticed a little writing desk in the living room. Pried loose the lock and spotted something among a pile of papers that belonged to no well-to-do flat. It was a pawn ticket, lot 8N046, and the address was a pawn shop around the corner on 6th Avenue. It wasn't more than 90 seconds later that I walked into the joint and tossed the ticket across the counter.
Oh, yeah, this, want to redeem it.
And fast, huh, Pops?
That's nothing that's worth much, mister.
No?
No.
Oh, what is it?
This small steel filing box.
Oh. Anything in it?
I don't know. Come to me locked, never been able to get it open.
We got it open, Wolf and I. Smashed the front end with a poker. There were some odds and ends inside, old earrings, some thumbtacks, a cigarette lighter, just trash. Then the boss stuck his fingers in and pulled out a plum.
This is it?
What do you mean, this is it?
You fail to recognize this classic document?
Huh?
A marriage license, Archie. A marriage license.
Yeah, well, whose marriage license?
The wording is self-explanatory. Listen. This is to certify, etc., thus licensing on this 3rd day of May, 1946, the marriage of Miss Ilse Dana to Mr. Johann Jaeger.
Johann Jaeger?
Exactly.
Well, who in the world is Johann Jaeger?
We'll soon see.
I don't get it.
I can understand. It's a befuddling little puzzle. It'll be very easy for one to make a fatal mistake here.
But, of course, you won't.
I won't.
3 hours later, I'd herded all the suspects into the office, and he sat in his chair and glared at them. Oliphant, Young, and Hunter. It was tense and tight, and the boss let it stay that way, saying not a word to anybody while he calmly sipped his beer. It was Oliphant who cracked first.
I didn't kill Ilsa. I couldn't have.
Jealousy is a very compelling motive, Mr. Oliphant. And you came to me, remember, complaining that there was another man in Ilse Dana's life?
Whatever I complained about him, and jealous as I was, I didn't kill her as the sacred power is my holy judge.
Being unacquainted with your sacred power, I'll have to ask you for a better authority.
Sacred power.
Oh, it simply wouldn't have been possible for me to have done it.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Because I was at Mickey's Night Owl Club last night from 7 until 4 a.m.
Contemplating the sacred power, no doubt.
That can be proved, Mr. Oliphant?
Let me call now. Let the head waiter tell you.
Will you take your embarrassment as an indication that you're telling the truth?
Hey, wait a minute. You can't let him off like that.
Don't be bothersome, Archie.
Yeah, but we got that card he wrote, the one about have you prayed tonight, signed with his initial.
He didn't write that card, Archie.
Now, look.
And the O is not his initial, is it, Mr. Barstow Young?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
On the contrary, I am afraid you do. But for the record, I'll explain. Oh, Archie.
Yes, boss?
Hand Mr. Young that large red volume off the shelf behind Mr. Hunter's head.
This one?
That one, thank you. Now then, Mr. Young, you will favor me by opening the volume to page 1133.
But why?
Open it, sir. Good. You will now count 6 lines down from the top and read what you see.
Have you prayed tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Young.
What the devil is going on?
Mr. Young has just given us a reading from a tragedy. The line, have you prayed tonight, is spoken by the hero to the heroine just before he murders her. The name of the heroine is Desdemona. And the hero, as I'm sure you all know, is Othello.
Othello?
Yeah, the O was not Oliphant, Archie. Othello, I think, was a Shakespearean play which Miss Dana financed for our Mr. Young. And knowing she would recognize the quotation as well as the threat behind it, he sent it to her to warn her that he meant to murder her. You won't have the unmitigated gall to deny that, will you, Mr. Young?
No. No, I don't deny it.
Do I call the police?
But I didn't kill her. The fact that I sent the card doesn't mean I killed her.
Well, it'll do for my money.
But not for mine, Archie.
What?
Mr. Young couldn't have killed Miss Dana.
Why not?
Because he lacks the strength to strangle such a healthy young woman, a champion athlete. Wide awake and full of fight. He's rather a frail person, as we know, and smothering Miss Dana with that pillow was no easy task. She struggled. Therefore, she clawed the wrists of the murderer. I'm sure that if you examine Mr. Young's wrists, you will find no scratches or scars.
Here, let me see that.
Go ahead.
Well, Archie?
Yeah, you're right. Nothing.
I was sure there wouldn't be. The person who actually killed Miss Dana was a powerful physical specimen.
Yeah?
Yes, Mr. Hunter. In all probability, a professional athlete. A muscular man in good condition.
You pointing at me?
Seems quite likely, doesn't it?
You're out of your head.
Am I?
Yeah.
Ilse Dana war Ehefrau. Nicht wahr?
Jawohl. I mean...
You said yeah, Mr. Hunter. And you meant yeah, yes. I asked you in German if Ilse Dana was your wife, and you, in the heat of emotion, answered me yes in your mother tongue.
Look, what's going on here?
Allow me to present Mr. Johann Jaeger, Archie.
Him?
I've known it since we first saw that marriage license. You see, Jack Hunter is the English translation of our friend's real name back in Germany, where he comes from, Mr. Johann Jaeger.
Oh, what do you know?
So you proved nothing. Yeah, I was married to Ilse. That's why I said she couldn't marry anybody else. But I didn't kill her. She was my wife. I loved her.
Oliphant told us you were insanely jealous of her.
What if he did? You know better.
Do we?
Sure you do. Ilse told you herself over the phone that every word Oliphant said was a lie.
Interesting.
What is?
How you could possibly know what Ilse Dana told me over the phone. I haven't mentioned it to you or anybody else.
Oh, well, you see...
I see most clearly, Mr. Jaeger, that you must have been in the apartment with her listening on the extension phone, or you couldn't possibly have that information. And it was only a few minutes after that telephone call that Ilse Dana was smothered to death.
And I see it's about time I said good night.
Wait a minute, Jaeger. Wait a minute.
Good work, Archie. I advise you to sit still, Mr. Johann Jaeger Hunter.
I was right. I told you he threatened to kill her.
But why?
I've only guessed at the story. Reconstructed it, so to say. But I think you and Mr. Young ought to be congratulated.
On what, sir?
On not having won your fair lady. You've always thought of her as a sweet, demure society girl. But actually, she was a vicious person, as bad as the man who killed her, if not worse. She tortured him cruelly for 4 long years.
How can you say that about her?
How can you doubt it, Mr. Oliphant? There must have been a great many men in her life. We know at least 2 definitely, you and Mr. Young.
But she was in love with me.
She was in love with me.
I'm sorry to shatter your illusions, but she was not in love with either of you. She was using you for her purpose.
What was her purpose?
Tormenting the man she married. That was her preoccupation day and night. She delighted in tyrannizing over him. as one might in breaking a bull or taming a wild mustang. Do I come near the truth, Hunter?
Yes. Until I couldn't stand it any longer.
May I ask then why you married her?
Why? Because I couldn't help myself. I crawled for her. I married her on the terms that nobody should ever know I was her husband. She was too good for me, she told me that to my face over and over. That we belonged to different worlds. But I was crazy about her, so I took it. What I've taken you wouldn't believe.
Oh, I'm sure I would, Mr. Hunt. I'm a very understanding man. The question is, will a jury believe you? And that we must begin to learn immediately. Archie.
Yes, sir?
Phone for Inspector Kramer.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolf, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Peter Berry was based on the famous characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Herb Ellis as Archie Goodwin and Lee Millar, Marna Keneally, Larry Dobkin, Barney Phillips, and Jerry Hausner. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolf and Archie will bring you The Case of the Headless Hunter. Don Stanley speaking. And don't forget, this Sunday marks the premiere of The Big Show on NBC. Not just any big show, it's The Big Show. NBC's hour and a half of comedy, music, drama, and the best of each. The Big Show will be heard every Sunday afternoon over most of these stations, with Tallulah Bankhead as mistress of ceremonies. Your stars for this Sunday's broadcast include Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, Danny Thomas, and hosts of others. No wonder it's The Big Show. And Theater Guild on the Air this Sunday presents Judy Garland in Miss Alice Adams. So don't forget, Tallulah Bankhead brings you The Big Show Sunday on NBC.
Box 13. With the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box.
The body lay like a squashed melon at the foot of the cliff. Period. Period is right. Well, what happens now, Holliday? The inspector wonders how. The inspector wonders. Oh, no, it's Holliday who wonders. I wonder how. I wonder why. I wonder what. I wonder where you've been, Susie.
But, Mr. Holliday, I've only been gone 10 minutes. Went down to Star-Times after the mail.
Oh, so you did. What's new in Box 13? Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Well, this is quite a letter. Your ad, Adventure Wanted, will go any place, do anything, reads like a challenge. If it is, I dare you to go to Bay City Pier tonight and do what you will be told when you board the Ruthie J. The Ruthie J.
Mr. Holliday.
What's the matter, Susie?
You wouldn't go on a boat, would you?
Oh, why not? As a kid, I was a Sea Scout. Haven't been on a boat since, and I love them.
But, Mr. Holliday, what if when you got on that boat you were shanghaied?
Susie, the word is shanghaied.
Oh, shanghaied. What's the diff? Suppose some smuggler hits you over the head with a sloop or something, and...
A sloop? Oh, Susie.
Yes, a sloop. And then they sail off and dump you on the beach at Timbuktu.
They couldn't sail off and dump me on the beach at Timbuktu.
Why not?
Timbuktu happens to be in the middle of the Sahara Desert.
Oh.
Yes, oh. And please tie an anchor to that imagination of yours.
Okay, Mr. Holliday. But if you wind up on the other side of the world, please don't write me a letter about your voyage.
No?
No. Just reading about the ocean makes me seasick.
Well, Holiday, this is it. Take in a lungful of that fresh ocean breeze. Smell that fresh salt air. And fish. Not so fresh. Well, the letter said I was to board the Ruthie J. I wonder where she'll be. I wonder what she'll be. A schooner, trim and neat, 42-footer, 12-foot beam. There's your dreamboat. And, brother, what a scow. Neat. Like a tub of dirty clothes in a mud puddle. Ahoy! Ahoy, mate! Hey, you over there.
You're calling me, Mac?
Yeah.
What's with this, ahoy mate stuff?
You're a seafaring man, aren't you?
Don't let these tight pants fool you. And just 'cause I'm standing on the sea jitney, don't make me no sailor boy.
Oh, my mistake. Where's the skipper?
The skipper? Hey, look, Mac, I told you I ain't no sailor. With me, you gotta talk English.
Right, Gunzel. Dip that heater back under your wing and take me to the boss of this fish factory now.
That's better. Now you're talking my language. Can I help you across the rail?
Oh, thanks.
Say, is your name Holliday?
Yeah.
Dan Holliday?
Now, how'd you guess?
Pleased to meet you. Sweet dreams, Holliday. I hope you enjoy the boat ride.
Holiday. Oh, Holiday, you've been sleeping long enough. Better wake up and see what's making your bed roll around like this. Oh, my aching head. Hey, what is this? Don't look now, Holiday, but Susie was right. You've been shanghaied. You're out at sea. Well, and a pretty girl aboard.
Hello, Mr. Holliday. I see you're up and around.
Yeah, I'm up and my head's going around.
Bit of a blow, eh, Mr. Holliday?
You mean the one on my skull or the one outside?
Oh, I'm sorry about that sapping you took. Sometimes Manny leans a little heavy with that blackjack of his.
If he'd have leaned any heavier, he'd have driven me right through the deck. Was it you who answered my ad for adventure?
Does that surprise you?
I wouldn't have associated such a violent reception with a lady.
You've embarked upon a real adventure.
Well, suppose I decide to sit this one out.
You could go ashore.
Now, which direction is ashore?
Immediately astern.
Oh, thanks.
About 15 miles.
Oh, well, in that case, I think I'll stay.
Good. I didn't want you to decline my invitation. Which explains Manny and his blackjack as a reception committee.
Oh? Well, since you're in back of this, just who are you?
My name is Marie Gordon. I felt you might be in need of a vacation, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, sort of a holiday for Holiday. Is that it?
Exactly.
Well, great. Now, just where do we go on this vacation?
You go fishing with the captain.
Oh, I go fishing with the captain. What about you, Miss Gordon?
I remain locked in my cabin. I have things to think about.
What about Manny and his convincer?
He didn't sail. Other business kept him ashore.
The plot thickens. I fish with the captain while you stay locked in your cabin, and Manny with his blackjack prowls ashore.
Correct. And speaking of plots, Mr. Holliday, I've always admired those in your books. Perhaps you could confirm something for me.
I could try.
Establish the case of someone having something not his own, wishing to keep it from another person who desires it as well. Where would you put it?
Well, in the place you'd least expect to find it, of course.
Of course, Mr. Holliday. Good night.
Good night, Miss Gordon.
Remember, the fish bite early.
I know, especially the suckers. There's a strong odor aboard this ship, and it isn't just fish. Well, there's nothing you can do tonight, Holiday, so you might as well get some sleep.
Oh, a sailor's life is the very best life. So it's a sailor's life for me. A sailor's
morning.
life for...
You the captain?
Yep. Morning, sir. Come through last night's squall okay?
Yeah, except for this bump on my noggin.
Rolled against tension, eh? 'Twere a bit rough.
Rough is right. Oh, I understand you and I are going to do some fishing.
Aye, sir. These grounds is good for swordfish. Might even catch us a marlin.
Just where are we, Captain?
Them islands way off there is the Catalinas. Plenty of albacore here, too.
Doesn't Miss Gordon like to fish?
Don't know, sir. This is the first time she's hired me in the Ruthie J.
Then this isn't Miss Gordon's boat.
Nope. She's mine. We're just chartered for this trip.
How long are we provisioned for?
4 or 5 days. Could put in at Avalon if you want to stay out longer.
I didn't want to stay out this long.
Not ready to go ashore so soon, are you, Mr. Holliday? A few days fishing is just what you need.
What I need is to have my head examined.
That bump still bothering you?
No, but what might be happening back in town is.
Relax, Mr. Holliday. Everything will be taken care of.
Yeah. But I'm wondering how and what and why. Why is right. Just why would a girl like Marie Gordon maroon you on a fishing boat? What's the gag? And how's it going to be pulled, and on whom? Holiday, as an author, you're not even a good fisherman.
You're quite a fisherman, Mr. Holliday. Why, in just 4 days, you handle that heavy gear like a real deep-sea man.
Thanks. But don't you think we've got enough fish?
You've got another. There goes your line off the outrigging. It's a big one. Let him run, sir. Now, hit him hard. Good. You've got him, sir.
Don't look now, but I think he's got me.
He's a marlin, I think. Let him play.
Let him go play with someone else. I'm tired.
Well, that's too bad, Mr. Holliday. It set your drag too soon. That's why he broke the gear.
I wanted to break the gear. I'm sick of fishing. Captain, I want to be put ashore now.
Sorry, sir. Miss Gordon will have to give me new orders.
Now, look, Captain, I'm going ashore. I'm going to be there before tonight.
But Mr. Holliday...
Captain, you heard the gentleman. He's going ashore.
Aye, ma'am. Do we run for the mainland or the islands?
Neither. We stay here.
But you said Mr. Holliday was to go ashore.
That's correct. Lower the dinghy, Captain.
The dinghy?
And hand Mr. Holliday the oars.
The oars?
Ma'am, we're more than 10 miles off Catalina.
If Mr. Holliday wishes to be ashore before tonight, he'd better start rowing now.
Oh, you beautiful Box 13. If it hadn't have been for you, I wouldn't be out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean in a rowboat. Better rest on your oars a minute, Holiday. Because the wind is coming up, the bump on your head is swelling, the ache in your back is growing, and the blisters on your hands are spreading. When Susie mentioned the beach at Timbuktu, she knew what she was talking about. There's no ocean there.
Hey, Spaulding. You looking for me?
Oh, there you are, Manny. Yes, I've been looking for you.
Now, what does the great Edward B. Spaulding want with
Quiet.
me?
Quiet, will you? You should know better than to mention me by name. Get in that boat.
None of your penthouse-type clientele would be in a joint like this. Have a seat, Spaulding.
I tell you, that doesn't matter. I just shouldn't be seen even talking.
In that case, hit the road. I gotta keep my rep, too.
Meaning what?
I'm a nice, honest hood. And even though you act and look like the owner of Tiffany's, to me, you're just a fence.
Where's your boss? Marie?
She's out fishing.
Fishing? She couldn't be.
Look, pretty boy. If her and this Holiday want to go on a fishing trip, it's their business, see?
It's my business to get what I've paid for. The last shipment's overdue. Now, where is it?
You're sounding kind of tough. For you.
With the amount of money this deal involves, I can get tougher.
Well, I don't know from nothing. You got to talk to her.
If Marie's trying to pull something... Hey, wait a minute. You mentioned a Holiday. That wouldn't be Dan Holiday.
Did I say Holiday? Thought I said Holohan. Or was it Halloween?
All right, Manny, be a comedian. But tell your boss if she doesn't produce that merchandise by tomorrow, there'll be trouble.
Ha ha. If I told her, she might die of fright.
If she doesn't come through, somebody is going to die. And it won't be from fright.
Well, Holiday, you finally made it. You were towed into Catalina, hocked your watch for a ticket, and flew right back to town. If this is adventure, you'd better stick with the more dangerous sports like croquet or something. Susie. Oh, I forgot about Susie. She'll wonder what's happened. I'm 4 days late for lunch. She's not here. Guess she got hungry.
She's not here, Holiday, but I am.
Yeah, who are you?
Get in that office.
All right. All right. All right, now what's this all about?
I want to know where you've been for 4 days.
I don't think I've had the pleasure.
It may not prove to be a pleasure if what I suspect is true. Now, where's Marie Gordon?
Marie Gordon?
From your expression of surprise, I gather you know what I'm talking about. Did you catch any fish, or was it larger game you were after?
Not knowing who you are, I'm at a disadvantage.
Disadvantage is even greater now. Now, do you talk, or do I shoot?
Oh, do I have a choice?
No.
In that case, I'll talk.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holiday. And now back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holiday.
Holiday, you can run into more trouble than a kid playing football with a beehive. You know, I don't think this guy's in the mood to believe you just got bopped on the bean and taken for a boat ride. He thinks you're in on the deal. Yeah, but what's the deal?
Come on, Holiday, talk.
Oh, I'd love to, but what do we talk about?
About 5 minutes. And if by then you haven't told me where you and Marie have been instead of fishing, I'm going to pull this trigger.
Now, believe me, I caught 5 tuna, 10 albacore, 4 swordfish, and a pair of blistered hands. And that's no fish story. Hey, where you going?
Over here to turn up your radio. You see, I'm very considerate of others. This is a very big gun. Makes a very big noise. I don't want to disturb the neighbors when it goes off.
Okay, Mr. Whatever your name is. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. And if you don't believe me, you can start shooting.
You sound very brave, Holiday.
And I act very dumb. Now, I know it was stupid of me to accept a blind invitation to visit a boat named the Ruthie J. Because when I got there, a tough character in tight pants used my head for a dinner gong.
Somebody slugged you?
Yeah. And I've got the bump to prove it.
This character's name wouldn't begin with the letter M.
As far as I'm concerned, it ended with A-N-N-Y.
So it was Manny. Well, go on.
Well, while I was unconscious, I was tucked Betty by in the cabin of the boat. When I woke up, I was gazing into the lovely blue eyes of one Miss Marie Gordon, a woman I have never seen before in my life.
Then I suppose you and this total stranger went fishing for 4 days.
Now you took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, find some more. And tell me you didn't ask any questions. That you were just brought back home with salt spray in your hair, a beautiful tan, and nothing else.
I asked plenty of questions, to which I got plenty of no answers. And for your information, I wasn't brought back home.
Oh? You, swam?
No, I rode. 10 miles all the way to Catalina. There I caught a plane, took a cab from the airport, and found you here waiting for me. That, brother, is my story. You turned off the radio. What's the trouble? No gunplay?
No gunplay.
Great, but why the change of heart?
Holliday, I understand you're quite an author. But even you couldn't make up a story like that one.
So Holliday got rid of the mysterious man with a gun. Hey, but what about Susie? She's not here. She's not at home. The Star Times. They'll know what happened to her.
Well, if it isn't Dan Holliday. Have a nice vacation?
Oh, wonderful, Jonesy. Hey, have you seen Susie?
Not since the other morning. She came in with a wire telling her to take a few days vacation.
Hey, who told her to take a vacation?
Well, you did, of course. Don't you remember?
Jonesy, sometimes my left hand just doesn't know what my right hand is writing. Where'd she go?
She didn't say. She came in with a man wearing tight pants. She looked for the mail. There wasn't any, and they went away.
Man with the tight pants. Manny, I'll see you later.
No, wait. All this mail came while you've been gone. In a box, too. Here.
A box? What could this be?
Maybe candy.
Oh, nobody loves me that much.
Wait.
What?
You hear something tick in that box right now?
Tick. You think it's...
I think you better get that thing out of here.
Oh, but Jonesy,
Take it to police headquarters. Get it out of the building fast. It might blow up any minute.
You've ridden in many a taxicab, Holliday, but this is the first one you've taken with a maniac in the driver's seat and a bomb in the back. Inspector Blake. That's my man.
You say this thing ticked?
Yeah, it sounds like a clock in there.
Come on, hurry.
Where are we going?
We've got a bomb shelter down in the basement.
Oh, that's great, but why take the bomb with us?
We're going to open that box.
That's all I need.
Been soaking for 30 minutes. We're safe now.
Whew. Thanks, Inspector. Say, do you mind shoving my heart back into place for me?
Now, there's nothing to worry about, my boy. We'll open up this beauty and see what we've got.
Holy smoke.
These are jewels, Holliday. Now, what made you think this was a time bomb?
I have an aversion to anything that ticks.
I have an aversion, too. To people like you who come in here talking about time bombs when all they've heard are some loose jewels clicking together.
Well, I'm sorry, Inspector. Well, I think I'll beat it. Just let me wrap up those stones.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Those jewels stay here until you can prove ownership. Now, where'd you get them? To whom do they belong?
Give me about 30 minutes, Inspector, and I think I'll be able to answer you. So that's what it was, Holliday. A stunt to smuggle jewels. Into box 13, no less. That Marie Gordon, she's a clever, clever girl. No wonder the mysterious character at the office was waving that gun at me. Oh, think of what would have happened if I'd tried to lie to him. Come on, Holliday, you've got places to go and some people to meet.
I was so worried about you rolling all that way, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, that's okay, Captain. Hey, what I came here for was to locate Miss Gordon. Do you know where I can find her?
She's a popular woman. 2 other men come a-looking for her.
2 men?
Yep. One was a smooth-looking sort of fella. The other was a tough.
With tight pants?
That you mention it, yes. He was here when we docked.
What happened? Did you hear the conversation?
Only that the tough one was to go right quick to a place called Rambler's Inn and wait.
Then the other man arrived.
Yep. He seemed sore about something. They got in a car together and drove off. That's the last I seen of them.
Captain, you're terrific. When my blistered hands heal up, you and I are going back after the Marlin that got away.
All right, Matt. Where do you think you're going? Well, if it ain't Mr. Holliday again. Only this time, I don't think you were invited.
Yeah, that's right. And this time you're the one who's going Betty by. Pleasant dreams, Manny. Here. Just in case you get restless in your sleep, let me tie you in bed with this baling wire. I didn't have time to ask you in which cabin there were, Manny. With those angry voices I hear down the line, I don't think they would be coming from honeymooners.
Free for the last time. Where are those jewels?
Don't threaten me, Spaulding. Manny's right outside. One call from me and he'd be all over you like a rug.
I gave you the money to pay off the smugglers. I want the jewels.
At first, the boys didn't want to turn over the stuff. When they finally did, I thought they might try to get it back.
So you went off on a fishing trip with a man named Holliday. Why?
Certainly. And for a good reason. Holliday has the jewelry.
What? How did he get into this?
You know about his ad in the Star Times?
What about it?
Well, I thought we might have trouble with the boys. I had to think of a place to put it where they wouldn't expect to find it.
So?
I sent it to Box 13. Where are you going?
Pay another visit to Dan Holliday.
Don't bother. I'm here.
Holliday?
Manny! Manny!
I'm afraid Manny won't hear you.
What?
He's taking his nap. And you look sleepy, too. Say, Manny's blackjack works fine. Your friend Spaulding is sleeping like an infant. Now,
what?
Now, what's this about my having that smuggled jewelry?
You, could share in it with me.
You're very generous.
I can afford to be. Duty-free, and with Spaulding's wealthy client.
Oh. You decided to cut Spaulding in after all.
Why should I?
What do you mean?
I'd rather cut you in, Mr. Holliday.
No, thanks. I'm not interested.
But that's foolish. Think of all that money.
I am, but I'm also thinking of a great tag for the yarn I'm going to write.
But what will that get you?
Royalties, lady. Royalties.
This is Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, Holliday, prepare yourself for an I told you so from Susie when she comes in. Brother, wait till she finds out she was right about those smugglers and my being Shang-Hoed.
Holliday.
What is it, Inspector?
We've been after that smuggling gang for a long time. If that Gordon dame hadn't gotten so greedy and tried to chisel on Spaulding, we wouldn't have caught up with him so soon. And, of course, you helped a bit, too.
Oh, coming from a police inspector. Those are very kind words. Well, Susie, it's about time you showed up.
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday. My, what a beautiful tan. Catch any fish?
All kinds. Tell me, Susie, where have you been?
Out of town. The wire you sent me said to take a vacation for 5 or 6 days.
Oh, the wire I sent, which I didn't send.
Well, anyway, you didn't specify which, so, Mr. Holliday, I took 6.
I see.
And, Mr. Holliday...
Yes, Susie?
You know the nice man that I went down to Box 13 with?
Yes.
Well, I told him how I warned you about being taken by smugglers, and do you know what he said?
No. What did he say?
He said you were right about the smugglers. They wouldn't hit you on the head with a sloop. They'd use a blackjack.
Oh, fine.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Ted Hediger with original story by Frank Hart Tausig. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Original music was composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as private investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. You know, there's something about me that is to trouble what molasses is to flies. I never go around looking for trouble. Trouble goes around looking for me. Now, take that afternoon a few months ago when I walked into the press room of the Hall of Justice and found, among others, Clark Ames, the young City Hall reporter for the Chronicle, expounding on his favorite subject, a deep hatred for a man named Fred Curtis, nicknamed the Alibi Master. Ames and the other newspaper men had watched Curtis win acquittals for a dozen different clients and always by the same route, unbreakable alibis. This made the clients very happy and the district attorney very miserable. The Chronicle, a crusading newspaper, had, at the instigation of Clark Ames, been running an anti-Curtis campaign, bordering pretty close on libel. And Curtis, who was sharper than a razor's edge and harder to catch up with on the horizon, hated Ames with a wonderful passion. Curtis had won the last round, and Ames was telling me about it.
So Curtis goes to Williams, my managing editor, and threatens a libel suit. Well, I had gone a little overboard, I guess. And Williams had to let me go. Temporary layoff until the heat died down. But now I'm back on the job, Rogue, and I'm solid. And you wait until that phony Curtis sees me sitting here. Wait till he finds out I'm back on the job. Huh?
Look, Ames, I've been around this town for a while, and if I'm picking out a guy to buck, it won't be Fred Curtis. Huh? How come you decided to make a career of locking horns with the smartest mouthpiece in the business? How do you expect to win?
Oh, don't worry about it, Rogue. I got that phony right where I want him. You wait a couple of days, that's all. Mr. Alibi Master Curtis is going to be nailed to the Chronicle's masthead.
Hello, Ames. Did I hear you taking my name in vain?
Could be.
How uninteresting. What are you doing sitting around in the press room? It's reserved for the working press. Hello, Rogue.
How's your trial going, Curtis?
Oh, my client will have dinner at home tonight. Jury just retired.
Your client is guilty as the devil, Curtis. What's his alibi this time?
Now you know he couldn't have committed the crime. I've just proved to the jury that he was in San Francisco at the time the murder was committed. How are you getting along on your unemployment insurance, Ames? It was a pleasure getting you fired.
Too bad it didn't last. Well, I'm back on the job, which means I'm right back on your trail. That's bad news for you, Curtis.
Do me a favor, will you, Ames? When you call in the report of the not guilty verdict the jury's about to bring in for my client, tell your stupid managing editor I'm filing a libel action against him the first thing in the morning.
Look, Curtis, let's go in the courtroom, will you? I'm going to be there when the jury comes in.
Okay, Rogue. Oh, here, Ames. Here's $10. Go get a haircut, will you, kid? And have your suit pressed. And don't forget to spell my name correctly when you phone that story in.
Here's your 10 right in your face, Curtis. I'll see that your name is spelled right. In the biggest type in the shop, right at the top of the page when you're tried for falsifying evidence. And that's going to happen to you awfully soon, wise guy.
Here. Take it easy, Ames.
Oh, let him talk.
Let me give you something to kick around in that warped mind of yours, Curtis. You remember a guy named Don Thompson? Your alibi witness for Ed Harris a year ago. I'm sure you remember Thompson.
What about him?
Would it put a crimp in that famous poise of yours if you knew that Thompson had given the Chronicle a signed and witnessed statement admitting that he had perjured himself in that alibi statement for Harris?
That is preposterous.
Is it? Well, you'd be in quite a spot if the Chronicle happened to have a statement like that, wouldn't you, Curtis? A statement that swears that you paid Don Thompson $1,000 for the perjured testimony that kept Ed Harris out of the gas chamber? That'd sure stop your clock, wouldn't it?
Have you been drinking, Ames? You sound even a little more illogical than usual.
Oh, that's right. You like logic, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, figure this one out. I've been trying for some time to get convicting evidence on you. You got me fired for trying. The Chronicle was scared of a libel suit. But all of a sudden, my managing editor, Williams, doesn't seem to be very afraid of your suing the paper. Now, what could be the reason for him giving me my job back? It could be that statement from Thompson did it, couldn't it? All right, now sweat it out, Curtis. You'll be seeing your picture in the Chronicle with bars in front of you and a number on your chest in about 48 hours. Not even one of your phony alibis can keep you out of this rap, big shot.
I suppose I should be annoyed by such juvenile threats, but I just don't seem to be able to take you seriously, Ames. And the next time I give you my attention, you'll never work on a newspaper again. Coming with me, Rogue?
No, not now, no. I think I'll stay here and use the telephone. You could see and feel the hate that hung in the air in that press room like a cloud of poison gas after Fred Curtis left. Clark Ames went all to pieces as soon as we were alone, paced the floor, said he'd talked too much. He was as worried as a man with a 3-horse parlay and 2 winners. Pretty soon, though, he left, and I used the telephone to call a couple of girls I know. They They weren't home. I was about to give up and go to dinner by myself when I turned around and saw Betty Callahan standing there behind me, looking like $1 million, which is a nice figure, which is what she has, if you know what I mean. Betty had a funny little quizzical smile on her face.
Hello, Richard. What's the matter? Aren't you having any luck?
Well, honey, I was just going to call you.
You mean that if Alice isn't home and Liza doesn't answer, I'm next in line?
Oh, now, you know better than that. You're always first on my list.
Remember, Richard, I was standing here when you were phoning.
Sure. I was just trying to get a substitute, that's all.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you want? The names of some girls and a few phone numbers?
Now, don't look at me like that, Betty. The only reason I was calling those other girls was because I couldn't find you.
Well, I'll forgive you if you'll take me to dinner and then to the theater to see Tallulah Bankhead.
Oh, my goodness, you have such expensive taste.
Oh, really, my dear man. I have something infinitely better. I have 2 passes for the show.
Well, good. I've got 2 passes for a drive-in. Come on, I want to see if I can walk through that door without eating the jam off of it. I'm hungry.
So am I. That's the only reason you have a date with me tonight, Richard.
Well, then come on. All through that hamburger, I kept dividing my thoughts between how such a little girl could eat so much food and that scene in the press room at the Hall of Justice. I knew Fred Curtis for what he really was, cold-blooded and completely ruthless. I remembered that look in his eyes as he left the press room. A little puzzlement, a little fear, and a great deal of malice. Even if nobody else believed the story Ames told, I was sure that Curtis more than half believed it. And that meant trouble for somebody. Betty and I finished our dinner at last, and in spite of everything she could eat, I still had money enough to pay for it and a cab to the theater. We were just back in our seats after the second act intermission when I heard my name being paged.
If Richard Rogue is in the audience, will he please report to the lobby? Mr. Richard Rogue, please report to the lobby.
Isn't that a sort of obvious piece of publicity, Richard?
How the devil did anybody know I was here?
You better go see what's so important. But you hurry back.
I'll be right back, baby. I had a bad hunch as I walked up that aisle. Those little chills that always race up and down my spine when I'm walking into trouble were acting up. I didn't know what to expect as I walked out into the lobby. Then I saw Clark Ames standing there. His face was as white as a dove's wing, and his eyes had the strained look that is the aftermath of seeing violent death.
Rogue.
Yeah, what's the matter, Ames? You look like you've seen a ghost.
I've seen something worse, Rogue. You got to come down to the Chronicle with me.
Now, get a hold of yourself. You're shaking like a dice cup. What's the matter?
Williams, my managing editor, was just killed.
Huh?
Murdered in his office.
Well, that's the beginning of our story. We'll continue in just a moment, but first, here's Jim Doyle.
Romance and soft feminine glamour are back in style. Women are taking off the bandanas they donned in war plants and are again letting their hair reflect moonbeams and stardust. That's why Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is in more demand now than ever. Because Fitch's saponified shampoo brings out the radiant beauty of your hair. Its fragrant, creamy lather cleanses so thoroughly and rinses out so completely. Fitch's saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent, so no special after rinse is needed. And best of all, you can wash your hair as often as you like with Fitch's saponified shampoo, and it will never become dry or harsh feeling. That's because this shampoo is made from pure, natural oils that keep your hair ever soft and lustrous. Ask for Fitch's saponified shampoo the next time you're at your beauty shop, or buy an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. And now we return to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Well, I was working. The publisher of the Chronicle was paying me $1,000 for putting the long, cold finger on the murder of Williams, the managing editor. I was pretty sure I knew who the murderer was, so it looked like a soft buck. When Ames and I arrived at the Chronicle, homicide was already there. My friendly enemy, Lieutenant Urban, was in charge, as usual. He walked over from where he was examining the remains of the late Mr. Williams.
Hey, Sam, help me with this.
What are you doing here, Rogue?
Now, Urban, you know whenever anything comes along you boys can't handle, they always send for me.
Who's paying you?
The publisher of this paper. Now, shall we go on with the third degree, or shall we get to work on the murder?
What do you know about it?
More than you do. When was he killed?
The medical examiner says he got it about 2 hours ago.
Stabbed to death with his own copy shears, huh?
Yeah, the last edition had already gone in. No one else was in the city room when it happened.
Found a motive?
Well, look at the office. Every file's been emptied. The murderer was looking for something, Rogie.
Yeah, I wonder if he found it.
You wouldn't know what it was, would you?
Yeah, I might. I might at that. I heard the Chronicle had a signed confession from Don Thompson. They were going to run it tomorrow.
Now, what was Thompson's confession? Come on, Rogue. You might as well give me all of it.
Well, it seemed Thompson was confessing that he had been paid quite a sum of money for a job of perjury by Fred Curtis, commonly known as the alibi master. In words of one syllable, so you can understand it, Urban, Thompson sold the Chronicle information which would have put Curtis away for about 10 years.
Curtis, eh? Well, looks like this is going to be a simple case.
Could be, yes. Hey, Ames, you know where Williams kept that Thompson confession?
It was in the top drawer of this file. It's gone.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess that settles that, Urban.
That's too easy. Curtis knows every trick in the book.
Hello, Urban. May I come in?
Yeah. We were just talking about you, Curtis. You're very welcome.
I figured I would be.
Why did you kill him, Curtis? You knew you'd be the number one on the suspect parade.
Oh, that's not very smart, Rogue. If I had killed him, I would have been much more clever about it. I wasn't within 100 miles of here when he was killed.
Well, that sounds familiar.
I know I'm wasting my time asking this, Curtis, but you can prove that alibi, can't you?
Of course. I was on my ranch in Antelope Valley when I heard over the radio that Williams had been killed. I suppose my friend Rogue has told you of the fantastic story a drunken reporter named Ames was shouting in the press room at the Hall of Justice today.
Yeah, I told him. He knows all about it. Oh, incidentally, Thompson's little composition is missing. The man who killed Williams lifted it.
Very convenient for you, wasn't it, Curtis?
Convenient? Oh, there never was such a confession. There couldn't have been. Because there wasn't the slightest background of truth for the wild tale Ames told today.
Okay, Curtis. We'll let you know what we think of the story after we've checked your alibi. You were on your ranch in Antelope Valley when you heard the report of Williams' death.
Yes.
That's about 100 miles from here, right?
Approximately. As soon as I heard the report of the death, I knew I would be a suspect. So I started to town. I stopped in a bar in Palmdale for a drink on the way in and then came directly to the Chronicle office without stopping. My car's at the curb now in front of the building.
Ryan, check those alibis.
Oh, they'll check, Lieutenant.
I'm sure they will. The alibi master would never slip up on his own alibi.
That's right. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Rogue.
And I'm sorry to be disappointed, Curtis. You sure you don't know anything about this murder? You didn't hire someone to do it for you, did you?
Of course not. I had nothing against the man. Why should I want to kill him?
You can go, Curtis. We'll try to break that alibi or find the boy you hired. Until we do, take it easy.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Oh, you can reach me at my office if I can be of any further use to you.
Oh, Curtis, are you going back toward the Biltmore Theater?
Mm-hmm.
I got to get back there. I left my car there. And, oh, brother, Betty. Ooh, she'll massacre me.
I'll give you a lift. Come on, Rogue.
This Curtis guy was strictly the deluxe type. His car was a long, sleek black job a few sizes smaller than the Queen Mary, but with approximately the same amount of power. We got in. Curtis turned on the ignition, and the gas gauge swept clear across to full. Curtis had said he drove directly from the bar in Palmdale to the Chronicle office without stopping. About 70 miles. Mr. Curtis's carefully planned alibi was not so carefully planned. I was enjoying a short ride with a murderer. He saw my eyes on the gasoline gauge, followed them with his own, and then put his hand in his coat pocket. I knew there was a gun in it. As we drove away from the curb, I picked up a copy of the Chronicle, which had been lying in the seat beside me. I thought perhaps if I could hide my thoughts a little better, if I pretended a great nonchalance, with no part of which I felt. Curtis was not sure that I'd attached the proper importance to the story the gas gauge told. He was being nonchalant, too. I had a little dough riding on Prevaricator 7th today when I came out.
Ought to be in that paper. Final results.
Where'd you get it?
I bought it in Palmdale.
Then? Oh, this is the Bulldog edition.
Oh.
The Bulldog edition is sold only on the streets in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's right. I'm afraid I made a mistake, huh, Rogue?
Yes, I'm afraid you made two of them, Curtis. This paper and that full gas tank. You didn't drive 70 miles in this gas eater without stopping and arrive here with a full tank, did you?
You're very observant. Looks like you're cracking my alibi, huh?
You killed Williams, didn't you?
Yes, I had to. I had to get that confession of Thompson's that would have ruined me. I owe that impetuous reporter a great debt for tipping me off to the Chronicle's plans for crucifying me.
You, have any plans for me?
Yes. Yes, I think I have it worked out. I'm going to drive you out to the suburbs to a spot I know that's probably deserted by this time. Now, if you were found there, shot...
Aren't you overlooking something? If I'm found there, shot, Urban is going to pick you up fast. You're going to do better than that, Curtis.
Well, if there were signs of a struggle and your wristwatch had been set an hour ahead and smashed to set the time of death, and I was at Lincoln Heights Jail talking to a client at the time the police would figure the murder took place, that might do it, don't you think, Rogue?
No. It's no good, Curtis. You're slipping. In the first place, there's always the possibility that a shot would be heard.
The district I have in mind is deserted by now, or will be before I consummate my plan.
And Urban is no fool. He'll be awfully suspicious. Might give you the paraffin test on your gun hand. No, I don't think you're going to handle the situation that way, Curtis. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be kind of hard to handle, even for you.
You know, Rogue, it's amazing how fascinating crime, I mean the actual act of committing a crime, can be. Have you ever killed anybody?
No. Now, look, Curtis, I suppose you know that you're going to get caught.
I know nothing of the kind. Successful crime is nothing more than planning, careful planning. Oh, I'll grant you, Rogue, that I'm going to be suspected of your murder. But I'll never be convicted for it. I won't take any chances.
You're wrong, Curtis. You talk like a sick man. You can't beat the law. If you commit a crime, you're going to pay for it. Let's go down to police headquarters and talk this thing over with Urban. What do you have to win by adding another murder to your score?
Mr. Rogue, I love life too much, and I love success too much to let anything stand in the way of my life as I live it. You just can't understand that, can you? You think that a man of my background and position must be horrified at the thought of taking the life of another human being. Well, you're wrong, Rogue. I have my own code, my own ethics. You know and I know hundreds of reputable businessmen in this town who spend their days and nights, their lives, grasping for money, for power over the lives of more and more people. Yeah. Well, when one of them wrecks another man's life or his business, it amounts to a victory, which is celebrated by the wrecker at his club that evening. If the victim commits suicide, and he often does, they're sorry. That's all. It's just business.
What are you trying to prove, Curtis?
I'm explaining why I killed Williams. Why I have to make sure that you and the knowledge you have of my affairs are disposed of. It's a matter of business, Rogue.
No, you're crazier than a coot. You know that, Curtis. You're not talking like a rational person. You're going to pay for this crime.
Don't move. Put your hands back in your lap. I think you know that I won't hesitate to kill you here on the road if it becomes necessary. Set your watch up an hour. 1 hour, Mr. Rogue.
Okay. You got a new plan?
Yeah. We're on the outskirts of town. I'm going to stop the car when I come to an advantageous place. Then I'm going to knock you unconscious with a tire iron, smash your watch, throw you onto the road, and run over you. To all appearances, your murder will be the result of a hit-and-run accident. I will have an alibi which will make it impossible for me to have been in the vicinity at the time of the accident. That, I think, is a perfect plan.
It's full of holes. In the first place, Urban will check the tread on your tires, and in the second, he'll never fall for that smash watch trick. You'll never get away with it, Curtis. You've been buying up juries and alibis and evidence for so long that you forgot that they're honest people. People who can't be bought. Urban's one of them. He'll stay with you until he gets you for killing me, Curtis. Now, you'll have to come up with a much cleverer scheme than what you've thought of so far.
Maybe you're right, Rogue.
What are you doing?
What I'm going to do now, Mr. Rogue, won't need any alibi.
Look out, you fool. Curtis! Curtis, give me that wheel.
Sit back there, Rogue.
Get your foot off that accelerator. You're going to hit... Turn that wheel! Give me that wheel, Curtis!
Goodbye, Mr. Rogue. Let go of that wheel. Let go or I'll shoot.
We'll continue in just a moment. But now, here's Jim Doyle.
Time is a valuable thing these days, and no man wants to spend any more of it than possible on shaving. So you busy men who want to cut down on your shaving time, use Fitch's No Brush shaving cream. This swell cream gives you a close, comfortable shave in a hurry. It's an expert blend of 3 important shaving ingredients. These ingredients enable your razor to fairly sail along without nicking or scraping. The creamy, non-greasy texture of Fitch's No Brush saves you time, too, for it won't clog your razor or the drain. And with all your speed in shaving, you'll find that Fitch's No Brush leaves your face feeling smooth and cool.
You men who prefer a lather cream will find Fitch's Brush Cream also gives quick, comfortable shaves. It makes lots of rich lather that stays moist all during the shave, then rinses off easily.
Both Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving creams come in generous 25 and 50-cent sizes. For shaving speed and shaving ease, switch to Fitch. Now back to Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
When I saw what that madman Curtis was going to do, I knew I had nothing to lose. He had that big, powerful car wide open and heading straight for a stone wall. I tried to grab the wheel and turn it. He fired at me just as we crashed into the wall. I only remembered turning the wheel enough to deflect the shock a little. And then I was on cloud number 8. Hugo was there, waiting for me.
Hello, Chief. You had a close call there.
Hey, Hugo, where have you been?
Well, I had a little trouble with the OPA about Cloud 8, and I had to go and see them.
Oh.
Then I had a tough time getting a reservation back. But I'm glad to see you, Rogie, with your usual bump on the head.
Oh, am I dead?
Only the good die young, Rogie. Hey, you got company. An old friend of yours is up here. Look, over on Cloud 9. See him?
Oh, Curtis. He isn't dead either, huh?
Oh, no. But I sure thought I was out of a job when I saw you slamming into that wall, Rogie. You ought to take better care of yourself. For me.
Yeah. Look, I gotta get out of here, Hugo. How badly am I hurt?
Oh, you're okay. That car was built to take it. You won't be playing any gin rummy for a while, and you can't collect on your insurance.
Give me a little boost over the side. Will you, Hugo? I gotta get downstairs before Curtis does.
Sure, Chief. Here you go. So long, Rogie.
Rogie.
Hello, Irvin. Fancy meeting you here. Receiving hospital?
Yeah. What have you been up to? What were you trying to do? Kill yourself?
No. Is Curtis here?
Yeah. Now, I'll ask the questions. What happened?
How badly is Curtis hurt?
Leg broken, that's all. He's still unconscious.
Look, Irvin, he killed Williams. He tried to kill me.
He admitted it, eh?
Yeah, after I caught a couple of flaws in his alibi.
You got enough dope on him to make it stick?
I don't know. It would be my word against his. But I got an idea. An idea that might cinch the deal.
Every once in a while, you do have a good one.
Get the chief surgeon over here, will you? I'm going to need his help.
Okay. Here. Lie down there. I don't want anything to happen to you, Rogie. I was worried about you. You're such a pest, I'd miss you like the devil. I'll get the doc.
When I outlined my scheme to the chief surgeon, he looked for a minute like you might call him the head of the psychiatric ward. But with Urban's help, I finally got him to agree to play it my way. He bandaged Curtis from head to foot, put constricting straps across his chest, and cinched him down like a saddle on an outlaw horse. Then they put him in an oxygen tent and brought him out of shock. Urban pulled out all of the stops as he stood by the side of the hospital bed and talked to the murderer. Like a father.
Curtis, can you hear me?
Yes. Who is it?
Lieutenant Urban. Did the doctor give you the bad news yet?
Yeah. Crushed chest. Nothing they can do, I guess.
No. You haven't got long to live. Anything you want to tell me? Might as well go with a clear conscience. Did you kill Williams?
Yeah. Yeah, I killed him. I had to do it. I killed him. I killed him.
Well, that was the end of the case. Brilliant piece of work on my part, I thought. Going through that little tableau of making Curtis believe he was on his deathbed and had nothing to lose by confessing the murder. And, I love that Urban. He's so proud of the fact that he confined his remarks to the truth when he was talking with Curtis. All he said was, "You haven't long to live." Remember? That was true enough. Curtis was executed a few months later. Which proves that the theory about perfect crimes is as foolish as a sure way to beat roulette. And, Betty, well, I left her in a theater when I started out on this case. It cost me about, just about what I made, $1,000 to get her over her peeve. So I broke about even on the deal. Oh, well, you know the old saying, a fool and his money are some party. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and D. Engelbach produced and directed. Don't forget, you've all got a date with us next Thursday night. We have a story for you about the last time Rogue saw prison. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening. And now, once again, here's Jim Doyle.
Be with us again at the same time next week. Oh, and be sure to see Dick Powell in his latest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. Remember, tune in next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. It's the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. No other shampoo can make this statement. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, beauty or barber shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Iris. No, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I'm on my way to Cairo. No, Cairo, Egypt. The land of the pharaohs. Seems someone there started a new pyramid club, and Army Intelligence wants me to find out if they're paying off in lead.
Once again, the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the Lonely Hunter.
Well, the boy who first said there's no place like home must have had me in mind. But I never realized how much truth there was in those 5 words till Army Intelligence picked up my option and sent me flying to Egypt. And if you think I'm the only one who feels this way, you might query Vince Torrio. Mr. Torrio is a rugged-looking gent sharing a table with the character wearing the tarbush in the Cafe El Cala near the Arab quarter of Cairo. Vince is a long way from home, and obviously that's where he feels charity begins.
Go on, beat it. Bakshish, miss.
I
said beat it. Arms for the love of Allah.
Oh, how I hate this place. For my part, they can take it and give it back to the pharaohs.
You are not very charitable to a land that granted you asylum.
Well, for my Joe Yusuf, it stinks. Where I made my mistake was not going to Italy with Lucky.
Lucky?
He's the guy I told you about, the one I used to work for. Now, there was a sport, Hussein. When we went into a club in New York, all the flunkies used to knock themselves out. In the best places, too, not sores like this. Boy, would I love to see him again.
Then why did you come here?
Because I was a big schmo, that's why. Lucky would have taken me with him in a minute, but no, I had to come to Egypt. Romantic land of the Nile. Well, you watch how fast I shake the Sahara dust off my shoes when I make a score.
I gather you mean money.
That's exactly what I mean.
Then I have a proposition that might interest you. A friend of mine has 2 kilos of pure opium he would like smuggled into Morocco.
What'll he pay?
100 pounds. We could share it equally.
Include me out. I'm not taking a chance of winding up in your local flea bag for that kind of... Well, I'll be... Carol! Carol Morgan!
Beg your pardon?
What's the matter, baby? Don't you remember me, Vince Torrio?
I'm afraid you're making a mistake.
Are you kidding? I'd recognize you...
trouble, darling?
No, Abdul. This gentleman thought I was someone else.
Yeah, I guess I did. No hard feelings?
No, of course not. Shall we go, Abdul?
Anytime you're ready, dear. I think you might enjoy seeing the Citadel. It was built by Saladin in the 12th century.
Well, that's one for the book.
The eyes play strange tricks, eh?
Huh? What'd you say, Yusuf?
You were mistaken about the young lady.
No, I wasn't. It's Carol Morgan, all right. It sure is a small world. Remember me telling you about this guy Lucky I used to work for? Well, Carol was his girl. I wonder who that character was with her.
Perhaps I can be of some assistance. He is Abdul Salim Bey.
Where'd he pick up that accent?
I believe he attended Oxford.
Loaded, huh?
If you mean wealthy, the answer is yes.
Well, what do you know? Leave it to little Carol to land on her feet. You think you could scout around and find out where she's staying?
You have an idea?
I have a couple. You know something, Yusuf? I was wrong about Egypt. This could be the land of opportunity.
Who is it?
Room service.
Just a moment, please.
Hello, Carol.
Guess I should have known.
I guess you should have. Hey, this is quite a layout. You ought to see the dump where I'm staying. I swear the flies are so
What do
thick.
you want, Vince?
Well, you might at least ask me to sit down. After all, it's been how long? 6 years since I saw you? Incidentally, what do you hear from Lucky?
Nothing.
I bet that's because he don't know where to contact you.
And he's not going to find out.
There's no reason he should. Live and let live is my motto. Mine.
What are you getting at, Vince?
Well, you were just a young kid when you met Lucky. What did you know?
Should have known better.
You're being hard on yourself, Carol. Anyone's entitled to make a mistake. You just weren't used to the big league.
I learned fast enough. But that's all behind me, Vince. I haven't done anything in the last 6 years I wouldn't want anyone to know about.
Does that go for the Sultan?
The Sultan?
That character you were, the one with the fez. His name is Abdul Salim Bey, isn't it?
How did you find that out?
A friend of mine, Yusuf Ben Ali, told me. Yusuf says he's loaded.
If it's money you want.
What kind of a heel do you take me for?
Then what do you want?
You know I always had a yen for you.
What?
Of course, I couldn't say anything while Lucky was around. But now it's different.
Let me go.
Oh, now don't tell me you've fallen for the Sultan.
I said let me go.
Hey. Okay, baby. That's the way you want it. I can play like that, too.
Ow!
I was going to be nice, but you wouldn't let me. Okay, what do you think the Sultan will say when he finds out who you are?
I wouldn't tell him.
How much dough you got?
$800?
Don't make me laugh. What about all that jewelry Lucky gave you?
I gave it back.
What do you call that rock on your finger?
That's my own.
Well, take it off. Come on, Carol, give.
Now will you get out?
Sure. But I'll be running into you again. We old friends ought to stick together. I'll be seeing you, baby.
Oh, Captain, will you slow down to about 10 knots? I don't want Miss Morgan to miss this. Look, Carol, over there. That's old Cairo. Those ruins are part of the Roman fortress of Babylon.
Hmm?
Better pay attention to how I'm going to ask questions later.
I'm sorry, Abdul.
That's all right, darling. Now, that island we're passing is the island of Rhoda. According to our tradition, that's where Pharaoh's daughter found Moses and the bulrushes.
That's very interesting.
Is it?
What do you mean?
There's something bothering you.
Oh, you're wrong.
Deborah, dears, I want you to feel you can tell me.
There's nothing to tell.
That man you met yesterday in the Café El Cala.
I told you he was mistaken. You heard him admit it.
He knew your name.
He knew nothing of the kind.
You know how I feel about you, darling.
Does that give you a license to pry into my private affairs?
I never maintained it did.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, stop needling me.
Carol.
And take that hurt look out of your eyes. It doesn't do a thing for you. Now go away and leave me alone.
Yes?
Have I the pleasure of speaking with His Excellency Abdul Salim Bey?
Who is this?
I am called Yusuf Ben Ali.
Yusuf Ben Ali?
I could not expect His Excellency to recognize the name. I am unworthy of such honor, though our paths have crossed. I was in the Café El Cala yesterday with a foreigner when His Excellency entered with the American lady.
So?
So my companion, too, came from America. His name is Vincent Dorio. If I can offer a suggestion, you might find it to your advantage to investigate the gentleman.
Why are you telling me all this, Yusuf?
As it says in the Koran, we Muslims should be helpful to one another. Who knows? Someday you may be of some small service to me. May Allah show you the way?
That you, Yusuf?
Yes?
Wait a minute. Come on.
Hello, Vince.
Who the devil are you?
You don't remember?
No.
Well, it's been a long time. The name is Waring, Mike Waring.
Oh, sure. You're that private dick they call a Falcon.
It comes back to you now?
Yeah, but I don't remember inviting you in.
Well, you just forgot your manners. What in the world ever possessed you to move into a dump like this?
I like the view.
Yeah, I bet on a clear day you can see 8 million flies. Lucky did much better for himself. I hear tell he's got a villa in Italy that's out of this world. How come you two separated when you were deported?
None of your business.
No, but it's Uncle Sam's. I'm working for him these days.
What are you babbling about?
Cigarette?
I asked you something, Waring.
Well, it's come to Uncle's attention that narcotics are being smuggled into the States by way of Egypt. We've got a hunch the traffic is being directed by Lucky from Italy.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, isn't it strange I find you in Cairo?
I'm studying to be a Muslim.
Oh. And what's Carol Morgan's reason?
Who?
Lucky's old girlfriend.
Is she here?
You mean you didn't know?
No.
It's funny. I tailed a boy to our hotel yesterday who looked exactly like you.
I look, wise guy.
Well, you can't blame me for being suspicious, Vince. With you and Carol in Cairo, it looks like the gathering of the clan.
I tell you, I haven't seen her.
Isn't that her diamond ring?
Huh?
You shouldn't leave it lying around, Vince. It's much too valuable. How come she gave it to you?
She's crazy for me.
Well, there's no accounting for taste. I guess I'll take a little ride over to the Ministry of the Interior. Like to join me?
Not on your life.
Come on, fella.
I said not on your life, and I mean it.
Now, put away that gun, Vince. You know you wouldn't use it.
Wouldn't I?
Well, yeah, I guess you would. So, in that case...
Get back.
Well, you can't hate a guy for trying.
Who can't? Personally, I can hit him like poison.
Hurry with that water, Mohammed. I believe our friend is coming too. Thank you. I'll give it to him. Try some of this, Mr. Waring.
What is it?
Just water, unfortunately.
Where am I?
I'm afraid your headaches are just beginning, sir.
What the devil are you talking about?
Mohammed, will you be good enough to lift the blanket? You recognize the gentleman?
It's Vince Torrio.
It was Mr. Torrio. It will probably come as no shock to you he was stabbed to death.
Who did it?
I imagine you'd be in the best position to know.
Wait a minute. Where do you get off asking these questions?
Forgive me. I should have introduced myself. My name is Abdul Salim Bey.
Oh, I thought I recognized your fez. I've seen you with Carol Morgan.
You're a friend of Miss Morgan's?
Not exactly.
Well, would you care to tell me your version of the affair here?
Why should I?
Because I found you right next to Mr. Torrio's body. And as chief assistant to the Minister of the Interior.
Oh, don't give me that. I met the chief assistant. His name is Hassan Pasha.
You must have met him a week ago.
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
Well, when King Farouk abdicated, naturally there was a shake-up in the local police. I now hold the position of chief assistant.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I'd love you to see our new headquarters. But frankly, old chap, I don't think you'll like them one bit.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
They say there's nothing like travel to broaden one. And it must be true, because Egypt certainly flattened me out. And they really killed themselves to make things interesting for tourists. Look at me. After I was slugged by Vince Torrio, I come to, find Vince on the floor beside me with a knife in his back. And if that isn't enough, standing over us is a big shot in the local police named Abdul Salim Bey. Now, that's service for you.
I hate to rush you, Mr. Waring, but anytime you're ready...
Now, wait a minute, Abdul. You don't seriously believe I murdered him?
You admit quarreling with Mr. Torrio?
Yes, and he knocked me silly. So when did I have a chance to kill him? I was unconscious when you found me.
You might have been shamming.
Okay. Then riddle me this. If I was faking, why didn't I beat it before you arrived?
You probably didn't have the opportunity.
You're real anxious to pin this on me, aren't you?
That's unfair, Mr. Waring. My only motive is to see justice done.
Mm-hmm. Even if Carol Morgan is involved?
I beg your pardon.
You should. Did you know Carol and Vince Torrio were old friends?
You're lying.
I tailed her to a hotel yesterday. Suppose he was blackmailing her.
Ridiculous.
And why did she give him that diamond ring? All right, Abdul. What did you do with it?
Do with it?
There was a ring on that table when I walked in.
And you think I removed it?
Yes, I do, to protect Carol.
You're mistaken, my friend.
Oh, we'll see about that.
Just a moment, Mr. Waring. Where do you think you're going?
Over to see Carol.
No, you're not.
Oh, does this mean I'm under arrest?
I thought that was fairly obvious.
Okay, Abdul.
Who are you calling?
The American ambassador. Operator. Operator.
That won't be necessary.
Oh, may I go?
Yes. However, I must caution you.
Not to go too far away.
On the contrary, old man. You can't go far enough to please me. I shall notify your ambassador or my government finds you persona non grata.
Which means?
You have 6 hours to leave Egypt.
And what about him?
Mr. Torrio? It's no problem. After all, when a man commits suicide...
Suicide? Oh, that's a hot one. I suppose he stabbed himself in the back.
Exactly.
What?
You forget. This is the mysterious Egypt. The strangest things can happen here. If I were you, old man, I'd bear that in mind. One, 5. Carol?
Yes?
This is Abdul.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad you called. I want to apologize.
That isn't necessary. Carol, do you love me?
You know I do.
Then you must have confidence in my judgment. There's a Michael Waring on his way over to see you.
Michael Waring?
He was formerly a private investigator in the States. At present, he's with American intelligence.
What does he want with me?
There's no reason for alarm. If he asks you if you know a Vincent Torrio, deny it.
But I don't know him.
That's fine, darling. You just stick to that story.
Listen, Abdul.
Later, sweetheart. Right now, time is of the essence. Just remember, you never heard of Vincent Torrio.
Yes?
Hello, Carol. Remember me?
Should I?
Well, I like to think I made some kind of an impression. The name is Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course, you're that private detective they call the Falcon.
Yeah, shh, not so loud. I'm trying to live it down. May I come in?
Why not? I've got nothing to hide.
You sure?
Positive. Sit down.
Thanks.
What are you doing in Egypt?
Well, I was just about to ask you that. Lucky's in Italy, isn't he?
I wouldn't know. I haven't seen him since he was deported.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you hear from Vince Torrio?
Who?
Well, now, don't tell me you've forgotten good old Vince.
How could I forget him when I never knew him in the first place?
He used to work for Lucky.
Lucky never mixed business with pleasure.
Just the same, you might be interested to learn that Vince was murdered.
Really? I'm sorry to hear that.
I'd imagine you'd be glad. Keeps him from spilling anything about your past to your new boyfriend.
My boyfriend?
Abdul Salim Bey.
Suppose we leave Abdul out of this.
I wish I could, but he thinks I'm the guilty critter.
Are you?
You know better, Angel.
Then who is?
Oh, I can think of several possibilities. You, for one.
I told you I didn't even know the man.
Well, it won't wash, Carol. He was up to see you yesterday.
You're mistaken.
When he walked out, he had a diamond ring that... Well, how about that?
How about what?
I see you wearing it again. Last time I saw it, Vince had it in his room.
Are you suggesting...
I'm suggesting there's only one way you could have gotten it back. You took it after you killed Vince.
Get out! No.
Okay, but I'll be back, if only to turn the other cheek. Take care of yourself, Angel. I wish I had time to. Yusuf Ben Ali?
Who goes there?
A friend, Salam Alakim.
Alaikum salam.
You, Yusuf?
I can be of service to you?
Yes, indeed you can. My name is Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
Vince Torrio suggested I look you up.
You are acquainted with him?
Well, acquainted is hardly the word. We spent a nice couple of hours together this afternoon. Vince tells me you know Cairo like no one else.
Oh, he is most kind.
You familiar with the Savoy Hotel?
I was once employed there as a porter.
Oh, well, then this ought to be a steal. There's a young lady staying there named Carol Morgan. Think you could get into her room?
May I inquire for what purpose?
She's wearing a diamond ring. I'd like you to get it for me.
You are not suggesting I steal it?
Mm-hmm.
By the beard of Allah, I am offended.
Well, I'm sorry, Yusuf. Guess I got the wrong boy. Oh, if you know anyone who wants to make himself a fast £100...
You will pay £100 for the ring?
On delivery.
Please, be seated.
You're no longer offended?
How could I possibly be? You are Vincent Torrio's friend, and any friend of Mr. Torrio's is a friend of mine. It will be a pleasure to be of service to you.
Ministry of Interior.
Have I the honor of speaking with His Excellency Abdul Salim Bey?
Who is this?
Your servant, sir. Yusuf Ben Ali.
What is it, Yusuf?
I wish to prove my sincerity. 20 minutes ago, I was approached in the Café El Cala by a gentleman named Michael Waring.
Well?
He had an illegal proposition for me. He wished me to enter the hotel room of the American lady Carol Morgan and steal her ring.
Really?
He offered me £100 sterling for the task. Did I not do well in informing you?
You are most wise, Yusuf. I'll tell you what I'd like you to do. Accommodate Mr. Waring.
His Excellency does not mind?
On the contrary, His Excellency insists on it. Just advise me when the theft is successfully accomplished. May Allah aid you in your task.
Yusuf, over here.
Ah, Mr. Waring.
Did you get the ring?
It has been said of Yusuf Ben Ali that failure and he are strangers. Miss Morgan gave it up with scarcely a struggle.
I knew I picked the right boy. All right, let's have it.
The gentleman is forgetting something.
Huh?
I was promised £100.
Oh, yes, that's right. You were. 50, 70, 85, 100. There you are.
Oh, you are most kind. And now I am happy to complete my end of the bargain.
Come to Papa.
It is permitted to ask to what purpose you intend to put this ornament?
Yes, it is indeed. This is the little gimmick that's going to give us Vince Torrio's killer.
What?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Vince is now in the land of Osiris.
But who...
That's the question of the hour. But I've got a hunch this ring will provide the answer.
I'm so happy for you, Mr. Waring.
What?
Oh, please keep your seats, gentlemen. In case you've forgotten, I'm Abdul Salim Bey.
I didn't forget.
What you failed to remember was that I gave you 6 hours to leave Cairo.
I'll get out in time.
I doubt it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the ring you're holding is the property of Miss Carol Morgan.
How would you know that?
Elementary, old man. I gave it to her.
What?
And since I now find it in your possession, it forces me to one conclusion. You're a receiver of stolen merchandise.
Now, wait a minute. You're
Perhaps I am. Here I gave you 6 hours to leave my country, and I'm afraid we're going to have to play host to you for the next 5 to 10 years. I guess it proves even the best of us make mistakes.
Mama warned me there would be days like this, but she neglected to mention they come once a week. No, Mama wouldn't have approved. She would have hated the Cafe El Cala. She has a sinus condition, and the smoke in the joint would have played the devil with it. And it was certainly no place for her boy. When you're caught with a hot piece of ice in your hands, you can't very well insist it's a frame. But obviously, Abdul Salim Bey didn't think it was going to stop me from trying.
I suppose you'll maintain you're a victim of circumstance, Mr. Waring.
You boys are pretty cute.
Why, what in the world do you mean?
You and Yusuf cooked up this little stunt between you.
I swear on the Koran.
Oh, cut it out, Yusuf. You're breaking my heart.
Really, Mr. Waring, I'm surprised at you.
You expect me to believe this is all coincidental?
Frankly, old man, I don't care what you believe.
Well, you should. Because I had no idea this ring was stolen. I bought it in good faith.
That's most amusing.
Well, if you search him, you'll find £100 I paid him.
No doubt. But you knew the ring was Miss Morgan's property, and you hired Yusuf to secure it for you.
I wouldn't insist on that theory.
Why not?
Might prove very embarrassing to Carol. The last time I saw it was in Vince Torrio's room shortly before he was murdered. And if Yusuf here got it from Miss Morgan, you see where that takes you.
I'm afraid not.
Well, you're not looking in the right place. Suppose we adjourn to Carol's hotel room and do a little peeking there. And I hope for your sake she can stand an investigation.
I assure you, darling, there's nothing to worry about. I just want you to answer a few questions.
Suppose you let me phrase them, Abdul. Carol, you recognize this man?
No. The lady is mistaken.
That's enough out of you, Yusuf.
Sweetheart, I promise you there's no reason to be frightened. But you must tell the truth. Do you know him? His name is Yusuf Ben Ali.
Yes, he was up here about an hour ago.
What happened?
He stole a ring.
That's all?
Yes.
Is this it?
Yes.
Take a good look, Angel. You're sure it's the same one?
Absolutely.
Well, they say a diamond is the hardest substance in the world, so let's see.
Put away that knife.
Now, don't worry, Abdul. I'm just performing a little experiment.
What the devil are you doing?
You call it.
You've marred the stone.
Mm-hmm. Then obviously it wasn't a diamond.
I don't understand.
No, but you do, don't you, Carol?
No.
You're lying. This is a paste copy of the ring Abdul gave you.
I tell you, you're wrong.
Come on, admit it. You gave the genuine article to Vince Torrio. Well, didn't you?
Yes.
Carol.
I'm sorry, Abdul.
What for? That proves you didn't kill him.
What?
Well, a killer walked off with the McCoy, and if you had it, you would have worn it instead of this phony.
Then the motive for Torrio's murder
was old-fashioned robbery. Right, Yusuf?
How would I know?
Who would know better? You walked in on Vince while I was out cold.
You thought it was too good a chance to miss, so you murdered him, waltzed off with the rock, figuring I'd be blamed for both.
Oh, you are wrong by the beard.
No. There's no reason to go modest on the folks, Yusuf. You did a nice piece of work. I wouldn't think of letting anyone else take the credit.
I can't tell you how much I appreciated your assistance, Waring. I don't know what I'd have done without you.
But you'd rather,
Well, you can appreciate my position.
Oh, sure. You thought I was going to nail either you or Carol for Vince's murder.
Actually, I didn't care about myself. Though I suppose you considered me a suspect all along.
No, I didn't. If you had killed Vince and taken the ring, somewhere or other you would have arranged for Carol to get it back. The fact that she was wearing the copy proved both of you were innocent. Hey, what are we stopping here for?
Isn't this your hotel?
Well, yes.
Well, you'll have to start packing if you plan to leave Egypt within the 6 hours I gave you.
Now, wait a minute.
I hope you don't take this personally, old man, but you're such a troublemaker, I'd just as soon not have you around.
But you can't kick me out. I'm an American citizen.
Farouk was king of all Egypt.
Oh, and you did it to him.
Exactly. Bon voyage, Mr. Waring.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
He looked deeply into her eyes, which reflected his mood like twin lakes of azure blue. Azure blue. Why does a woman always have to have azure eyes? Why couldn't they be fire engine red? As his muscular arms tightened around her fragile... Susie.
Oh, Mr. Holliday, I'm not fragile, but I'm sure scared. Somebody's been following me.
With those legs? Why not?
I was petrified, afraid to look back even. His footsteps kept going click, cluck, click, cluck, real sinister-like. Oh, I bet that's him now.
Mr. Click-Cluck?
Oh, Mr. Holliday, he followed me all the way from box 13.
And now, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, this is a brand new twist. Besides a message from Box 13, Susie has brought a mysterious caller. Somebody who wants in, but definitely.
Don't answer it, Mr. Holliday.
No, Susie. You didn't see this person, huh?
No, I just felt him following me like a phantom, except his heels went click, cluck, click, cluck. Oh.
That doesn't sound so dangerous. Let's take a chance. Come in.
Oh. Silly me. I ought to be ashamed for being such a fraidy cat. Look who it is.
Well, Susie, who is it?
I don't know. Who are you, mister?
My name is George Flitt. I'm a detective. And you're Dan Holliday, the writer. It's on the door.
A detective, huh?
Why, he isn't any bigger than me.
But I have nerves of steel and the heart of a lion.
Oh, I see. And what brings you here, Mr. Flitt?
Well...
Nerves of steel. Heart of a lion.
That was no fair, girlie. You took me by surprise.
Susie. Now, Mr. Flitt.
Why don't you open the envelope I put in box 13?
Here it is, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks.
Open it. I'm all goosebumps.
Okay. Well, what do you know?
Why, there's nothing written on the paper.
How about that, Flick?
See how clever I am? I put that envelope in box 13 as bait.
As bait?
Yes, I knew it would lead me to the person who put the ad in the Star Times. Adventure wanted. Will go any place and do anything.
Very clever, Mr. Flett.
Oh, what made your footsteps go click, cluck, click, cluck?
Oh, that. I lost the metal cleat off of one of my heels.
Oh.
Well, now that you've discovered me, Mr. Flett, what?
Mr. Holliday, I'd say you're just the man for the job.
Job?
Something exciting, you hope, huh, Mr. Holliday?
I'd handle it myself, only I'm so tiny. Besides, I've done mostly divorce work. Just the right height for keyholes.
But about the job.
Well, I'm coming to that. Mr. Gilbert Bolton sent me $50 just to attend the party tonight.
$50? I should have been a detective.
Oh, you can be. I'll split with you if you'll go to the affair in my place as me.
I got the money. What's the catch?
Oh, there's really no catch. Only thing Mr. Bolton said, what there might be a little bloodshed.
Well, this holiday is the wackiest situation yet from good old Box 13. Yes, Holiday, you must be hard up for story ideas. Hard up for brains, too. Otherwise, why are you riding with George Flitt, detective, in his hot rod jalopy? Destination, bloodshed. And you've never met this Bolton who's having the party?
No, but he phoned and explained that the party is going to be at his nephew's place, Kenneth Bolton.
Kenneth, huh? What about the bloodshed?
Well, as I understand it, Kenneth's father, that is, Gilbert Bolton's brother, committed suicide not so long ago.
Oh.
Gilbert said the boy is suffering from neurasthenia, I think he said.
Psychoneurotic, huh?
Yes. On account of the way his father died, Gilbert's afraid the boy may take his own life tonight.
Why tonight, especially?
Well, it seems that Kenneth drinks a lot at these parties and gets depressed.
And my job is...
to see that he doesn't commit suicide tonight.
I've looked forward to more pleasant evenings.
I think that's the place up ahead with all the lights on.
Yeah, that's the address you mentioned. We must be about 15 miles from town.
14 7/10 by my speedometer.
Well, Flint, I may as well take off. What are you going to do?
Oh, I'll sit here in my car and listen to the radio, sort of keep my eye on things from the outside.
Good idea. See you later, then. Here we go again, Holiday. Oops, the name's George Flitt, detective. Remember? Beyond this door, who knows? But it's a beautiful house, a beautiful night, and a beautiful girl.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. I'm looking for Mr. Gilbert Bolton.
Won't you come in? And you are?
George Flitt.
You say you're George Flitt?
That's right.
I'm Rita Martin.
How do you do?
Now, let's go in and find Gilbert Bolton, Mr. Flitt.
Oh, Holiday, here's a jungle cat. A vampire right of Terry and the Pirates. That jet black hair, those heavy-lidded eyes, that glistening crimson mouth. And something else. Yes, heavy, cloying, sensuous. A perfume such as you've never known before. That's something to remember this Rita Martin by. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you are. Oh, Gilbert.
Yes, Rita.
Gilbert Bolton. This is George Flitt.
George. How do you do, Mr. Flitt?
Mr. Bolton?
If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'll see you all a bit later.
So, you're George Flitt, the detective?
Yes, that's right.
Your voice seemed, well, different over the phone.
Well, you know detectives. Many disguises, many voices. Got to keep them confused, you know.
Somehow I pictured you differently.
Oh?
Well, no matter. You know why you're here.
Yes, to keep my eye on your nephew, Kenneth Bolton.
More than that. to keep him from chilling himself.
The way this man looks at you, Holliday. So cool, so calculating. With piercing eyes that thud against the back of your skull. He could be one of two men. A man of distinction or a man of extinction. Okay, Mr. Bolton, I'll keep your nephew alive.
That's your job.
But what makes you think the boy wants to commit suicide?
Well, since his father, my brother, took his life, Kenneth has been extremely upset.
It's only natural, Mr. Bolton.
I know, but I've heard Kenneth threaten suicide, and it's got me worried.
Anyone else heard him?
Yes, Miss Martin.
Anyone else?
What do you mean, anyone else?
I just wondered if anyone else had heard him make these threats.
I really wouldn't know. It's enough that Rita and I know about it.
How does Rita figure in this picture?
Aren't you being a bit presumptuous, Mr. Flitt?
A detective likes to know these things.
Miss Martin is an old friend of the family. Oh, there's Kenneth now. I'll bring him over.
Just as Gilbert Bolton passed me, there was something familiar about him. What was it? Who was it? Come on, think, Holliday. It may be an important clue. But here they come. The man of extinction and a typical boy from Princeton or Yale or Harvard.
George Flitt, my nephew, Kenneth Bolton.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do? Enjoying yourself, Mr. Flitt?
Very much. How about you?
Oh, so. These parties get to be a bore, you know.
Kenneth hasn't been quite himself since the tragedy.
Must you always bring that up, Uncle?
But you know you've been terribly upset, Kenneth.
So I've been upset. Why talk about it?
Oh, Mr. Flitt,
Yes?
will you come with me for a moment?
Oh, why, sure.
It's so close in here that I thought a breath of air.
It suits me.
In the garden.
The garden it is. Nice. A moon, too.
Mm-hmm. Lovely, lovely night. Ah, the scent of those flowers. Exquisite, isn't it?
Uh-huh. But not to compare with your perfume.
You noticed it.
Yes, it was so unusual.
It's called Whispering Gown.
Whispering Gown?
I like the name.
Say,
Yes?
I know where they got that name.
Oh?
From Cyrano de Bergerac. The passage where he describes Roxanne. Across my life, one whispering silken gown.
That was lovely. You're quite literary, aren't you, Mr. Flitt?
Well, yes and no.
Just what do you do?
Gilbert Bolton didn't tell you?
No, but let's sit on this bench and you tell me all about yourself.
As you come close to her, you get another whiff of... And suddenly you've got it. That's what bothered you about Gilbert Bolton. Her perfume rubbed off on him. Rita's an old friend of the family. She's young and a close friend of Gilbert Bolton's. She's brought you out here for a reason.
Well, aren't you going to sit down?
Oh, I sure, but just a minute. I want to borrow some cigarettes.
I've got plenty of cigarettes.
I'll be right back. Something about this whole setup is as phony as a China egg. And as the crooks in your story say, better case the joint before you go inside. There. There's a window. Just pull the bushes back. Let's take a gander. Well, everything looks on the up and up. Kenneth with a drink on the table beside him, and there's his uncle coming up. He set another full drink right beside Kenneth. Hey, what else is he doing? You'd better get in there, Holiday, and fast. Mind if I join you, gentlemen?
Well, not at all, not at all.
You appeared quite suddenly.
Care for a drink, Mr. Flitt? Here, I haven't touched this one.
No, let me fix Mr. Flitt a fresh drink.
I think I'll just have one of these hors d'oeuvres.
Here, watch it, my drink.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Flitt, you awkward idiot. Oh, excuse me.
Yes, Uncle. Accidents will happen. I didn't really feel like another drink. It was your idea, remember?
Well, Mr. Flitt, were you able to borrow some cigarettes?
I was ambushed by hors d'oeuvres.
Glad you're here, Rita. I have a proposal to make.
Yes?
What say we all run up to my penthouse for a while?
Oh, sounds good. What do you say, Mr. Flitt?
Fine.
I think a change of scenery would be nice.
You'll enjoy the view overlooking Green Hill Park from the penthouse, Mr. Flitt.
Oh, good.
What's the address?
Tell you what, Mr. Flitt. Rita, Kenneth, and myself will go ahead in my car.
You can follow us in yours.
Well, maybe I'd better go with Mr. Flitt to keep him company.
No, I'd like you with me, Kenneth. There's something I want to discuss with you. Important.
Well, perhaps I should have the address in case I lose you.
That won't be necessary. Just follow me.
Of course, Holliday, you could be wrong, but it looks like Gilbert Bolton isn't too anxious to have you find his penthouse. But you're a suspicious lad, Holliday. You've created so many diabolical characters for so many fiendish plots. Maybe you've become a little touched. Time's a wasting, Holliday. Get to a phone. There it is, end of the hallway. Now, if Mac's on duty in the morgue of the Star-Times, we'll ask a few questions.
Star-Times reference room.
Hello, Mac. This is Dan Holliday.
Ah, Danny. What can I do you for?
Say, you got anything on the Bolton suicide?
Just filed those clips away yesterday. And even if this is a clips joint, I won't charge you a penny. Clips joint. You get it, Dan?
Yeah, I get it. What about Bolton?
Poisoned himself. Left all his dough to his son, name of Kenneth.
Anything else?
Well, there was something about Bolton's brother, Gilbert. He sort of taken over and helping the boy. It was pretty broke up. Hey, Dan. Hey, did you hang up?
No, but someone did. Someone was listening on another extension. Hey, this is the fastest hot rod I've ever driven. We're keeping right up with the Bolton. And he's doing 70.
Wait until you shift into high gear. Where are we going?
To a penthouse, I hope. Gilbert Bolton's.
What happened at the party?
Oh, Rita Martin tried to get me into the garden, and I got suspicious.
Trying to keep you away from your job, wasn't she?
Yeah, so I rushed back into the house, stopping to case the joint through a window.
Case the joint. A detective talk.
Yeah, then I got into trouble with Bolton.
How?
By knocking a drink from his nephew's hand.
Huh? What did the uncle do?
He got insulting. Then all of a sudden he suggested going to his penthouse.
Watch it. He's slowing down.
Yeah, I wonder what his idea is. Oh, he's just slowing down for that train.
But he only slowed down for a second. Look at him go.
I know what he's doing. He's trying to beat that train to the crossing. He's trying to lose us.
Step on the gas. Step on the gas, Mr. Holliday.
Okay.
Mr. Holliday, are we going to make it?
He made it, but I don't know about us.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Next time I want such a close shave, I'll see my barber.
Yeah, me too.
Gosh, Mr. Holliday, I thought I could handle this hot rod, but the way you whipped her off the road just short of those tracks,
Not a scratch on her. Lucky us.
That train must be a mile long.
By the time it passes, Bolton can be in Alaska.
What's the address of this penthouse?
You're asking me. All I know is it overlooks Green Hill Park. Our next stop. Well, George, Green Hill Park.
I bet all these buildings have penthouses.
We'll try them all until we hit the right one. I'll go around this side of the park.
Okay, and I'll try the buildings around the other side.
Bolton's got to be in one. Do you have a Mr. Bolton in your penthouse?
No one here by that name.
A Bolton in the penthouse? No, but we have a Botsford in the basement.
Why, yes, Mr. Gilbert Bolton came in a short time ago.
Hello?
No, with a lady and gentleman. Want to go up?
Please. Did Mr. Bolton say anything about expecting more guests?
No, sir.
Do me a favor. A little fellow with a squeaky voice shows up asking for Bolton. Tell him I'm here, will you? Dan Holliday.
Yes, sir.
Oh, here you are.
Thank you, sir. Your floor, sir. That's the penthouse door over there.
Right. I've got a sneaking hunch I won't be welcome.
Flip, how did you get up here?
You didn't expect me?
Yes, of course, but you've earned your money. You can go home now.
I'm sorry, Miss Maud, but Mr. Bolton hired me. It's up to him to fire me.
But he's not here. He and Kenneth both went out.
May I come in and wait?
No. Goodbye.
Now what? Now what does the intrepid hero of my stories do? He looks for another door. Like that one. He tries it. It's open. Leads into a hallway. And there's yet another door. The service entrance to Bolton's penthouse. And 10 to 1, it's locked, bolted, and barred. Maybe even nailed shut. You're some gambler, Holliday. Offer 10 to 1 and lose. The door's open. Well, here we go again. Shh. Quiet, Holliday. Ah, there's a door leading to the terrace and voices.
Really an excellent view.
Now get your ear up, Holliday. But don't let them see you.
Don't you think it's a little chilly out here, Uncle? Let's go inside.
Chilly, Kenneth? I'm really very comfortable.
Here's the view I was telling you about, Kenneth. Better lean over the rail a bit to see around that turret.
Oh, don't push against me, Uncle. That's a 10-story drop.
Now, look over there, Kenneth.
Uncle Gil! Kenneth, let's get away from that rail. Oh, Flip, you don't have to throw me back.
Better than having your uncle throw you forward.
What's the meaning of this outrage?
How did you get in here anyway?
I'm going to call the police.
Fine, and save me the trouble. Look, Kenneth, I was hired to keep you from committing suicide.
Suicide? Who, me?
Yeah, but instead I'm keeping you from being murdered. Feel in your coat pocket.
Ignore him, Kenneth. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
A bottle. It's marked poison.
Yeah, I saw your uncle plant it in your pocket through the garden window. He wanted to make it look like you poisoned that drink I knocked from your hand.
Stop right there, Holliday. This isn't a cap pistol. You too, Kenneth. Don't move.
Oh, you must be crazy, Uncle Gil.
And you knew I was Dan Holliday all along, huh?
Of course. I've seen your picture in the book review pages.
And I caught you a telephone conversation with the Star-Times. On the extension.
You get around.
I can't believe this. You, my uncle.
What's the play now, Bolton?
Well, first I walk over to Kenneth and knock him out with his gun. Nope. Don't move, Holliday. I've still got you covered.
Oh? And now that you've knocked out your nephew, what's your next move?
Mr. Holliday, before I heave him over the rail to make it look like suicide, I'm going to shoot you.
Oh, fine.
Then I'll wipe my fingerprints off this gun and press my nephew's hand around the butt.
His fingerprints on the gun will prove he shot me, huh? Well, what about a motive?
Very simple. You tried to stop him from jumping off the terrace.
And you're supposed to invent plots, Mr. Holliday.
But they'll trace the gun to you, Bolton.
Oh, no. It's Kenneth's gun. I took it from his room.
And you wanted a detective on hand to throw off suspicion.
Yes, Mr. Holliday. Who'd suspect Gilbert of murder when he'd hired a detective to protect Kenneth?
But why? Why do you want to kill your nephew?
Let's say I borrowed quite a large sum I can't make good.
Oh. Embezzlement, huh? And you need Kenneth's inheritance to keep out of jail. Wouldn't he lend you the money?
Not the amount we need.
We?
Obviously.
So we're taking it all. Clever, eh, Holliday?
You're killing me.
You're so right. Get rid of whoever it is, Rita.
If that doesn't help, Holliday, forget about writing the great American novel. No room in a coffin for typing.
I tell you, I've got to go and see. I know Dan Holliday's Nobody's
Never mind,
keeping me.
Rita.
I couldn't stop him.
I've got plenty of bullets.
Welcome to the party, George.
Hello, Mr. Halliday. A gun. Let me out of here.
Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
Watch out!
Thanks for the distraction, Flip. Now, Mr. Gilbert Bolton, you know how your nephew feels. Well, I know how it feels to be on the right end of this Smith & Wesson.
You knocked him out. What are you going to do?
Do? Well, since the party's getting dull, let's invite a few more boys. Say from headquarters.
This is Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Halliday. Hello, Susie.
Ah, Mr. George Flitt, detective.
How's the arm, Mr. Flitt?
Oh, it's healing up fine. One of the bullets just grazed me. You know, I bled quite a lot.
Say, wasn't that awful, them trying to kill that boy? And he really wasn't psycho whatchamacallit at all.
Bolton cooked that up to support the suicide story.
What's going to happen to them, Mr. Halliday?
Well, they've got Bolton for embezzlement and attempted murder. They're holding Rita as his accomplice.
And she was such a beautiful girl and so sweet, too.
Yes, George, you can say that again.
How's the rod hot these days, Mr. Flitt?
Hot rod, Susie.
Hot rod. Rod hot. Red hot. Oh, how is it anyway?
Red hot. Oh, it's fine. And Mr. Halliday, even if I did run away from that gun, I really do have the heart of a lion.
But of course, George.
Only thing is, it's a scaredy cat lion.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Ted Hediger. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, with an original story by Larry Kraft. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. This is a Mayfair production.
The story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. Attempts have been made on the life of a notorious hoodlum in your city. His death could mean an open gang war. Your job, stop it.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke king-size Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, July 18th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 5:35 p.m. when we got out of the car at Sunset Boulevard and Paris Avenue and walked down the street to the scene of the machine gunning, Lupo's Cafe.
Look at that, Joe.
Yeah.
Lift out the whole front of the place.
Yeah. Hi.
Yes, sir.
Romero and Friday, homicide.
Oh, I'm Sheldon from Hollywood Division. Taylor and I picked up the call in our car. Nobody hurt.
What's the story?
Just a second. It's Captain Elliott. Hold it a minute, will you, Sheldon?
Hi.
Hi, Captain.
Not much of it left.
Sheldon here was in the cruiser car. He'll fill us in.
All right.
The intended victim was Gus Valentine. He's over there with Taylor, my partner.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
According to Valentine, he stopped in the restaurant here for a drink. He was in there about 15 minutes, came out to hail a cab, and this car came around the corner. Down there, Sunset and Clayton. They whipped by close to the curb and opened up.
Mm-hmm. I've got the laundry there on one side of the place and a dry cleaning joint on the other side.
Yes, sir, miracle, but nobody was hit.
You get anything on the car?
Nothing so far. Happened so fast, nobody got a good look at it.
How about Valentine? Does he have any ideas?
I don't know. Taylor's getting the information.
Nobody saw anything? Any witnesses?
Yes, sir. A couple. Newsboy Tim Benson, the lady in the dry cleaning place, Agnes Rebard.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of them got a license number.
Okay. Like to talk to Valentine.
Sheldon, keep the area clear, will you? Lab men are on their way out.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Oh, I told you I haven't any idea.
Green Fort Sedan, that it?
Yeah.
Elliott, Central Homicide.
Yes, sir. This is Mr. Valentine, the intended victim.
Yeah. This is Sergeant Friday, Sergeant Romero.
Sergeant Friday, how are you?
Fine. It's been a long time.
Finally got out of the uniform, huh?
7 years ago. Who was it, Gus?
If I knew, I'd tell you. I don't like being shot at.
Let's go sit in the car. This way, Valentine.
You want to get him back?
All right.
All right. What's the story, Valentine?
How do you mean?
Let's not play it cozy. Who's after you?
You suppose this would have happened if I knew?
Who's carrying the beef? Somebody's unhappy with you. You must know who.
I don't.
You know what kind of a car it was?
I told the other cop over there. Sedan, green Ford.
We're not going to press you, Valentine, but you might as well know how we peg this kind of thing.
Yeah?
We got your number, had it for a long time. You're all up and down the blotter from Lincoln Heights to the county jail. You got a record everybody in this town knows about.
Aren't you a little mixed up? I'm the guy that got shot at.
We know that.
I pay my taxes for protection, not a lecture on my past.
Let me give you the word, Valentine. I've known you for a long time, and I've read about you in the newspapers. I've watched your so-called climb from two-bit penny ante rackets all the way up. Now, you've been told more than once about keeping your nose clean.
This is a switch, isn't it? Man gets shot at, cops read riot act, innocent victim.
Look, we know you and we know that crowd you run with. If you want to start a war, run a battlefield. Don't pick the streets of Los Angeles to fight it out.
I think I asked for it the way you men talk.
You did somewhere up and down the line. We know your operation. You walk the sideline marker all the way. Always got 1 foot inside the law. When you make yourself a target for some punk's machine gun, that's where you step outside.
Well, what are you going to do, eat me out and let the man with a machine gun get away?
We'll get him, whether you want to help us or not. We just don't have the time to run around jamming a cork in the barrel of every gun in town.
Before you get out of this car, let this sink in. There's not going to be any innocent people cut down by bullets that were meant for you.
Oh, I get it. My tax money's no good, huh? I pay a bigger chunk than most of the clouds in this town.
You haven't got a clear title to the city yet, and until you do, don't set up a shooting gallery.
Now, what do I do, dig a foxhole till you get ready to tab whoever's taking pot shots at me?
You can tell us who it is.
You got all I know. Don't you think I'd want him picked up?
I think you're a liar. I think you better square your beef and knock off this gangster stuff. There's not going to be any more of this kind of thing, understand?
That's the trouble with civil service. It makes a big man out of you $200 a month. I've never passed an exam, but I keep in step.
You missed the first one, from the gutter to the sidewalk. Almost without exception, every city in the United States has its Gus Valentine. These men remain out of custody, not because of any lack of law enforcement, but because of their ability to hide behind the laws which are designed to protect the innocent and use them to their own advantage. They operate allowing only the thinnest margin possible between themselves and the state penitentiary. We drove back to Central Division. At 6:18 p.m., we were called to the chief of detectives' office.
He wouldn't give you anything, huh?
Not a thing.
Usual line of smart talk.
Who's ever after him meant business. Those storefronts were a mess.
Well, they won't quit now. Just a minute. What's that intelligence number?
2821.
Oh, yeah. This is Brown. Captain White gone home? Oh, no, ask him to come up to the office, will you, please? Thanks.
If they do manage to tag Valentine, it could cause a pretty sour mess.
He's got enough flunkies around to parlay it into a fair-sized shooting war. Seen him started on less.
Was there any chance of pulling Valentine in until things simmer down?
No chance. We got nothing on him. Nothing we can prove.
He's got a few boys close to him. Maybe one of them could tell us.
Same 2 lawyers work for all of them. We'd pull them in, they'd be out in an hour in a writ.
You want to see me?
Yeah, White. Sit down. That Valentine shooting this afternoon.
Yeah.
What's your guess?
There's been some talk. We heard he was hot. You knew that.
Yeah.
The way we figured, he's getting too big for his pants. He's coming up fast. Stepped on a lot of toes on the way. Shouldn't be too tough to find out why.
That's half of it. If we get that much, maybe we can find out who.
You got a big field to pick from. I can find you a dozen possibles.
Well, we don't need a dozen. All we want are the ones in that car this afternoon.
Who do you figure, Captain White?
Well, I kind of go along with Joe. Like I said, I think maybe we'll be able to peg why a little faster. And we can go from there.
All right.
Well, let's take what we know about the guy. Let's just take this past year. We know he's got more than a good share of the Mexican narcotics traffic. That means he's taking business from the Eastern Syndicate.
That makes one of those boys a candidate.
That's right. Then there's the pinball machines. He's given Big Ernie Jacobs and Monk Watson a big push on those.
That puts them in the running.
That's a long list. The horses, fancy poker games, prostitution, the works. He's squeezing them all. A lot of guys could be shooting at him with a machine gun.
Where do we start?
Legwork. Lots of it. Fast.
We'll start nosing around, see what we can pick up. Friday, you and Romero can give us a hand there.
Yes, sir.
All right, with you, Elliot?
Fine.
I don't have to tell you. We've got to move as quick as we can. We've got a lot of places to hit, and we haven't got too much time.
We'll keep Valentine under surveillance to make sure he doesn't try to square things with a gun.
Yeah. This is one the taxpayers wouldn't understand.
Yeah.
Trying to keep a guy alive that'd be more dangerous dead. Wednesday, July 19th. Ben and I started making the rounds to find out why someone was out to get Gus Valentine. Captain was right. The list of his enemies was long. For 2 days, we talked to gamblers and bartenders at the usual hangouts. The few slim leads we picked up led nowhere. Saturday, July 22nd, we met with one of Ben's informants, a bar boy at a cafe out on Santa Monica Boulevard.
That's him over there at that table.
Oh, yeah.
Jerry? How are you?
Hiya, Ben. Grab a chair.
You know my partner, don't you?
Sure. Sit down, Joe.
Hi.
Want a beer?
No, thanks. We're working.
Coke?
Okay.
Well, one's enough. We'll
Here
split
you
it.
go. It's good and cold. Doctor cut me down 1 beer a day. It's a spot on a hot day, don't it?
Yeah. What about Valentine?
What about him?
You hear anything since I phoned you?
A couple of things. Word's getting around he's a welcher.
Horses?
I don't know. Big money. Hasn't paid off yet.
Who does he owe?
I can give you the name of one of them. Sal Tapper.
I don't know him.
Meatpacking business, wholesaler. Got a big plant down at 54th and Commercial. Owns a little neighborhood bar. That's where he spends most of his time.
Where's that?
Gardena. Calls it the Mile High.
And what about this Sal Tapper?
What do you mean?
How close is he to Valentine?
You mean one of his boys?
Yeah.
Nah. Valentine's his book, that's all.
Supposing Valentine owed him a wad of dough, would he push his point?
How do you mean?
Would he use pressure to collect?
Maybe a meat cleaver, not a machine gun. I don't figure him in on that Tuesday caper. Sure you don't want this other Coke?
No, thank you. What time you go to work?
Plenty of time. One bottle of beer ain't hardly enough.
Any rumbles about the shooting?
How do you mean?
Anything worth repeating?
Oh, everybody says the same thing. He's got it coming.
Who is everybody?
The homeowners, neighborhood Joes. They got it all pegged.
What's the popular guess?
A dame.
Well, that's about it, huh, Jerry?
That's about it.
What's your guess?
Fresh out, I don't know. How come you guys are so worried about Gus Valentine? I didn't think you cared whether he lived or died.
Either way, we're in trouble. We left the cafe on Santa Monica Boulevard and drove out to Gardena to the Mile High Bar. It was a typical neighborhood tavern with the windows painted in black except for 2 small ovals in the center of each window. They were filled with beer signs and red neon. The cloth sign advertised shuffleboard and life-size television. Inside, the walls were covered with alpine mountain climbers trying to fight their way up a mountain that looked twice as steep as the Matterhorn.
Give me 10 nickels, will you, Leonard?
Can you tell us where we can find Sal Tapper?
Yeah, I'm him. Thanks, Lynn. What do you want?
Police officers. I'd like to talk to you.
Sure, what about?
Gus Valentine.
Yeah? He owes me money.
Is that all you've got against him?
As much as he owes me, that's enough. It's a real tough machine to beat.
How much money does he owe you?
Enough.
How long's he been booking for you?
I didn't say he was booking for me.
No, we did.
About 2 years. Come on. Get it. 4,000 on the first ball. I got to do better than that.
Where were you Tuesday afternoon?
At the packing house.
Can you prove it?
Would I say it if I couldn't prove it? When that little gate up there turns green and you go through it, you get an extra ball. If it's red, it doubles your score, but it's real tough to get in there.
How long has Valentine owed you money?
Oh, a little over a week.
When did he say he'd pay you?
He didn't say. Said he was trying to raise the dog.
You're the only one he owes?
No. There's a couple of more guys in town.
You know who they are?
No.
How do you know he owes somebody besides you?
I heard.
Did he say why he hasn't paid up?
What'd you say?
Did he say why he hasn't paid
I
up?
told you. He said he was trying to raise the money.
You sure you haven't tried to put the bite on him?
Sure I have. I want the dog. But I didn't gun him.
Somebody did.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't me.
You had a reason.
It's a lot of people.
Yeah. We're looking for the one with the machine gun.
Well, I can't help you there. Oh, come on. Oh. Get in there. Hey, look at that. Free ball. 26,000. Now, that's a real tough machine to beat.
Where did you say you worked Tuesday?
At my packing plant, 54th and Commercial.
Okay.
How long have you known Gus Valentine?
About 4 years. I met him at a party out in Hollywood. It's the first time I've ever known him to welch.
Mm-hmm.
In there. Now. 27,000. I'm not doing so good, am I?
I don't know. It depends on where you were Tuesday. 12:30 p.m. We talked with the superintendent of Tapper's meatpacking house. He told us that Sol Tapper had been there all day when Gus Valentine was shot at. We talked to several employees of the plant. They corroborated his story. We checked Tapper out and found him to be a fairly respectable businessman who gambled a great deal on the side, but we felt reasonably sure that he had no part in the shooting. We knew that if we could run down the others to whom Valentine owed money, we'd be closer to finding out why he was being shot at and eventually get to the right man. 1:45 p.m. Ben and I went upstairs to the 8th floor of the city hall, the lunchroom. We had a sandwich and coffee.
Too close to dinner to have a piece of that pie, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so. Hand me another napkin, will you?
Yeah. Here.
Thank you.
Think you'd do any good to talk to Valentine again?
Maybe. I doubt it. He's not going to tell us anything.
I figure we're on the right track. A lot of reasons why he might be a target, but this welching business, that's new to him.
Could be.
You Sergeant Friday?
That's right.
Telephone.
Wait a minute. I'll go with you. I'm finished.
No, you got the check. I'll get the tip.
Oh, all right.
Slide that phone over, will you?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Friday.
Elliot, come down to Chief Brown's office right away.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Pie sure did look good.
Come on, let's get that elevator.
Yeah. Hey, who called?
The skipper. He wants us to go to Chief Brown's office.
Temple Street floor, please. What's up?
I don't know.
We make the rounds again tonight?
Yeah, a couple of places we can hit in the south end of town. I called Charlie Flint's place this afternoon. Maybe he'll have something for us.
Yeah, I hope so.
Come on.
Wish now I'd had that pie. I'm still hungry.
I got a candy bar in my desk you can have there.
I can't eat those chewy bars inlaid.
Oh, it's some kind of a fudge bar.
Oh, fine.
Come in.
Yes, sir.
Get over to Georgia Street right away.
Why?
Gus Valentine. They did it again.
Yeah?
This time they didn't miss.
Here, step by step, are the reasons why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers from coast to coast.
Step 1.
The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality.
Step 2.
Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Step 3.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that golden yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So enjoy king-size Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
Saturday, July 22nd, 5:30 p.m. We drove to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital and went up to the third floor. We talked to the doctor in charge, who told us that 2 slugs had been taken from Gus Valentine's right leg and 1 from his right shoulder. They had been marked for identification. He was in fair condition. We talked with a patrolman who made the ambulance follow-up. They told us Valentine had been shot as he entered his apartment house garage. There were no eyewitnesses. We went in and talked to Valentine.
You told the officers that the guy who shot you was on foot.
Yeah,
Who was it?
couldn't tell.
You haven't any idea who it could have been?
No,
You don't expect us to swallow that again, do you?
I don't care either way.
Why don't you pay up what you owe?
What do you mean?
You owe some big money you haven't paid off.
Where'd you get that?
That's the word going around. Looks to us like you either pay up or get shot up.
Did I ask for advice?
No, and here's something else you didn't ask for. Twice in 1 week you've been mixed up in shooting scrapes. We told you this city doesn't belong to you.
I don't claim ownership.
Now listen, we've been over this before, and this is the last time. Don't push us any courage. We know you talk big and you haven't got the guts to go along with it.
Yeah, sure.
Now come on, who's shooting at you?
I know your phone number. I'll call you if I need help. I'll take care of this myself.
Valentine, the first time you pull a cap gun, we're going to sit on you. If there's any retaliating, we'll do it.
I'm tired of sitting like a duck on a pond.
Then tell us who's gunning for you.
That's between me and them. I'll meet them when I'm ready.
All right. We're through talking. When we get to the bottom of this and find out who's been doing all the shooting, we'll have an answer. And if we find out you've been withholding evidence, it's going to go hard for you, understand?
Yeah, sure. Now leave me alone.
Come on, Jim.
Yeah. I better call the office.
Homicide, Graham.
Captain Elliott there?
I'll see. Captain, will you take 2?
Elliot,
This is Friday, checking in on the Valentine thing.
what's the story?
Couldn't get anything out of him. He isn't hurt bad. Right leg and shoulder.
All right. Here's something you can run down.
Yeah?
Got a tip from White in Intelligence. He's got a man out at Freddy's Fish and Chips on Slauson. Says a couple of guys in there blowing off about Valentine.
Who are they?
Billy Keel and Tony Farrar.
They're not on Valentine's team.
That's right. White's man says the party's getting rough out there. You, Romero, better follow up on it.
Right?
Another thing, if it looks like anything, you better bring him in for questioning.
Okay.
Check me when you get in.
Right? Let's go.
What is it?
Keel and Farrar. Skipper wants us to pick him up and bring him in for questioning.
What do they know about the shooting?
They know enough to talk about it. 7 p.m. We located Freddy's Fish and Chips place on Slauson near Montgomery Street. A dozen or so tables at the back of the restaurant were already taken with the overflow lined up 2 deep at the bar. The man from Intelligence Detail was down at the far end of the steam table nursing a cheese sandwich. He motioned us over and pointed out Billy Keel and Tony Farrar. They were sitting at one of the tables along with 4 other men drinking Boilermakers and eating French fried potatoes. Ben and I made our way through the crowd toward the back tables. Sorry.
Sorry?
Pardon me. Can I get through here, please?
All right. So it figures. Done it?
You, Billy Keel?
That's right.
Which one's Tony Farrar?
He's getting a beer. What do you want?
Police officers want to talk to you and Farrar downtown.
What's the matter?
I'd like to ask you a few questions. You want to get your hat?
You got any questions, you can ask them here. Hey, Vic, how about buying around?
Come on, Keel, let's go.
I got nothing to tell you now. Let me alone.
There's 2 ways to go downtown, the hard way and the easy way. Let's take the easy way.
All right.
This way.
Okay.
Doc Joe! Joe, I got Farrar. He was going out the back way. I'll get him.
Wait a minute, Joe.
Let go of me. All right.
Come on, Farrar, come on. You all right, Joe?
Yeah. You're bleeding pretty bad.
Yeah, I know. Let's get him to the car. Look at your suit. It's ripped to pieces.
My wife's gonna kill me.
One of the officers in the ambulance follow-up drove our car back to the city hall. Tony Farrar and Billy Keel were taken to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital for emergency treatment. We went in the same ambulance. Ben had a broken index finger, a 2-inch cut in his scalp, and a deep gash in his right thigh. I had 5 stitches taken in my upper right arm and 3 above my left eye. My right eye was swollen shut. The man from intelligence detail was taken to the P&F ward to be treated for a minor concussion. It was 9:15 p.m. when we got back to the city hall, the interrogation room.
How about it, Keel?
What?
What do you know about the Valentine shooting?
I don't know anything about it.
You're worried.
About what?
You tell us. You started that fight out there.
I didn't see any reason to go downtown.
Does Valentine owe you any money?
No.
You've been talking a lot.
Any law against that?
Why'd you shoot Gus Valentine?
I didn't shoot him.
Can you account for your time Tuesday afternoon?
I don't have to answer that.
Where were you this afternoon?
My lawyer's coming in. Ask him.
How much money does Valentine owe you?
Keel, ever see this before?
I don't even know what it is.
We found that machine gun in your apartment.
Doesn't belong to me.
We got your car downstairs. Green Ford sedan.
Doesn't belong to me.
White slip's got your name on it. Here's something else with your name on it. 2 chits for $750 signed by Gus Valentine. Money he owes you on the horses.
You shot him, didn't you?
I don't see how you can prove it.
I'll tell you how. We ran this Tommy gun through the crime lab. We dug the same slugs out of the front of those stores where you tried to kill Valentine. Your prints are all over the gun. How much more do you want?
It's not my gun.
All we got to do is find the .45 you used this afternoon and match it up with the slugs we dug out of Valentine's leg, and, mister, you'll be away for a long time.
All right. We used the Tommy gun. We didn't hit him. Didn't try. Only wanted to scare him. I got tired of waiting for my dough. I got no use for a welcher.
What about this afternoon?
No, sir. Me and Farrar didn't have nothing to do with that. I'll take the machine gun rap, but it wasn't us this afternoon.
Elliot, Friday, step outside a minute.
Yeah.
Valentine.
Yeah?
Somebody just blew his hospital room full of holes.
It took us 17 minutes with red light and siren to get to the Ferndale Sanitarium where Gus Valentine was recovering from his gunshot wounds. 3 cruiser cars were out front when we pulled up. We went to room 12 in the West Wing.
Where's the doctor, Joe?
Yeah. How is he, Doctor?
He was dead when we got in here. He had a private nurse. Shot her, too. Dead.
Anyone else hurt?
It was visiting hours. Some woman was in there talking to him. She got hit. We're treating her down in the emergency room.
Appreciate it, Doctor, if you keep your staff out of the room here until we finish our investigation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Let's have a look inside.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
He didn't fool this time.
Too bad he wouldn't give us more help.
Yeah.
We're no worse off than we were. We still have to find out who it was without him.
I hope we can get to him before Valentine's crowd starts shooting back.
We got to. Anyway, this cancels out his debts.
You know his record.
Yeah.
He owed a lot more than he could ever pay.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 26th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 97, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Billy Keel and Tony Farrar were tried and convicted of assault with intent to commit murder. They were filed on by the federal authorities, Bureau of Alcohol and Tax Unit, for the illegal possession of a machine gun and were found guilty in federal court. Because they were both in custody at the time of Gus Valentine's murder, they were cleared of any complicity of the crime. Valentine's killer was still at large.
Next week, The Big Gangster, Part 2.
You have just heard Dragnet, authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Today, the American Red Cross is carrying on a campaign to finance one of the greatest programs in peacetime history. Give now to the Red Cross.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Tomorrow, hear The Halls of Ivy on NBC.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Your money or your life. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're on a spot where a step forward drags you 2 steps back, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm taking for granted this is confidential, so here goes. A couple of days ago, I got so desperate I stole to get some dough to pay off a debt. What I want most is to see the guy I borrowed from get what's coming to him for running a racket that smells to high heaven. Maybe you heard of him. His name is Douglas Harger, and I want to see something happen to him.
If this hits you right, you've got a job. The only time I can talk to you is between 12 and 1 at Molly's Cafe on Pierpont Street. Signed, Fred Dundee.
Here, but look, Fred, don't you see I can't play ball with you?
Why not? You'll be getting paid for it.
Well, I can't take that kind of money.
Who did you steal it from?
That's my business, Miss Brooks. And if you're worried about me making it my life's work, forget it. It was my first and last time.
I know, Fred. I'd like to help you, but...
Oh, sure.
Hold a chili, Mike.
I suppose that's what you fellas call ethics, huh, Valentine?
Well,
But it's all right for Harger to make all the dirty money he wants without anybody saying a word.
How can you be so sure it's Harger who's running this loan shark business?
I borrowed that money from Phil Pagano. He's always going in and out of Harger's Melody Club. He works for him.
Yeah?
You should hear his line. Go on, kid. Your credit is good. If the wife's going to have a baby, let her have the best.
Huh?
You got a whole month to pay back the $250. Of course, there'll be $100 service charge. But then we don't ask for no security, which you don't have. I tell you, I can't...
Hold it, Fred. Take it easy.
I know you think I was a schnook to take his money. But I wanted Peg to have everything good when she was having the kid. I couldn't borrow anywhere else because I'm in hock up to my ears now.
But think of the chance you were taking when you decided to steal.
Don't I know? But they wouldn't give me any more time. They didn't just threaten me. They said things would happen to Peg if I didn't raise the dough.
Uh-huh. You know, there may be an answer to this.
There's got to be, Valentine. It's not just myself. Think of all the other people who get squeezed and do things they never would have done to pay Harger back. That's why I couldn't just pay up and forget it. I
know. You want something to happen to him. All right, tell you what, Fred.
What?
I'll take the job and see what I can do.
Oh, that's swell. There's a little money left. I'll give you...
No, Fred, no. You just make sure you hold on to that. No, I'm working for free.
Well, good to see you again, Mr. Valentine. The Melody Club doesn't have many interesting visitors during the day.
Come off it, Harger. And tell this musclehead to get off the couch and get out of here. I want to talk to you alone.
Did I hear you call
You
me
should be more careful in your choice of words, Mr. Valentine. This gentleman is supposed to be my bodyguard, although you'd hardly tell it to see him lying around reading comic books.
Come on, Buster. Up you come. Outside.
Let go of me.
Put the gun away, Marty. We don't want to give our guest the wrong impression. You'd better go sit at the bar and soothe your chagrin.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you are as friendly as ground glass today.
Never mind the patter. I want $350 from you, and I want it now.
Oh, a little strapped, eh? Well, I think you're a good risk. Glad to oblige.
Oh, no, you got me wrong. I'm not borrowing it. You're giving it to me. For keeps.
Oh, come now. Just as you have your principles, I have mine. I'm a businessman. I never give anything unless it's for value received.
Yeah, well, you're going to make an exception. This is for someone who got hurt on one of your loan shark deals.
What are you talking about?
Your boy, Phil Pagano, bore down so hard on a friend of mine he had to go out and steal. Now, this is to square things for him.
Ridiculous. If out of the goodness of his heart someone I know lends money and collects it in his own way, that has nothing to do with me.
$350, Harger. Let's have it.
I could have you thrown out.
Well, why don't you?
You know how violence unnerves me, Mr. Valentine. But as long as the sum is so paltry, I'll let you play Santa Claus.
If you had a conscience, Harger, I might be tempted to say it should feel better.
Here you are. Oh, may I ask, is this a single commission for a client, or do you have more quixotic and ambitious plans in the same direction?
Why do you ask? Just curiosity?
No. I just want to be prepared. As much as I despise any form of physical conflict, Mr. Valentine, I may be forced to make another exception to my principles.
Valentine, you may not have noticed, but the word on the door says homicide. Don't come to me about loan sharks.
Riley, how can Harger operate a racket like this without your worthy colleagues putting the arm on?
You say it's Harger. I suspect it's Harger. It might well be Harger, but when we pick up one of those strong-arm bankers, he says it's a personal deal.
Yeah?
There's nothing in writing. The victims are too scared to say anything, and there's no mention of Harger. Now, go ahead. You arrest somebody.
Lieutenant, you should have talked to Fred Dundee.
Look, Miss Brooks, we don't like the idea either, seeing the little people in this city being pushed around.
A question, Lieutenant. One simple question.
Oh, I know your simple questions. They take till doomsday to answer.
Wouldn't you say it'd take a lot of cold, hard cash to supply what you call these strong-arm bankers? There must be dozens of them covering the city. And they're ready to lend dough right on the line. You just name the amount.
What are you driving at?
Hager isn't headed for the poorhouse, but neither does he get his mail in care of Fort Knox.
And he has so many other interests that take cash to run. Christopher Arena, his nightclubs, and all the rest of them.
Yeah, in other words, somebody else has to be furnishing the wherewithal, the financier, the angel. Now, have you ever heard of anyone connected with him who could even vaguely fit that description?
Not even vaguely.
Oh, great. Well, there's nothing like being a pioneer and trying to find the answer to my own question.
There's Pagano in there at the bar, Valentine.
Yeah, I see him, Fred.
He always hangs out here at Maloney's, 8 to 12 every night. So any sucker like me who wants money, I know where to find him.
I think I can charm him out so you can talk to him alone, George. Or do I sound like I'm confusing myself with Betty Grape?
Oh, he'll fall for you like a ton of bricks. He thinks he's a ladies' man, Miss Brooks. But you be careful of him. He's an oily little rat who carries a knife.
A knife, huh? Hey, look, Angel, maybe we ought to forget this. Look, I'll find another way to get you. Hey, Brooksy, wait.
Drop dead, mister. I've got an appointment with a gentleman.
What can I get you, lady?
Oh, nothing, thanks.
Go ahead, sweetheart. I'm good for around here. And when they come like you, I can do better than that. Much better.
No, I only wanted to talk to you. Alone.
Oh?
Yeah. I need money. Need it real bad.
Why me?
Oh, names get around. You hear things. Somebody said I'd find you here.
What seems to be your trouble, sweetheart?
Probably nothing new to you. The show I was dancing in folded up. I held out as long as I could, and now I've got to borrow money.
What's your name? What show?
Vivian Dupre did a solo in Gals Can Be Pals, the Morrison circuit.
Your real name, I mean, Mr. Prey.
Oh, okay. Mary Sullivan. Do I get the money? I'll pay it back. Usually I work regular.
All right. Don't get so nervous, Mary. Bill Pagano will take care of you. How much do you call money?
Well, I'm afraid it's got to be at least $300.
Bill Pagano can still take care of you. And he's happy to.
Oh, when can I have it? What do I have to sign, Mr. Pagano?
Well, this is no joint to talk about something personal, sweetheart. Suppose we go over to my place and set up the deal.
Well, I don't know.
You trust me, don't you, kid?
Oh, you know I do, Mr. Pagano.
What are we waiting for? Here we are, sweetheart. Well, I got my key.
Yeah.
The way you're looking around, you think you was expecting somebody.
Oh, no. No, it's just that, well, the hall is so dark.
Well, we'll take care of that right now. Go ahead in, Mary.
Oh, no, you first.
I don't know who you are, Bud, but I'm going to...
Shut up. And you, babe, sit down over there.
What? Oh, yes, sir.
Copper?
We'll talk when you take your hand off that knife in your pocket.
Oh, so you heard about me, huh? Well, then you ought to know I let this knife do my talking for me.
Now, wait a minute. Listen to me, handsome. Hager sent me to see you.
Huh? You're lying.
Yeah, I started working for him today. It seems he lost his respect for Marty as a bodyguard.
You think I'm going to believe that?
Hager says you've been charging extra interest on loans and holding out on him. You've shaken his faith in mankind, Phil.
I never held out a cent in my life.
Now, snap that knife closed. I want to have nice things to report about you.
Well...
That's a good boy.
Before we do any talking, what about the babe here?
Oh, well, I wouldn't want her to miss this for anything. Oh! All right. You're working for Hager. But I want to know more than that.
Get off me. Take your knee out of my chest.
Now, who finances the setup? Who's the top man on the totem pole?
I don't know. I don't know nothing. Don't.
Who really runs the racket? Supplies are ready, cash. Come on, talk.
All right. I'll tell you. Stop it.
Yeah?
Leslie.
Leslie who?
Leslie Remsen. Out in Compton Hills.
Okay. Thanks, Phil. You've been very helpful. I don't want to seem ungrateful, but I gotta do this.
Oh!
Sweet dreams, handsome.
Well, what do I do? Cheer or just fold up like an accordion?
Sorry I had to expose you to that bit of rough stuff, Angel. But even if it takes more of the same, I'm going to clean this thing up.
Compton Hills? But there's nothing out there but fashionable estates.
Yeah, I know. But that's the next stop, Brooksy. We're getting up in the world.
Leslie will be down in just a moment, Mr. Valentine. In the meantime, would you like to step in here and see some of my books?
Huh? Oh, sure, all right.
May I get you a drink? I'd ring for one of the servants, but it's their night off.
No, thanks. Did you mention it was important?
Yes, I told Leslie. You know, Mr. Valentine, I suppose most people would say that my life is an unpardonable waste. So much of it given to collecting books, living with them. But then, what is important, young man?
In college, they drummed me out of my philosophy class, Mr. Remsen. Now, would you mind calling upstairs again and see if...
That won't be necessary.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, have you met my wife?
Huh?
Leslie, dear, this is the young man who has been waiting for you.
Oh.
Yes. I'm Leslie. I'm sorry I'm not wearing a mustache. I understand you have some business you want to discuss with me, Mr. Valentine.
Well, yes.
Why don't you two stay right here in the library?
Thank you, Paul.
I have to phone my book dealer anyway. You know, Mr. Valentine, Leslie just can't understand my passionate interest in books.
No?
But then again, I'm often baffled by her interests, even though I understand them. Well, good night.
I received a very enlightening telephone call while you were waiting, Mr. Valentine.
Then you ought to know why I'm here, Leslie. Or I suppose I ought to start calling you Mrs. Remsen.
No, I like Leslie better. You seem to think I'm masterminding some sort of minor crime wave.
Aren't you?
That was a melodramatic way of putting it. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Did you know that in the early 30s, the oil industry had to meet the challenge of new, high-powered cars? A plain mineral oil just couldn't lubricate the new, powerful engines properly. Engineers at Standard of California met the problem with compounded RPM motor oil, the oil that won't run away from internal engine hot spots, that keeps a protective film on all parts when a car is standing cold, and that cleans your engine as it lubricates. One motorist quick to see the advantages of RPM motor oil is F.B. Stormont of Tombstone, Arizona. Mr. Stormont started using RPM in 1936. He states that he has been a constant user of this premium motor oil for the past 13 years. He's driven the same car all these years, driven it close to 100,000 miles with only one major overhaul job in all that distance. Well, that's really protection you can trust. And to give your own car this superior protection, stick to RPM motor oil. Ask for RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're not surprised to find a hard-bitten operator like Douglas Harger mixed up in the loan shark racket that has victimized your client. You're not surprised when you run into assorted forms of mayhem. What does rock you back on your heels is that the beautiful and wealthy Mrs. Leslie Remsen is apparently the banker and kingpin. But if you have George Valentine's recuperative powers, you counter with a surprise of your own.
Now, Leslie, what does Harger have on you?
I could see my husband took an immediate liking to you. I can't say I blame him, George.
Okay, be evasive. I'll do the talking.
I don't mind listening.
He has to be blackmailing you one way or another. You wouldn't get mixed up in a filthy deal like this if you weren't forced into it. It can't be the money.
Maybe I just like the excitement.
You know what this shuffle means in human misery.
Maybe I'm a psychopathic case.
Oh? Well, maybe it's as simple as this.
It's almost worth being an arch criminal. To be kissed like that.
Uh-huh. That's all it is, Leslie. You've got a low melting point. Well, the kiss was worth the slap. But it is the truth, isn't it?
Leave me alone.
A beautiful woman married to a man years older. That could be dynamite. Now, what was it? Letters you wrote to somebody? Is that what Harger's holding over you?
Yes. They were quite inflammatory. In fact, I remember them more vividly than the man I wrote them
Then
to.
you'd better find a way to get them back, sister, or you're a gone gosling.
No one can prove anything, not even you.
I beat it out of one of Harger's mugs, and the police can, too. The point is, there will never be any mention of Harger. Only you. He'll make like he never heard of you before in his life.
How did I get into this? George, you've got to get those letters back for me.
Now you're frightened, aren't you?
You can have whatever it's worth to you. Money, anything.
No promises, Leslie. But I'll give it a whirl.
I'll live up to my end of the bargain.
You won't have to. It's all part of services rendered for another client. And a lot of other people like him. Now look, Fred, I've got an idea. A way to take all the pep out of Harger.
And if it works, what happened to you and Peg won't ever happen to anyone else.
Let me have it. I'll do anything.
I've got to get some letters out of Harger's safe at the Melody Club.
Huh?
Letters signed Leslie Remsen.
I don't know much about blowing safes.
Now, I could try to scare him into giving them to me at the point of a gun, but he knows I wouldn't shoot him.
Yeah?
But, and this is where you come in, if someone with a nervous trigger finger and a man-sized grudge walked in, Harger would really sweat.
I see what you're driving at.
Sure. You put on an act. You don't like the way you were taken for a ride. You're going to get even. You want him to open the office safe so you can help yourself.
I'll put on an act that could get me a Hollywood contract.
Now, Fred, you know there's a risk involved. But we've got to have those letters.
You've got them. But there's just one thing.
What's that?
That gorilla, Marty. He's always following Harger around. He never lets him out of his sight.
Okay, that's my job. I'll get Marty off the scene. At 9:30 tonight, Harger will be alone at the Melody Club. That's when you walk in.
Pick up Marty Harris for questioning.
That's right, Lieutenant, and keep him under wraps overnight.
What am I supposed to sweat out of him?
I want him out of the way, Riley. It's important.
I suppose it would be rude of me to ask why, huh?
Not rude. I just don't want to bother you.
Huh? Since when?
Don't you remember, Lieutenant? This isn't in your department.
George, down the alley. There's Fred now.
Yeah, good. Hop in, Fred.
Well, they're all right here.
Good boy. Have any trouble?
Just trying to act nervous. I had to slug Harger to give me time to get out.
That must have thrilled you no end.
Drive around the block, Angel.
Well, I don't want to sound faint-hearted, but wouldn't it be a good idea to put some distance between us and the Melody Club?
Drop me off at that cab stand on you, Fred.
Yeah?
Beat it home to Peg. You did a good night's work.
Well, I'll take a bow when it pays off.
I hate to think I'm just supposed to keep driving around the block.
Park just before you get to the entrance of the club, Brooksy. I got a hunch Harger's going to come streaking out of there in a few minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Now, you stick on his trail. I got to know where he goes. You can call me at Leslie Remsen's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine, but you just missed Leslie.
Oh.
She seemed rather in a hurry, too.
Well, do you know where your wife went, Mr. Remsen?
Well, let's see. It could be the Dolphin Room, the El Dorado, Antoine's, or possibly Le Coq d'Or.
For a bibliophile, you know your night spots.
As a husband, I know my weak spots. Not being able to keep up a hectic social pace, I try to substitute patience and a modicum of wisdom that comes with the years.
Meaning just what, Mr. Remsen? Let's not spar.
Meaning all things come to him who waits. I'm quite able and willing to wait for Leslie.
You're okay, Remsen. All right, I'll kick around those spots you mentioned and see if I can find Leslie.
Oh, just a moment, Valentine. You probably think it's strange I never questioned you about your business with my wife.
Well,
Of course, I have sensed that she's in some kind of trouble. I'll even venture to say that you're here to deliver that little package.
Huh?
Would they be ill-advised letters? Leslie's very impulsive.
Well, as a matter of fact...
Don't be embarrassed. I'm not going to ask to see them. They don't matter. It was foolish of her to get in trouble because of them.
Mr. Remsen, why are you telling me this?
Because I know you're trying to help her. That being the case, you ought to know how I feel. Oh, pardon me. Hello? Oh, yes, he's right here. It's for you. It's a Miss Brooks.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Brooksy? Uh-huh. Both of them, huh? He met her there, the Gramercy room. No, use your head, Angel. No matter how many of Harger's men are staking out the place, I gotta do this alone. Okay, I'll be right there.
You must think I'm a fool, Douglas.
You have no choice but to sign it, Leslie.
You never asked me to sign receipts for money from any of your collectors before.
I've decided we should be more businesslike. Yes, and to avoid any stigma of blackmail, I'm going to let you have your letters back.
Well, what's this gentleman trying to sell you now, Leslie?
George.
Sorry, we can't ask you to sit down, Mr. Valentine.
Why, thanks, I will. A business conference?
George, Douglas said that if I sign these receipts, he'd let me have my letters back.
Letters? What letters? Have you any letters belonging to the Lady Harger?
I made a mistake some time ago not teaching you to keep out of my affairs. I never make the same mistake twice, Mr. Valentine.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if these were the letters you meant.
George, you did get them.
Uh-huh.
So, that's why you wanted me to sign these, Douglas. You had to find some other way to keep me under your thumb.
Nice try, Harger.
You don't think you're going to keep those letters very long, do you?
Oh, I know you've got your private goon squad sprinkled around.
It seems quite a shame that my long-cherished principle of nonviolence should go overboard this way.
I'll take them, George. They won't dare touch me.
Take it easy. Buster's playmates don't know the meaning of the word chivalry.
You're a realist, Mr. Valentine. I admire that in a man.
Why, Georgie, what a lovely surprise.
What?
The most wonderful thing just happened.
Brooksy, why didn't you do as I told you?
Well, fancy seeing you here. And as I live and breathe, my old friend Douglas Harger.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
It's a funny thing, George, how I ran into Lieutenant Riley. You know, there's a big policeman's ball tonight.
No, I didn't.
Sort of a spur-of-the-moment affair, you know.
Yes, and he wants us to come along as his guest, darling. He's even got a squad car outside.
A squad?
Yes, sir.
Oh, swell. You'll join us, won't you, Leslie?
Yes, I'll be happy to.
We'll be with you in a minute.
Well, don't be long now. We'll wait for them at the bar.
Why, you bet we will.
You wouldn't care to go to the policeman's ball, would you, Harger?
I'm afraid I shouldn't be very good company. You know, Valentine, I relish having you as my private nemesis. If it weren't for you, my life would be much too pallid and uncomplicated. I look forward to our next meeting. Good night.
Yeah.
I won't forget what you've done for me, George. May I have those letters now?
No, Leslie. Finders keepers.
What?
Yep. I think I'll just hold on to them now. Oh, incidentally, your husband is waiting for you. You know, I do a lot to keep Paul from getting hurt. He's a very nice guy.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
I get it. Blackmail. With a good housekeeping stamp of approval.
Oh, George, before you burn those letters, you might at least have let me peek at one of them.
You know, that's what I like about you, Angel. You're so unscrupulously feminine.
Yeah, but seriously, George, do you think Leslie and her husband will make a go of it now?
Oh, maybe. As long as she thinks I still have the letters. She doesn't suspect that Paul knows about them.
Darling, you should run a column of advice to the lovelorn. Dear editor, my young man, who shall be nameless, keeps putting off popping the question, what shall I do? Signed, Anxious.
Oh, I get it. Dear Anxious, after seeing your beautiful pictures, I'm convinced your young man is a half-wit. By no means marry him. Insanity is hereditary.
You can't win.
If your car's battery begins to act a bit feeble toward the end of winter months, nobody's surprised, For the extra use of lights and short, stormy weather trips are an added load on battery juice. But one way you can be sure of giving your battery longer life is by using Chevron Supreme gasoline. This premium quality fuel puts command performance in your car. Fast starts with little or no drain on your car's battery, smooth acceleration, extra power, high-octane power that makes it great on hills. And it's a battery saver wherever you drive in the West because it's climate-tailored. That means fast starts for your car in each different altitude and temperature zone. So for economy and for all-round command performance from your car, be sure to say Chevron Supreme gasoline. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. In the course of next week's adventure, we find George Valentine in a cheap rooming house.
Okay, Walt. I never play AC-doocy with a .38.
And now you're being smart.
Well, I see you've been packing.
Yeah, leaving town. All on account of that crazy bottle. I should have thrown it down a sewer, but no, I gotta go be nice to somebody, a guy I never seen before.
Who gave you the bottle, Walt? And why?
You're getting nothing out of me, mister. Nothing but this. Oh! That crazy bottle.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Larry Dobkin as Harger, Gene Bates as Leslie, Ted Von Eltz as Paul, Don Diamond as Fred, and Eddie Marr as Pagano. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Lisa. You'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. Army intelligence is sending me to Sicily. That's right. The island off the coast of Italy. Seems some boy down there is running wild with a knife, and they hope I might offer just the kind of proposition he might like to take a stab at.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the Rolling Stones.
Anyone who thinks hide and seek is strictly for kids ought to take a look at Mario Gentili. Mario's been playing the game for years, and very successfully, too. But then look what he'll do not to be caught. 24 hours ago, he was in Naples, where he grabbed the night boat for Palermo, Sicily. And while the ship plowed through the Straits of Messina, Mario made like a butterfly. When he emerged from his cocoon, his brown hair was dyed black and his mustache was gone. 6 hours later, the new Mario was relaxing in a furnished room off the Via Vittorio Emanuele in Palermo. But even the best of us have to be it once in a while. And if you believe in sound effects, this may be Mario's turn now.
Who? Who is it?
It's Eda, Mario.
Who?
Eda Casalini.
Un momento.
Oh, my darling.
No, stop it, Eda.
Oh, forgive me. But it has been so long.
Who told you I was in Palermo?
No one.
Then how did you find out?
Every night I watch the boat from Naples. hoping someday you would return. Tonight, my wish was granted.
How did you recognize me?
It would take more than dyed hair to fool a woman in love. Oh, Mario, why did you leave me?
Because I had business to attend.
There was not another woman?
No.
You lie. I saw a girl with you that morning you left.
She was a business associate.
I'll kill her if I ever see her again.
Don't be a fool. Now get out.
No, I did not mean it, Mario. Give me one more chance.
Will you behave?
I swear on my father's grave.
All right.
You won't regret it, darling. If there is anything I can do.
There is. Can you get in touch with Bianca Naldi for me?
Is she the one?
You are talking like a fool. I must see Bianca.
Mario.
Open up, Gentile.
There is no one here by that name.
We know better. This is the place.
You idiot. You led them here.
Oh, darling, I was most careful.
You might as well surrender, Mario. We have the building surrounded.
Listen, Edna. There is a staircase in the kitchen. It leads to the roof.
I will not go without you.
You will do as I say.
Oh.
If anyone asks you, you've been hanging wash up there. Now hurry.
When will I see you?
Sooner than you think. Now go.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.
This is your last chance, Gentile. Are you going to open this door? Or shall I have my men break it down?
That won't be necessary, Tenente.
All right, Sergeante. Take 3 men. Search the place.
Sì, Tenente. Andiamo, ragazzi.
What is the meaning of this?
May I see your papers, please?
My papers? Of course. But I assure you that your superior officer will...
Yes?
I seem to have mislaid them.
I submit you never had them to begin with. What is your name?
Mario Gentile.
It was not always so, was it? You were once known as Mario Toselli.
You are insane.
But you know who Mario Toselli is?
I have no idea.
Well, if you will be kind enough to accompany me to the Palazzo Chiaramonte, I will be only too happy to enlighten you. After you, signore?
Tenente, forgive me if I seem ungrateful for your hospitality, but I've been here for 3 hours, and I've yet to learn the charges against me.
Patience is a great virtue, Mario. You should cultivate it. As it happens, we are waiting for an American.
An American?
A gentleman named Michael Waring. Perhaps you have heard of him?
No.
A distinguished personality. He was once a private investigator in the United States called the Falcon. A very colorful name, no?
No.
A matter of taste. Today he is with American intelligence.
It is of no interest to me.
Well, I am sure you will be of interest to Senor Waring. You see, Avanti.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Michael, my good friend.
How are you, Emilio?
Better now, as I regard your countenance. I did not expect you till noon.
Well, I flew over as soon as I got your message.
It aroused your curiosity.
No end. What's it all about?
First, I should like you to meet Mario Gentile. Mario, this is Senor Waring.
I am delighted.
Well, I'm not. Look, Lieutenant, you didn't bring me all the way from Rome to meet him.
Well, you are familiar with his reputation.
Yeah, he's an organizer for the Communist Party.
And that does not arouse your interest?
No, the party isn't outlawed in Italy.
But suppose I told you in an earlier day he had another name. Prior to 1945, he was known as Mario Toselli.
Toselli?
You'll recognize it.
Sure, the Allied War Crimes Commission has been looking for him for years. They've got a rope necktie they'd like to try on him for size.
This is absurd. I never even heard of the man.
And you're the only one in Italy who hasn't. Toselli organized the Squadra d'Azione and the Milizia Volontaria Fascisti. They were Mussolini's personal strong-arm squad.
And think of it, Michael. Today we are honored by the presence of its founder.
You are mistaken.
Well, what were you doing in 1945?
I was fighting with the partisans near Genoa.
Who was your commander?
You will not find any record for him. We were a small group.
And prior to 45?
I was in France.
Doing what?
That is my own affair. But I tell you, I'm not Toselli.
Well, it should be easy enough to check. Lieutenant, didn't Toselli come from Messina?
Si.
Well, I'll take him there first thing in the morning. In the meantime, can you put him away on ice? I'd hate for him to spoil after all these years.
Halt! Who goes there?
It is only me, Your Honor. I wish to see the prisoner, Mario Gentili.
It is not permitted.
I have written authorization from Lieutenant Balbo.
Let me see.
You are holding it upside down.
Hmm?
Can't you read?
Do you take me for an illiterate? Of course I can. This is most strange. I was instructed that the
You
prisoner...
question the authority of the tenente?
Of course not. What do you have in that basket?
Some food for my cousin. See? A bottle of wine and some cheese.
All right. Edda,
How are you, Mario?
How in the name of-
The lieutenant was most kind.
you may have 5 minutes.
We are most grateful, Your Honor.
I warn you not to create any disturbance.
How did you manage this,
I
Edda?
had a pass.
A pass?
It was most official looking. Naldi is a great artist.
You should not have taken the chance. They will discover the forgery in a minute.
A minute is all I require. I brought you some food, Mario. See? Your favorite wine. My mother prepared especially for you. She hopes you will drink her health. Careful.
There is a stiletto in here.
It may be thin, but it's made of the finest steel.
Good girl.
Now you know how much I love you.
Oh, there was never any doubt in my mind.
You'll be able to use it?
Yes, indeed. Tomorrow I leave by railroad with the Signor Waring for Messina. And this may be just the thing to relieve the monotony of the trip. Very good, very good. My thanks to your very dear mother.
What time have you got, Sergeant?
It lacks 10 minutes of 1 o'clock, Senor Waring.
How's our friend Mario doing?
He's asleep. Shall I waken him?
No, there's plenty of time. I wonder if they got anything to read on this train.
I saw Evander in the next car.
Well, now, if this were the super chief, all I'd have to do is buzz.
If you would like me...
No, thanks. I'll do it myself. Keep an eye on Sleeping Beauty.
You may rest easy, Signor. Sergeant Giovanni Martelli has never betrayed a trust.
Okay, Paisan. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
I trust that you slept well, Comrade Mario.
Huh?
One observing you would think you had not a care in the world.
I haven't, if you overlook these handcuffs. Would you happen to have a cigarette?
Oh, si.
Grazie. You know, Sergeant, you are a very good fellow. You know, you made a very definite impression on my cousin.
Your cousin?
The young lady who visited me in my cell yesterday. She thought you were very handsome.
She did?
Yes.
She's a most attractive female herself.
Hey. Would you like her address?
Very much.
She lives at numero 300 via 47. Well, why don't you write it down?
I will remember it. You said that 300...
you cannot write, huh?
My schooling was interrupted at a tender age.
Si capisce. It's very understandable. If you will remove the handcuffs, I will be very glad to do it for you.
What?
No, come, Sergeant. Certainly you have no fear of me. A well-proportioned man like yourself. That was the first thing Edna noticed about you. Even that uniform couldn't hide those muscles.
Hard work does it.
Well?
It is out of the question.
Oh, of course. You are afraid of the American senor, eh?
Sergeant Giovanni fears no one. Stick out your hand.
Many thanks, my friend.
Hurry. Write it down before Senor Waring returns.
It will be a pleasure. I believe I had a pen in my pocket. Oh, yes.
Hey, where did you get the knife?
You're mistaken. There's a pen. Here. You can feel the point.
No, Mario.
Yes, Sergeant. Yes, indeed. I'm sorry it had to be you. I would have preferred it if it were Sergeant Waring. Arrivederci, Sergeante. I fear we shall never meet again.
You and your children can expect to live long thanks largely to better medicine and surgery. But you could expect to live even longer were it not for the danger of automobile accidents. If driver education could be taught in all of our schools instead of only a third of them, it might someday help to save the life of your own son or daughter. Remember in your own automobile to drive as though your life depends on it. It does. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, that's Sicily for you, the land of hot tempers and cold steel. And when I got back to my compartment on the train, I found Mario Gentili was gone. But the good sergeant was still waiting. He was huddled on the floor, the blood pouring from half a dozen wounds. Yeah, Giovanni had reached the end of the line. But I had a hunch the big attraction for Mario was in Palermo, where we all started. So I headed back for the Hotel Rodolfo to await further developments. And they weren't long in coming.
Excuse me, please. I'm looking for the Signor Michael Waring.
Oh, come in.
My card, Signor?
Cesare del Lavoro.
See, it was suggested by the Lieutenant Balbo that I see you.
Oh, well, sit down.
Grazie, Signor.
You care to join me?
Later, perhaps.
All right, what can I do for you, del Lavoro?
You have it within your power to save my life.
Huh?
You had in your custody yesterday a man who has called himself Mario Gentile. That was not his right name.
How would you know?
Because I have known him since 1934. In those days, he was known as Mario Toselli.
You sure of that?
Positive. We were almost inseparable.
I see.
I assure you, Signor, I was not a fascist. I knew Toselli purely in a social way. He was in love with a woman named Margherita Pecci. I took her away.
Let me get this straight.
She honored me by becoming my wife.
Oh. And how did Toselli take that?
Oh, most badly. He swore to kill us both. It was only by going to France that we managed to escape his vengeance.
Mm-hmm. And you think...
He returned to Palermo to keep his oath. For myself, I do not care, Signor, but Margherita...
does she know Mario is in Palermo?
All Sicily knows. The papers have carried little else. It was her idea I consult the Carabinieri.
Well, where's your wife now?
Well, she waits for me at Laura's hotel.
Laura?
Laura Reynolds. She's an old friend of Margherita.
What does she look like?
Well, she's most attractive.
No. I mean, is she a blonde, a brunette?
Well, why?
Well, a woman visited Mario Gentili in his cell before he escaped, and we've got a hunch she supplied the stiletto.
Oh, it could not be Laura.
Why not?
Well, she's an American.
Oh, I see. All right, tell your wife not to worry, del Lavoro. Not that will stop her, but I promise you we'll do everything we can.
Quattro, cinque. Is the clock right, Laura?
No, it's a couple of minutes slow, Margarita.
But Cesare promised to call by 4. Something must have happened to him.
Maybe he was hit by a car.
How can you say such things?
It's real easy.
You never liked my husband.
I never liked spinach either, so what does that prove? As far as Cesare
I
is
will not
concerned...
permit you to say another word against him.
Margarita,
I
all right.
refuse to listen. Ever since... That must be Cesare now.
Come in.
I trust you ladies will excuse me, but I am searching for the Signora de Lavoro.
I am Margherita de Lavoro.
I kiss your hand, Signora. I recognize you immediately from your husband's description. I am Antonio Lombardi.
Antonio Lombardi?
Did Cesare not call and advise you I was to drive you home?
No.
That is most strange.
That is the understatement of the week.
Non capisco?
Oh, forgive me, Signor Lombardi. This is my old friend, Laura Reynolds.
Delighted.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Why didn't Cesare come here himself?
With the problem at hand, he thought it best not to take chances.
What about...
It has all been taken care of. Shall we go?
Yes, of course. Goodbye, Laura.
Margarita, wait a minute.
No, sorry, dear. I do not wish to keep Cesare waiting.
Well, call me the minute you get home. I've got the strangest feeling...
Your concern does you credit, Signorina. But you need not worry. Rest assured, I shall take care of her properly. Arrivederci.
Signor Lombardi.
Si?
Did you not say we were to meet Cesare at home?
Did I?
Yes.
Then so be it. I would never think to contradict a lady.
But this is not the way to Via Toledo. We are going south. There is the marina. The sea is over there.
Well, miracles never cease. I would have sworn...
What are you stopping here for?
For this.
A gun?
You must understand, my dear. I bear no grievance against you personally, But my employer...
Who is your employer?
Would you care to venture a guess?
No, I don't have to. I know.
Let go, you fool! Let go before... Why must you women always be so difficult?
Is that you, Margarita?
No, it's Mike Waring.
Oh, just a moment. Signor Waring, this is a surprise. Please come in.
Thanks.
I'm so sorry my wife is not here to meet you. She would be most honored.
Look, De Lavoro, there's something I've got to tell you. I just came from Lieutenant Balbo's office.
He has apprehended Mario Gentile, huh?
No, not yet.
But then what is it? But tell me, Signor, what is it?
It's about your wife.
Something has happened to her.
Yes.
But where is she? Where is she? You must take me to her at once.
Wouldn't do any good.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid it's yes.
He kept his promise.
Uh-huh. I feel kind of helpless, De Lavoro, but if there's anything I can do...
No, Signor, no one can help me. If you will be so kind as to leave me now, I would like to be alone for a while.
Well, that's the story, Miss Reynolds. The Carabinieri found a body an hour ago. Naturally, I thought you should know.
Oh, I had a feeling when I saw that man. Couldn't you trace him through the car?
You tell me how.
Well, I watched them from the window as they walked out. His car was parked right across the street.
It wasn't the Blue Nash.
How did you know?
A tourist reported it stolen early this afternoon. Now, getting back to this Antonio Lombardi. What did he look like?
Well, he was about 5'5", dark hair, dapper.
You're sure it wasn't Mario Gentile?
No, I'm positive. I've seen Gentile's picture.
And he must have been an old comrade doing Mario a favor.
Then why did he say Cesare sent him?
Well, you don't think your friend Margarita would have gone with him if he admitted he came from Mario?
Oh, why didn't Cesare call the way he promised?
Because when he left me, he went into a huddle with Lieutenant Balbo at the Palazzo Caramonte.
Well, I still think it's strange.
Well, that's your privilege. How long have you known De Lavoro?
I met him at Cannes a year ago.
And his wife?
I met her at the same time.
It's funny. I had an idea you and Margarita were practically sorority sisters.
You know, I don't think I like your attitude.
I don't blame you. I don't like it myself. You mind if I use your phone?
Go right ahead.
Thanks.
I hope that's a local call.
It is. I'd like to see how De Lavoro is getting along. Got a feeling I shouldn't have left him.
Hello?
De Lavoro?
Who is this?
Mike Waring.
Oh, in the name of heaven, Signor, where are you? I have been searching all over Palermo for you.
Why, what's up?
I just heard from Mario Gentile.
When?
Not more than 5 minutes ago. He said now that he had disposed of Margarita, it was my turn.
Well, listen, De Lavoro. I'm going to hang up. As soon as I do, I want you to call Lieutenant Balbo.
Does not matter anymore, Signor. I just wish to thank you for all that you do.
Hello? Hello? De Lavoro?
What's the trouble?
Well, you call it, Angel. But from where I'm sitting, it sounds like murder. Let's hope I'm wrong.
He doesn't answer.
You didn't really expect him to. All right, get out of the way.
What are you going to do?
Put my foot through the panel.
There ought to be an easier way.
Well, there is, but this is more fun, Laura. Yeah, that ought to do it. Now, let's see if I can reach the lock from here. Entree, madame.
Thank you. Now what?
Well, don't you notice anything unusual?
Well, what do you expect me to do, scream?
I had my hopes.
Well, I'm sorry if I disappointed you.
Now, that's what I call a double take.
He isn't dead.
No. See if there's any brandy around.
You think he should have it?
No, but I could stand a drink.
Signor Waring.
Now, don't talk.
You got here a little late.
Well, don't you worry, De Lavoro. You're going to be fine.
Oh, you cannot fool me, Signor.
No, I mean it. It's practically a scratch.
But it burns.
Well, that's to be expected. Was it Mario Gentile?
I couldn't say for sure. I did not see his face.
Now, wait a second. What's this in the corner?
Huh?
Oh, what do you know?
Oh, it is a gun.
Yep, it's what it is. A German Mauser. You know, it looks kind of familiar.
Is it the same weapon that was used
I wouldn't
on...
be surprised. You got a handkerchief?
Here.
I finally managed to locate some brandy.
Nice work, Angel. Give him a shot.
What about you?
I'll take a rain check. Right now, I want to see Lieutenant Balbo. With a little luck, I think we can wrap this up.
My friend, much much as it pains me to disagree with you, you are wrong. Mario Gentile is not within 50 miles of Palermo.
Then who took that shot at De Lavoro?
The same assassin who killed his wife.
No, I doubt it, Lieutenant. If a man is motivated by revenge, he'll want to do some of the trigger pulling himself. Otherwise, why did he come back to Sicily in the first place?
That is a very good question.
We got a million good questions. What we need is a couple of answers. You think your ballistics department is through checking the gun?
We shall see. Sergente, tenente Balbo qui. Ha finito con l'arma? Vabbè. Che interessante. Bravo, grazie tante, sergente.
Oh, what did he say?
The gun was of German manufacture. It was a Mauser.
Oh, tell me something I don't know. What about fingerprints?
Not a one.
We expected that. I don't suppose they were able to run down the serial number.
On the contrary, Michael. There they were most successful.
Huh?
The gun was purchased 2 weeks ago in Naples.
In Naples?
And you will die when you hear the name of the man who bought it.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yes, it was purchased by an American named Michael Waring.
Oh, no.
You are upset? And I thought you would be delighted by the news. I guess there is no pleasing some people.
We all shudder and shake our heads sadly over the catastrophes we hear about. The floods, explosions, and other accidents which take 5 or more lives. We wonder if it could happen to us, too. Well, there is one type of catastrophe to which most of us are exposed many times every day if we drive or ride on the highways. It's the head-on collision between 2 motor vehicles. It means almost certain death or injury to the drivers and passengers of those vehicles involved. Take a lesson from the fatality figures and drive as though your life depends on it. It does. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, there's one thing you can say about cops the world over. They all get the same look on their faces when they're pleased. And Lieutenant Balbo was wearing that look now. And no wonder. Here I'd been needling him about Mario Gentile, and it turns out the gun that killed Margarita de Lavoro belonged to me. A most revolting development.
Well, my friend, what have you got to say for yourself?
Oh, very little. No wonder that gun looked familiar. Mario must have stolen it from my hotel room. But I was right about one thing. He's in Palermo.
So it would appear.
If there was one link we could find in the chain. Say, how far do your records go back on Gentile?
As Gentile, only till 1950, when he came to Sicily as an organizer for the Communist Party.
And you have no idea what he did before then?
Only theories.
But you don't know for sure.
No one does.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Lieutenant. I know one thing now about our mystery man.
What?
How to trap him. And maybe Signor de Lavoro will be kind enough to furnish the bait. Let's ask him anyway.
Signor Waring, I do not like this idea. I do not like it at all.
Look, de Lavoro, either you have confidence in me or you don't.
Well, I don't know about him, but I don't.
Well, that's not too important, Laura. You're just part of the scenery.
But I do not understand this business. It seems to me that I'm what you call a target.
That's exactly what you are. Don't you see? It's our only chance of grabbing Mario. By this time, he knows he didn't kill you this afternoon. Well, if he's a man of his word...
He'll return.
That's what we're figuring on.
But if he kills me...
Not a chance. Lieutenant Balbo's got the place surrounded.
Not entirely, Signore.
What?
You will oblige me by raising your hands.
You're the doctor.
Listen, Gentile.
Ah, Signor del Lavoro, I believe.
Yes, yes.
You know, you have taken the name of Mario Gentile in vain. Naturally, I am displeased.
I can explain everything.
But why? Explanations are so boring.
Well, you're just going to stand there, Waring?
What else can I do?
He's right, Signorina. You see, I am a man with a purpose. I do not intend to be frustrated. All right, del Lavoro. If you have anything to say, now is the time.
In heaven's name, have mercy. Waring, I beg you.
Stay where you are, Signore.
I swear, Gentile, I did not mean any harm. I did not think it would matter to you.
It matters a great deal. Tell them the truth.
I never saw this man before in my life.
What?
Continue.
He was not responsible for Margarita's murder. I was. I hired the assassin.
Mascalzone!
Oh!
Mike.
It's all right, Angel.
It's all right.
Nothing wrong with him. He just fainted.
But that bullet...
It was a blank. Right, Paisan?
Uh-huh.
I don't get it.
Allow me to introduce myself, Signorina. I am Sergente Achille Bresci.
Sergeant Bresci?
Yeah, he's one of Lieutenant Balbo's boys. You did a beautiful job of acting, Achille.
So what good is it? With my luck, Signore, I'll wager Rossellini wasn't even listening.
Well, Mike, maybe I'm thick, but I've got to admit that I still don't get it.
Oh, it isn't difficult, Laura. It all comes down to the fact that De Lavoro hired that man to murder his wife.
Yes, but how did Mario Gentili figure in this?
He didn't.
I don't understand.
Well, you see, when Mario escaped, it gave De Lavoro the bright idea. The papers had played up Mario as a man of mystery. Nobody knew anything about his background. So De Lavoro spread the story that Mario came to Sicily for the purpose of killing him and Margarita.
Oh, yes, but she knew the truth.
Sure, but no one had a chance to ask her. She was murdered before either Balbo or myself could see her.
Well, then, the shot we heard over the phone while De Lavoro was talking to you...
Was self-inflicted.
Oh, you're guessing all this.
Well, that's why we had to bait a trap. And when De Lavoro mistook Achille Bresci for Mario Gentili, that clinched it.
You know, you're pretty clever.
You ought to see me do card tricks sometime.
I'd love to.
All right, I'll show you one of my favorites. Now, let's pretend you're a woman and I'm a man, and we're all alone on the marina facing the sea.
And then what happens?
Well, that's what makes this such a wonderful trick, Angel. Even I don't know how it's going to turn out.
The Case of the Gorgeous Greek. The Case of the Gorgeous Greek. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when Greece gets too hot, somebody is bound to catch the devil. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced and transcribed by Bernard L. Schubert, written by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Joan Allison as Laura. This program came from New York. This is Fred Collins speaking.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
They stood in the warm rays of the autumn sun while the wind played in the girl's hair. Oh, no, not that. Susie,
Hello, Mr. Holliday. Oh, no, not what?
I'm referring to the story I'm writing.
Better forget the story, Mr. Holliday. I've got mail for you.
So, what's new in Box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Let's see. Where was I? Oh. But Betty forgot her dignity as she fell and bumped her head against the tree which stood nearby. Oh, brother.
Mr. Holliday.
What's that, Susie?
I said that maybe the mail from Box 13 might give you an idea. Today there were 2 letters.
2?
Yes, One of them is a big, fat envelope.
Now, who in the world would send me a big, fat envelope?
The police department. It's a block of tickets for their annual ball.
What's the other one?
This one smells all romantic-like. It has the odor of Christmas night. Or, maybe it's Easter morn.
Or maybe it's Tuesday afternoon. Here, let's have it. If you will really do anything, what I have to ask is very, very little. Please meet me in North Park at 10 o'clock tonight. I'll be waiting At the bench near the entrance to the bridle path. Signed, Anonymous.
It couldn't have been very romantic, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, why not, Susie?
I don't see stars in your eyes.
We'll take another look, Susie. Tonight at 10 o'clock. An anonymous note. A rendezvous in the park at night. Well, I must admit it's better than the yarn I was writing. At least it's got a good start. The question is, what's the ending? Well, this is the park, and the clock says 10. And there's the bench at the end of the bridle path. And that's all there is. Hey, wait a minute. Is that? No, it couldn't be. A little girl, sound asleep, nobody else around. What's she doing out here alone this time of night? Little girl. Wake up, little girl. Wake up.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Sandman came and I was supposed to stay awake.
Now, what are you doing here?
Waiting?
Well, aren't you cold?
No, I'm not cold. I have a nice new coat. See?
Yes, it's very pretty. But for whom are you waiting?
I'm waiting for the man.
What man?
He comes out of a box. It has a number.
Oh, no. You don't mean box 13?
Yes, that's it. How did you know?
Because I'm the man.
Oh, I'm so glad. You're nice. Oh, I like you a lot.
Well, thanks. Who told you about the man from box 13?
One of my mothers.
Mothers? You've got more than one?
Of course, I got two.
You're a very remarkable little girl. How do you happen to have two mothers?
I don't know. Just happened, I guess.
What's your name?
Janie.
What's your other name?
I promised I wouldn't tell.
Now, whom did you promise?
My mother.
Oh, your mother. The first one or the second one?
The first one, naturally.
Forgive me, I'm so stupid tonight. Where do you live, Janie?
I got two homes. I couldn't find either one.
That's great. Look, Janie, what are you going to do?
I'm going with you because I like you, and I promised I would.
So that's it. Oh, no, you're not. I'm going to take you to the police station.
My mother said you wouldn't.
Why wouldn't I?
My mother said you were a nice man who was smarter than any policeman ever was.
Janie, flattery will get you nowhere.
What's flattery?
That's something you've probably already learned from your mother. Now, do you know where you live?
Sure, I live in the house.
And do you know where the house is?
Well, first you have to walk down this block to Jack Black's drugstore.
Well, come on.
And then we get to the drugstore. We turn left and walk a block.
Oh, that's where you live.
No. That's the corner where Johnson's toy shop is.
Now, Janie.
And then we turn right and go 2 blocks.
That's home.
That's where the ice cream parlor is.
Now, stop that, Janie, and tell me how to get to your home.
Well, you walk half a block up that street. That's home.
Oh, that's your home.
No, that's David's home.
So you're not going to tell me where you live, is that it?
I think maybe you'd better look at my book first. It's Grimm Fairy Tales. Only they're not grim at all. They're nice.
You want me to read to you? At 10 o'clock at night? You know, young lady, it's way past your bedtime.
No, I want you to read the letter that's in my book. Mommy said to tell you about it.
Letter? Here, let me see that. Well, how do you like this? Please take care of my little Janie for me. I shall communicate with you in a little while. Let no one, even the police, take her away. Believe me when I say you're doing nothing illegal. Just helping out. Her mother.
You're nice. I like your voice. What's your name?
Dan. A sucker, if there ever was one. Well, this is not good. A small girl left in your care with no more authority than a letter. Suppose the woman who wrote this letter isn't Janie's real mother. Then, Holliday, you're in trouble. But suppose she is the real mother.
Why should she leave her child with a perfect stranger? Why? Well, there's only one thing to do. Take her to your apartment. Come on, Janie girl, let's go. Let's hope that the neighbors won't see you bringing home a little girl. Because that happens to be one item you don't win at a bingo game. Put her down on the couch, Holiday. That's it. Never knew a kid could have so much strength in her arms, did you? Feels kind of good, too. Better get a blanket to put over. Better yet, stupid, put her in your bed. Well, Holiday, it looks like you're sleeping on the couch tonight. I wonder who she is and what this is all about. Hello?
Dan Holliday?
Yes?
The man from box 13?
Yes?
How's my little girl? Did you get home all right?
How did you get my phone number?
That's not important.
How do you know who I am?
Please, how is my little girl?
She's asleep.
Oh, thank heavens.
I heard the bell ringing.
She just woke up.
Is she all right?
She's fine, but...
I want a fairy tale.
Just a minute, honey. How long will it take you to get over here?
I can't come over there now. I'm afraid to.
Lady, which mother are you?
I don't understand you.
She says she's got two.
I'm her real mother.
Well, then get over here and take her.
I can't explain now, but please, Mr. Holliday, keep her just for a few days.
A few days?
And don't give her up to anyone, not even the police.
Now, how do I know this is on the level?
You don't. You'll just have to trust me. I promise you'll never regret it.
I don't like any part of this, except Janie.
You'll understand soon, Mr. Holliday. And remember, be very careful. Both Janie and you are in danger.
You're right, our Holiday. How do you like this plot? A mother gives a little girl to a strange man, warning him not to give the child up to anyone, not even the police. And then she admits there's danger. Janie.
I broke the lamp.
Oh, that's all right, baby. Are you hurt?
I didn't mean to. I wanted my fairy tale book.
No, don't cry, honey. That was a nasty old lamp anyway. All it did was throw off a lot of light.
You're nice, man. Are you my daddy?
No, Janie.
My daddy went away when I was a baby. Why can't you be my daddy?
It's getting late, honey. Aren't you sleepy?
Not anymore. Read me a fairy tale, Daddy.
In the morning, Janie. Now, you'd better get to bed.
Have you got a doll?
No, I'm sorry. No doll.
Teddy bear?
No teddy bear.
You must be awful lonesome.
Maybe you've got something there, little lady.
Daddy, tell me a fairy story.
All right, honey. Let's see now. Once upon a time, there were 3 bears. The papa bear, the mama bear,
and the baby bear. I know that story.
Okay, now say, once upon a time, there was a little girl named Red Riding Hood,
and the wolf ate up her grandmother. I know that one, too.
Janie, maybe you should tell me the stories. Oh, let's see. Once upon a time, there was a boy named Jack who planted a bean seed, and it grew up into a mighty tall vine,
and he climbed into the sky and killed a bad giant. I know that one, too.
Saved by the bell.
Hello, Holiday.
Oh, Lieutenant Kling. Holiday, you're in a jam. Lieutenant Kling of the police department doesn't drop in on people unless there's trouble. Watch your step, boy.
Well, aren't you going to ask me in?
Oh, sure. Come in, Lieutenant.
That's better.
Anything wrong?
Well, that's what I dropped in to find out. When you stay out of the department's hair for more than 2 weeks, I begin to worry.
Haven't been doing a thing, Lieutenant. Not a thing.
Besides, I want to know if you got those tickets to the ball.
Hello.
Well, what's this?
A little girl.
Oh, thanks, Holiday. What's your name, young lady?
Vicky. Vicky Preston.
Oh, no, it isn't.
It isn't? Holiday.
Great little kid. Her dandy sense of humor likes to pretend she's somebody else.
All children do.
Who is he, Daddy?
Daddy? Holiday, my boy.
See what I mean?
Who Daddy?
He's a cop. A policeman, honey. Lieutenant Kling.
Oh, I like policemen.
And I like little girls. Got 2 of them myself. Is the writing business slow these days, Holiday?
How do you mean?
Thought you might be picking up a few bucks babysitting.
Oh, yes, just helping out a friend.
I could use you sometime. My wife and I like to get out every now and then. What's your price to sit with my kids?
That depends. Are your children anything like you?
Now, Holiday.
Oh, I'm just asking. Glad to accommodate anytime.
Yep, see you around, Holiday.
Yeah, I'll see you.
Your hands are shaking.
Never mind, Janie. It's time you went to sleep. There's something about a kid asleep. Maybe I'm glad this happened. Got to use more kids in my stories after this. You know, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have one around all the time. What am I saying? Now what? Lay off, you'll wake the kid.
You Dan Holiday?
Yeah, that's right.
I'd like to come inside and talk with you.
If you don't mind, I'd rather talk out in the doorway.
Very well, I'll be direct. You have a little girl here named Janie, about 5 years old.
Why?
My name is Sam Parker. That mean anything?
No.
I've got a letter here authorizing me to take the little girl away.
You're her father?
Read the letter, then hand over the child.
No.
Very well, I'll call the police.
I wish you would. Can I use the phone down the hall?
I'm sorry about this. But get inside then. Keep your hands over your head.
Put down that gun. What do you think you're pulling?
Shut up and get inside. Oh, there she is.
Put down that gun, I said.
She comes with me, Holiday. Just keep those hands high.
And I said you're staying here.
Move over to that wall.
Stay away from her, I said.
One more move and you...
Think so.
Harry! Harry, help! Hit him with the gun, Harry, now. I got him.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holiday. Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holiday.
Nice going, Holiday. Very nice. You advertise in the newspaper for adventure and you get a little girl. Then you lose her to a man with a gun. You don't even know the mother's name or where she is. Now what?
Mr. Holiday, I'm Wanda Parker, Janie's mother. Is she all right?
You're the woman who called me on the phone?
Yes. My baby, where is she?
You're a fine one to be asking that after you leave her alone on the park bench.
I was there hiding. I saw you take... Where is she?
You shouldn't have let her go in the first place.
Mr. Holiday, where is she?
She's not here.
Not here. What have you done with my daughter?
You're her real mother?
Of course I am. Where is she? What's happened?
A man came in.
And you let him take the child?
I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. He had a friend and a gun. They knocked me out. When I came to, Janie was gone.
This man, did he have black hair and very thick eyebrows?
Yes, he said his name was Parker.
Oh, no, it couldn't be. Mr. Holiday, we've got to get her back right away.
Before I do anything, you're going to tell me a few things. Then we'll decide.
Who's that?
I don't know. Right now, I wouldn't even care to guess.
Is there a back door? Can I get out without being seen?
Yeah, through the kitchen. There's a door leads out into the hall. What are you afraid of?
Holiday, open the door.
Do you know who that is?
Yes, a police officer, Lieutenant Kling.
He mustn't see me. I'll call you later.
All right, I'm coming.
What took you so long to open the door?
Can't a man get some sleep?
With your shoes on?
My feet are cold.
Get inside. All right, Miss Hatton.
Are you sure this is the man, Lieutenant? Do you think he could have taken Janie away?
I'm not sure of anything, but what you told me, he's just the type that could dream up a little nightmare like this.
Lieutenant, mind telling me what this is all about?
I'm Mrs. Hatton, and I'm Janie's mother. I want her right this minute.
Janie's mother? You're Janie's mother?
Lieutenant Kling, if this man has my little Janie, make him give her up right this minute.
Come on, Holiday, where is she?
Or who?
You know what I want, that little girl you had here half an hour ago. Janie Parker.
Me? I had a little girl? Up here?
Holiday.
Yes, Lieutenant.
I came up here to see you. I was worried about you. I didn't know how right I was.
And I appreciated your interest.
Shut up. When I came up here, there was a little girl around. Now, where is she?
Kling, you have my word. I don't know.
Maybe you could remember down at headquarters.
I can't remember something I didn't know in the first place.
He doesn't look like the type who would have taken Janie.
Oh, thank you. Now, Mrs. Hatton, if you'd tell me what this is all about, maybe I could help you.
My little girl disappeared tonight. I was frantic. I called the police.
I got the report right after I got up here to see you, Holiday. From the description, I'd say you had Janie Parker right here.
But you're not sure.
Maybe you'd like to prove to me where you got the little girl I saw up here, eh? Come on, tell me.
Lieutenant, you'd never believe me.
Then where is that little girl now? Can you tell me that?
No, I can't. But suppose I produced the girl and you found out it wasn't the same one.
Holiday, what are you driving at?
I just want a chance to produce the girl. How about it, Kling?
I think you're pulling another one of your fast shenanigans. I ought to lock you up. But I'm inclined to give you a chance.
What kind of a chance?
I'm giving you 3 hours to find that little girl.
3 hours?
Then I'll be back, Holiday. So don't try anything funny.
Lieutenant, at the moment, I have practically no sense of humor left. At least you're not in jail, Holiday. The good lieutenant walked out with Mrs. Hatton. You're as free as a bird on the wing for 3 hours. If you were as smart as that bird, you'd wing out of town until this blows over.
Mr. Holiday.
You.
They've gone?
You been listening?
Yes, at the kitchen door.
Now, look, if you're Janie's mother and Mrs. Hatton is Janie's
Mr.
mother...
Holiday, there's no time to explain.
Wait a minute. Then who is Sam Parker?
He's not Sam Parker. He's Sam Clark.
Oh, I see. Because Janie has two mothers, Sam Parker turns out to be Sam Clark. What are you giving me?
I can clear up the whole thing, but we've got to get Janie away from Sam Clark first. Otherwise, I may never see her again.
How do you go about finding a man named Sam Clark in a city this size?
He doesn't live here, but I heard he drove his car down. That means he's probably staying at Brown's Motel.
Uh-huh. I think I'll drop out and pay him a visit.
I'll go with you.
No, I don't think that's wise. I'm going alone.
Mr. Holiday...
He carries a gun. You stay here.
You'll get her. You'll bring Janie back.
I'll try my best.
I'll be waiting.
After that, I'll spend a quiet weekend with a psychiatrist. This is it. Brown's Motel. Now, to find a man named Sam Clark or Sam Parker. Ask the manager. That's logical. So he is here. Well, what do you do now, Holiday? You knock on the door, Sam Clark will stick a gun in your ribs. There'll be a fight, and Janie might get hurt. The telephone. That's how to do it. Remember to thank the man who invented outdoor phone booths. There it is. Brown's Motel. This is one time you'd better be right, Holiday. Because if you're wrong, you're dead. And that's so permanent.
Brown's Motel?
I want to speak to Mr. Clark.
I don't know. He said he didn't want to be disturbed.
It's a matter of life and death. Get into the phone.
Who is this?
Hurry, man. I've only got a couple of minutes.
Okay, I'll see.
Now, quick, Holiday. Out of the booth and around the corner towards the back. Wait. Now. Take it easy. Here he comes. Now, Holiday, just slip around to the side of the booth where you won't be seen.
Hello? 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 What kind of gag is this?
No gag at all, Mr. Clark. That'll take care of him long enough for me to straighten this all out. Honey, I want you to tell me the truth. You know what the truth is?
Of course I do, Daddy.
Now tell me quickly. That man who brought you here, is he your real daddy?
Oh, no. He's not my real daddy. Besides, I don't like him.
Well, come on, Janie. We're getting out of here right now. I hope that's Lieutenant Kling and Mrs. Hatton.
So, Holiday, you brought her back.
Yeah, I brought her back.
Oh, Janie, my baby.
Mommy!
I thought I'd lost you. I thought I'd never see you again. Mr. Holiday, I saw these people come in. Did you... Janie.
Mommy!
Janie.
No, wait a minute. What is this?
These are my two mommies.
Holiday, would you mind explaining this little two-mother soiree you've cooked up?
Lieutenant, I think you'd better listen to what Mrs. Parker has to say.
I'd like to listen to anyone who can make sense out of this highly confusing little situation. Anyone but you, Holiday.
Thanks. Go on, Mrs. Parker. She's Janie's mother.
Well, then who are you, Mrs. Hatton?
Kling, let Mrs. Parker explain, will you?
Yes, please do, Mrs. Parker.
My husband's been dead for some time. I've been working out of town so I could take care of Janie. I placed her in a foundling home for the year I'd be gone.
And I'm a foster mother, Lieutenant. The foundling home paid me to take care of Janie.
But you two have never met, eh?
That's right, Kling. Is it beginning to make sense?
No. If neither of these two ladies had the child, who did?
A man named Sam Parker, who turned out to be Sam Clark.
Holiday, will you cut that out?
Sam Clark is my husband's cousin. He's been trying to take Janie away from me legally.
That bothers me, Mrs. Parker. Why would he do that?
Because there's an inheritance coming to her from her grandparents. He hopes to prove me negligent and get her custody. That way he can control the estate.
And that's where I came.
You see, I took Janie from Mrs. Hatton's house. I wanted to hide her. I read Mr. Holliday's ad. I gave her to him.
You gave her a child, a Holiday? Oh, lady, you didn't know what you were doing.
No, just to keep until it was safe, until I could get matters straightened out with the court.
Well, now I'm beginning to see the light. You satisfied, Mrs. Hatton?
Of course. I'd never try to keep Janie from her mother.
Thank heaven for that. So I guess it's all wound up, eh, Holiday?
Oh, no. Not yet. There's more.
Holiday, if you've got one more ramification up that sleeve of yours...
I could hardly get Sam Clark up my sleeve. But I've got a hunch he should be here any minute.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Answer the door, Holiday.
I'd suggest a gun in your hand, Lieutenant.
Gun? What for?
Oh, don't ask silly questions. Come in, Mr. Clark.
Get your hands up. We've got something to settle.
Meet Lieutenant Kling of the police department.
What?
That's a nice right you've got, Holiday. Pick up his gun.
Thanks, Lieutenant. It's a pleasure.
Mr. Holiday, how can I ever thank you?
Very easily. Just bring little Janie up to see me occasionally.
I certainly shall.
Oh, by the way, I have a suggestion for you two ladies. I think I know how you can both keep Janie.
But how? What do you mean, Mr. Holiday?
Suppose you, Mrs. Parker, continue with your work. Janie could stay at Mrs. Hatton's, and so could you.
Oh, Mrs. Parker, if you only would.
I think that's simply wonderful.
Mommy.
Yes?
He fixed it so I can keep my two Mommy, didn't he?
Yes, he did, darling.
And would you be my real daddy?
Well, now, Janie, you see, it's like this.
Let's see you get out of that, Holiday.
And would you tell me a fairy story?
Oh, no, you don't catch me on that one. I'll write you one.
Mr. Holiday, I think you ought to know that... Oh, what a cute little girl. Who are you, little girl?
I'm Janie, and this is my daddy.
Why, Mr. Holiday, you never told me.
Now, look, Susie, Janie means I'm her daddy. Well, just sort of imaginary.
What's imaginary about being a father?
Sit down, Susie. I'll tell you all about it. I'm going to tell you a story.
Boy, oh, boy. I'll bet this is going to be good.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holiday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. This is a Mayfair production.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Journey into Hate, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're in a jam, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, some dreadful shadow has come over my sister's life. From thousands of miles away, she cries for help. If you knew me, you'd understand how little help I can be, alone. I'm turning to you because I can't think of anyone else. The trip will take a great deal of your time.
Great deal of your time and may even prove fruitless. But I can assure you I'll make it worth your while. And it's signed, Janice Gibson.
I wonder what kind of letters we'd get, Angel, if our ad didn't say write full details.
I'd hate to think probably communiques in Morse code.
Yeah.
But Janice here doesn't sound like she's in a mental state for details.
Here, let me see that letter.
Here.
Maybe I can get something out of her over the phone.
Thousands of miles away. Wonder in what direction. Do I wear an Eskimo parka or just a thin coat of suntan lotion?
Hello. Janice Gibson, please. Miss Gibson? This is George Valentine. Oh, say now, wait a minute. Don't get so excited. Uh-huh. Leave on the Eudora. Now, have a heart. I have a business here. I can't just throw things in a knapsack and be off to Honolulu.
Honolulu? George, I know where we can get a very big knapsack.
Hold on, will you, Brooksy? Miss Gibson, I'm afraid it's out of the question. You see, Yeah, well, all right now. Well, okay, there's no need to cry. Yes, I believe everything you say about your sister, but... All right, you win, Miss Gibson. I'll be there.
Darling, don't you think you ought to warn the lady?
Oh, yeah. One last thing, Miss Gibson. Better reserve 2 cabins. My assistant will be along. No, I won't disappoint you. Yes, I got it, Pier 17. Goodbye. Hey, Brooksy, where you going?
Well, don't be masculine, darling. If we're going to be leaving in a few days, I've got to get some shopping done.
Oh, no, I'm afraid this is really going to be a knapsack deal.
Huh?
Yeah. The Eudora leaves at 11 o'clock tonight. Oh, Steward.
Yes, sir.
Which way is stateroom 209?
Straight down that corridor, sir.
He's going to take an ocean voyage to rest up after this mad rush.
Just 1 minute, sir.
Huh? Yeah?
I'm the ship's doctor, sir. I just heard you ask about 209. Friends of Miss Gibson's?
Well, yeah, that's right.
Why, is anything wrong?
Well, thank heavens she has friends aboard. Here, this way. Miss Gibson isn't very well.
Well, I know. She sounded a little hysterical on the phone today, but
Emotional strain may have something to do with it, but I suppose you know she has heart trouble.
No, we didn't.
I gave her something to quiet her down. When I came back later, she was in there sobbing. She wouldn't open the door. I had to go and get the key.
Oh, that's dreadful.
Oh, now, Miss Gibson, try to pull yourself together. Your friends are here to see you.
Friends? Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Sure. We made a deal, didn't we?
Oh, it was getting late. I was so frightened. I thought you'd changed your mind.
Well, we're here now, and there's nothing to worry about. I'm Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'll be all right now, Doctor.
I'm sure you will. I'll arrange with a doctor in Honolulu to keep track of you. See that you're sure to get digitalis whenever you need it.
Thank you.
And mind you, young lady, I don't want any more emotional shenanigans from you.
I've made arrangements for both of you, Mr. Valentine. You just have to see the purser.
Well, never mind that now. You feel up to talking?
Oh, I must explain.
Okay. Suppose we begin with your sister.
Yes, Eileen's cablegram, it's somewhere here. Yes, in my purse.
Oh, don't get up. It's right here on the table.
Eileen is my twin sister. We haven't seen each other in 4 years.
I see.
She went on a holiday to Hawaii and married an artist named Marcel Millet. They bought a tiny island not far from Honolulu, and they've lived there ever since.
I think this is the cable.
Well, let's see, Brooksy. This must be our secret, Janice, because I'm not sure this horrible thing is happening to me. And if it is, I couldn't bear anyone else knowing it. Please get here quickly. You're my only salvation. Love, Eileen.
I haven't told anyone else but you, and I had to do that if I'm going to help her.
Yes, we understand.
Well, I'm not going to pretend I understand this message. Now, suppose we skip on to your sister's husband.
Well, I've never even seen a picture of Marcel. I've often wondered why she never sent me one, but as long as Eileen sounded happy in her letters, that was all that mattered. And then this cable, it's so strange, and it's not like Eileen. She was always the strong one, never hysterical.
Well, now, Janice, I think maybe you ought to rest.
People always wondered about that difference in us, since we are identical twins. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. We'll have days to talk about all this. Good night, Janice.
I can't understand why Eileen isn't here, Mr. Valentine. I cabled her that I'd arrive on the Eudora. Eileen's usually so punctual.
How long would it take a magician to spot us in this crowd? Come on, let's get down to the end of the dock.
Here, hold on to me, Janice.
Johnny! Oh, of course. There you are.
What? I beg your pardon.
Well, you might at least kiss me.
Please, don't.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Buster.
Well, you needn't look so shocked, Janice. I know I'm not the handsome specimen you probably expected, but you might try to bring yourself to kiss your brother-in-law.
Marcel?
What's that?
But don't be so taken aback, my dear. After a while, people get used to ugliness, especially when they realize that very often it has compensating qualities, huh?
Oh, I didn't mean...
I know what you meant, but it doesn't matter. I must say it was the easiest thing for me to spot you. You look exactly like Eileen. It's uncanny. Oh, come along. I'll have someone take care of your baggage. Huh?
I hope you don't mind, Marcel, but I brought 2 friends along.
You, Oh, these people, your friends.
Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks, I want you to meet Marcel Millet, Eileen's husband.
Hello.
How do you do?
I understand you and your wife have a whole island to yourselves. Hope there's room enough to fit us on.
Well, we weren't expecting visitors, but we'll make out somehow. Besides, as an artist, I'm grateful to have beauty around me. Welcome to Hawaii, Miss Brooks.
Why, thank you.
Oh, wait, there's a Filipino chap over there who takes pictures of tourists. I'm sure Eileen would love to have one of you and me, Janice, huh? A memento of this happy occasion. Oh, Juan! Over here, quickly.
Where is Eileen? How is she?
Oh, she's waiting for you on the island. Wants everything to be just right for her
Very
sister.
nice picture. Yes, sir. How many, please, Mr. Millet?
Oh, half a dozen, Juan. Just you and I, my dear, huh? Excuse us, Valentine, Miss Brooks.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Very good. All right, you smile nice for one. He make beautiful picture.
And with my arm around a beautiful lady, that makes us even, Juan.
All right, you hold still now. There. Oh, that's fine. Very nice there.
Couldn't we hurry, Marcel?
Oh, immediately.
Well done. Very soon. You no wait for picture?
No, Juan. My wife and I will be in from the island in a couple of days to show these people the sights. All right, everybody. My car is just over there by the warehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Millet. You must be a happy man today.
Please, you've got to tell me. I can't wait any longer. What's wrong with Eileen?
In time, Janice. Then you can see for yourself.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Why put it off, Marcel? Is it something you can't talk about?
No, but
Janice has a right to know. She's been so worried.
Apparently you do know your wife cabled her. You wouldn't be here.
Yes. I ought to know about the cable. I sent it.
You had no right to do that. You made me think all kinds of things.
I had to find some way to bring you here.
Well, couldn't you have used a few more words in your cable to be more specific? You didn't have to indulge your flair for the melodramatic and scare Janice half to death.
Unfortunately, what I said is the truth.
For heaven's sake, what's wrong with her?
Well, at the risk of being melodramatic, my wife imagines things, fanciful, grotesque things.
Oh, no.
Yes, she thinks everyone is plotting against her, just waiting to kill her. Yes, she wants to see a doctor, and, well, you are my only hope, Janice.
I see.
Yes, now, really, we must be going. As it is, we won't reach the island till after dark. Easy now. You can't see a thing when the landing light's off.
Okay, you better go first, Janice.
All right. Where's that tropical moon people write songs about?
Hiding tonight, Miss Brooks. I think we've got a storm coming up. Now, you just wait till I get on the dock.
Hey.
Oh, it's just an overgrown mongrel Eileen insisted on bringing to the island. Lord knows we don't need any protection. There's just the two of us.
I should say you'd welcome the company.
Oh, I must admit, he's devoted to my wife. But I'd prefer if he kept tied up. He's a vicious beast. Oh, the house is right up here.
Oh, George.
Oh, now what's wrong with her?
You can't mean that's Eileen.
I think I saw her run around that side of the house.
Well, Marcel, don't just stand there.
Well, if she intends to hide, as she usually does, we'll never find her till morning.
But we've got to do something.
Valentine, there's a flashlight on the porch in the back. You and Miss Brooks can look for her out there near the cliffs.
Okay.
You come with me, Johnny, son. But first I want to tie this animal up.
Brooksy, no matter what Millet says, the first thing we're going to do is get a light on in that house. Now, you do that, and I'll go around and get the flash.
Oh, couldn't we kind of do those things together?
No time, Angel. I'll make it snappy.
Oh, golly. Jeepers.
You'd better let me light that lamp. You might burn the place down. This house is nothing more than an oversized thatch hut anyway. There. You're pretty, aren't you?
Well, who are you?
That's my question to you. Why did Marcel bring you here? Are you one of those simpering ladies he trips off to see now and then?
Get away from me.
You know, he does have a strange fascination, that ugly Casanova. And if I thought you and he
I'd hate to haul off and hit a stranger, but I could force myself.
Better listen to her, sister.
What?
The young lady's quite capable of taking care of herself.
Yeah.
Looks as though Marcel's decided to turn this place into a resort.
Now, look, I've been fumbling around in the dark long enough. Since you're not Eileen Millet, who are you? How did you get here?
Miriam Denton's the name. House guest, model. Lately, I've turned into a nurse for Marcel's mad wife. If you want to know anything else about me, ask him.
Well, George, what are we going to do?
Well, right now, Angel, we're going down to the boat landing and get my gun out of the luggage.
George, boat's gone.
I wouldn't mind that so much, Brooksy. But that means there's something else missing, too.
Huh?
My gun.
Oh, fine.
Yeah. This weird little drama calls for us being permanent guests in this tropical paradise. We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. You know, in every town, when 5 p.m. rolls around, there's a big parade, a traffic parade of folks who are homeward bound. If you're part of this daily parade, and if your car has so little pep that you have to stay in the creep-along lane, better switch to Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's a high-octane fuel blended to put command performance in your car. You'll find Chevron Supreme commands speedy pickup at every green light, smooth acceleration on the open highway, and all the extra power to make your car great on hills. A premium quality gasoline, it also commands fast starts every time you use the starter. For Chevron Supreme is climate tailored to the different altitude and temperature zones between Canada and Mexico. So wherever you drive in the West, rely on Chevron Supreme to give your car command performance. Try a tankful tomorrow at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. In answer to her twin sister's plea, Janice Gibson comes to you with a strange assignment, namely to travel thousands of miles to a tiny island just off Honolulu. If you have George Valentine's keen instinct, something about the whole journey bothers you. You see how right you were when you arrive at the island and hear a piercing scream in the night. Janice Gibson's sister disappearing into the jungle.
Can't anyone hear the storm out there? Doesn't anyone care if my sister's out in it?
We all care. Very deeply, Janice. But we'll never find Eileen if she doesn't want to be found, huh?
I'd like to disagree with Millet, Janice, but I'm afraid he's right. You've seen what it's like out there.
Incidentally, Mr. Millet, what happened to the boat? And why did you leave Janice alone?
Yes, you asked me to wait and never came back.
I thought it might be a good idea to circle the island. But don't worry, the boat is quite safe where it is.
Yeah, I'm sure it's well hidden.
What's that? Skip it, Buster.
I'm going to look for her.
Hey, Janice, stop. Listen to me.
No, now let go of me.
Brooksy, take her upstairs and stay with her.
Any one of the guest rooms makes no difference.
Come on, honey. You've got to think of yourself, too.
Think of myself. Oh, dear.
I've got to get rid of that blasted dog.
What's the matter, Marcel? You seem nervous. You shouldn't be. You've got a gun. My gun, to be exact.
What do you mean?
It's missing from my luggage.
Valentine, I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't like your insinuation.
I'm not insinuating anymore. I'm going to find out the reason for everything that's happened.
There's only one reason. I was at my rope's end. The only person I could think of with Eileen was her sister.
Huh?
What's happened tonight may have upset you and Miss Brooks, but I did not ask you to share in it.
Now, listen to me, my friend, and listen carefully.
I have no choice. Why don't you hit me?
Don't tempt me. It happens I don't want to bring things to a head because I have my own plans for tomorrow.
Really?
If I made a cup of tea, could I persuade you gentlemen to be civilized?
Here's your persuasion on Marcel here, Miss Denton. And while you're at it, you might persuade him not to let those fancy maneuvers with the gun and the boat go to his head.
What are you waiting for?
I didn't expect her to bring those people. It changes our plans.
But he suspects them.
You think I'm a fool? I know that. But I've got to have a chance to think.
You wouldn't stop to think if you really loved me. You do, don't you?
What a woman. Love and murder in the same breath. I told you, Miriam, give me a chance to think.
Janice this morning?
No, Brooksy. I thought she was still upstairs with you.
Well, I left her for a few minutes, but when I came back, she wasn't there.
Oh, I thought you knew, Mr. Valentine.
Knew what?
Miss Gibson went out with Marcel. Naturally, she's anxious to find her sister.
Well, isn't that something we were all going to do together?
I didn't know what your plans were.
Not much you didn't. You know darn
Hey,
well...
Brooksy, come on.
Oh. Hey, George.
Well, now, easy, easy. What's the matter, fella? What's bothering you? Easy, boy. Well, we're going to go for a little walk.
What are you talking about, George?
Just what I said, Angel. Wait a minute. Hey, now, fella, take a whiff of this.
What have you got there, George?
One of Eileen's handkerchiefs. Yeah, and I think our canine friend here knows what I mean. Come on, boy. Now we can go for that walk.
George keeps coming back to this spot.
Yeah, I know.
But there's nothing here but the beach.
Wait a minute, hold it. There seems to be some kind of a cave in the side of this tomb.
Yeah, that's where he wants to go. Look at him.
Here, hold him, Angel.
Okay.
While I see if I can tear away some of these vines.
George, I don't know if I can hold it.
It'll just be a minute. I want to see if...
What is it?
Oh, good Lord. No, Brooksy, stay where you are.
Yeah, if this dog will only let me...
Give him, I'll take him. But don't go in there.
George, is it...
Eileen. A bullet in her head.
Oh, no. But, George, last night she was alive, off somewhere by herself. Nobody could even find her.
That's where we were all wrong. Last night, Eileen was already dead.
But we heard her scream.
That was Miriam who put on that little act. She was also the shadow we saw disappear around the side of the house.
Oh. Well, what does Marcel expect to gain by all this?
He's probably turning that over in his mind right now. And that's why we have to find him and Janice before he has a chance to make another move.
Seems so useless, George. There are so many places on this island he could have taken Janice.
Well, there's only one thing in our favor, Brooksy. Marcel has to make this piece of mayhem look like an accident. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, I know. You keep saying it.
Easy now, quiet, fella. Don't you see, Brooksy, he intends to pass Janice off as Eileen. He did it very successfully yesterday. That photographer took it for granted Janice was his wife.
Uh-huh. Well, I can see how he could have given everybody that impression.
Yeah, the loving couple returned to the island. Wife has an unfortunate accident. He can report it as such to the police and collect the insurance because there's no sign of violence. Something he couldn't do with Eileen, who sports a prominent bullet hole. Wait a minute. Wonder what's eating him.
George! Hey, up there on that cliff.
Yeah, Brooksy, come on.
No! No, he's going to kill me! Oh, golly, George.
Okay, Malay. See if you got an answer for this. All right, fella, go get him.
Yes, I've got an answer. I've been waiting a long time to do this.
Don't stand there, Janice. Come down here.
You killed us all. Oh, Mr. Rose.
Here, Brooksy, you take care of it.
Yeah,
I want
okay.
to see what he intends to do next.
Claire, he told me about Eileen.
Yes, I know, honey.
He was going to push me into the ocean. Make it look like an accident.
Stay where you are. The three of you.
You're riding for a fall, Buster.
You make another move toward me, and I'll let the women have it first. You know I have no compunction about it either.
Yeah, I know. You're a brave boy when it comes to shooting dogs and women.
Keep him away from me. Oh, please.
Don't,
please.
Janice, don't.
Once more, your intrusion interfere with my plans, Valentine.
It breaks my heart.
I suppose the best way to do it, after all, is to get rid of the three of you at once. I think we're going to have another little storm tonight. It's the time of year, you know.
We can do without the weather report.
Oh, yes. The story will go something like this. Despite my urgent pleas, the three of you insisted on taking the boat out into the storm.
Aren't you satisfied you killed my sister? What else do you want?
Of course, I shall be interested in recovering the body of only one of the foolhardy trio. The one the police will accept as my late, beloved wife.
Doesn't Miriam Denton understand that she may be next on your list someday? What does she see in you anyway?
She sees in me a man who won't let anything stand between him and his dream. Now, let's go back to the house and make the best of this waiting.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Marcel, get this over with.
In a few minutes, I think we can be ready. Of course, Valentine. I shall have to shoot you and Miss Brooks. I couldn't expect you to jump into the water at my command, eh?
Why don't you stop posturing?
No, let him go on, Miriam. He just wants to show you how much power he has. All because he didn't turn out to be a Clark Gable.
Shut up, Valentine. I'm as good as any man. Better.
You're not a man. You're something that crawls.
I'm something that uses his brain, Miss Brooks. Since no one knows Janice is here, the insurance company will ever question a routine police report on my wife's death. We'll be able to do a lot of things with $50,000. Won't we, Miriam?
Yes, if you'll only stop talking.
I'm not afraid anymore. I'm just sorry I got you and Claire into this thing.
I'm so glad to see you take this philosophically, Janice.
I doubt if I would have had many more years to live anyway. He kept telling me it could be.
Don't say any more, Janice.
Why do you stop her? What was she going to say?
She was just going to crack a very grim joke, Marcel. And it happens to be on you.
What do you mean? And don't get up. Stay where you are.
No, I feel like walking around.
You know what I'll do if I try?
You're not going to do anything. What's more, you're not going to live to spend that $50,000.
Be careful, Marcel.
Something's happened in the last 4 years that you don't know anything about. Something that's going to hang a crepe on that rosy future of yours.
You don't say.
Yeah. Janice has been ill, very ill, under constant care of a doctor.
What's that to do with me? Now, let's get started. Come on.
Andre Boyard, M.D.
What?
Uh-huh. I thought you'd recognize the name. Dr. Boyard. The best heart specialist in Honolulu.
Of course. The one the ship's doctor mentioned.
What is this?
He more than mentioned him, Marcel. He gave the doctor specific instructions to locate Janice. Very soon now, he'll do just that.
You're lying.
And the picture you were so anxious to have taken, it'll only prove that it was Eileen's twin sister who arrived.
Miriam, you heard what he said. Look at Janice. There's nothing wrong with her, is there? Is there?
Marcel!
You're as good as cook, brother, and you did it yourself.
No.
Watch out for him!
Let go. Don't let me break your arm. Let go of the gun.
I've got it, George.
Yeah. Well, Marcel, what is it now that stands between the man and his dream? Hey, look, Brooksy, why the purser's office?
Oh, I told you. A friend of mine wanted me to inquire about a honeymoon cruise on the Eudora.
Honeymoon cruise, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Friend, huh? What friend?
Oh, you wouldn't know him. But he has nice, broad shoulders, just about your height.
Uh-huh.
And he calls his girlfriend Angel.
One of those gooey characters, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yes? What can I do for you folks?
Well, we want to find out about a honeymoon cruise. Something in the near future.
Oh, I think we can accommodate you now. Just what would you like?
Well, darling, I just described the potential groom to you. What do you think he'd like?
Yeah. Look, friend, do you have a nice long cruise scheduled for, let's say 1952 or 3?
Now, really, if this is some kind of a joke.
Well, please, mister, don't play so fast and loose with my life.
I beg your pardon.
This is the nearest to first base I've gotten yet.
I think everyone will agree that cutting down the cost of car operation is an economy step in the right direction. And if there's anyone who hears more about budgeting and economizing than a grocer, who is he? Mr. J.W. Hogan of 301 H Street, Bakersfield, California, is a grocer, and here's his statement about RPM motor oil. Quote, I must confess I don't know much about a car, but there's one thing I'm sure of. I haven't had to spend 1 cent for repairs since I started using RPM motor oil in 1945. And thousands of other users of RPM, folks in all walks of life, have had the same success with this premium motor oil. For RPM is specially compounded to keep your car's engine clean, to fight off internal rust and corrosion, to keep cylinder walls cool when engine temperatures get hottest. So for protection you trust, and the finest wear-saving lubrication, give your car a break by giving it RPM motor oil. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when the telephone wakes George Valentine out of a sound sleep, you'll hear him saying, Yeah?
George, wake up.
Huh?
We got a letter this morning you're going to love. Harger is right in the middle of it.
Harger?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope it's something big. I'd like to nail him good.
Well, if you can, it will be good. Meet me at Molly's Cafe, 12 sharp.
Yeah, got it. Hey, you know, Angel, I was just thinking, how nice it'd be to have your dulcet voice wake me up every morning.
Oh, well, I got news for you, Mr. Valentine. That could be arranged.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Janice, Gerald Moore as Marcel Millet, Louise Arthur as Miriam, Jack Crucian as Juan, and Earl Keane as the purser. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Since America began, from all over the world have come men and women of every race, every religion, every cultural background. And into this land they brought a stirring concept, brotherhood. Let's remember that, especially now, during Brotherhood Week. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Destination Dead End, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If your life's going into a tailspin and the odds are against you, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I cannot pay big fee for your services. That would mean I would have to go to my son for the money. That I would never do. But no matter what my son has done, he is still my own flesh and blood, and I must help him. He is in trouble. I know it. I feel it. Because I have to
Work during the day. Would you come and talk to me tonight? Maybe I can still save him. And it's signed Sophie Pevelman, 93 River Street.
Pevelman.
Do you know him, George?
Yeah. Yeah, he's the glamorized private eye who's been trading information with the biggest racketeers in town. Talking his little head off or keeping quiet for a price.
Oh, golly. George, I don't think we belong in this picture with Dickie Boy.
I wasn't thinking of him, Brooksy.
Well, then think of yourself.
Logic tells me you're right, Angel. But shouldn't somebody be thinking of a mother who can sense that her son is playing with dynamite?
I can tell you everything later, Mr. Valentine. But right now you must go to Richard.
Hey, wait now.
I know something is going to happen to him tonight.
Look, have a heart, Mrs. Pevelman. I haven't even had a chance to think about it.
Oh, I was praying for you to get here. It was like a knife turning around in my heart to hear my son on the phone.
Well, try to calm down. What did he say?
He told me he was having dinner at the Richelieu restaurant.
Well, the worst that could happen to him there would be drowning in a finger bowl.
He said he ordered everything the best and had to talk to me this last time.
That wasn't all he said.
No. One more thing that makes me sure he is in terrible danger, Miss Brooks.
What's that?
When Richard was a little boy, sometimes he would get into bad trouble and run away. It is not easy for young people to be good in this neighborhood.
Go on.
When the trouble was real bad, he would say, "Goodbye, Mom. See you day after tomorrow." Then I never knew when he would come back.
And is that what he said tonight?
Yes. Don't you see, he was trying to tell me he did not know when I would see him again. Just like when he was a boy.
All right, Mrs. Pevelman, you stay put. If it'll make you feel any better, we'll get over to the Richelieu and see what's bothering your son. Knowing the spot you're on doesn't seem to interfere with your appetite, Pevelman.
And the condemned man ate a hearty meal.
Well, if you know that Downey's thugs are waiting outside to shoot you down, why don't you call the police?
Because it would be tomorrow night, and the night after that. And even I can't afford fabulous feasts like this every night.
Your mother isn't going to take this as nonchalantly as you are.
She'll get over it.
Hey, look.
Yeah?
How'd you ever get in a jam like this?
You just don't buy Charvet ties, suits from Bond Street, and Peel shoes just being another private dick who turns in a report and forgets it.
All right, so you don't.
But the boy from River Street in the slums, he wanted these things. In my job, I picked up a lot of useful information that nobody else could get. I traded it in like a broker.
What information about Matt Downey's operations have you been selling?
And to whom? Scarlatti. And Matt has just decided to put a stop to it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah?
Pevelman of River Street. Connoisseur, Epicurean par excellence. A private eye with a Ph.D., his mother's slave to get him. It's been a long road just to wind up at a dead end.
Hey, look, stop being dramatic, will you? I gotta dream up a way of getting you out of here alive. For your mother's sake.
Yeah. Hello, Mom. This is your boy, Richard. The inauguration is over, and I'm calling you from the White House.
Very glib, very glib.
Look, Valentine, before you knock yourself out on my behalf, I ought to tell you. Over there, that's Downey, my nemesis himself. The punk with him is a trigger-happy character named Jinx.
They're not gonna knock you off in here.
Oh, nothing as crude as that. I get it out on a public thoroughfare by some hired gunzels, while they sit the alibi out where everybody can see them.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
You gonna pass a miracle?
Maybe. See you in a while. Fire department, quick. Hey, please, this is the chef at the Richelieu restaurant on Carlton. Fire in the kitchen, everything. She is burning down. Hurry, right away, quick, quick. Oh, now if my phony French accent didn't get in the way, something ought to happen. Hey, Johnny. Those your hoods draped all over the street outside?
What? Who asked you over?
Me.
Wanted me to get rid of them, Matt?
Take that toothpick out of your mouth, Jinx. All right, friends, you're dealing. Go ahead.
You heard the question.
I don't know what you're peddling, but I don't want any.
Don't play innocent, Downey. You're not dressed for it.
Be that comic arms trade. Disappear.
And give my love to Peppelman.
Hey, there must be a fire out there.
Hey, now, take it easy, everybody. There's just a small fire back in the kitchen. What are you trying to pull, funny boy? I'll let you know when you wake up, dude.
And you're never gonna...
Sorry,
Over here, George.
Yeah. Hang on, Brooksy. Come on, Pebbleman. We're getting out of here.
Valentine, what's going to be next with you, huh? From day to day, the suspense kills me. Now you're turning in phony fire alarms.
Look, Lieutenant, how about Pebbleman?
You say you want me to keep him stashed away, huh? Well, what do I charge him with, pal? And how do I keep somebody from bailing him out?
Pebbleman will be happy to be charged with anything just to keep Downey off his tail.
Well, you could have found him jaywalking or talking sassy to an officer or putting mustaches on paintings in the museum.
Oh, don't be so helpful, Miss Brooks.
And to keep him from being bailed out by certain interested parties, you can shut him around from one precinct to another. Just don't let him get slammed out.
Why should I protect him? He never cooperates with us. He won't tell us a thing. If Downey and his hoodlums are gunning for him, we ought to know why.
Riley, you'd like to get something on Downey, wouldn't you?
What do you think?
All right, then. It's a bargain. Before the night's over, I expect I'll be seeing a lot of Mr. Downey.
Look, Valentine, let's stop the potsy. We can make a deal.
Okay, name it, Downey. I'll even listen.
Forget you're working for Pebbleman, and I'll forget I owe you something for that fancy shuffle at the Richelieu.
I ain't forgetting it.
Close your head, Jinx. I'll make it interesting. A wallet full of shin plasters with big numbers on them.
I got an old lady with a strong sense of justice paying me off. It wouldn't be ethical to shack up with you.
What do you want to bother with Pebbleman? You know he's a rat. Now, where is he?
In durance vial.
You gonna let him talk to you that way, Matt?
Oh, jail to you, Jinx. Jail, your old alma mater.
Okay, Valentine. We'll find a way to bail that double-crosser out.
It's gonna take you some time. I made a little game out of it. It's called Pebbleman. Who's got Pebbleman?
I've got time.
You better have plenty. Our friend can plead guilty to a charge that'll keep him in the can until I can find out what'll put you where he is.
Okay. Now, let's stop being cute. Look, get Pebbleman out in the open.
That's okay for sound, but you're repeating yourself.
You got no choice, Valentine. You see, I got the old lady where nobody can get to her.
What's that?
Yeah. It's either the son or the mother. Now make up your mind.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word of advice from a fellow motorist. One of the worst enemies anyone's car can have is interior engine corrosion. And probably no one is more aware of this fact than a man who looks after a railroad's diesel engines. The man I have in mind is Mr. George L. Higgs, diesel locomotive supervisor for the Spokane, Portland, Seattle Railroad. Having had excellent results with RPM Delo oil in locomotives for years, it was natural for Mr. Higgs to use compounded RPM motor oil in his automobile and in his pleasure boat. Among other advantages of RPM motor oil, Mr. Higgs points out, quote, it's one oil that prevents corrosion and increases bearing life, unquote. Well, you don't have to run a railroad to find out that RPM motor oil gives your car protection you trust. All you have to do is get a crankcase drain and a refill with RPM. For proof of how this premium motor oil keeps your engine clean, just watch how dirt drains out with the oil after a service period. All the time, RPM is lubricating your engine. It's keeping internal contaminants dispersed in the oil, where they'll drain out when the oil is changed. So for longer car life, get RPM motor oil tomorrow at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. A strong-willed but humble woman tells you she fears her son is in trouble. And, brother, she isn't wrong. A private detective who thinks ethics is just another word in the dictionary has been peddling combustible information to two rival racketeers, and one of them, Matt Downey, is about to give him a permanent wave. If your glandular makeup is anything like George Valentine's, you play along. And Downey comes up with this fine-fingered gimmick.
Yeah? It's either the son or the mother, Valentine. Now make up your mind.
I'll play ball.
How can I be sure I can trust you?
You can't. You'll just have to coast on the deal.
You like to make things tough, don't you?
You know how much I trust you, Downey? As far as I can throw that baby Graham with both hands tied behind my back.
Jinx. Yeah, Matt? Call Frankie out at the lake. Tell him to put Mrs. Pebbleman on the phone. You know what'll happen if you cross me.
Oh, I'll be careful, all right. I'm not one of those morons who thinks it's a trend to be brave.
Now you're being smart.
This is Jinx. Matt wants you to...
I'll even let you go out and pick her up yourself. She'll be in a car with Frankie right near my place.
Hold it a minute. There she is.
Go ahead, Valentine.
You all right, Mrs. Pebbleman?
Mr. Valentine.
Uh-huh.
Where's Richard? How is he?
He's safe. Now, listen. I'm coming right out there to get you.
You coming here?
That's right.
I will be waiting, Mr. Valentine. See you day after tomorrow.
Day after? Yeah, right away. Now, don't worry about a thing. Goodbye.
All right, Valentine. I'm taking your word that you'll contact your connections and let Pebbleman be sprung.
Let's put it this way. My word is as good as yours.
Take Route 22. About a mile past that big drive-in theater. Frankie'll be waiting at the bottom of the hill. Blow your horn twice so he'll know it's you.
Yeah, just like in the movies. Be seen.
Come on, Matt. What's the offbeat?
Very simple. Valentine isn't coming back. You saw how troublesome he can be.
But I thought you were...
We're holding on to Mrs. Pebbleman. As long as I have her, I can smoke Sonny Boy out anytime.
Hey, this is a spot, Brooksy. Did you manage Pebbleman's car all right?
Oh, yeah. But golly, George, I could hardly follow you in this fog.
Good girl. You got everything straight?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, now here we go. Here's the signal.
Yeah.
Hey, look, that fog lights just went on down there.
Yeah, and that light over there.
Downey's house. Now give me 5 minutes to cut across and get there. Then start up Pebbleman's car. Let it roll down the hill. The closer to those fog lights she piles up, the better.
Okay, George. I'll be waiting here in our car with the motor running. Good luck, honey.
What's going on out
All right, Jinx.
Valentine.
Hands behind your back. I don't want to use this gun. There's enough noise out here.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, they were waiting there for you, all those men. They were going to kill you.
Yeah, I know. Come on, get your things, Mrs. Pebbleman. We got to get moving.
I tried to warn you on the phone.
You did.
I told Matt not to get fancy.
Too bad he didn't listen, Jinx. Because I got to put you out of circulation. All right, come on, Mrs. Pebbleman. You're going to sit this out in Brooksy's apartment while I talk it over with Lieutenant Riley.
you mean? Pebbleman is out. You heard me. He wanted out. So he put up his own bail. But wait a minute. I don't get it, Lieutenant. The gears don't mesh. He knows what Downey has scheduled for him. Well, maybe he's tired of breathing. Anyway, all I had against him was hitching a ride on a fire truck.
Holy. Something must have conked out. Why did he change his mind?
Look, pal, I did a little checking. I know Pebbleman's racket, see? He's been acting as an information pipeline for every mob in this town. Now, why didn't you tell me that in the first place?
Well, what would you use for proof? Have you got any even now?
And right at this moment, he's a walking target. Because he sold out Downey so Scarlatti can move into the River Flats District first with the numbers right.
I don't want to repeat myself, Riley, but where's the proof?
Well, give me time. But I'll tell you this much. If we get our hands on Pebbleman again, I'll find a rap that'll really stick. He's no better than Downey, Scarlatti, or any of those other muck-heels.
Okay. I won't argue about that.
And Valentine, I seem to remember you promised me something to nail Downey with.
I got that, Lieutenant. But I can't deliver it until morning.
Morning? Well, that's only a couple of hours away.
Yeah, you're right. But remember what SC almost did to Notre Dame in a couple of hours.
George, you don't expect to find Pebbleman at his house, do you?
Frankly, no, Angel.
Yeah? Hello? Hello? Say, who is this?
He's there, all right.
But that would be the first place Downey would look for him.
Brooksy, I don't know what Pebbleman is up to. But if he wants to play it this way, I'll help grease the skids for him.
Listen, Valentine, I'm tired. I don't feel like answering questions.
Oh, what do you think we've been doing all night? Looking at stereopticon slides?
Just what made you suddenly decide it was safe to walk the streets again, Mr. Pebbleman?
Let's say I just drew a couple of high cards since I saw you two last. Now, if you'll excuse me...
You know, for one optimistic moment, I thought you heard about what happened to your mother and were willing to risk your neck to help her.
Yeah, I heard about that over my usual grapevine. But I was also told she wouldn't need my help with a smart operator like you working for her.
Well, I don't see how all this makes you any better off.
Oh, but it does, Miss Brooks. So you can just stop worrying about it.
Well, aren't you going to answer that?
I suppose I'll have to.
Richard. Oh, you're all right.
Mrs.
You
Pebbleman.
shouldn't have come here.
I told you not to take one step out of my apartment, Mrs. Pebbleman. It's not safe.
I know, my dear, but that's...
Now, look. Let's pick this meeting up some other time. I got a lot of things to do. Valentine, take care of my mother.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that all you got to say, Buster? You know what she's had to go through because of you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
All right. I'm grateful to you, Valentine. I'll see that you get paid for your trouble.
Well, why don't you try being grateful to your mother?
Will you stop sermonizing? Go on, get out. I've got it all figured now how I can deal with Downey, but I got to do it by myself. Now, leave me alone, Ollie.
Richard.
Yeah, Ma.
Of course, I'm glad that nothing has happened to you. But there's something else I must say.
Now, look, don't you start preaching to her,
Your
will
father and I, we worked hard. Not so you could grow up and make a lot of money, but so that you would grow up and be a good man. Tonight I found out how you help people who break the law.
Now, please, Mom.
You'll
look.
find out things that make it easy for them. I am glad I worked every day this last year, instead of taking 1 penny from you. Your money is dirty, Richard. Dirty.
Oh, this is great. I
Wait a
told
minute,
you.
Buster. I know who you're expecting. Now, listen. Open the door. Let him come in. But be natural.
Now, wait a minute. Look.
I'll be against the wall and back of the door. Leave the rest to me. And I have no compulsion about using this gun after what he did to your mother.
Okay.
Claire, you stay right where you are with Mrs. Pebbleman.
Oh. Come in, Downey.
Thanks. I didn't think you'd be calling me.
Put that gun away.
What? Do you want to have it to you? I hope I didn't break your wrist. Pick his gun up.
So you pulled another fast one, eh, Pebbleman?
Now, look, this was Valentine's idea. I had a proposition to make, but I couldn't talk back to him. He had a gun.
So I see.
Go on, Downey. Go on, sit down. Now, Brooksy, get on the phone and call Riley. Tell him it's nearly morning. He'll know what I mean.
Yes, George.
How do you do, Mrs. Pebbleman?
Please don't talk to me.
George, there's something wrong. I don't get any connection at all.
May as well give up, lady. We took care of that phone. What kind of a sucker do you think I am? Do you think I came over here alone?
I suppose you got Jinx and his playmates cluttering out the doorway outside.
You're so right. Well, funny boy, what's the next move? You can't call the police and you can't leave the house. And after a while, Jinx is going to get worried about me.
Look, let's talk about my deal. Won't be any trouble at all to pin a kidnapping charge on you, Donnie. But on the other hand, I can see that my mother doesn't talk.
Yeah?
All you have to do is forget that you don't like me.
Well, fair enough. Why not? I might even make it worth your while to come over to me from Scarlatti. You can start telling me a few things.
Sure. Yeah, sure, Donnie. Then everything will be all right again, see? And nobody's going to get hurt. Oh, you're one sweet boy, Buster.
Richard, do not even talk to that man. Tonight I heard what he does. He takes nickels and dimes from poor people to play numbers. He wants to do that in our neighborhood where you were born, to people you know. Richard!
Look, Mom, I always had to look after myself. I can't stop now. I'd better go outside and talk to the boys, Donnie. Tell them we made a deal.
Stay where you are, Buster.
What are you going to do, shoot me down in front of my mother? Oh, here, Valentine. Take this envelope, huh? Give it to her later. She'll need it.
Why don't you give it to her yourself?
After tonight, she won't have anything to do with me or mine. You know that. I'll be right back.
Mr. Valentine, Richard has been gone so long.
Yeah, too long.
Maybe when the boys saw him, they didn't understand. Didn't give him a chance to explain. That'd be too bad.
But we didn't hear anything.
I'm going out there.
George.
Brooksy, I hate to ask you this, but do you think you can keep this gun on Donnie?
Yeah, I think so.
Good girl. And don't mind being a little nervous. That'll remind him he's only half a breath from Kingdom Come.
Help you. Get back in the doorway, you'll get blood.
Take your arm. You're bleeding.
Yeah. But look at that monkey sprawl out in the gutter.
Okay. Now we'll just stay where we are. After those shots, the cops will be here any minute.
Nah, they won't be in time. Jinx and another guy are in that hall across the street. I'm going after him.
Wait a minute. Don't be crazy.
Then I'm going upstairs and get down.
Pebble! Oh, that fool. Hey, Pebble. Is it bad?
Took all they had to give. What about them?
You don't hear any more shots, do you?
Swell. I had to get Mom and you people off the spot.
Now, look, take it easy. Don't try to talk. We'll get you to a hospital soon now.
I made up for a lot, didn't I? That envelope. Take care of it.
Yeah, sure, fella. I'll see that you take some money.
Wasn't money gonna cook Downey? That envelope. Lots of names. Places. Make a good story for the papers. Mom's gonna like reading. I wasn't a complete washout, was I?
No, fella. Not with the kind of comeback you made. Well, good morning, Brooksy. What's this?
Oh, just a heart-shaped box. You know what day it is, don't you?
I'll be real sharp and say it's Monday.
Oh.
Well, how do you like... Say, what are these things?
Well, they're socks, darling. Argyles. I knitted them myself.
Oh, you did?
Well, although they don't seem to match, they really do once you get them on.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you'd like something bright for a change. Maybe they're a little too bright, huh?
Oh, no, Angel. Maybe you did use 20 shades of red, but at least you stuck to one color.
Well,
Oh, Brooksy, I was only kidding. With my moniker, how could I forget this was Valentine's Day?
Yes,
And of all people, I should respond with some wild, impassioned gesture, and I'm going to do that.
Do what?
Well, no matter what anybody says, I'm going to wear these things.
Tonight, I'd like to tell you about a friend of mine who has a brand new car. Can't blame him for wanting to demonstrate it to me, and I can't blame him either for getting embarrassed when his new car wouldn't take an ordinary hill in high gear. Look, pal, I said, what you better put in this here car is Command Performance. Command Performance, he said. Oh, you mean Chevron Supreme gasoline. Well, that's exactly what I meant, so I told him. For Chevron Supreme puts Command Performance in any car, new or old. That's because special blending agents in Chevron Supreme command fast start, speedy pickup, and all the power your car needs to make it great on hills. What's more, no matter where you drive in the West, you can be sure of Command Performance with this premium quality gasoline, for it's climate tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. So in mountains, at sea level, or in the desert, rely on Chevron Supreme to put Command Performance in your car. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week at this same time, you'll find George Valentine not in his office, but far away on a tiny Hawaiian island, and Brooksy will be saying...
George, the boat's gone. Somebody's taken it.
Yeah, so I noticed.
Well, how'll we get off this island? What'll we do?
Right now, I think we need a little protection. Well, how do you like that?
What's the matter, George?
Something else is going, Brooksy, out of my suitcase.
Your gun?
Yeah.
Oh, fine.
So this weird little drama calls for us being permanent guests in this tropical paradise. Unless we're very smart, Brooksy. Or very lucky.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Tony Barrett as Pebbleman, Jeanette Nolan as Mrs. Pebbleman, Joe Forte as Downey, and Jim Nusser as Jinx. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolf, which follows transcribed in 30 seconds. What's on the menu at Duffy's Tavern tonight? Well, there's a full serving of laughs with Archie the manager, played by Ed Gardner, and his unpredictable friends, Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the waiter. It's Duffy's Tavern later this evening over most of these NBC stations. And this Sunday, the big show comes your way once again with Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, Jose Ferrer, Mindy Carson, Eddie Cantor, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and many, many more. And, of course, your MC once again will be Tallulah Bankhead. That's this Sunday for the big show. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the most famous brownstone house in New York City, the one located at number 601 West 35th Street.
Oh, Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf.
Want something, Archie?
Would you be interested in taking on a case involving a woman who was found stabbed to death in one of New York's fancier men's clubs?
Can't you see I'm already occupied, Archie? My Oncidium hybrid is ailing.
But, sir, cash. C-A-S-H. Remember, you need it to live on.
Well, you're actually learning to spell.
You'd better learn to count. We're broke.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Now, if you'll just go away and stop interfering. Oh, just a minute.
Yes, sir?
On your way out, switch on the fan.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's that one and only man of moves, the most famous detective in modern fiction, that corpulent, orchid-raising, beer-drinking gourmet who also happens to be a genius. Rick Stuff's incomparable Nero Wolf, starring Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, Nero Wolf's long-suffering assistant, Archie Goodwin, tells us of the case of the careless cleaner.
We didn't know Clay Michelson very well at the time, though Mr. Wolf had hung one of the Michelsons' paintings on the library wall. But then I guess we should have considered ourselves lucky not to have known him or his wife, Phila. 2 weeks ago, they had a quarrel.
Oh, Clay, darling, I didn't expect you home so soon. I thought you were going to the museum to see the Van Goghs.
I decided not to, Phila.
Oh. Well, if you plan to paint this afternoon, I'll get out of the studio. I want to run some errands anyway.
Why don't you make your phone call from here, Phila?
Phone call?
Who is he, Phila?
He?
Who were you waiting for this afternoon?
Please, Clay, don't start that jealousy routine again.
Don't try to kid me.
You're being stupid, Clay.
I'm stupid, all right, but I'm getting wise pretty fast. I'm through, Phila. I've had enough. I'm leaving you. So stay out of my way and keep your boyfriend out of my way, too, whoever he is, or I'll kill him.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Sleepy. I want to have a drink and go to bed.
I'm sorry, sir. The Garrison Club's a private establishment. No rooms available to the public.
You think I'm drunk?
Oh, no, sir.
Why do you suppose I came here?
And I'm sure I wouldn't know, sir.
I'll tell you why. I came here to see my old pal Lou Saunders. That's why.
You know Mr. Saunders?
Do I know? Look, I paint him. Lou sells them.
Mr. Saunders is your agent?
I'm Clay Michelson. Just call Mr. Saunders.
Clay, what in the world?
Lou, tell this guy who I am.
But I'm sorry, Mr. Saunders.
It's all right, Mr. Martin.
You see? Let's go have a drink.
Yeah, sure, Clay. Yeah.
You know what, Lou? I left Phila. Yep, I walked out on her.
Is there something I can do, Mr. Saunders?
Yeah, have someone fix a bed in the other room of my suite. Mr. Michelson will be staying with me. At least for tonight.
Mr. Wolf,
Yes, Archie?
it's Friday.
Good. Fish for dinner, then.
Nope, I was not referring to dinner.
You were not? I can think of nothing more interesting at the moment.
Oh, I can. My salary.
Of course, according to the Julian calendar.
We're on the Gregorian, so let's stick to it. Today is Friday. Today I get paid.
Archie, there's a drop.
Oh, don't exaggerate. You can't be getting the cold shutters just because I'm asking for my money.
I can distinctly feel fresh air flowing into the room.
Well, it's possible I might have opened a window 6 inches.
You're insane. Shut it at once.
Nope.
Are you trying to blackmail me?
Think it might work?
Never.
Then the window stays open.
You're fired.
I accept your offer. All you have to do is pay up.
I've hired you again.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, you've cleaned out the bank balance again?
Well, that is... Well, have you seen those Miltonians?
Would I have voluntarily given up my paycheck for them? Orchids are very beautiful, Mr. Wolf, but blondes are...
The door, Archie.
I am unemployed.
Found you'd maybe a client, and if it is, and we can extract the fee. You follow me, Archie?
I'm already on my way to the door.
Mr. Wolf, I've got to see him at once.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
Mr. Wolf, this is...
My name is Saunders, Mr. Wolf. We've met before. I
remember. As a matter of fact, you sold me a painting of Michelson.
Yes, well, that's why I'm here. It's about Michelson, Mr. Wolf, that I've come. Frankly, I think the man's about to go mad. He and his wife have split up, and
such a splendid artist, too. A pity.
I don't know what to do. He's drinking like a fish. For 2 weeks, I've been letting him live in part of my suite at the Garrison Club. He's just steadily getting worse.
I try a hospital.
I can't. The publicity. Mr. Wolf, Clay admired you so that time we all had dinner after the painting transaction. I thought maybe you could talk to him. Maybe you could get him on his feet again.
I'm not a doctor, Mr. Saunders.
But I'm sure he'd listen to you.
Excuse me a moment, Mr. Saunders. Nero Wolf speaking.
Inspector Kramer.
Good evening, Inspector.
Got a guy called Lou Saunders at your place? Garrison Club said he'd gone to your place.
Yes, he's here.
Well, see to it that he doesn't leave until I get there.
I could hardly do that, Inspector. I have no reason to detain Mr. Saunders.
There's plenty of reason. It so happens a woman's just been murdered in his suite.
Murdered?
Yeah. A Miss Hilda Lundgren.
What's happened?
Now will you hold him?
Do you know a Miss Hilda Lundgren, Saunders?
Hilda Lundgren? I've never heard of her.
She seems to have chosen your suite to be murdered in.
I'd better get right over there.
Mr. Saunders says to tell you he'll be right over, Inspector.
Now listen, Wolf.
Good day, Inspector.
Murdered? Murdered in my suite? Mr. Wolf, you've got to come with me.
Mr. Goodwin will accompany you after the formality of a retainer, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, anything you say. Here, I'll write a check.
Good. 500.
500? Fine.
My friend and assistant, Mr. Goodwin, will go with you. I have great confidence in his ability to bring back every detail of a murder, particularly where a woman's involved.
Okay, you photographers, picnic's over for tonight. Pick up your stuff and get out of here.
You sound real mean today, Inspector Kramer.
Well, if it isn't Nero Wolf's favorite stooge. What are you doing here, Goodwin?
I got bored with my knitting.
Look, I wasn't asking for humor.
I'm Louis Saunders, Inspector.
Saunders? Ever seen that woman before?
Yes, I believe I have. I can't remember where, but the face looks familiar.
Lovely-looking woman. Blonde and really built.
Well, she ought to look familiar. She's one of the cleaning women here at the club.
She is? Cleaning? Well, since when have gals like this been reduced to cleaning floors? What's happening to the world? There ought to be a law.
Yeah, there is. She was killed with a knife, or haven't you had time to notice?
That's not a knife, Inspector Kramer. That's one of Clay's Chinese letter openers.
What was that?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all. Yes, it is a strange knife.
What were you saying, Mr. Saunders?
Just said that looked like one of the letter openers belonging to one of my friends.
Who is this Clay?
Clay Michelson, the artist. You can't possibly think he'd do a thing like this.
I think everybody did it until we know otherwise. When were you last up here, Mr. Saunders?
Me? Why, just a little while ago. I changed my clothes just before I went to see Mr. Wolf.
She wasn't here then?
Well, I don't know. I didn't come into this room, just in my part of the suite.
Your part? Who occupies this room?
Mr. Michelson. He's been staying with me.
Strange wound, no blood.
What do you think you are, Goodwin, a medical examiner?
Oh, but
Yeah. The killer probably wiped the blood away. Saunders, have you any idea where your artist friend might have run off to?
I haven't seen Clay all afternoon. He spends a lot of time down in the bar.
Well, he'd hardly sit in a bar if he's killed somebody.
But why would he pick on the cleaning woman?
Oh, this is no ordinary cleaning woman. Get a load of that figure.
Watch it, Goodwin, watch it. You're liable to stretch your brain.
But you're wrong. In spite of everything, Clay's still terribly in love with his wife. He wouldn't...
Hello, Lou. When did you get in?
Yeah, who's this?
Clay.
We're your friends, Lou. They won't serve me any more liquor down at the bar. I gotta find my flask.
Mr. Michelson, may I introduce you to Inspector Kramer of the police?
Who's this guy, Lou?
He's Nero Wolf's assistant.
Wolf? Police? Well, what do you all want? Somebody park overtime? Where's my flask? The one with my initials. I just bought it this morning.
Mr. Michelson, do you know that somebody was murdered here in your room?
Murdered? Why don't you guys go away and joke with somebody else? Where's my flask?
You better get hold of yourself. I said there's been a murder. Understand?
You serious?
Yep. And I wouldn't be surprised if Inspector Kramer here considers you top suspect.
Me? They think I did it?
You better pull yourself together, Clay.
Yeah, because I got a lot of questions.
Excuse me, the phone.
Sit down, Mr. Saunders. I'll answer it.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
This is Fila. Who is this?
This is Inspector Kramer. Hello? Hello?
Who is Fila? Anyone know?
Well, that's my wife.
Your wife?
I want to speak to her.
Come back here, Michelson. Let me alone. You're not going anywhere. Now, stay back there.
You're wrong, Inspector. I am going somewhere.
Junior's got a gun.
Yes, Inspector. You should be more careful about your gun when you shove people.
Now, look, Mr. Michelson.
I'll see Mr. Wolf myself. Stay back, Inspector.
You haven't a chance. We'll nab you before you get a block away.
Well, then I'll just jerk these phone wires. There. And I'll lock the doors. That should hold you long enough. Good night.
Nero Wolf speaking.
Wolf Kramer.
Indeed.
Clay Michelson may be on his way over there. Hold him until I get there.
Hold him, why?
Not more than 10 minutes ago, he held me up at the point of a gun.
He carries a gun.
It was my gun.
Careless of you, Inspector. Goodbye. Come in.
Mr. Wolf?
Yes?
My name is Clay Michelson.
Yes, I was rather expecting you.
You've got to help me. They think I murdered someone.
You shouldn't have run away from the police.
I've been drinking a lot, but I wouldn't murder anyone. Feela'd tell you that.
Your wife. Was she the model in that painting of yours I purchased?
What difference does that make? I tell you, they're after me for murder.
You obviously loved your wife deeply at the time you painted her.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Wolf. Michelson.
Clay. Good Lord, man. The police are on their way over here.
He came for my help, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, I'm glad he did, Mr. Wolf. But we left Inspector Kramer talking from a phone booth. He'll be here any minute.
And we have only a minute to decide why anyone would want to kill a cleaning woman.
I didn't kill anybody.
She was a beautiful woman, Mr. Wolf.
I gathered that, Archie, from your unusual interest in the case.
She was stabbed with a letter opener from Mr. Michelson's house.
Which might add Mrs. Michelson to our suspect list.
Fila? You can't suspect Fila.
You're very gallant, Michelson. Just how was this beautiful young cleaning woman, this Miss Lundgren, stabbed?
In the heart. Her eyes were wide open, pupils dilated with shock.
Details later, Archie. Kramer will be here shortly. At the moment, I would like to know where everyone was.
Well, Mr. Saunders was here with us, you remember? I don't know where Mrs. Michelson was, but I could go see her and find out.
No, it won't be necessary, Archie. Mr. Michelson, where were you?
Me? Why, I'm not sure. I can't seem to remember.
That's hardly what we would call helpful.
I was drunk. Maybe I went to Fila's. I've been over there lots this week trying to talk to her. Yet I must have gone over there.
Have you ever seen the murdered woman before?
No, I never saw her before in my life.
I've seen her before, Mr. Wolf.
Indeed, Mr. Saunders. I seem to remember your earlier statement to the contrary.
Well, I didn't know her name, but when I saw her, I remembered her. I understand she was quite an alcoholic.
Unfortunate woman. Beautiful.
Well, look who's here, Inspector Kramer.
Oh, here you are, Michelson.
And as usual, you didn't have the courtesy to ring the bell, Inspector.
And give you a chance to get this guy out of here? Nothing doing, Wolf. Now, come on. We're going to headquarters.
Mr. Wolf, you can't let him take me. I didn't do it.
I'm afraid there's not much I can do about it, Mr. Michelson.
Come on. You come along too, Saunders. I got to get a statement from you.
Of course.
This way. Come on.
Very well.
All right.
I just got an angle.
Really, Archie?
Sure, it's simple. Saunders been going for this beautiful cleaning babe. Clay worms in. Saunders kills her.
Perhaps there was jealousy somewhere in this case, Archie. Nero Wolf speaking.
Mr. Wolf, this is Fila Michelson. You don't know me, but you once bought a painting from my husband. I've got to see you, Mr. Wolf. You've got to help me.
Mrs. Michelson, have some of this delicious beer. Another can, Archie. And now, Mrs. Michelson, may I ask how you found out there was a murder in the first place?
A policeman came to see me. He told me what had happened, that they were looking for Clay. I don't know what to think. He's temperamental, he's jealous, and he's sometimes violent, but can't imagine anything like this, not Clay. Maybe some of those friends of his, but...
You don't care for your husband's friends?
No, they all live off him. They're leeches.
Mrs. Michelson, did your husband come to see you this afternoon?
This afternoon? No.
You're quite positive?
Oh, yes.
That was his alibi for the time of the murder. He said he went to see you. Of course, he was fuzzy, usual effect of alcohol on the brain cells, but... Mrs. Michelson, might I be a little indiscreet for a moment?
Indiscreet?
Have you been seeing some other man?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Please, Mrs. Michelson, I'm afraid your face gives away more than you tell.
I thought we were here to talk about a murder, Mr. Wolf.
Indeed, but your husband's jealousy might well fit into that category.
Clay, imagine things.
You're a very beautiful woman, Mrs. Michelson. Now, if you'll try telling me the truth, perhaps we can accomplish something.
But I tell you... All right. So I thought I was in love with another man.
Your husband suspected but didn't know. Huh?
No. Clay didn't know. He wouldn't have given me a divorce anyway.
You sound as though you want your husband back.
I did, but I didn't even know where he went.
Indeed, Mrs. Michelson. Archie informs me that the murdered woman was quite lovely.
What are you trying to suggest?
You said yourself you wanted your husband back.
Yeah, one woman jealous of another, that's always murder.
Why, that's stupid. Clay wouldn't play around with a maid. That's stupid. Clay loves me. I'm not jealous of anyone. No one, do you understand?
Archie, if you'll see Mrs. Michelson home...
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I can find my own way.
I'd prefer Archie took you, Mrs. Michelson. You wanted my help, didn't you? Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Michelson. If you will just wait outside for a moment, please.
What have you got in mind, Mr. Wolf?
Try exercising your own judgment just once, Archie.
You mean she's the one who's jealous?
Perhaps, Archie. Perhaps she may want us to think she was jealous. Perhaps she actually doesn't want her husband back at all, only to pin a murder on him.
Oh.
You see, in this case, it would be simpler than divorce.
Yeah? Yeah, she might just be trying to get rid of him.
She might, Archie. But then she's a woman, so don't count on anything. She might even be telling the truth.
This is where I live, Mr. Goodwin.
Nice. Very nice. I like Greenwich Village.
I'm trying to figure out why Mr. Wolf sent you along with me.
I'm a sucker for beautiful women.
I wonder. Archie,
Huh?
does Mr. Wolf believe me?
He hasn't made an official statement yet. Nice furniture and things.
You sound like an appraiser or someone looking for something.
That's because it's November.
Mr. Wolf sent you to search my
You
apartment.
could be wrong. I don't... Oh.
What's the matter now?
Thought you said your husband hadn't been here today.
He wasn't.
And what's his flask doing among these papers on the desk? Very prettily decorated with his initials. He was looking for it at the club.
Flask? I don't know what it's doing there.
Yeah, sure. You're trying to help, Clay. Right into the electric chair. His only alibi was his being here this afternoon, and you said he wasn't. Then what is his flask doing here? He said he just bought it this morning, so he must have been here today.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where's your phone?
Well, you've got things wrong. I don't know anything about that flask.
Hey, the lights... Who switched off those lights? Fila, put those lights on. Put on those lights. Oh, the lights are... Get to the lights. That flask... Gone.
Nero Wolf speaking.
Wolf, where's Fila Michelson?
Fila, perhaps you might try the lost and found, Inspector.
Now, look, I know she was over at your place.
I thought you were interested in Clay Michelson.
Well, I let him and Saunders go, for the present. They're clean until I get the medical examiner's report.
Oh, when will it be ready, by the way?
An autopsy takes time, you know that. Where's the Michelson woman?
I believe she had a date with Archie. Why do you want her?
I'm sure it never dawned on you, Wolf, but this cleaning woman who was killed was some dish. Maybe Mrs. Michelson was the jealous one.
Your thinking is beginning to bear an amazing resemblance to Archie's, Inspector.
Also, it maybe never dawned on you that Fila Michelson hasn't offered an alibi for the time of the murder.
You're right, Inspector. Yeah, you are.
Come on, Wolf, quit stalling. Where's Fila Michelson?
What? Oh, I really don't know, Inspector, but perhaps as a last resort, of course, you might try her home. Good night, Inspector. Inevitable. The moment I'm comfortable. Come in.
Mr. Wolf. Oh, thank heavens you're here.
I always am. Where's Mr. Goodwin?
I don't understand how it happened. I swear I don't.
What happened?
I haven't got any idea how it got there.
Got where? Calm down, Mrs. Michelson. Now, just what got where?
Clay's new flask. Your assistant, Archie. He came home with me, and that new initial flask was there. He thinks Clay was there this afternoon, and that I'm trying to frame him or something.
Oh, here you are.
She's here, therefore.
This is our gal, Mr. Wolf. She's been lying right down the line.
I tell you, Clay wasn't there.
Then why did you give me this clout on the head and grab the evidence and run?
I didn't hit you. I ran, but I didn't hit you. And I didn't take that flask either.
Oh, next thing she'll say there wasn't any flask.
Stop gaping at Mrs. Michelson, Archie, and open the door.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Mr. Wolf, they let Clay and me go for the... Peter, what are you doing here?
After your visit this afternoon, Mr. Saunders, she decided to come down and see me.
After my visit? What makes you think I was at Feeder's?
It was Mr. Saunders, not your husband, who came to visit you this afternoon, wasn't it, Mrs. Michelson?
I don't have anything to do with Mr. Saunders.
Then might I ask why you called him today?
I wasn't calling him. I was calling Clay.
You told me earlier yourself that you didn't know where Mr. Michelson was.
Well, all right. So what if it was Mr. Saunders who came this afternoon?
As he has for many afternoons.
What are you trying to get at, Mr. Wolf?
Saunders? He and Feeler?
Yes, Archie. Mr. Saunders, the artist's friend and agent, happens to be the one who was making a fool of the artist.
But that's all over. I told him. That's what I was talking to Mr. Saunders about this afternoon. I didn't want Clay to know. Clay would never have come back.
All right, so it was Feeler and me. I admit it, but that's not murder.
I suggest that it is, Mr. Saunders. I suggest that one of you two murdered the cleaning woman. Whichever one of you carelessly left the whiskey flask in Feeler's apartment.
This is murder, Mr. Wolf. Not a joke.
Not at all a joke. You see, our cleaning woman was not murdered by the knife found in her body. She was poisoned.
What do you mean? Not by the knife?
Poisoned. She undoubtedly drank from Michelson's flask while she was working in his room at the Garrison Club.
But she was stabbed.
True. However, Miss Lundgren was an alcoholic. Saunders mentioned that, and I checked with the club manager.
But how does that prove there was poison in the flask? That she was poisoned?
Archie, would you mind repeating your description of the dead Miss Lundgren? First, as to the wound.
Okay. There was no blood.
Someone advanced a fantastic theory about wiping the blood away. And now, Archie, the description of the body of Miss Lundgren.
I mentioned the fact that her eyes were wide open, the pupils were dilated. Hey, dilated pupils?
Yes, Archie. The lack of blood had already made me wonder about the entire affair. When you added the dilated pupils...
What's special about dilated pupils?
In death, that is a common symptom of poison by a certain vegetable drug of considerable potency.
But what was the point of stabbing her?
The poison did the job. However, the killer later used the letter knife in an effort to deceive the police. However, he unhappily forgot that the dead don't bleed.
I think you're guessing, Mr. Wolf.
Am I?
All I can say is that I was at the pool in the early afternoon.
You're very certain you were at the club pool when the murder was committed, Mr. Saunders?
Certainly. From 1 until 3.
Excuse me, please. Wolf speaking.
Inspector Kramer, medical examiner's report just came in this minute. And get a load of this, Wizard. The dame didn't die of stabbing at all.
I know.
You know?
She died of drinking a fatal dose of poison known as deadly nightshade.
What? How do you know that?
Inspector, do they know what time she died?
Time? The medical examiner says 2:30.
Thank you, Inspector. Oh, incidentally, if you care to drop over here, you may pick up the murderer. Goodbye.
I heard him, Wolf. She died at 2:30. As I told you, I was in the pool at 2:30.
Which is exactly how you prove yourself a murderer, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, I proved myself...
Even the police didn't know what time she died. Until just now. And the body wasn't found until the evening. How did you know she died between 1 and 3?
I didn't know, but...
You probably were at the pool at the time. The maid drank the poisoned whiskey you put in the flask of your friend Clay Michelson.
I tell you, you're crazy.
You planned to get rid of Clay, who stood in the way of your marrying Feeler. When you came back to your room at 3 and found that the maid had drunk it instead, You stabbed her with Clay's letter opener to cover up the real cause of the murder and throw suspicion on Clay.
Oh, this is nonsense. Ridiculous.
And then, when you learned that the woman for whose love you were willing to commit murder was through with you, you took Michelson's new flask to Fela's home, confident that it would be found there.
Yes, and then he attacked me and stole that flask again in order to make it look like Fela had done it.
Exactly, Archie. Mr. Saunders, the chances are that your fingerprints will be found on that whiskey flask, and they'll be able to trace the poison to wherever you purchased it. The chances are...
Oh, no, you don't. Careful now, all of you.
Guns bore me, Saunders.
Oh, yeah? I'm leaving. You are not.
Clay!
Oh!
Clay.
Yes, Mrs. Michelson, your husband has been there for some time.
Clay, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Well done, Mr. Michelson. I think you proved that an artist's life may indeed be exciting.
I've been an awful fool, Mr. Wolf.
Mr. Michelson, you might remember for the future that unreasoning and unjustifiable jealousy sometimes creates the very conditions that it fears.
You're being very kind to me, Mr. Wolf.
How can we ever thank you?
By prompt remittance of your check on receipt of my bill in the morning. Good day, Mr. and Mrs. Michelson.
Good day, Mr. Wolf.
Good day.
What's the matter, Archie? You look glum.
Yeah. I always have the lousiest luck.
Meaning?
A hectic case with two beautiful dames. Michelson gets one, the Undertaker gets the other, and what do I get? Hey, that reminds me. You got a fee. I get paid.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolf, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Cheryl Hendricks and based on the famous characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Betty Lou Gerson, Howard McNear, Dan O'Hurley, Vic Perrin, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolf and Archie will bring you The Case of the Beautiful Archer. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and laughs with the chimes later this evening when Ed Gardner stars in Duffy's Tavern. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but Archie the manager will definitely be on hand to spread his whimsical advice where it'll do the most damage. Tomorrow night, there's action on NBC with Herbert Marshall starring as the man called X in another exciting battle against the forces of international intrigue. Next, Sam Spade. Later, William Bendix on NBC.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's strange case, The Haunted Rocking Chair. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter investigated the old chair which was supposed to rock whenever anyone in the Trumbull family was due to die, and how he solved the mysterious death of a famous artist. You know, it pays to keep up with the world. And homemakers throughout America are learning how well it pays to keep up with modern homemaking methods. For they now have their homes sparkling with new beauty, and they save hours of time each week with those 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Linex Clear Gloss, which is brushed on, gives lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, renews the sleek, gleaming beauty of fine furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new wax finish, lends rich, satiny loveliness to any floor, wood, linoleum, or tile. Take the modern homemaker's shortcut to furniture, floor, and woodwork care. Help your home look its best and give yourself the greatest leisure with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. Once again, we keep our weekly appointment, which takes us to the sedate old Victorian mansion on the corner of 5th and 4th. It is late afternoon. The long shadows fall across the quiet streets. A solitary flower peddler ambles slowly down the block. His horse follows sedately, pulling a dilapidated truck full of potted geraniums and petunias. The peddler is exercising a fine Italian tenor voice.
Anybody wants a flower? Nice a flower. I got a petunia. I got a geranium. I got a roses. Whoa, Garibaldi. Whoa, wait a minute here. I got to say, if the nice young lady is home. Got a petunia. Got a begonia.
Tony, wait a minute.
It's okay, Garibaldi. She's coming ahead. Good afternoon, Miss Patsy.
Hello, Tony. How's Garibaldi?
Oh, it's fine.
Good. Tony, have you got any climbing roses? We lost ours, you know. Winter killed.
No.
Mm-hmm.
That's too bad. It's a shame, too. You want the Paul Scarlet or that new Dawn or a Blazer, maybe? Well, I don't got them today, but I'm going to get them for you.
Good. We'll take one of each.
Miss Patsy, your boss, he's home, maybe?
You mean Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Yes, he's upstairs in the laboratory.
You ask him, please, can he see Tony?
Well, it's after office hours, Tony.
I got to see him, Miss Patsy. Please, I got to see him.
What's it about?
My sister, Maria. She's afraid. She's got afraid to death.
What's she afraid of, Tony?
A rocking chair.
What?
A rocking chair that was belonged to an old lady. And this old lady is dead a long time ago. But sometimes she's come back. She sits in the rocking chair and a rock and a rock and a rock. And every time she's a rock, somebody gets dead.
That sounds promising. Suppose you tell me all about it, Tony. Then I'll see if I can't persuade Mr. Carter to pay your sister a visit and investigate that rocking chair. Oh, but, Nick, you could do with some fresh air. We could rent a speedboat and take a run up the Sound. The island where Tony's sister lives isn't very far beyond Hellgate.
How does Tony's sister happen to be living on an island the other side of Hellgate?
It's the old Trumbull estate, Shipwreck Island. Tony's sister Maria is the housekeeper for Eric Trumbull, the famous painter who lives there now.
I see.
The old house has been in the Trumbull family for 3 generations. It was built by Obadiah Trumbull, an old sea captain who was suspected of being a freebooter at the time of the Civil War. The old boy had 4 wives.
In succession, I hope.
Oh, but of course.
Now, where does the rocking chair come in?
Oh, that belonged to the last of old Obadiah's wives. He brought her home as sort of an afterthought when all the children of his other wives had grown up. They hated her. She was little, with skin the color of dark ivory, and her face was sort of like a monkey's. Some say she was a Creole, and others claim she was Portuguese. At any rate, she talked with an accent and claimed to have the powers of a voodoo witch doctor.
Probably hated her because they were afraid of her.
Probably. No sooner was Obadiah safely in his grave than the children turned on her. Eric's father, who was the eldest, had her declared insane.
Nice people.
She was locked up in an attic room and fed 3 times a day, but no one ever spoke to her, and she never came out of that room. No one would have known she was there if it hadn't been for that rocking chair. I could hear it creaking all hours of the day and night. After nearly 30 years, she was suddenly taken very ill. When she found she was going to die, she asked them to send for Eric's father. It was a nasty night with the wind howling about the evening.
Entree. Come in, stupid. So you have come, eh? The doctor has told you I am about to die. And you think at last you will be rid of me. Listen, you fool. You will never be rid of me. I will return sometimes and sit in that rocking chair where I have spent so many lonely years. You will not see me, but I will be there. Sometimes the chair will rock, and that will mean there is to be a death in this family. There is about to be a death now, I think. Yes. See? The chair. Already it starts to sway. This time, it predicts my death. But it will rock for you. All of you.
And as the chair rocked faster and faster, she died. Eric's father saw it.
Well, probably a form of self-induced hypnosis brought about by the old girl's suggestion.
Possibly.
The rocking chair heard from again?
Yes. Every now and then. But the funny part is that almost every time, according to Tony's sister, someone in the family died within the year.
A family that size, just by the law of averages, someone is apt to die within the year, whether the rocking chair rocked or not.
Oh, I hadn't thought of it that way, Nick.
Anybody living in the old house now, except Eric and Tony's sister?
No. They came back a little over a year ago. Eric was too broke to live anywhere else.
Has Tony's sister ever heard the famous rocking chair?
Not until lately. Seems that everything was going along as well as could be expected until Captain Ralph Trumbull, Eric Trumbull's cousin, and his wife moved in. I gather the captain's wife is very attractive.
And the captain isn't always home. And Eric is a notorious ladies' man.
That's about the size of it. And to top off the whole thing, the rocking chair seems to have started to rock again.
Well, what do you expect me to do?
I just want you to find out what makes that rocking chair rock, so Tony's sister can stop being frightened.
All right, I'll look into it. If you can get them to rent us that new speedboat. But remember, I don't want any hard-boiled eggs in my lunch.
Glad you came, Nick. Do you ever see such a heavenly day?
Going to be a storm before night.
Oh, Nick, there isn't a cloud in the sky. Tony said he got word to his sister we were coming. She'll be waiting for us on the dock. That must be the island up ahead, Nick. Slow down or we'll pass it.
Well, you look at that house. It's got everything. Cupola, widow's walk. I'll bet there's even an iron deer on the front lawn. And I could certainly use a coat of paint.
Look there on the end of the dock. That must be Tony's sister.
She's not exactly what you'd call a sylph, is she? Oh, hand me that line, will you?
Hello? Are you Tony's sister? Si. I'm called Maria. You are Mr. Nick Carter and the missus, no? No, I'm Patsy Bowen, Mr. Carter's secretary.
Oh, good. Hey, give me your hand. I'll help you.
Thank you.
Oh, be careful, please. So many of these boards are so old.
Okay.
We'll be careful. Well, Maria, how about it? You think I can get a look at this notorious rocking chair that's causing all the trouble?
Oh, see, that's easy. The captain is away on a cruise. He won't be back until next week. Mr. Eric and the captain's wife are in the studio. He's painting her picture.
Painting a picture, is he?
What's wrong with that?
Oh, he's always painting her when the captain is away. The studio's in the front on the second floor. The room with the rock and the chair is on the third floor over the kitchen. We'll take the back stairs. No one will see us. This is the room, Mr. Carter.
Door's locked.
See, it has not been entered since Mr. Eric's father was found hanging to the rafters, and they threw the key into the well.
Is there any way we can crawl in through a window?
No. The only window is 2 floors above the roof of the kitchen. There's 3 outside, but the branches are too small to hold anybody.
Then I'll have to pick the lock. That shouldn't be much of a job with my pick lock. Let's see.
This old house is so quiet, you can almost feel it breathe. Wish it weren't so dark up here. Nick. Nick, do you hear that?
Santa Madonna. This is the chair again. It rocks. Someone want to die. Someone want to die.
Quiet, Maria, quiet. Just a minute now. The lock isn't as simple as it looks. There. That did the trick. Now.
Oh, no one is there. The room is empty.
Look, over there right beside the window. The rock is still rocking. And there's dust all over everything.
That should be prints of some sort.
But there aren't, Nick. Not a mark on the floor anywhere.
The spirits are leaving no footprints.
At the window. Little pane at the lower left-hand corner is missing.
But the window is locked tight. Nobody could crawl through an opening so little as that.
Nick, the cushion. The cushion on this chair is still warm.
Claire! Claire! Claire, where did I?
Santa Maria, this is the captain. He's come home. He's looking for his wife.
Uh-oh. You better run down, Maria. See if you can stall him.
Claire! And find you, woman. You better answer me or else. Claire!
Well, a locked room and a rocking chair that rocks all by itself, with nobody around to set it rocking, and an angry captain trying to find his missing wife. How can Nick put all these things together and get the right answer? We'll see in just a moment. The things you learn firsthand are the things you really know best. That's why women who have used the new Linex self-polishing wax are so enthusiastic about it, for they've found how different, how perfect a quick-drying wax can be. They've learned what sparkling new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance it gives their floors and linoleum. Developed by leading research chemists to give you the best, the formula of Linex self-polishing wax is completely new. It has the highest possible content of genuine carnauba wax, lending handsome appearance, lasting protection, real anti-skid finish to every household floor surface. The underwriters' laboratories have actually proved that linoleum, hardwood, and rubber tile are less slippery after application of Linex self-polishing wax. The minute you walk where it's been applied, you can tell the difference. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax dries quickly to a satiny luster without tiresome rubbing. And it takes only a jiffy to wipe on. So follow the example of wise American homemakers. Use genuine Linex self-polishing wax. And remember, when you want a modern finish of the brush-on type to give even longer-lasting protection, get Linex Clear Gloss, which dries overnight to a beautiful gloss finish that lasts amazingly. Whichever you prefer, Linex self-polishing wax or Linex Clear Gloss, you get the finest product of its kind when you ask for it by name, Linex. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. Investigating an old house in which an ancient rocking chair started rocking without any cause or reason, Nick runs into a complicated set of circumstances. Eric Trumbull is painting a portrait of the captain's beautiful young wife, much against the captain's wishes. And Maria, Eric's Italian housekeeper, is scared of both the rocking chair and the quick-tempered captain. As we pick up our story, the captain is storming through the house looking for his wife.
Maria! Maria! Oh, there you are. Where in thunder is my wife?
Is she not in her room, Captain Trumbull?
You know blame well she's not.
Oh, I remember now. She's gone to the mainland to do the marketing.
No, she hasn't. Her hat's right here on the table. And the rowboat's tied up to the dock.
Well, maybe she got a lift.
Who in blazes are you two?
Just friends of Maria's brother.
The Trumballs don't like visitors.
Captain Trumbull, don't you think you're a bit hasty? Suppose your wife is posing for Eric Trumbull.
Lots of perfectly nice women model these days.
Not my wife. That's the door of his studio. Eric! Eric, open up! I know my wife's in there. Open this door, I'll break it down.
All right. Really, Ralph, you have to be so boisterous? You're not yelling into a gale, you know.
Where are you, Claire?
Here I Ralph, this is too naughty of you. I was having my portrait painted for your birthday as a surprise. There it is.
Eric, I told you to keep away from my wife. But when I come back unexpectedly, I find you both in the studio with the door locked.
Oh, don't be so Victorian, darling. Eric hates to be interrupted when he's painting.
Yes, now do go away, old boy, so we can get on with the portrait. The blazes with the portrait. You'll never do any more painting on this canvas.
Oh, Nick, he's tearing the picture to shreds.
Rugged old sea dog, isn't he? Ralph, I hope you realize you've destroyed a priceless work of art.
Don't worry, I'll pay you for it. Although I have my doubts about how priceless it is. Claire, get your things together. We're leaving this house.
No.
This minute.
Miss Bowen and I will be delighted to take you to the mainland with us.
Good. You go ahead. I'll join you on the dock as soon as I've made out a check for my cousin's priceless work of art.
Nick, I don't see why you insist on going back to Shipwreck Island. We just left it a short while ago.
I know it, Patsy, but I got to thinking. Eric Trumbull may not be the nicest guy in the world, but I'd hate to see anything happen to him. I think it'd only be fair to warn him.
Warn him about what?
About the captain's crazy jealousy. From the things he said as we were taking him and his wife back to the mainland, I suddenly realized how intensely he hates Eric. I don't think Eric realizes it.
Good grief, look. Right up to the Trumbull dock. It's a police launch.
Yes. We're too late, Patsy. What a fool I was not to come back right away.
Oh, Nick, look. There's Lieutenant Riley standing on the breakwater. Something serious must have happened if he's been called in.
Oh, hi there, Nick. I thought you'd be back when you heard the news. But you're too late, me boy. The whole thing's solved.
What's solved, Lieutenant?
Eric Trumbull's death.
I was afraid of that. What happened?
Hanged himself, he did.
Hmm?
We're just waiting for the photographers to finish before we cut him down.
No, Riley, don't touch him.
Hmm?
Don't touch a thing till I have a chance to see him.
But
this isn't suicide. It's murder.
And would you mind telling me why you're so sure it ain't suicide?
Because Eric Trumbull was psychologically incapable of killing himself.
Do you think the captain came back and did it, Nick?
No. The captain wouldn't have hanged him. Now, if he'd been beaten to death...
Oh, goodness. What's that?
There's the housekeeper. Her room's just down the hall a bit here.
Maria.
Taking it awful hard, she is. Okay, Nick. After you.
His feet clear the ground by bare 6 inches.
6 inches is enough. Medical examiner took a look at him and says it's death by strangulation, me boy. No mistake.
I'm not doubting that. You say nothing's been touched, Riley?
Not a thing, Nick.
Then it's definitely murder.
Oh, no, you don't, Nick. Just take a look at this here suicide note pinned there on his chest.
I can't live without her, and I won't. Signed Eric Trumbull.
That, me boy, is in his own handwriting. Checks with the writing we found in his diary.
Possible. But this is only part of a piece of paper. The upper part's missing.
So what? It's a suicide note. That's enough for me.
Riley, if a man's going to commit suicide, he has to stand on something.
Huh?
A box, chair, even a few books, and then kick them away from him. But there's nothing here. Nothing within 15 feet of the spot where the body's hanging.
Yeah, Nick, you're right.
Consequently, Trumbull was strung up by someone else. Someone who threw the rope over that beam, hauled the body up, and then tied the rope to that bracket.
Now, wait a minute. What would Mr. Trumbull be doing all that while? There's no signs of a struggle here.
Probably because the murderer was careful to sneak up behind him and knock him unconscious first.
Huh?
Your medical examiner will take a good look, Riley. I think he'll discover a lump at the base of the brain somewhere.
Hey, I better go and talk to him. Who would ever think of looking for a lump on the head of a guy who's hanged himself?
Nick?
Hmm?
Nick, will you come out in the hall a minute?
That's right away, Patsy. As soon as I unpin the so-called suicide note. All right. What's up?
It's Maria here. She wants to talk to you.
Mr. Carter, please. I hear what you said, that it is not a suicide. Is that the truth?
I'm afraid so, Maria.
Oh, I know it. I know it. It was the captain. They had a terrible battle fight after you left to go to the boat this morning.
Maria, what makes you so sure that Captain Trumbull killed his cousin?
That note you have in your hands. It's part of a letter Mr. Eric sent 3 days ago to New Bedford where the captain's ship had gone. Mr. Eric was in love with the captain's wife. He was painting a picture of her.
Yes, we know that.
He did it then. I know it while you waited on the dock.
We were there less than 5 minutes.
Oh, the captain is so strong. For him, 5 minutes is plenty.
What makes you so sure it wasn't somebody else? Somebody who came to the island after we left.
Because nobody came. When you are gone, I lock all of the doors and the windows. I go to the kitchen to fix Mr. Eric his lunch. When I take it up to him, I find him. Like that.
And you're sure no one else was here? You didn't open the door to anyone?
I swear on the Bible.
Tell me, Maria. Why did you kill Eric?
You think I did it? No, you are wrong. It wasn't the captain that let the proof. That letter was written to him.
The captain didn't do it, Maria. For 2 reasons. One, the letter, though undoubtedly written by Eric, was never sent.
But, Nick, how could you possibly know that?
Because this torn suicide note covers more than half a sheet of notepaper. Any letter that's gone through the mail has been folded at least once. This one was never folded. Consequently, never sent. But the second, and the most important reason, as we left the island this morning with the captain and his wife, I happened to take a look at the house. Eric Trumbull, alive and healthy, was glaring at us from his studio window.
No.
Consequently, Maria, since no one entered the house after we left, and since you were alone with Eric Trumbull, the only person who can possibly be responsible for his death is you, Maria. Your last name is Trumbull, isn't it?
Yes. Maria Trumbull. I was Eric's wife. That's why I killed him.
Yes. Had an idea that was the reason.
He married me 20 years ago in Sorrento when I nursed him back from the dead. During all this time, no one has ever known. I sold my house and my little farm. It was that money paid for his first exhibition. I do not begrudge him that. He was a genius, senor. They are not like other men. After a little while, I did not even mind his love affair, so long as it was only his model. You see, I knew they would not last.
Oh, Maria.
But this time it was different. The captain's wife, she was a woman of his own class. He wanted her to divorce the captain and marry him. Don't know what would have become of me. And so, this afternoon, when I found the letter he was writing to the captain, I knew it was over between us. I knew he was through with me. After all the hardships, all of the insults, something inside of me turned strange and cold. And I killed him. I am not sorry.
Maria.
You think that is strange? No. I got tuberculosis. In 6 months, I'll be dead.
Well, Nick, you're right again. He found a lump as big as an egg behind his left ear. You got any idea who could have done it?
Maria knows, Riley.
Huh?
She was Eric's wife.
What?
I have no doubt she'll be glad to tell you whatever you wish to know.
In just a moment, Nick will be back to give you the final details of today's story and tell you what caused the rocking of the haunted rocking chair. You and your family take pride in your home, of course. That's why you keep it bright and sparkling. And the finest household help you can find are the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Take Linex cream polish, for instance. What a help it is in keeping your fine furniture lovely. Because it cleans as it polishes, Linex cream polish erases finger marks, removes deposits of dust and old polish, helps conceal scratches, all in one quick, easy application. And it leaves a lovely, gleaming luster that brings pride to the heart of any homemaker. What's more, Linex cream polish leaves no surface oil to attract more dust, to make more work. So save half the time, half the fuss of furniture upkeep. Care for your furniture the modern way with Linex cream polish, the up-to-date shortcut to furniture protection. Get it at your dealers now. Linex cream polish, which saves one whole step in your cleaning day routine. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex self-polishing wax, Linex cream polish, and Linex clear gloss at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the modern wall finish that beautifully decorates the average room for only $2.98. Make it a point, too, to stop at your nearest War Bond headquarters for that extra War Bond. It takes money as well as men to finish this war. The men are doing the big job overseas. Let's do our job over here to raise the money now during the mighty 7th War Loan Drive. Invest all you can in your future and America's. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Nick, what happened to Maria? Did Riley arrest her?
Yes, Ken, he did, but she died before she could be brought to trial.
And what about the rocking chair?
After considerable observation, we found out it was just a Trumbull cat. She used to climb up the trees, jump through the broken pane, and into the chair, which stood right beside the window. She'd sit there in the old chair and wash herself, and her movement would make the old chair rock.
But how come the cat just started recently to sit in the old chair like that?
Well, we learned it was only recently that the cat came to live at the house.
Disgustingly simple when you know the answer.
That's what I always say. And Nick always laughs at me when I say it. But it's true.
Well, what's about your story for next week, Nick? Got a couple of not too well-veiled hints on that one?
Well, I don't see why not, Ken. Patsy and I were taking a shortcut through the park one day in my car.
Which is more like a police squad car than a pleasure car.
When we heard a police call over the radio, directing the nearest squad car to a certain address to take care of a dead body.
And were we interested to find that the address where the body had been found was our own office at 4th and 5th.
Well, that sounds like an interesting start to a story.
And when the band of thieves kidnapped me and tried to...
No, hold it, Patsy. Save something for next week.
Well, Nick, what do you call the story?
The Body on the Doorstep.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written by Edith Miser, and any resemblance therein to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars Joan Crawford, Frank Lovejoy. Production, The Damned Don't Cry. Director, Vincent Sherman. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present a study in dramatic conflict. Our story is the motion picture hit The Damned Don't Cry, and our stars are Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy. Today, with the country rising to meet the challenge of possible aggression, your Red Cross has been asked to undertake grave defense responsibilities in addition to its normal services. That's why a goal of $85 million must be reached in the 1951 Red Cross Fund campaign. Remember, when you give to the Red Cross, your gift is a lift to our fighting men. Now, before our first act, here's a word from RCA Victor. A word about money and how to make it go farther with an RCA Victor combination. You'll get the equivalent of 3 consoles, 3 different kinds of fun, and yet you'll pay for just 1 cabinet, 1 sound system. RCA Victor's Rutland, for example, brings you television at its finest. 17 big inches of million-proof television, quality proven in over 2 million homes. Second, you get both AM and FM radio with RCA Victor's new extended tone range. And third, the Rutland gives you 2 automatic record changers that enable you to enjoy records at all 3 speeds. Yes, enjoy all of these fine instruments in 1 fine combination at 1 money-saving price. Look over the Rutland soon. And say, here are 2 new RCA Victor Red Seal releases to add to your collection. September Song, sung on a single record by Ezio Pinza, and the album of selections from Gershwin's Porgy and Bess with Reza Stevens and Robert Merrill. Now for the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford as Lorna Forbes and Frank Lovejoy as George Castleman. In bold type, the headline read, Racket Leader, Public Enemy Number 2, Slain. Beneath, in subtitle, it continued, Body found in home of missing socialite Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes. Police fear Texas oil heiress, victim of crime syndicate. Why was she missing? Why was she dead? Or was she alive? Alan Fowler of the Times searched half over America and found his story in a ramshackle, disheveled house in Oil City.
Just who are you, Mrs. Forbes?
Who am I? What do you mean?
Well, you're listed as a Texas oil heiress, daughter of John Hanson. Now, there is no such animal as John Hanson. As for the Forbes label, you're supposed to be the widow of Robert Forbes, Wyoming oil magnate. Would you, care to read the vital statistics?
Don't bother. I know. There never was a Robert Forbes.
Uh-huh. Then who are you?
I'm so tired, Mr. Fowler. Very tired. Tired of running away.
Why are you running? What is your connection with the crime syndicate?
I'm going for a ride, Mr. Fowler. A one-way ride.
Huh?
Don't look so startled. Sure, I'm frightened. I've been out of my mind for days with fear. Maybe I've got it coming. Maybe I haven't, but all I know is I can't stand the waiting, and I can't keep running.
Look, why don't you start from the beginning? Huh?
The beginning. It was right here in this broken-down house with a derrick in the backyard and smelly grease pots in the front. 2 years ago, we buried my 5-year-old son, Tommy. And there was nothing to hold me here any longer. I was sick of being poor and sick of the man I called my husband. So I packed and went to New York. I was pretty naive when I got a job as a model in a wholesale dress house and discovered that my major duty was to entertain out-of-town buyers at night. One night, Sandra, another model, and myself were returning from a date, my first.
Enjoy yourself, Ethel, honey?
I feel like something that was on a sale in a bargain basement. I'm one big bruise from here to here.
So they wrestle with you a little. It's no worse than the subway. Hey, you got to stop being antisocial. This living by yourself, that's for channel swimmers. You're having a great time, and at retail prices. Here's $20.
$20? What's this for?
Your cut. Whenever we steer a couple of the buyers into Grady's back room to shoot dice, he gives us a bonus. We split 50-50. It helps, don't it? Hey, how about us working as a team?
No, thanks. I'd better learn one job at a time.
But it's all the same job. It's still modeling, only it pays better at night. Look, hon, don't kick opportunity in the teeth. What else have you got to sell but a face and a figure?
I didn't come to New York to be a tramp.
Neither did you come to New York to live in that crummy rumming house. Is that what you're looking forward to?
Well, no.
Then cut out your beefing and cooperate.
Great racket, this modeling business, Sandra. Here's your 20 from last night.
What are you giving me?
Your cut, the 2 suckers from Nebraska.
What did you do, shave it off with a razor?
I did what you did. I split it down the middle.
Don't hand me that. I saw Grady slip you 100. Since when is 20 right down the middle?
Since I began using your arithmetic book. Look, the first night we started, you gave me 20. I found out from Grady it should have been 50. This just straightens out the bookkeeping.
It does more than that, honey. It closes the books. I'm getting myself a new partner.
And I'm heading for the showroom. Oh, while you're getting a new partner, you better get yourself a couple of other new items, if you will excuse the expression.
Why, you...
Oh, Miss, would you be kind enough to bring me a cup of water from the cooler?
Sure. Here you are, Mr.
Martin Blackford. Oh, what a headache I've got.
Sorry. I'm Ethel Whitehead. I work here as a model.
Oh?
Hey, what are you doing here with these books?
I'm a CPA.
What's that?
Certified public accountant.
Say, that's pretty big stuff.
Yes, I'm with Tuttle and Wagner, tax consultants. We take care of your auditing.
My what?
Your books and records. I mean, the firms.
Oh, yeah, I see. How come I never saw you here before?
Well, I only come over about once a month, usually on a Saturday afternoon.
I'm usually off then. So there you are. It must have been fate.
What?
F-A-T-E. Certified public fate.
Oh. Well, I'm afraid I must really get back to work.
What if you don't?
Well, the Secretary of the Treasury won't like it. Neither will Mr. Talbot. It's my job to keep them both happy.
And you do that with nothing but this pencil?
Well, it takes a little brain, too.
I'll bet. How much of that is it going to take today?
Oh, I'll be here till around 9, 10 o'clock.
Oh, when do you eat?
Whenever I finish.
Now, that's what's giving you those headaches. You're skipping too many meals. You're just kidding yourself. Keep on doing it, and pretty soon you can't work. Your company goes to pot, and then where are you? You're dead.
I never thought of it in quite that way.
Well, see you later.
Too bad we won't see you at Grady's tonight, Angel.
You'll see me all right, with the big money bags. A CPA. Certified public accountant to you, dearie. Reading the menu spoils my appetite, George. Just bring me the squab with wild rice, asparagus with hollandaise, a small mixed green salad with a touch of garlic, cherries jubilee, and a double martini. What are you having, Martin?
Huh? Oh, I'll have a chicken salad sandwich and a cup of coffee.
Well, I thought you said you were hungry.
I'm afraid reading this menu sort of spoiled my appetite.
Are you sick or something?
No, just a bit embarrassed. Afraid I'm short of funds.
Oh, that's all right. They'll take your check.
I don't think you quite understand, Miss Whitehead. How much do you think an accountant earns?
Well, I took it for granted that a man who... Well, the Treasury Department. I assumed that at least you made something
Less than that. Here's an item on the menu that's half a day's salary. I make exactly $60 a week.
Well, of all the crummy deals.
Oh, not really. Salary isn't everything, you know. Oh, they're a very nice firm.
Are you on the level?
Oh, don't worry. I'll manage all right. I like chicken salad sandwiches.
Don't be silly. Nobody likes chicken salad sandwiches. All that education, brain, and for what? 60 lousy bucks a week.
You'd be surprised what my mother could do with it.
You support a mother, too?
Oh, she's quite a manager.
She'd have to be a magician. Why, you could make more than that bouncing drunks out of here.
Well, I see you made it. Oh, who's this gentleman? I thought I knew most of our out-of-town buyers.
Out-of-town buyers? Oh, boy. The boys in Washington will love that, won't they, Martin? Mr. Blackford happens to be a tax consultant associated with the Treasury Department.
Tuttle and Wagner, really.
So many connections, I just can't keep them straight.
Oh, well, Mr. Blackford, in case I ever have any tax problems, I'll know who to call.
That's fine. He'll send over his office boy to add up your tips.
A great sense of humor. She used to sell more cigarettes that way.
Hello, folks.
Why, Grady, I'd like you to meet Mr. Blackford. He's connected with the Treasury.
And how are you, sir?
I'm afraid Miss Whitehead's a little confused. My only contact with the Treasury Department's when I make a mistake.
You make many of them?
Certainly not. That's what the clients pay for. He's a CPA.
Oh, well, whatever he is, any friend of yours is a friend of mine.
That means certified public accountant.
Yeah, sure, CPA, I know. After you finish your dinner, you and Mr. Blackford might like to drop into the black room for
No. He couldn't possibly. He's right in the middle of a terrific problem. He barely has time for a sandwich.
Well, it's just a friendly little game.
Grady, he's got to rush right back. I keep telling him what's the point of having a brain from here to here and making a bundle of money this high if you can't take time off from starving.
Well, that's too bad. Say, Mr. Blackford, I don't suppose you could stop by my office on your way out for just a second.
What about?
Well, just a personal problem. I made one of those little mistakes with the Treasury myself. This morning they contacted me personal. Mr. Blackford, I certainly would appreciate a little professional advice if you could spare it.
I think we could possibly squeeze in the time. Huh, Marty?
Well, I don't know why not. After all, friends of yours are friends of mine.
Let's take time out for a message from Bing Crosby and Bob Hope.
Hey, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh,
sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world. Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work with it.
Okay. Folks, Better Tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
Oh, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
And here is the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy.
Have you got a cigarette, Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, sure. Here.
Thank you.
Well, continue with your story, Mrs. Forbes.
My story. The small-town girl who wanted to make good in the big city. The small-town girl who was only interested in big fish. Well, when Marty finished looking over Grady's books, the next thing that happened was that the meal was on the house and he'd been offered a job as accountant for Grady. Then we were walking home. You're a genius, Marty. 100 extra bucks a week. Your chicken salad days are over. And this isn't the only job waiting for us. Grady has plenty of friends. And I'll bet they got tax problems sticking out all over them.
Well, I certainly appreciate what you've done for me, Miss Whitehead, but...
First thing you do is to learn to call me Ethel.
Yes, I'd like to, Ethel.
Now, go ahead. You appreciate it, but what?
Well, I'm not really sure I should accept the job. Tuttle and Wagner might not approve of it.
Why not? It's on your own time. What you do a few nights a week is your business, isn't it?
Yes, but I feel I owe them at least an explanation.
All you owe them is what they pay you for. And for what they pay you, you can take a few days off.
Well, I know it isn't much, but...
Did they ever tell you not to take an outside job?
No, but...
All right, then you be snooty, too. Don't tell them.
All right. I'll take it on one condition, and that's that you share it with me. The fee, I mean.
Why, I wouldn't think of it. You mean like a percentage?
Why not? I guess you could use the money as well as I can. I wouldn't feel right otherwise.
Well, I wouldn't want you to do anything you thought was wrong.
Good, then it's settled. After all, you're responsible for this whole thing, Ethel. I wouldn't have had the nerve.
You don't need it, Marty. I got enough for both of us. Hi, Marty. I thought you were working tonight.
I am, but even night workers have to eat.
Now you're getting smart.
I was hoping I could have dinner with you.
Oh, I can't. I have a date.
Out-of-town buyer?
Yeah. What about tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night I'm busy. Grady has a new account for me.
Another one? That's wonderful. That makes 4 of them. If you're not careful, Marty, you're going to wind up a rich man.
Just makes it tougher to see you.
I wish you'd called earlier.
I didn't know earlier.
Here, zip me up, will you?
Oh, yeah, sure. I was working, and all at once I just felt I had to see you. Couldn't you break that date tonight?
I'd love to, Marty, but it's impossible. He's a big chain store buyer, one of our most important customers.
But it's been such a long time.
Well, if it isn't my old friend Grady.
Hello, Ethel.
Sorry, I'm going to have to rush out on you.
Oh, this isn't a social call. I just came to pick up Marty. We're going to a meeting.
But I'm due back at Malloy's tonight.
Malloy will be there, too.
What kind of meeting?
Business, big business. Like an invitation to the White House from the Prexy himself. Coming, Marty?
Sure, he's coming. Hey, Marty, if you'd like, I'll come with you.
Oh, wait a minute, Ethel. George didn't tell me to bring you.
This George. Did he tell you not to bring me?
Why should he? He doesn't even know you're alive.
All right, let's prove to him I am.
But what about your date?
Where your interests are concerned, Marty, my date can go to the movies.
Thanks, Ethel.
Oh, but George wants to see Marty, not you.
All right, we'll leave it up to Marty. If he wants me, I'll come. If not...
I'd like to have her along, Grady.
Oh, the White House should look like this. What's George president of? A diamond mine?
That statue over here, Ethel, is an Etruscan.
A what?
An Etruscan refers to an early art period. Etruria was an ancient country with a highly developed civilization located in what is now known as Italy.
This is Marty Blackford, George Castleman.
I've heard a great deal about you, Mr. Blackford.
Oh, I hope it's been favorable.
If it weren't, you wouldn't be here.
And this is Miss Whitehead.
How do you do?
How do you do? I don't think I've heard anything about you, Miss Whitehead.
Oh?
Ethel's Marty's friend. He doesn't go anywhere without her.
I wonder if Marty's friend would release him long enough for a very short business session.
So long as it's short and he's in good company.
Grady, would you take Marty into the library and introduce him to the gentleman there?
Oh, sure thing. Let's go, Marty.
Miss Whitehead, I must say I admire your choice of friends.
I like men with brains.
It's a quality that isn't offensive in women either. Did I get you a drink?
No, thanks.
I hope you'll be able to amuse yourself while Mr. Blackford and I are in the library.
I'll try to find something.
I wish I knew what to suggest.
You might invite me into the library.
There's one thing I never do in the presence of women. Discuss business.
That should leave you plenty of room for other interests.
I have no other interests. Even my wife understands that.
What happened? What happened in the library, Marty?
Oh, Mr. Castleman offered me a job. Secretary of the Treasury. Grady and the others, they're just little outposts in an empire. They have everything in the empire except a good accounting system.
And they want you to give it to them.
Yes. Castleman's going to open up a suite of offices with my name on the door. I'm going to run the whole show.
Oh, Marty, that's wonderful.
But it's more than just a bookkeeping office. It's a front. Front for the biggest wire service in the country.
I knew it. I knew you'd come through. Because you got brains. I knew it the first time I talked to you. Now Castleman knows it, too.
You haven't heard a word I said. It's to be a wire service for bookmaking, betting. Wires to every racetrack and sports arena in the country.
So what?
So what? It's illegal. It's against the law. As long as there's a wire service in the back and I know about it, I'm an accessory after the fact. They can throw you in the penitentiary for that.
What did you tell Castleman?
Nothing. He never gave me a chance. He just told me what I was going to do.
What are you going to do?
What do you think? I'm going to get out fast.
Are you crazy? You can't get out now. I won't let you.
You mean you want me to be like them, a criminal?
You bet I want you to be like them, smart. Nothing's going to happen to you. Castleman won't let it.
You don't understand, Ethel. This is a syndicate of organized crime. It's not just betting and gambling, but narcotics. Every kind of vice and corruption you can think of.
I don't want to think about it. And you don't have to think about it either. You'll be an accountant, just like you always have been.
There's such a thing as self-respect.
Self-respect? That's something you tell yourself you got when you got nothing else. Where's the self-respect in living on chicken salad sandwiches? In being afraid to blow your nose because Tuttle and Wagner don't like the noise?
At least it's decent.
And what good is that? Can you pay the rent with it? Can you live like George Castleman? Have a butler call you sir and light your fire?
Having a butler light a fire has never been one of my ambitions.
And what is your ambition? A hole in the wall stuffed with decency and self-respect? Look, Marty, the only thing that counts is the stuff you can take down to the bank. Oh, I know how you feel. You're a nice guy. But it's not a nice guy's world. If you don't kick and punch and belch your way up, nobody's going to give you a lift. We've got to do it ourselves, because nobody cares about us, except us.
Ethel, you think it's right for me to take it?
I'm not saying it's right. I'm only saying if you don't, what happens? You go back to Tuttle and Wagner and wait for your pension. And I go back to waiting for the out-of-town buyers. And that new house for your mother, that goes on the waiting list, too. Is that what you want?
You know it isn't.
And there's no other way. Not for us.
If I could only be sure it was for us.
What do you think I've been talking about? Kiss me, darling. Kiss me.
Come in, Miss Whitehead.
Thanks, Mr. Castleman.
Grady told me Blackford didn't go anywhere without you. He didn't tell me that you went anywhere without Blackford.
Grady doesn't know as much as he thinks. I had a talk with Martin last night. The office idea's okay. He's agreed to come in.
Is there any question about it?
Yeah, a big question. Martin has an important position with a very old and reliable firm. He has a reputation to maintain. He'd be giving up quite a lot to come in with you.
Oh, really? Martin Blackford is 34 years old. He earns $60 a week at Tuttle and Wagner. He lives with his mother in a cheap suburb. He drives a broken-down jalopy. Until he was hired by Grady, he never owned more than 2 suits of clothes at one time.
Well, there are other things. The terms. And there's a little matter of protection.
Protection? From whom?
Well, from whoever you need protection from, or is running a bookie joint legal these days.
Miss Whitehead, I never initiate a project until I'm assured of the cooperation of the proper authorities. As for the terms, I think Mr. Blackford can safely leave those to me.
No, I didn't mean to give you a fast shuffle. It's just that, well, he hasn't had much experience at this kind of thing.
You seem a little new at it yourself. Sit down. Now, what did you really come to see me about?
Well,
Excuse me while I open the window. What kind of perfume are you using?
Temptation.
Yes, I suppose it is in some quarters.
Let me tell you
Now,
something.
what were you going to say?
I was about to say it was a pleasure being associated with a gentleman, but I made a mistake. It's no pleasure and you're no gentleman. You enjoy making a person look like 2 cents, don't you? Well, get this straight. I don't like being made to look like 2 cents, especially by somebody who was small change himself not so long ago.
Now, what do you mean by that?
I mean Joe Cavaney, who changed his name to George Castleman. You and your Etruscan flower pots. You and your sensitive nose. Since when did Joe Cavaney know anything about perfume? Since you were a loudmouth hoodlum hijacking beer trucks in Jersey, running rum from Cuba, plugging guys for a $10 bill? I can find out things, too.
You didn't waste any time.
I don't have any time to waste. I'm leaving.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I made the mistake last night. I should have invited you into the library. I admire a woman with brains, but a woman with brains and spirit excites me. A woman like that reminds me of Joe Cavaney. What is it you want?
I want what Joe Cavaney wanted, and what George Castleman has.
I think you're quite capable of getting it, too. Must be a place in my organization for someone like you.
I already have a place in your organization.
I had in mind a somewhat more prominent place. Although there's quite a lot you'll have to learn.
I could learn it.
For example, lesson number 1. It's an Etruscan vase, not a flower pot. Being able to own it is one thing, to appreciate it is another. Lesson number 2, cheap perfume is cheap perfume, no matter who tells you, Cavaney or Castleman. And lesson number 3, take that loud hat off your head. A well-dressed woman never wears anything that deflects a man's attention from her face. Now that I see it, it's a very pretty face.
Exactly what kind of place in your organization did you have in mind, Mr. Castleman?
It's too soon to judge. We'll have to see in which direction your capabilities lie.
You're asking for trouble, aren't you?
I never got anything yet worthwhile without trouble. Only don't take this kiss for anything more than it's worth.
It may be worth more than you think.
When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we are not asking you to try a new or unproved method. For there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You who have received Anacin this way know the effective, incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled Anacin. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And by the makers of Anacin, for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford as Lorna Forbes and Frank Lovejoy as George Castleman.
Would you please pour me another bourbon, Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, sure. There you are.
Thank you. When a girl from the wrong side of the tracks wants sables and minks in a hurry, she hasn't time to ask too many questions, has she? George Castleman was my kind of guy. Rich, affluent, and we began seeing quite a bit of each other, privately, that is. And one day I visited Martin in his new office. George was there.
Hello, Ethel.
Hi, Marty.
Ethel, now that I have a private office, there's something private I'd like to say.
What's that?
Here. When I was a kid, they used to call it an engagement ring. I've been wanting to say it a long time. This just makes it official. Go ahead, put it on.
No, I can't.
You mean you can't now?
No, I mean I can't ever.
But I thought you told me after we got all this.
You don't need me anymore, Marty. You're on your way. You're a success. Oh, look, go find yourself another girl, will you? A girl as nice as you are.
I don't want another girl. I want you. I always thought well, as soon as we got what we wanted, that you and I...
But I'm no good for you.
I never said you were, but that doesn't matter. It's too late for that. I want you to marry me.
I'm sorry, Marty.
You're sorry? What kind of an answer is that? Then why did you do this to me? This office, that wire room, this whole stinking business. Do you think I wanted it? I hate it. I hate every part of it. I only did it because of you. I did it for you, Ethel. I thought it was the only way I could have you.
Well, you had no right to think that.
You made me think.
I didn't make you do anything. If you didn't want all this, you didn't have to take it. And if you don't want it now, you can leave. Nobody's holding you. Nobody's twisting your arm.
You couldn't have done this to me deliberately. You couldn't have planned it this way. No, something must have happened. There's somebody else. That's it, isn't it? Answer me.
Yes. He's promised me the world, Marty. And I've got to have it.
This world he's promised you. Does it include a ring like this?
I never asked. I'm not even sure it matters. I can't help it, Marty. I just can't help myself.
I'm afraid I'll have to be pushing along, Marty. I thought if Miss Whitehead wanted a lift, I'd be glad to drop her.
So long, Marty. I'm ready, Mr. Castleman.
Miss Whitehead?
Yeah?
I'm Patricia Longworth. A mutual friend told me I might find you here in this bar. May I join you?
Yeah, of course.
He tells me you're interested in a new apartment and some new clothes, etc. He thought I might be able to offer some helpful advice.
If George thinks I need advice, why doesn't he give it to me himself? Or doesn't he want to be seen with me in public?
Miss Whitehead, I happen to know that our friend sees rather great potentialities in you. So far as being seen with you in public, well, you must remember he is a married man and... well, he does occupy a position of some importance in the community.
Okay, I'll buy that. Now, just who are you and how do you fit in? What are you selling?
My old social contacts. Some of them are still open, and they have a certain market value to some of my newer contacts. People such as our friend. Now, let's start with your name. Ethel Whitehead. I wonder if we couldn't find something more provocative. Let's see now. How about Mrs. Forbes? Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes.
Suits me.
Steel, isn't it? Or is it tobacco?
No oil.
Oh.
There were derricks in my backyard.
Now, I'd say you need one more thing. A touch of the continent. The south of France. You know, broadening your scope, giving you the proper background. And that will take about a year.
A year?
If we work diligently at the job.
Now, repeat after me, Madame Forbes. Voulez-vous aller au ballet avec moi?
Huh?
Repeat after me. Voulez-vous aller au ballet avec moi?
Voulez-vous aller au ballet avec moi?
Oh, bien, bien.
Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes, charge accounts. Mink coat, $6,000. Champagne, $3,000. Diamond bracelet.
Darling.
But your discretion, George. All these people watching us.
Who cares about people? You're beautiful.
Oh, my darling.
Mission completed.
Whatever became of Ethel Whitehead?
Oh, didn't you know?
Mm-mm.
She ran away with Joe Cavaney. They were married and lived happily ever after.
Well, they deserve each other. I'm only interested in the Castlemans and the Forbes, in their future.
Sorry to interfere with your evening like this, Mr. Castleman, but something came up that couldn't wait.
Well, let's have it.
Please sit down, Martin.
No thanks, Ethel.
The name is Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes.
Mrs. Forbes. It's about Grady. Nick Prent has been trying to reach you long distance. Grady's been killed.
Killed?
Automobile accident. He was drinking. Must have lost control of his car.
Drinking? Who says so?
Prenta found a bottle in the wreck.
Well, Prenta lied. Grady doesn't drink. He was murdered. Grady must have been on the track of something, and Prenta found out, and that's why he killed him. That cheap hood, I pulled him out of a garbage can and gave him a start. I'm going to dump him back in the garbage can.
That's quite a problem now that he's been alerted.
Unless we send out someone to check. Someone he'd never suspect. Lorna.
Oh, you can't be serious.
I don't know anyone I'd have more confidence in. Anyone more perfect for the job. You can do it, Lorna. You're the one person who can find out if he killed Grady.
George, you really want me to go out there?
Well, why not? Nick is a setup for you. He's always sucking around cafe society.
Well, you can't let her risk it. He's a killer.
Listen, bookkeeper, you're paid to keep my accounts, not to tell me what I'm doing. Now get out.
George.
Get out!
George, did it ever occur to you that I might have something to say about this?
I'm sorry, dear. What did you wish to say?
From what I've heard tonight, Mr. Prenta isn't likely to pour out his life story without very strong inducements. There must be a limit to, well, how far you want me to try to induce him.
Well, you know how to handle it. I've got to know what's going on out there.
Would you send your wife?
Why bring my wife into it?
Why bring me into it?
Because my wife is incompetent for this job, and you're not. I equipped you for it. Every Paris label, they can all pay off now.
What am I? One of your slot machines? Another racetrack? Another wire service you've underwritten? Is that all I've meant? Just another investment?
You know better than that. Forget it and forgive me. I simply took it for granted that you were part of me and the things that concern me. I see I had no right to take that much for granted.
You had every right to ask anything of me. But please don't ask me to believe that you've regarded me as a part of you.
We've both had to wait, Lorna. I don't think it'll be much longer. If you do this job for me, I promise, when you get back, I'll be free. Will you believe me?
I learned a long time ago, George, that the customer's always right.
One newspaper calls you an Oklahoma heiress, another says you're from Wyoming. Which is it, Mrs. Forbes?
Are you this inquisitive with everyone you meet, Mr. Prenta?
It's a habit I picked up in my business.
Well, perhaps that's where it should stay.
It's a good rule any place. People I deal with, I like to know about.
And in what way do you feel you're dealing with me?
Well, right now, I'm only dancing with you. As for the future, I had something more interesting in mind.
Then you'd better change your mind. Have I made myself clear, Mr. Prenta?
My friends call me Nick.
Oh, I wouldn't be so presumptuous as to try to break into your little circle of friends.
I moved into your circle. Oh, come on. Don't you think we're wasting a lot of time? What are you doing tomorrow?
You're the masterful type. You tell me. Nick, I'd say your swimming pool is the best-looking one in the West.
It ought to be. I spent over 10 grand for it. Lorna, how long we known each other?
6 wonderful weeks, Nick.
A long-distance call, Mr. Prenta. Detroit.
Yeah, coming. Wait here for me, Lorna, will you? It'll only be a few minutes. Business,
All
Yeah, all right, we'll work out the details tonight. No, you better let me call you. We'll make arrangements to pick you up in Chicago. Yeah, don't worry about it. Hold it, Eddie. What are you doing here, Lorna? Thought I told you to wait by the pool.
Could I have a cigarette?
There's a half-dozen trays around the pool filled with cigarettes.
And there must be more than half a dozen women who could be, well, calling you long distance.
Oh. So long, Eddie. You're jealous, Lorna, huh? That's good.
No, I'm not so sure. I've been warned about you, Nick. I have a friend who has a friend who's heard rumors.
You believe rumors?
Yes, sometimes. I'm told that that you've even ordered men killed.
That's what I mean about rumors.
Well, do you?
Do I what?
Order men to be killed?
Lorna, your old man made his money in oil. That made you an heiress. I never knew my father or anyone I could call that, so I've had to make it myself. I'm making it. But there's always people who try to take it away. You either protect what you got or you got nothing.
And to do that, you'd kill?
You don't like what you're hearing, huh?
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Well, that's because you never had to be a part of it. You never had to watch yourself 24 hours a day against somebody trying to cut you down. The guy he sends out to trip you up. The guys you can't trust. You gotta take measures, that's all.
Nick, suppose you couldn't trust me. Would you order me killed?
No, Lorna. I'd do it myself.
Thank you, Nick. No. Save the kiss for tonight.
I can't make it tonight.
Oh? That long-distance call?
Maybe. I'm expecting some people over. Strictly business.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Maybe. It depends on what kind of business.
Ethel?
What are you doing here, Martin?
I go where George sends me. Sent me here to check on one of his investments. Hasn't heard from you in some time.
He hasn't heard from me because I've had nothing to report. I've been doing the best I can.
Yes, George knows you've been busy. He's had reports on that.
Look, I was ordered to ingratiate myself with Nick Prenter. That's exactly what I've done. No more, no less.
George thinks you've been taking his orders too literally. I'm inclined to agree with him.
Your agreement or disagreement doesn't interest me.
No? You'd be amazed to learn how highly my opinions are regarded, Ethel. That's why I'm in a position to offer you some advice. Don't hold out on George. If you do. Now, are you absolutely certain you've learned nothing?
Nothing he didn't already know?
Prenter did have Grady killed.
Yes.
What else?
Nothing else.
In all the time you've been with him, all the hours alone, you've learned nothing else, not even the people he talks to?
Well, sometimes there are calls, long distance.
From whom?
I don't know.
From where?
Well, there was one from Detroit.
When?
This afternoon.
Go on. What's the rest? What'd you hear?
Well, nothing, except that, he's expecting some people tonight. It's business, a meeting. That's all I know, Marty, and all I want to know. I've had enough.
Oh, you're upset. I thought you were enjoying your work. Or has Prenter become important to you?
He means nothing to me, except he's a human being, and he trusts me.
Don't tell me that disturbs you, taking advantage of a man's trust. Well, you can ease your stricken conscience because your friend won't be vulnerable much longer.
What do you mean by that?
You don't think George intended him to live, do you? George had been waiting until he had all the facts, and you're going to get them.
No, I can't. I won't.
You're going to find out every person who's at that meeting and why he's there.
I can't go through with it. This is killing you're talking about. A man's life. I want no part of it.
You want no part of it. You are a part of it. What do you think you've been living on, playing on, traveling on? Where do you think the money came from that converted you into the fashionable Mrs. Forbes? Came from 100 killings, 1,000 beatings, all the pennies and nickels and dimes squeezed out of 1,000,000 fists. All the $3 payments at the foot of the stairs to help make you a lady of refinement. No, you can't get out of it, Miss Whitehead. You hitched a ride on the roller coaster, and it doesn't stop, and nobody gets off until the trip's over.
Oh, Marty. Marty, please help me.
Oh, how can I? You wanted the trip, and you took me along with you. I can't help you now any more than I can help myself. Now, just do what George sent you to do. Find out about that meeting tonight.
Take it easy, boys. I'll see who it is.
Unscheduled visitors are frowned upon in better circles, I know.
Something wrong, Lorna?
Yes, I'm afraid I've come down with a terrible malady, Nick. A bad case of jealousy. But I had to be sure.
About who I was with tonight?
Yes.
Come in. Come on, I want you to meet your competition. Take a look. Real heart crushers, aren't they? This is Mr. Lohman, Mr. Hart, Bender, Joe Sheffer. Boys, Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes.
Haven't we met before, Mrs. Forbes?
What? Oh, I'm afraid I don't recall you, Mr. Lohman.
I'm Hart.
Oh.
He's Lohman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you from around here, Mr. Hart?
Kansas City, but I get back east a lot.
Well, I guess you must have seen my picture in the paper. Yes, that's it. Someone's always recognizing me. Gentlemen, I offer my apologies for the interruption. Back to your national convention. Nick, try to forgive me.
Come on, Lorna, see outside.
Oh, I'm so ashamed, Nick. I shouldn't have come here. I'm sorry.
No, you couldn't have picked a better time. Those fellas in there work for the same guy I work for, George Castleman. Lorna, in exactly 48 hours, Mr. Castleman's going to be canceled out. They'll be working for me. The whole country will be mine. Oh, Lorna, I want you to share it with me. Oh, what's the matter? I'm not good enough? I'm not good enough?
I didn't say that.
But that's it, isn't it? That's what you really have to face, isn't it?
No,
I know the right people. I wear the right clothes, but I don't bleed the right color, huh?
No, stop it.
Let's see what color I bleed. When this goes through, I'll be on my way. Do you understand that? I'll have your old man's oil. I'll own all your gold-plated friends. Maybe then my name will be worth something to you. Maybe then you wouldn't mind sharing it, huh?
Share your name?
I've been asking you to marry me.
Oh, no.
Hey, what's that for?
Oh, Nick, I'm scared. I'm scared about what you're doing, what you're planning, what it'll lead to.
You're that scared for me?
Yes.
I mean that much to you?
Nick, how much do I mean to you?
Well, everything I have. Is that enough?
Yes. If you'll give it up. If you'll get out of this whole thing.
If that's what it'll take to have you, you got a deal. I can check out inside of a year.
No, it'll be too late.
But then. I can't get out now. This is the big jump. I gotta see it through.
Please, Nick, give it up. Don't go through with it.
It's too late, baby. The wheels are already turning.
Nick, could I see you a minute?
Yeah, okay, Eddie. You go home, Doc. I'll call you later.
Patricia! Patricia!
She isn't here. Gone to a movie. George sent her.
George?
Hello, Lorna. Aren't you glad to see me?
How did you get here?
I've been too far away. How was the meeting?
Meeting? What meeting?
The meeting you told Marty about at Nick's house.
Well, there was no meeting. I misunderstood.
You mean there were no visitors? Only yourself?
Well, there were a few, some local friends.
I see. You lying little double-crosser.
George, lay off.
Wasn't Sam Lohman there from Cleveland and Eddie Hart from Kansas City?
Yes.
What are they doing? What are they planning?
I don't know, George. I don't know.
They're out to get me, aren't they?
Yes.
And you're covering up for them.
No.
I'll kick your head in. I'll beat your brains apart.
Stop it, George. Stop it.
Stay out of this, you bookkeeper.
George, wait. She can help us. She can still be useful.
When I get through with her, she won't be of use to anybody.
Stop it. She can help us get Prenta. George, listen to me. You want Prenta, don't you? She can get him for us tonight, here. We'll all be in the clear. George, stop it. George, look. She can call him on the phone and get him over here. He'll never know. She'll tell the police it was self-defense. He tried to attack her.
Yeah.
Take a look at her face, George. Look at her. It'll work. Don't you see? It's perfect.
Okay, Marty, okay. You got a brain, the best kind, the kind you don't have to go out and buy. I'll pick her up and put her in that chair.
Yeah, all right.
Give her the phone. Tell her what to do.
All right, call Nick Prenta. Tell him you want to see him.
Tell him to get over here right away. Alone. Please, Lorna.
Marty, I just can't do it.
You've got to.
No, I can't.
What's the number?
Wait a minute. That's Nick. All right, Lorna. Get to the door and let him in.
He has his own key.
You little tramp.
Oh!
One wrong word and I'll kill you both.
Lorna,
Yes, Nick.
I want to apologize for busting in on you, Mrs. Forbes. I know it isn't done in your set, but your friend Eddie Hart told me it would be okay. He said Castleman might not like it so much.
Nick, I didn't
But that
tell-
Ethel Whitehead would go for anything, and I believe him. I told you what I'd do to you.
You're not going to have time to do anything.
Castleman! Watch it, George. He's getting his gun.
That's what he hopes. Nick wasn't even a good hoodlum. Marty, where's Ethel?
She beat it. She's in her car.
All right, let her go, Marty. I'll get her no matter where she hides.
Not a very pretty story, is it, Mr. Fowler? But I want you to print every word of it. I want nothing left unsaid.
Uh-huh. Why?
Well, let's understand each other. I've never been possessed by humanitarian instincts, but listen, Mr. Fowler. There must be hundreds, thousands of girls like I was, trapped by poverty and wanting to escape. Let them be ambitious. Let them try to better themselves, but not my way. It's much too expensive. Do you want to wait around and watch the fade out of the notorious Lorna Hanson Forbes? Oh, you wouldn't be a good newspaperman if you didn't.
Lorna,
Marty.
you better get your things. You can't stay here. You've unfinished business with George. He's on his way here, unless the police get to him first. They're looking for him. You see, I told them who killed Pronto.
You told them? But what will George do?
Doesn't matter.
That means your unfinished business, too.
That doesn't matter either.
You did it for me. For me. Oh, Marty, it makes no sense.
Has everything you've done made sense? We do what we do because we're made a certain way.
Yes, but what I did, there was a hope for some return, some kind of dividends. For you, there's nothing. There never can be. Not even a promise.
I know that. I kept a very good set of books for everyone but myself.
Ethel. Send out Blackford.
George, he's outside. Where are you going, Ethel?
Hello, George.
Where's Blackford?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
What are you doing out here? Waiting for me, I suppose.
Strangely enough, George, there was a time when I did wait for you and nobody else.
Well, that's past. Where's Blackford?
I don't know.
All right, come on, let's get going.
Sure, George.
I figured I could draw you out, Marty. You're not very bright. Start saying your prayers.
George, no! No!
Ethel!
Oh!
George, I'm going to blast your head off. Ethel. Ethel, darling. Ethel, I'll get a doctor. You'll be all right. You have to be.
Don't look so sad, Marty.
Oh, Ethel. Ethel.
It's the only way. Maybe this will help balance the books, Marty.
And so ends our adaptation of The Damned Don't Cry. Our stars, Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy, will return in just a moment with our guest screen director. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present the hilarious comedy Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell and Jeff Chandler. In future weeks, we will present Humoresque, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Stephen Cochran. And on April 26th, the Screen Directors Playhouse is proud to present Jackpot. And our stars will be Miss Margaret Truman and Jimmy Stewart. Now, here again are tonight's stars, Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy.
You know, Shakespeare said, the play's the thing, and we all agree. If he were alive today and around motion pictures, he would have added, and so is the director, and especially one with the scope of the very brilliant Vincent Sherman. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Mr. Sherman.
Joan, I'm very grateful. I hadn't realized I was such a remarkable fellow.
Oh, but you are, Vincent. When an actor doesn't mind getting up at 5 a.m. to work for you, you are remarkable. Remember how many of those early calls we all had working for you in Goodbye, My Fancy?
Yes, and I apologize for ruining your sleep, Frank.
Apologize? Vincent, I'd think nothing of getting up at 2 a.m. for you.
Oh, and greater love hath no actor than for his sleep. It's been a long time since I've heard a finer tribute. Incidentally, if I may, I'd like to say how much I enjoyed working with Frank Lovejoy as my co-star in Goodbye, My Fancy.
And may I add, the gentleman is really an actor.
Well, thank you, Vincent. And, Joan, there isn't anything I can say about you that everybody doesn't already know. You're wonderful.
Say, before this turns into a mutual admiration society, don't you think we'd better say good night?
Yes.
Good night.
Good night, Vincent. Good night, Frank.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
The Damned Don't Cry was presented through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of I Was a Communist for the FBI, starring Frank Lovejoy. Joan Crawford can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Goodbye, My Fancy, directed by Vincent Sherman. Included in tonight's cast were Irene Winston, Eddie Fields, Paul Frees, Eleanor Audley, Tony Barrett, Ken Christie, and Sidney Miller. The Damned Don't Cry was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next week when we present Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell and Jeff Chandler, with screen director William Seiter.
Saturday's fun with Judy Canova and Dennis Day on NBC.